grenade meta currently for R6's lifespan. Like you talked about earlier, Boxy, and all the way up in Pro League, where you have a lot of players just bring out nade ops and you just start hucking them into sight, either to break utility or just kill players and get that man advantage. So not having anything to deny those grenades, it's definitely a big upset for Three Rivers, as that could be a very easy way to lose life pretty early in the round.
Wait, did the Nitros all get tossed out early on the?
Yeah, and it didn't get picked up.
Okay.
Is it like a?
It's a booby trap. Yeah.
Yeah. Is O2 gonna like bait himself so they can have the Nitro get a kill?
Oh no.
Oh no.
Well, that is ZXN getting the entry once again, and we were speaking about grenades, but interestingly enough, Trinity Valley is only.
No, this is not good, Boxy. Had a bit of lag effect as well, but you're back.
Okay, I am back. Anyways, flashes are coming out, and they're flashing both sides. They're flashing the Lion, they're flashing the Dog. No one is safe from them. Still so much time to play with, but the attackers are just going for a direct attack onto the side. They're not really clearing anything out, but they have at least pushed the piano doorway so far. No one there to meet them just yet from the defense. They're all kind of around the Master 7 side. The one end up mattering. Dog is being patient. Somehow gets taken out by the Lion, though. How do you let that happen, fellow?
I mean, you've got the P90. That thing does not kill unless you hit them in the head. It is just such a P shooter. It's only 0-3 left to stand. And A1X runs right into Piano with the M14 and simply gets the job done. That is 2 in a row now for Trinity. And I mean, I said this would probably be a very attacker-favored Chalet, and this is definitely hitting that right on the mark. It's 2 instant wins for Valley so far, and we've seen really no response so far by Three Rivers to try to slow them down in any way, shape, or form.
Yeah, I do think, there's still plenty of time, plenty of rounds to go until we get there, but once we switch sides on round 7, I think Three Rivers will have their job cut out for them. But keep in mind, this is a best of 3, so we're at least seeing Coastline after this, and possibly Villa as the decider, should we need to. So yeah, I'm sorry, my internet is kind of pooping itself right now. I'm losing clean feed as well, but that's fine.
Well, I don't think that's on your end, Boxy. I hate to be honest with you.
Oh,
but,
that is both of us?
Yes.
Oh, I've been so patiently quiet. It happens.
We'll get it resolved in the near future, so I'm not too worried about it here. I am worried that we are going the exact same site twice, though, because Trinity Valley, they already had such a strong attack here on Master that they kind of know what they're going to expect. I mean, the only 2 differences really is that we have a Capcan and Jaeger on the board. Fantastic picks. I've always thought for Capcan and Jaeger is just a necessity for almost any team comp unless he's banned. So I love the change being implemented here by Three Rivers, but I also am not I'm not really that upset about Trinity Valley's composition either. It's very strong.
True. And also, you said you were kind of worried about the same side being played again, but at least the rotates are placed on the right spots on the right of this time, so that is something. Raider will get taken out, though. I keep saying Raider. They're all Raiders, but Root gets taken out. Cap can lose a lot of damage. He's playing the sausage. Impacts are coming out to try and bait, but it doesn't matter as the Sledge gets a double 1 for the round on the entry in just 40 seconds.
I mean, I really don't think the communication right now is that strong by 3 Raiders, because 05 had no idea that there was someone already inside of Library. I mean, it is a bit hard to see, of course, but, these guys, they're not looking at pixels as hard as we are, so they should be able to relay that information, be like, hey, I just died inside of Library, I expect to push, yet we still had the Capcan just wide swinging out near the single snow window, and they'll just get shot in the back. Simple as that. There is a flank being attempted here by the Bandit, but in the background, we just have all of the defenders falling up and towards site. A team kill goes through. The only sign of hope for Three Rivers, but it's still a 4 versus 2, and now 4-on-1 as ZXN manages to net their 3rd on the round. A minute 30 left, and we're now inside the post plant. I mean, there just is not much left here for the lone Jaeger to do, except maybe try to isolate him for some picks and bring this down in towards a 1 versus 2, or even a 1v3 now, as he'll get rid of 1 player. There goes A1X off the board. Actually, no, it's Alpha, my mistake. But it's still a very, very big hill to climb up here for this lone Jaeger, especially since that time is no longer favoring themselves, and it's only 20 seconds left on the board.
He takes a little bit of damage. He's actually just one shot now, and ZXN knows that. He can just play the tight angle, and those are the pixels you were talking about earlier, so they can just chill. 11 seconds left on the clock, and you need 7 of those to defuse the diffuser. Doesn't matter, though. Sledge is ready. You gets taken out, and that is the 3rd round in a row for the attackers. And, you know, interesting. So far, it's been interesting, fellow. That is the only word that I can come up with to really describe what we've been seeing so far. Maybe it gets better.
Colorful, very colorful.
Entertaining.
Yeah. Well, depending on how you look at it, perhaps. It has been interesting to I really would love to pick the brain of like of Three Rivers and like understand why they want to bring out these specific operators, like why they want to keep bringing out the Rook. I feel like it might be because those are like the only operators they have. Their levels aren't very high for some of their teammates. So that could actually be like a pretty good reason as to why they're like, well, we only have the base operators, so I don't get a lot to pick from, to be honest. Which, you know, that's a pretty fair response given the context.
Yeah.
Moving into bar and gaming though, this could be a potential win here for Rivers, perhaps, depending if they can clean themselves up a bit in terms of just general positioning and whatnot. Typically, you have that defense start to build their way up on the top floor to waste a fair amount of time, extend a little bit, and maybe try to poke and prod foes. I'm not too sure, though, if Three Rivers are going to opt for that. Their roam game has been more or less just one player trying to attempt for a flank, and that's really been it. So if there's any time to adapt and make that change in your overall playstyle, this would be a site to do it for sure.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, agreed. And I'm trying to come up with stuff to say when it's all rainbow on my screen, but I guess we are casting Rainbow Six Siege, so, you know,
Yeah,
it comes in the job description.
Guess you gotta deal with it, I suppose. Suck it up,
Yeah,
Buttercup.
there we go. There we go. Melee hole will be swung though by the Valkyrie, and that could be dangerous, especially if you're in uniform, because that's when it was very popular. Breach charge on the window though. Capcan is ready for it with the shotgun once again. Maybe he can actually do something with it this time. He got taken out prematurely last time, but it's going to be Doc could be swinging in with the reliable DMR, trying to get an entry. ZXN is also ready at the main doors, but Doc finds the first one, pre-firing for a second one potentially, and she decides to also ring the phones of the defenders to track them down easier, just in case anyone's roaming. Maverick does get down though, and that is the first side of resistance we've seen in 4 rounds from Three Rivers, so maybe they can somehow make it work this time, John.
Perhaps we have A1X managed to find one off screen. The Dokkaebi is just in the sight. Fox now going for the plant right behind her as well. There's no denial. There is simply no coverage. Raider is doing plenty of work, or Raider 06 is doing plenty of work up above, but now they'll have to retake the site as if they were an attacker themselves, but not for long. ZNX outside of the double door will actually deny them of even dropping down until the middle floor, leaving it in a 3 versus 2. Still plenty of great coverage outside of the building here, perfected by the Sledge himself. 3 versus 1 essentially. No one's going to end up reviving Dales as they are a floor above. And now Raider 02 on the mute will finally enter the building here of Barroom. But can they make it that far? Doesn't really look like it, as ZNX will secure another pick here for the time being. And it is just nothing but net so far for Trinity Valley.
Yeah, definitely agreed. It is 0-4, and, you know, we've spoken about how attacker side at Chile will be how the attacker side... we've spoken about how attacker side at Chile is or can be, and with this bends to just kind of amplify it. But I don't know, man. Going 0-4 still, I don't think, is the play on defense, and something needs to change. We've been talking about how, you know, the Raiders, they have very low account numbers. They all have the same name besides the little number at the end, which is kind of frustrating for us, but it is what it is. And maybe they're just newer players, so, you know, we've been hard on them at least a little bit, and maybe this is their first competitive match. I know they were kind of inexperienced with overtime. They didn't know how to actually set that up. They were like, what's overtime? So maybe we should be kind to them. You know, they'll be watching this back. Maybe we can just give them a little bit of general advice going into competitive Rainbow Six. I know you've been watching it for a long time, so have I. You know, let's make the most of it.
Yeah, now we get back into the match here. Hopefully, we'll see less monkey mode, perhaps. If Preston were in here, he would be just screaming apes. You know, that's the Preston way. So I'm sure he'll get a real kick out of this when I go and talk to him later on. I mean, For Trinity Valley, though, there hasn't been much wrong. They've been understanding that, site presence, it's been very lackluster. There hasn't been a lot of bite back by their opponents. They are just taking very good advantage of that. They get instant site control most of the time. They get the plant down. They sit outside, hold these really majestic angles, and they just play good siege. Like, they're just doing the default stuff. They don't have to go over the top here in their gameplay. So it's kind of up to Three Rivers right now to, bite back a little bit, have some sort of response. And now they'll have more of an even more of an anchor-based setup now, pardon me, as they're bringing out the Tachanka. They've got a Castle on the board along with Pulse. I mean, I did just say they need to have a bigger emphasis on the anchor game, don't get me wrong, but this might be a bit overkill.
Yeah, I mean, we still need to talk about how, Trinity have been doing so extremely well, but it's mainly just been ZXN carrying on the sledge. If, it's super blurry for me still. I don't know if it's still blurry for you, but I think he's at 11-0-1 at the moment, and that is just insane to be doing in round 5 of a competitive game. So props to ZXN. He's been doing really well. Maybe, just maybe, Three Rivers can kind of claw back, like you said, but they have a long way ahead of them, and the chance of playing that kind of worries me. They're not looking in the right direction. No! Oh, well, okay, so tip 101 of competitive Rainbow Six is know the competitive maps. There's only 7 of them in the competitive map pool. Know where the exterior walls and doors and windows and everything like that is. Know the default reinforcements. That'll go a very long way, but it won't end up mattering as you get the second pick, and it's all coming apart from the defender. So C4 coming out from the post, but just a little short, just a little slow. Fuck gets 1. Valkyrie also taken out, and it's all up to the Rook, who just got a phone call, and he has the P90 in hands.
Yeah, must be getting a call here from his landlord that they have seized both bar and gaming, and he's now going to have to angrily try to retake his house, try to go back to his apartment, try to pick up his belongings, and get out of Dodge here on Chalet, perhaps. 20 seconds remain. You need about 7 in total to get that defuse down, so very little time for 0-4 to work with here on the Rook, and finding 5 different picks here at the exact same time is given 1 here against Alpha. But ZXN, he's just waiting around the corner, able to get that instant refrag. Still, just utter domination here by Trinity. And I do not think that is a pattern that will be breaked anytime soon, unfortunately, Boxy.
Yeah, like I said, I think, competitive 101 in Rainbow Six is just knowing the maps, and you just can't place the shield the wrong way and then hide behind it with your back looking at the outside window. It's just something that's going to get you killed instantly, and that is exactly what we have seen going into round 5. So round 6, the last round before the split, and maybe, just maybe, Three Rivers get 1 round. Maybe Trinity Valley get, overconfident. We see that very often, and so Three Rivers can at least get 1, so it's not a 7-0 flat out, like it's kind of shaping up to be at the moment.
Well, perhaps. I mean, possibly.
Oh, we're using 6-pick now.
Ooh, getting a little fancy here. I mean, I would definitely prefer the Habana over IQ like any day of the week, unless it was like both an Echo and a Valkyrie on the board. But, Dallas, maybe they're just bringing the IQ because they like the Commando. I don't blame them, and they could, in theory, just get away with having the secondary hard breaches because Alpha is rocking the Fuse, who now has secondary hard breach. Oh, that's a big no-no to do. You should not be reinforcing that wall between the rotates like that. If there is a wall between both sites, almost 99.9% of the time you should have some sort of opening to, get through both of those parts of the map, like that. But that's on the wrong side of the wall. Unfortunately, there's no natural cover to defend yourself when you're walking through that, so you are most likely going to get shot if someone's watching that rotate hole, which is very easy for the attack once they get that double wall and office opened up, or the doorway leading into office opened up from the main balcony too.
I do feel like the defense is slowly but surely evolving, though. They are putting the rotates in the right spaces, and there's more and more of them. The one looking at Ivy is not quite done correctly, but they have the right idea. That is something that we still see quite often in pro play as well. Probably from different reasons than what they expected to use it for, but it is a start. And we will see the attackers take trophy first, just push up probably in Solarium. I don't know if they know that the Doc is there, though. Raider 0-2 could prove fatal, but he shoots the drone, he gives away his position. Now it's not going to be cutting him down, but it won't even end up mattering. ZXN is ready once again, and 4v5 of the bed, but Raider 0-0-4 actually evens it out, and then gets a second one. That is more than we have seen from Trinity Reverse so far. Talos does get 1. Still, great entry from Trinity Reverse so far, fella. What do you think?
Whew, close call as well from that grenade, too. Barely dodging it on the alibi, able to back up at just the right time. Yeah, I was gonna actually talk about how I loved having the alibi spring down from solar stairs to get that refrag. That is a huge part of the roam game. If you're gonna stack up players, always have someone watching your back, so if you do eventually fall, you can still waste plenty of time and potentially resources as well. Alpha now opting to open up these back two walls, even popping down a cluster charge case, playing close to that quad wall. Not gonna net anything, but now they have a sight line in towards office itself. CXN having a bit of a tussle in towards piano, but not going to win anything just yet. The man is currently 13-0, so what's stopping them from netting potentially all 3 on this round to make it 16? Who really knows, Box?
Yeah, I do think that is a very possible outcome here, but he is on 50 HP, so he needs to actually choose his fights carefully, assuming that the enemy team will shoot back. And Castle is looking in the right direction, at least approximately, so he could be the first point of contention there. But Sledge rotates around, he's swinging the breach. Capcan has been playing the shotgun, so now he is down to a lowly pistol, and that will not do him good in the long range. Drones are coming out, a little bit of hip fire coming out from Castle. I don't know if he knows he needs to ADS, but maybe he will learn as Fuse is pushing him, and it will be do or die for the Castle. There's ZXN on the other side of the map, though, pushing into the bomb site, and it's just 50 seconds left in this 2v3.
They've got site control. Not Case, though. If you remember, that was actually dropped all the way down near Solar. One of the players trying to outflush number 04 on the alibi, but it is all up to Raider. Just talking about them moments ago, they isolate out Alpha, so it's a true 1-for-1, and the Capcan finished off ZXN off screen, trying to rotate around to actually get the trade. I mean, that's the one beautiful thing about Capcan. If you forget about those traps at any given moment, they could be activated and then blowing up somebody in the process to either damage somebody or net yourself a free pick. And that will be the main reason as to how Three Rivers finally secure a round on the board here for Chalet Boxy.
I don't know, man. I wouldn't say the main reason. The alibi, was it alibi? Yeah, alibi put up a triple, and that is so much more than we've seen from Three Rivers so far. So if they can just kind of keep that up, they have that one person pop off, they can get a few more rounds in. But also what I was going to comment on, what's kind of funny to me is that we have seen a little bit of Capcan a few months ago in pro play, because, you know, you just kind of forget about it. At a high level of play, you don't expect those traps. They're so silly, and that's why it works in pro play. But now we're at a level low enough that we are seeing Capcan work again. We just kind of left out that middle part, the average Rainbow Six player, and Capcan is just working all around, it seems.
Shout out to at MaxD on 6 for getting Wordle number 243 done, 3 out of 6. Pretty impressive stuff there, and also very impressive for Three Rivers to, like you said, secure their first round here on the board. I'm hoping to see on this attacking side they could maybe add more to that scoreboard overall. Perhaps. They don't have a main hard breacher, which can make this dining room site very difficult to attack in the latter end of the round. Typically for a team, you're going to want to play on that top floor, clear out the roam game, and then do some verticality, getting some nice sight lines above, and then you kind of fall down a floor to approach the site. That's when you open up the back wall in the dining, go for a default plant. But because there is no hard breacher, they cannot go for that default plant. The best option for them is to potentially hope that the hatch is not reinforced, so they can maybe have a couple of sight lines on that back hatch leading into kitchen, and then they can kind of work their way down in towards the solar stair part of the map and maybe approach from that side. Other than that, it would be a very difficult task for them to accomplish to get that site control, but maybe the roam game could still be quite perfect for Three Rivers, but unfortunately, it looks like I gave them the good old-fashioned casting curse. They're going to lose 2 bodies immediately off the bat here and now make it 3 as A1X is just going crazy in the library.
Yeah, the attackers weren't really even allowed to enter the building. They were already getting taken down. And I was going to comment on this clash. She could be devastating if somehow Three Rivers actually make it to the building. It's super hard to deal with a clash, even at a high level. At a lower level of play, she can be all the more devastating to your attacks. Raider gets one, though. No, he doesn't, but they're both on very low HP. And now ZXN may just die for the second time. He is so low on HP, he still has 2 impacts, and we've seen quite a little bit of, you know, impact throwing in this game, so he could actually potentially get 2. I think this is like a new player reflex, you know, you have a grenade in your pocket, you just throw when you see someone, and if ZXN does that with 2 impacts he has, he could actually take off both Raider 03 and 04, and 03 is taken down now. Triple for the Legion, though, or the Oryx, excuse me, and a quad. Flawless round as well. Not looking good, man. Not looking good.
Say, nicely done by Trinity Valley, but a pretty important thing that we did not see at all by Three Rivers was droning. They lost almost all their drones but 1 in the prep phase, and then They did not drone at all when going in the roam clear. They understood that there's probably going to be someone playing on that top floor. They just didn't know where. So if you have a situation like that where you don't have any information as an attacker, you huck out a drone and you start
Mhm.
looking around trying to spot out that player. They didn't do that against A1X, so he lined up a lot of pretty straightforward kills on the top floor. Then he transitioned down below and did the exact same thing, found 4 of them. The only reason why he didn't get that ace was because Alpha was just a bit quicker on the draw midway through the round. So very good stuff done by Trinity. I just wish there could have been a bit more of a response there by 3 Rivers, unfortunately. Maybe this could be the round where
Yep.
that changes. They've got a Ying on the board, and I actually want to pick your brain a bit to see what your thoughts are about for the Chinese operator here.
Well, Ying can be extremely strong. You know, the Candelas, the smokes, and most importantly, the LMG that just has zero recoil, super fast reload time, the fastest out of all the LMG. She can be devastating if you play her correctly. And we do not have normal mine nor a Jaeger on the defensive side. So if used correctly, those Candelas could single-handedly win the round. But I kind of want to circle back even further. You were speaking about how 3 Rivers are deciding not to bring a primary hard breach, and while that is bad in an average comp game, I don't think that's a horrible thing here, because 3 Rivers just haven't really shown a fundamental understanding of the game, and I think them just going for frags is, you know, what is going to get them a few rounds. I don't think kind of forcing themselves playing into breach, playing into objective is going to do them any good, because I honestly don't think they know when and how to do most of that. So playing it like it's a team deathmatch may be what 3 Rivers need to do here. They have been doing it, hasn't been working out, but I think if they win any more rounds, it's because of that.
That is a very good point. Fortunately, not having a lot of basic util to help with that frag potential, that is also the big issue as well. They've got one set of flashes, and that's Raiders Candelas. Like, that is their main kit. There are no secondary flashes, not a lot of burn either, to be completely honest with you here, Boxy. So there are still a ton of issues here lying in the composition of 3 Rivers, no matter how you look at it, unfortunately. Now, ZXN, he heard that audible cue underneath, so maybe he could play around the hatch, but he's waiting for someone to actually to swing him from that middle level to maybe find some sort of pick before swinging out on the hatch. No one's been doing that just yet, though, so he could actually get a bit more aggressive to try to swing somebody out near that basement floor. He has backup from A1X as well, so maybe they could also go for a double play in tandem and really just wreak havoc up near that top floor. Finally, someone ends up peeking out ZXN. They might try to go for the hop out just to secure that pick. No one's here to revive that Twitch just yet, so that could have been your perfect moment to strike, but it looks like ZXN will have a bit more remorse and just wait again for someone to maybe overextend to net a second one here on this round.
I think he's just baiting. I think he knows what's happening. I think he knows someone needs to pick up the Twitch. She is bleeding out on the floor. She's not even holding on to, you know, the F, which makes you bleed a little bit slower. She does get picked up, but ZXN could have gotten a perfect double there if he just kind of swung out once more. Candelas are coming out. That was the second hit that we've heard, if I'm not mistaken. One left in the pocket of Ying, who's currently 0-7-1, and there will be one kill coming out from the Alibi, who's on the shotgun. We've seen so many shotguns, but there we go. The Candela finally rolled him perfectly. Pulse will be blinded. They need to push off to capitalize off of it, and I don't think that's happening. Smoke also coming in. Please Raider get one. There we go. He gets his first kill. Instantly refrag though, and it's a 4v3 once again. Drones aren't being hit, but bodies are. A1X gets one as well, and it's a 4v2 on match point for Trinity Valley. There's really not much for 3 versus 2.
I don't think so either. There's finally the drop down that I was hyping up so early in this round. ZXN now netting a good pick here. I don't think it'll be a 16th overall, but maybe he'll get lucky, as it is only the fuse left to stand, and he is out on the hunt currently. A1X gave him the information that, hey, we've got this final player approaching from the top floor, so this could be my time to strike, perhaps. 20 seconds left. There really is only a matter of time before he ends up meeting his eventual doom, and that will be done by the hands of none other than the Vigilant ZXN. Map number 1 going pretty effectively to the way of Trinity Valley, as they already end out this game 7-1.
Yeah, ZXN, you know, obvious, apparent map MVP, and I don't think he slows down for game 2. So I think this is going to be a rather quick best of 3 here, John. But maybe, just maybe, we see at least a little bit more resilience coming out from the other team. Maybe a few rounds on the board for them. It was a 7-1 now. I don't know, man. I think they can do more.
I think they could as well. If I'm saying I'm trying to word this the correct way here because my brain's kind of just turning in the gears right now. If they do go back in the VOD, there's plenty they can learn from, of course. I think
For
that's going to
sure.
be the big thing overall here for Three Rivers, because there is a lot wrong with their comp and just in general right now. But that's fine. They are very new to the game, so I don't blame them. Like
Yep.
that's making fun of like a preschooler for not being able to properly like use commas and all that. Like, why would they know that? That's silly. So
Yeah.
I'm
Even I
really
can
hoping
use
this could
comments.
be. Yeah, I mean, I barely can either, and I'm 18 years old, soon to be 19. But
Yeah, but you didn't
anyways,
go to college.
yeah, well, it is an NA education, so it wouldn't have really
That's
been that
true.
much of an upgrade, perhaps. Anywho, what I'm
That's
getting at is I'm hoping they can just learn a lot from this best of three and just kind of move on with their days and maybe be able to improve from that. But with all that being said, before we get into map number 2, we will go into a short little break and be back to get that second map underway to see what Coastline has in store for us, Boxy.
Well,
So we
I know.
will, yeah, that was kind of a bad hand up to going towards the break. So I apologize for that. But yeah, we will go into a break
Oh, good.
and be back in just a little while. Don't go anywhere. Is kind of at a standstill. A pre-fire might be attempted here by the Pulse. They have that active information, but they're just being way too slow about that, and they still lose the fight against ZXN. And we're gonna have a very odd first round win, so no longer favoring themselves, and it's only 20 seconds left in the hole.
He takes a little bit of damage. He's actually just one shot now, and ZXN knows that. He can just play the tight angle, and those are the pixels you were talking about earlier, so they can just chill. 11 seconds left on the clock, and you need 7 of those to probably get the second pick, and it's all limited hard for the defender so far. C4 coming out from the poles, but just a little short, just a little slow. Fox gets 1. Valkyrie also taken out, and it's all up to the Rook, who just got a phone call, and he has the P90 in hands.
Yeah, it must be good. Time is given 1 here against Alpha, but ZXN, he's just waiting around the corner, able to get that instant refrag. Still, just utter domination here by Trinity, and I do not think that is a pattern that will be breaked anytime soon, unfortunately, Boxy.
ZXN is ready once again in 4v5 of the bed, but Raider 004 actually evens it out and then gets a second one. That is more than we have seen from Trinity Reverse so far.
Alpha, so it's a true 1-for-1, and the cap can finished off ZXN off screen, trying to rotate around to actually get the trade. I mean, that's
Valkyrie is taken down now. Triple for the Legion though, or the Oryx, excuse me, and a quad. Flawless round as well. Not looking good, man. Not looking good.
Say, nicely done by Trinity Valley, but a pretty important thing that we did not.
There we go. He gets his first kill. Instantly refrag though, and it's a 4v3 once again.
From the top floor, so this could be my time to strike, perhaps. 20 seconds left. There really is only a matter of time before he ends up meeting his eventual doom, and that will be done by the hands of none other than the Vigilant ZXN. Map number 1 going pretty effectively to the way of Trinity. All right, and we are back here for the NJCAAE, once again powered by Esports U, so big shouts to them. And yeah, and as well, also joined here today by Boxy. Last game was, you know, very one-sided. I mean, I'm going to just keep it about 50, of course. There's no better way to put it, but everyone's kind of an understanding, even in chat, like, yeah, some of these players have even just began in this first semester, so we didn't really expect anything different. So, I mean, we cannot be too harsh about that in the slightest. I don't think we have been. So moving into coastline with our new foresight leading into this, I think we'll have plenty to talk about that will put in a good light for these new players, Boxy.
Yeah, I mean, first of all, props to, Three Rivers for even picking up competitive, for getting 5 people together and then playing competitive games. I think that's really cool, so you guys should keep at it. This is something we were talking about when we were muted during the break. But also, yes, Coastline is a map with, kind of less strategical requirements, less strats required, and so maybe, just maybe, Three Rivers do better here because they again can play it more like a deathmatch than as a plant and defuse type of game. So who knows? Maybe this is actually the game where they pick up more than just a round. 7-2, 7-3, I think, is doable for them, but they need to actually start getting those frags.
At 100%. I think that the Dokkaebi ban was a target ban because A1X brought her out a lot, unfortunately. It is not a bad ban on a map like Coastline where, you don't have a lot of floors to clear out, and getting rid of an intel gatherer such as like the Dokkaebi or the Lion, that's completely understandable. Thatcher is not a necessity here on a map like Coastline because there is very little hard destruction that you need to establish on such a small map. Thorn again, currently not allowed in comp, so it is a bit of a facepalm ban. You could have went and got rid of something else, but it's whatever. Eventually she'll be in comp, so that's fine, I suppose. And the Capcan ban coming out by Trinity, as that was one of the reasons, not the main reason, as I tried to hide a little while ago on Chalet. That was a reason why Trinity Valley lost a single round on Chalet, so I don't think they want to deal with those shenanigans this time around, so they'll just simply get rid of him. Not the worst idea, but still a bit funny for the reasoning as to why.
True. Though, I find it interesting that, they kind of went for the Dokkaebi ban, where ZXZ has really been the person running Sledge every single round and just taking names every one of those rounds. I think he won 16-something in the end, or 13-something. He was, like, putting double digits. He died once. So having that Sledge or Melusi that he played removed, I think is kind of better for you. Just kind of take his favorite operator. That'll get in his head for sure. But we will be seeing Kitchen first. And what do you think we see coming out from Trinity Valley? Three Rivers are on attack. So, I don't know. They weren't doing that well on it. They were kind of discombobulated.
I low-key hope we just see like a kitchen and service rush. I think that'd be pretty cool. Back in the day, that actually was a pretty fun rank strat to do, even like all the way up in like, high plat, as you just kind of open up the service doors, Max highlighting here, and you just plant next to that doorway. Unfortunately, with the Coastline rework, you can no longer do that, so you have to kind of plant near that singular wall. It's been reinforced by the defensive side of Trinity, so it is a bit more difficult to go for that service rush. Maybe having someone play there for a sight line, for a potential cutoff angle, that's not a bad idea. But if you are going to plant when you are attacking kitchen and service, almost 90% of the time you are going to plant inside of kitchen, whether it be on top of the sink that's kind of near the left side of the site itself, or just planting near that singular window. Either one works out for you as an attacking team. Yet again, Max will highlight that. Very big pog for him. So if we are going to see a plant by Three Rivers, that will most likely be where it will be attended from, and they're already gathering information in towards the site, noticing there's a pulse on the board, trying to scan for some early information to see what they can get away with here for round number 1.
Yeah, also, you've been talking about a potential rush, and while it isn't happening, there is Ying on the board, so Candela, Smokes, and Keener kind of work out on Chalet earlier, and maybe, just maybe, they could actually utilize her in a rush here, but also 6 breach charges coming in from the attackers is a questionable decision, if you ask me. Just go for those Claymores, go for those Smokes, go for whatever else you can bring. I don't think even one set of breach charge is going to do you any good, especially without any map knowledge for vertical play, because that is the only reason you use breach charge. Just everything else you just have kind of other operators to do. So, again, kind of reevaluate that. Watson Pro League, you will get the hang of what and who and when to bring pretty fast, but we are pretty close to our entry engagement here. Somehow the Oryx will turn the wrong way, and it's up to Yana to actually capitalize on that, but she's just hiding in the corner, watching the pixel, waiting to strike. Will she actually go for the Oryx kill, though? Nope, the entry will be Raider, so there is no more Candelas on the board. with a nice little SMG-11 spray to start the round off.
And not a bad position here for Trinity. Plenty of time being spent off the clock, and Three Rivers are still remaining quite slow overall. They haven't cleared out this top floor completely. A1X is still in a very comfortable spot, and 04 is incredibly close to that Oryx, yet they are not going to try to instigate whatsoever after giving themselves that information there with the Iana Gemini. They're trying to get backup from their teammates, but they're still just kind of chillaxing out near Hall of Fame. You have a drone for yourself. You can just pop it down and make sure no one's peeking there so you don't have to slow walk around the entire map. Finally, we have some sort of kill favoring the side of Three Rivers, as they will eventually get rid of that Roman Oryx, but there is still plenty of presence inside of the site itself and really no direct way of accessing it here in these last 30 seconds box.
Yeah, but the fuse clusters are coming out. ZXN is on very low HP, so if there is a round that Three Rivers win, it's this one. They need to start pushing in, though. No more grenades, 6 or rather 5 breach charges, and a Claymore left. The beepers are going off, so their position is given away. Yana just sprinted into bathroom doors, but ZXN is prone. He's ready. Castle on the other side of the castle barricade can help him out, but ZXN actually gets taken out by Raider. The castle barricade will keep the Yana out of sight, and no one else is there to help her out anyways. Smoke canisters finally being deployed, and that is another round for Trinity, just what it looked like. Maybe, just maybe, Three Rivers had a sliver of hope in that one, John.
So unfortunately, too much time being wasted on that top floor and then not having any utility to break those castle barricades. Normally, it's a big no-no to, like, kind of, you know, cluster yourself into the site like that as a defender with all those castle barricades, but it actually worked out because how much time was being wasted on that top floor. Maybe it was like a big brain read by Trinity. Maybe, maybe not. I'm not really 100% sure. All I know is that it worked for them, so you can't be too angry about them implementing that strategy out. They'll now try to work their way in towards hookah and billiards, defend that site here on the second floor, and their lineup still looking pretty strong. And the lineup by Three Rivers as well is actually not that bad. I kind of like it, to be honest, Boxy.
Defenders protect
Yeah,
your
why is
bombs
that?
from being defused
Well,
by
they have a
attackers.
hard breacher, so they can get VIP opened up if they get that control of the map. They have a fuse, which can be good for the post plant. There are some spots you could maybe implement him out, be a bit more difficult on the top floor, of course, in comparison to like a bottom floor. And they also still have plenty of self-destruction, the Ying on the board, some nades as well. I mean, they have a little bit of everything. What's there not to like?
Yeah, okay, I know, I'm just asking you to break it down for these newer players that will hopefully be watching the VOD later on. But like you said, the only thing that I dislike there is the 6 free charges still in pocket. Just bring something else, sorry, for the love of God. But like you also said, I do like the fact that there's one of each throwable, or one pair of each throwable in their pockets. That is definitely a huge threat if they actually end up using them. Because Ying, last round, she was the entry that she didn't get to deploy any Candelas from what we've seen, and it just kind of, you know, it's a shame. But on the other hand, we were speaking about about the Oryx and the Yana last round, and it just reminds me, I wanted to say this, it reminds me of like year 1 Siege, where there were no wallbangs, you know, no yellow pinging, people were still figuring out how to play the game, no pixels, everyone was just kind of chilling there, and this really looks like it. This round, it's a very nostalgic game for me, John.
Yeah, especially having such a odd mirror window set up by Cookie. I really don't get that, to be honest. I understand why he's doing it, so you can, oh, you have a sight line into both the objective rooms here, but if there was somebody out on the window in Tortuga, they could easily destroy that mirror window, and then that would just be a living nightmare here for Trinity. I don't think that'll happen, though. They'll get away with going for a very silly play here. It looks like the first minute is now just about underway and officially off the board now. And Three Rivers, once again, they're taking their time, which is something you should not be doing really on a map like Coastline. Getting that aggression and just asserting yourself in the map as a force to be reckoned with. That's the best thing to do, so you have plenty of time to go for that execute in towards the site once that roam game has been dealt with. And it looks like Three Rivers, not only are they wasting a lot of their time, but they're also just tunnel visioning. They're only really focusing on the main part of the picture here, just trying to get control of hookah itself and not worrying about that roam game. The only one trying to go for that clear right now is Raider, and they're not joining themselves, and they unfortunately get shot in the back because of that. The Ying now down. That is such a powerful operator now off the board, and that also gives an early pick here for Trinity Valley too.
Yeah, just like you said, you pretty much encapsulated it close perfectly. But also, I just want to say, good job, Oryx, on the roam game. He's kind of been sprinting around, making some noise, but also just jumping up, getting through the hatch, into the back, and decide to play it safer later on. And once again, it's 1 minute left. No map control established from Three Rivers whatsoever so far. The utility is coming out. That is, you know, we should definitely highlight that because they haven't been doing that in the past. ZXN gets another one, and it's a 5v3 with 45 seconds left. The roam hasn't been cleared out. The side hasn't been pushed. There is absolutely no control. And Three Rivers are just kind of lost. They don't know what to do. They don't know what to push or where to push it. We do have Raider 0004 pushing Sunrise. Maybe he can crouch those wide cool vibe stairs and maybe find someone? I don't know. Hopefully ZXN still holding patiently though in case anyone pushes from the VIP balcony. He gets droned out. He will push out. Alpha gets the second one. And it's a 2v5.
How much you can really do here. Three Rivers is still to clear out that roam game yet again. Best to just forget about it at this point, especially when you have your case player trying to flush out Lucy or ZXN. Nitro gets tossed. Not going to find that pick onto the lone Ash, but there isn't much she can do here with such little time. It's Dallows to finally shut them down and give a flawless round here for Trinity. So, yet again, just kind of sitting in the map and kind of catching people at just the perfect time, really. But Three Rivers, they are still kind of allowing that to happen. I mean, was Rome built in a day? Absolutely not. So we're probably still going to see a very one-sided matchup here on Coastline after we saw the map 1 go the way of Trinity. But, you know, it would have still been nice to see a bit of improvement going into map 2, but that's still probably a lot to ask for since a lot of these players don't even have enough levels to play ranked at the moment, I believe.
Yeah, you're absolutely correct. But I'm going to ask you to explain a concept to Three Rivers. Hopefully they've watched back the VOD. Can you tell them what refrag potential means?
That means when you set yourself up in a way where if a player on your team dies, you are in a position to get that kill on the person who just killed your teamate. So you don't give a man advantage for free.
Yeah, and that is exactly what Three Rivers' biggest problem has been so far. Map knowledge and just having no refrag potential. You said there's 4 people outside. Where's the Ying? Oh, she's pushing up the luggage stairs solo. There's no one to help her out, and she got taken out while throwing her Candelas nonetheless. There was just nothing she could do there. Have a teammate with you. They will at least refrag you if you fail to get the kill and get taken out. So that is the biggest takeaway from you guys. Get the refrag potentials, look at the operators, you know, kind of look at the maps, and you guys look golden. But so far it's golden Trinity Valley. 7-1, they're up 2-0 on this one, and they show no signs of stopping. As of yet, they will be defending Penthouse, though, which is something that we don't see quite often, although it has kind of been on the rise lately, but still not really.
It's a very favored site for professional teams, especially in NAL, I think it was. They had a really decent stat line moving in from Penless and Theater. But normally a lot of teams will still like to go hookah, for example, which has been a bit more of a weaker site in comparison nowadays, as it can be very easy to get aqua control, and then go for a hookah plant, or the other way around, get hookah control and still go for the plant if you get verticality inside of Sunrise Farm. But a lot of long window angles you can hold here on this map. Max is highlighting that here. If you get somebody out on the roof or just simply repelling on the main double window leading into Penthouse, you can get a lot of damage here. And that's why you have someone like Dallows going for a potential run-up. If someone goes in the double window, they could find a very straightforward pick. It looks like, though, near Aqua, we're going to have a pick being landed by A1X. I think someone was trying to hop in through the double doorway leading inside of Aqua itself, and A1X just was in the proper place to find that pick completely unbeknownst to Raider 002. So that's going to be yet again just a first blood for Trinity Valley, as they are still in these power positions, and really no response has been found just yet by Three Rivers.
Yeah, no refrag potential, the one that we've been speaking about for the past 3 rounds, but at least it's the twitch of the board on a map like Coastline, especially against the setup the Trinity are running at the moment. I don't think there's much you need to twitch. You can just kind of chip the players for HP if you're a new player. You know, that seems like a very good idea. There's nothing to really destroy, no gadgets. Anyway, it's a 5v3, and the attack is slowly but surely commencing from Three Rivers. The impacts are being thrown at them. Ashley is just a little sliver of HP. Glass hits a shot onto the Thunderbird, though, and she needs to play it safely. She goes back into the kitchen. Few charges coming into the side, though, and nades. They're really pulling all the stops there on the side of Three Rivers. All the utilities coming out at the same time, but they need to do just that. They have the man deficit, and it's quite big, John. A lot of wall banks coming out from the defenders, though, and the Glass will get down, taken out. 5v2, 50 seconds. Again, not much you can do but cry yourself a river if you're Three Rivers.
Deja vu is once again, we are in a 5vx. Finally, there is some sort of cry out here by the Fuse. Is that going to be enough, though, to confirm this round as a victory, perhaps? At the moment, not really, as they still deal that roam game. Dallas has not been cleared out just yet. He's waiting for someone to peek out near the double door and find himself a 1vx situation here, favoring his team, not facing down that gun barrel of a 4 versus 1 here. The last one to stand is currently the Ash, who is now creeping her way up near the vase as well. Case is still dropped on the top floor. Even if Raider 06 finds this pick and grabs Case, there's only going to be about 5 seconds left, and that's being generous. So they will simply lose due to the game of attrition here based on time and also man advantage here too. Now about 5 seconds left on the board. 06 is scrambling to look for some sort of pick here, and eventually they will not be able to do it in time. It's Trinity Valley to yet again just sweep away another round off the shoes of their opposing side of Three Rivers and just take it back into their loving arms.
Yeah, I just want to say we've been hyping up, especially me, going into this game, I've been hyping up CXN, and he's at 2-1 at the moment, so he kind of turned off. He decided to hibernate. He said, I don't even need teammates, got this. Like I said, he had 13, 14, 16, something like that in the first game, and now he kind of slowed down. He's letting his teammates get the frags. He's still sitting inside, though, so at least there's that. But once again, we're seeing an Ash, a Glass, a Fuse, a Niana, and a Twitch. I don't know, some more intel would be nice, especially if you aren't consistently using your drones, and that is something that Three Rivers haven't been doing. Drones are, again, such an important part of Rainbow Six Siege that you need to utilize them wherever and whenever you can. Early in the round, you set them up for, either to pick them up as you spawn in, or in important choke points that you need to check during the round. Later on, you deploy your second drone, you drone around, you get intel for your teammates as they enter rooms, and that can prove devastating. It can give you so much fresh intel that is ripe for the taking. You just need to use those drones. So, Three Rivers, I do believe, will get there eventually. It's just not this match, and that's fine. That's totally fine. But it's all Trinity Valley.
Yeah, I mean, can you remember how active your drone game was when you were like level 10 this game? Because I know mine was most definitely horrible. I have a lot of vivid memories of me just being level 20 in gold back on Xbox and just doing all the dumbest stuff on mostly Doc. Doc was very good back then, so I played a lot of him. He was incredibly fun to play. So I think at the end of the day, if Three Rivers, they're having some fun, and like I mentioned earlier, if they're learning something after this game, then that's really, at the end of the day, the best they can do. And that's fine. So I really don't blame them that much. Looks like 02 on the Fuse is getting a little jiggy with it. He'll try to breach open with a cluster charge towards the castle panel to maybe break some utility. That is actually like the main thing to use a Fuse charge for, actually, is to not get kills, but break utility. You can use to flush out players as well. That's totally fine. But if you can have those grenades or those flashes for players rather than, an ADS or a magnet, then that's really going to go a long way in the later end of the round. But I really don't think that was the main purpose of those cluster charges, just try to find some sort of pick. And a frag is almost found by Trinity Valley, as ZXN almost netted that kill as someone was rappelling into the building of Hookah, but they're not going to be so successful in that endeavor just yet. Yeah,
the Ash and the Iana pushing into Sunrise, though, so ZXN is pinched if the attacker just pushes at the same time. The Iana Gemini will be coming out. It's given away by the audio queue, and ZXN dispatches pretty fast. Dispatches of Iana as well. And now it's all up to the Ash to start pushing out. The Fuse was repelling, like you said, into Hook earlier, but he's just not there. He's just not helping out. There we go. Raider 04 finally finished off, and now Malusi can just safely rotate out. Fuse was way too stagnant. He didn't push with the steam, and that should have been an easy entry. Sadly, there wasn't. A1X gets one as well. Raider will refrag, though, and it's a 4v3. Anything is still possible, but previous rounds, indicate Trinity Valley got this. Nice shot, though. Nice shot from the Twitch DMR, and that kind of hurts me. Twitch DMR, man.
Oh, no. I mean, the 417 is actually a pretty good weapon. It's just you have the F2 instead, so you normally don't bring out the 417. Still a very good DMR, actually, statistically speaking. Minute left on the board, and the stats would still show that Trinity Valley should have this round in theory because the case has not been recovered yet. I believe it's near main lobby. And Three Rivers, they are very separate from one another, so they have to go for one-for-one picks here. And Trinity Valley, they are really not allowing that to happen. They have one roamer out, and that's it. The other two defenders here are on the site. So best case scenario, Three Rivers, they win this gunfight against A1X. They're still on completely even footing, and time is not favored either. There's 30 seconds left on the board, and that's it. That's all the time that Three Rivers are now allotted to in order to break those castle panels, throw it out, gather that information to know where these defenders are, and still win the round in either a kill fest or going for that plant. And they still haven't dealt with A1X as he secures a second pick here in the back of blue bar, looking for that final frag as the Ash, who's on one shot away from being put down in the dirt, is really not long for this world yet again. There's 10 seconds left. We're in that red timer. A smoke canister comes out as well, basically just sealing the fate of the lone Ash at this point. The Bailiff gets brought out. Unfortunately, he has to go on the reload, so the Ash will survive. That's great, but the round is still a forfeit victory because of that. So Trinity Valley will secure now their 4th in a row here on map number 2.
Yeah, something that has been wreaking a lot of havoc for Three Rivers is the fact that Trinity Valley is so adamant on bringing that castle, having it in their lineup. Put the castle panels on, on the side. You put it on the windows, on the doors, going into the side, but it's working out for them because Three Rivers use all of their utilities somewhere else. That's true. They keep bringing those breach charges, but they never use them. And the Ash charges, all of them were just used somewhere else on the map. I assume to establish some vertical control or something. I hope so, at least. We didn't actually see any, as far as I know. But they just don't open those castles, and they take so very long when their setups and executes and roam clears, if we can call them that at this point, that it's they have no way of getting into sight with those 20 seconds left. There's no way you can just melee that castle barricade that many times without dying from underneath it. You can get your lag shot out if you're not careful. So prioritize your utility. Say, hey, these are, there are 2 extremely strong castles that we need to get rid of, and you either bring a sledge for it, or you have your Ash say, hey, I need to save at least 2 of my charges to get rid of those castles from a safe distance. Because breaching charges on those are kind of hard to pull off. And I'm talking about the breaching charges in the secondary utility, not the Ash breaching charges, the primary gadget. It can get sometimes confusing, but it is what it is. It's a complicated game. There's a lot to learn, and I'm sure Three Rivers will do it at some point. Second to last round of the half, though.
Yeah, I like that Nitrocell spot. That actually does deny default if Alpha survives, but I mean, you don't need to waste a Nitrocell doing that. You can just shotgun open that flooring and then just watch underneath if you really want to, and then if someone perhaps doesn't plant default, then that's what you probably want to use the Nitrocell for. But hey, they're understanding that, that host plant could actually be a problem here for round number 5 as they are going hookah, which is, like I said earlier, a very easy site to get that plant down. So hey, they spot out a problem. They're going to try to resolve it before it actually becomes that big of a threat. Kind of a big fan of that. Anywho, Ying with the shotgun. You don't see that one every day. Again, still kind of a big fan of that element of surprise. Could be your saving grace, could maybe get you some sort of pick, but doesn't really look like the Ying is in that good of a position to win any type of gunfight with that shotgun. Not having any of that information, A1X will sweep them away off their feet, and once again, the Ying is no longer going to be a threat here for Trinity Valley. They are already dead to rights, and so is the Oryx, fortunately enough, for Three Rivers.
Yeah, well, Ash finally got a kill, and it is a 4v4, but time is ticking out. Once again, there's no real control established. By the way, fellow, do not talk smack about the shotgun. We have literally seen Elysium played yesterday at the 6th Invitational. And yes, it was one of the APAC teams. They do some funky stuff every now and then. Meanwhile, Warden will swing out with the SMG-12, get one, but gets refragged, and that is exactly what we've been talking about, the refrag potential. And the pre-placed Nitro gets shot out, which is something that I was going to comment on. Yes, it's a good spot, but why would you use a Nitro cell from below when it can be shot? If you use a pre-placed Nitro from below, you're relying on the enemies to not clear that room, and that is not a safe bet to make. Anyways, we're just past the halfway mark of the round. Excuse me, still a 3v3. The Three Rivers need to get moving again. They are once again spread out quite across the map, and they need to stack up. They need to go for those refrags like they have in the past. Raider 06, rather, getting that refrag early onto Twitch was absolutely beautiful. That is something that they need to strive for. But it's a double for Raider 04 on the Ash, and the first time in the entire series, I believe, where Three Rivers have had the man advantage at any point.
So depending on where 06 will try to get that plant down, you could maybe have Dallows drop down and utilize a shotgun and those toxic canisters to deny the plant, perhaps. I think the ace is actually a bit isolated right now across the map. In fact, they are. They're trying to actually get inside of Hookah, reloading out in the open. Fortunately enough, no one's going to punish them for that, but 0-3 will get punished up near Aqua. Things now equalize. Another toxic smoke will be deployed out here by Dallas. Now the final one as well. Waste about 10 seconds on the board as each canister will now live out. 30. All in the exact same moment here. There goes Dallas finally to fall. Now it's only Cookie Killer left to stand here for the defense. This could actually be the first round on the board here for Three Rivers, and it will be. They will not go down in 7-0 fashion. They are here to at least have a bit of a word against their opponents, as for once they do a relatively all right job on their attacks, and it kind of caught Trinity Valley off guard.
Well, it is a 4-1. They still have one more round, and I know it's unlikely, fellow, but if somehow, some way they can get at least another one, that's a 4-2 split, and that is something that is not too horrible. Yes, you know, they are attacking on Coastline. You should be doing way better. You should be winning 4-2, not losing 4-2, but from what we've seen so far, from the skill gap between the teams, I think if they win at least another round, possibly even 2 throughout this game, I think they're the real champions, even if they end up being swept 2-0 by Trinity Valley, which is clearly just more experienced. And again, that is fine. That happens, especially in, you know, lower levels of play. You will find teams that are extremely unmatched, but that is how you learn. You always learn by playing against better players. So, do you think that Three Rivers somehow get at least 1 or 2 more rounds on the board? Or do you think this is it? Is it a 7-1, 7-1 sweep?
Maybe one more round. I don't know if 2 is gonna be a bit much. If we were playing the game of over and under, and this was Moonboat Crew versus Global Breakout, I think I would go back. I think I would go back in time and change my guess there. I think I'll have to stick true to my new gut, which is actually going to be under. Will they get all around on the board? There's still a very good chance that they get another round on the board here. But in general, things have not been that great. Trinity Valley just made a lot of big mistakes. They weren't really... They didn't just seem focused at all that round. They were just kind of being lackadaisical about their approach for round number 5. So if they get their head back in their game and they're like, all right, we still need like 3 more rounds to close this out. Let's just do that and then go with our interview and be on our merry way. Then we'll probably see much more bite back. And I mean, hey, there it is. Dallos wide and awake. He's going to get rid of 06 on the sledge instantly on the round. I mean, I literally just said it verbatim and it comes into fruition. I mean, what can you expect, right?
So that's where the Ash Jars are getting used on. They're being used by the Ash on the barricades, and that is not something you want to do, but Dallas will quickly punish her for it, and that's a double for him on the entry, and he shows no signs of slowing down. He hasn't even taken a single neck of damage yet. ZNX on the mute, though. Quite interesting. I do want to see how he plays the SNG-11. He's been a force to be reckoned with on the L85. The guy has absolutely no recoil, and if he can also beam an SNG-11, I think, you know, he could be absolutely devastating. But Dallas swings out, downs one, gets another one. This could be an ace, potentially. He just needs to find one more. He will go for the confirm, and that's a quad. Can he get the last one? Raider flashes himself on the roof of Death Donut, as some people call him, or the Donut of Death. Can Delos somehow get it, fellow?
No, I think he's just going to sit up here and deny the ace. I don't frankly blame him.
Maybe he goes.
He'll be brave. Yeah, no, he'll get brave, you know, try to eat up, get some picks here perhaps. I mean, doesn't hurt
the
to have
CGG
stats in there. Yeah. NJCAAE now actually inside of CGG. They have done a partnership, just unbeknownst to us. That'd be kind of cool.
One day, man.
Maybe.
One day, never say never. But it's all up to the Thermite. Raider 005 has 5 enemies to go up against. Ironically, he will deploy a drone, but it'll be jammed instantly by the mute jammer of the ZXN. No, the time is running out. He has 5 kills to fight, and that is just 20.
Yeah, about 20 a pop here. I was like, I thought Boxy was like trying to do the math in his head. No, it was just lag detected. That's all. All right, I was like, wait, you're messing that up, Boxy. You had the lineup.
Yeah, man, math is hard. Anyways, Delos is swinging out. He's trying to get the pip. He actually lights him up. Will this be the first ace today? He goes for the swing. He does so much damage, and he takes out Raider 005 for an ace. And do you want to talk about the fact that none of the enemies, none of the attackers set foot in the building? He killed all of them outside. One with a spawn peak, 3 in ruins, and then the last one he killed on the balcony. No one was actually technically in the building. The thermal was on the building for a while in the beginning, but no one actually set foot in the building as far as I remember.
I think they're gonna six pick back on the blitz. There's no way they just like tease that and they aren't gonna bring that out. Please, Alpha. I am begging on my knees that you bring out a blitz.
Yes.
Oh,
Yes.
yes. Oh, I called it. I'm like, oh, he thought about it for a minute there, but he didn't want to give away his intentions. That's the one beauty about six picking is you have that single element of surprise. 06 will do the exact same thing off the Valk onto Cav, which you know, interrogations, they are normally high risk and no reward because unless you get that interrogation, Caveira really does have no purpose as your main roamer. So if 06 does not get very proactive in this round, it's going to be a very big upset to get rid of someone as important as a Valkyrie, your main intel gatherer, which has been such a huge problem here for 3 years. And yes, Max, I see this happening, and I can assume you are having a small breakdown mentally here. Yeah, I am right there with you, brother. Again, rotate holes need to be made between sites. If there's a wall connecting both the objective rooms, you make some sort of impact opening or shotgun opening or even C4 opening if you have neither of the first two options I just mentioned to have a walkway between sites without getting shot from there. So reinforcing those two walls, again, big no-no for 3 Rivers, but if they look back at the VAL, they'll hear me talk about that in Chalet, so I won't need to really prefacize that much more here on Coastline.
I feel like Trinity Valley are slowly leaning into the grenade meta, though. They have 2 pairs now, which is the most we've seen up in this game, as far as I know. But the use of the breaching charge as a secondary gadget has been so very... I don't know, so very common in this game, fellow. It's, I don't know, are we missing something? Are they back in meta? We have seen so many of them come out from both sides, and it's just mind-blowing. The pulse, though, will be playing below, try and get a C4 pick. He is using this heartbeat scanner correctly, so props to 3 Rivers for knowing how to play pulse. A1X gets the entry on Caveira, and she will contribute absolutely nothing to her team for the entire round. She wasted 45 seconds, and that includes the time that it took the attackers to actually get to the building. So, rethink that one.
Yeah, that is actually something you mentioned that I'm actually a big fan of. That is one of the main objectives of being a roamer, is not getting kills, but wasting time and maybe some drones as well if you can get fortunate enough in that endeavor. So 45 seconds, that's okay for Coastline. There is no backup though, unfortunately. There's the melee. Here comes the rush by Alpha. He gets shot in the legs though, and team killed out by Cookie. There we have it, an even 3-for-3 situation here as the rush is still being attempted. Nade gets tossed out by the think of Cookie, and there's an asphyxiation pull to follow as well. Raiders, he's got that information. Can he play off it though? It's a wallbang attempt, but no success up until now. He's got the sight line to play off of, an equalization yet again, as we're just seeing this bout, a trade of jabs here. Up in the middle of bathroom, and now we'll have Trinity Valley reclaim that advantage here in this boxing duel between 3 Rivers. They are aware of the Pulse's position. Here comes the swing, and it's completely good for Cookie Killer to end out this round. Match point and series point, I believe it'd be for Trinity Valley, as it still has only been 1 round in the favor of 3 Rivers so far.
Well, I really hope they could take one more, but you know what the biggest difference, between Trinity and 3 Rivers have been so far?
What?
On their attacks, that is. Trinity Valley
pacing.
Yeah, exactly. Trinity Valley was in the side executing in the first 90 seconds of the round. In the first half of the round, it was a 3v3. They had cleared out the roamers and they were pushing the side. While 3 Rivers were attacking, they cleared roamers, but not really, for most of the round, and then collapsed onto the side for the last 6, 7, 10, 12 even seconds at times, and it was just too late. So you gotta pace your rounds. Like you said, you need to actually have enough time to execute once you're done clearing the roams and establishing control on the map. So again, that is something you need to look into. But if you're a new team, I understand. There's so much to pick up in this game. You know, it's an overwhelming game to start, especially in the comp sense. So
the learning curve is like incredibly big on Rainbow Six.
Yep.
It's a very frustrating game for new players. That's why like 90% of people that are like a veteran of this game just try to tell people to not play it at this stage of the game because there's so much to learn about.
Reinforcements.
Yeah, there it is again. I mean,
they left one soft though.
Yeah, are they gonna make a impact hole or anything? They've got impacts in the alibi, which I mean normally you bring out a shield on her instead, but yeah, maybe she'll make a rotate at some point, or Raider 05 with the Nitro. I don't really know. Maybe see a spawn peek too, Boxy? Maybe?
Maybe. Raider is ready for it. He's looking in the right direction, but he is spotted. He decides to play it safe, and that is a smart choice. You are on series point. You cannot give away those free picks early on. But also, maybe there's no rotate coming out on the side. We have seen the Poles play for the wallbangs earlier, so maybe that's what he's going for again. It was his only kill, if you remember correctly. The Blitz is Russian, actually gets taken out by Raider. Alpha got just a little too cocky there, and that is, for the first time, I believe, Three Rivers getting the entry, but it's evened out. Soon thereafter, ZXA gets the dot.
Oh, and there it is. There's the response by Three Rivers. A very impactful one as well, might I say. Hiding in these random corners of the map, expecting Trinity Valley to just kind of gloss over these key positions. Actually working out very well for Three Rivers. The wallbang sprays being attempted by both A1X and Cookie Killer. Not able to meet their mark just yet. There's 04, the alibi, trying to maybe pick out somebody near bathroom, but they'll have to fall back eventually. Now in exactly 50% of their health pool, but still alive, so they can maybe waste plenty of time, maybe get another pick here. It's actually going to be 06 to do that instead, first and foremost. So it's 1 versus 2. Cookie Killer, who spots out the pulse, gets a pretty easy wall bang onto that player. So could be worse. They get caught in a reload almost against 04, but they're able to escape that. Not for very long though. 04, they get aggressive at just the right moment, and they're able to land their shots in a pretty quick fashion too. So it's not going to be a 7-1 here for Three Rivers. They will actually find a second round, and maybe this could be where you prove me wrong if they get a third, perhaps, Boxy, as well.
I don't know. Seeing the round, I'm doubting myself. I think this is it. I think it's a 7-1, 7-2 game. But if somehow Three Rivers get this one extra round, if it's a 7-3 on Coastline, I will be very happy, very proud of them. I do think that, you know, they can do great. They just need to kind of iron out the kinks of picking up a competitive game like Rainbow Six Siege. But also, we have seen Finka, I think 3 times today, maybe 4, and it's always been the spear. It's never been the LMG, the biggest crutch in the game, arguably, and it's not being played, which again is a slight oversight from both teams, but maybe they know something we don't. Maybe they just like the spear, I don't know.
I mean, when Finka was originally in meta, when Lion was overpowered, people would use the spear back then, but that's because LMGs were kind of like slow and just not very effective. Speaking of LMGs though, we still have the, the M42, and we've got the LMG-E on the board for A1X in the Capitao and Dallas on the Zofia. So a lot of M1ing bound to happen here for round number 9. And if we still have like that bunker kind of composition, or even just a small roam game, you gather some information before diving into the round, and you pre-fire everything. This is going to be a very straightforward round for Trinity Valley. Whether they win it or lose it, I feel like they're just going to opt for a direct approach, try to get that plant down, maybe play with those smokes in the hand of Alpha, and just try to get this game over with as quickly as they can. That's what their lineup screams to me right now, in all honesty, Bucks.
Agreed. Although it is on the shoulders of 04 on the side of Three Rivers. We have seen quite a few nice kills from him on the road with the alibi. So if he can somehow get the entry, maybe even 2 picks first team, that can go a very long way. But Smoke loses most of his HP without even firing off a shot. He was just standing there next to the big window, gets smoked down by glass. The smokes are now being deployed, but there we go. He's taken out, and it's the early advantage going up to Trinity Valley. Once again, they've been very good at capitalizing on that, and I think this is the exact moment where Three Rivers lost the game. Later does get 1 though, so it's a 4v4. These teammates are still just entering the building. They're just kind of spread out. They have 2 on the balcony, sure. The glass is far, someone is pushing main. Raider gets stacked down. About 30 HP.
4 versus 4 here. There was that small equalization, but Alpha spots out Raider, the last stim pistol, and they have to stand back up. Oh my god, Alpha! A crisp 1-tap as 03 will now fall, and the plant is going down as well. There's no denial as neither 06 or 04 are on the site. There could have a nitro cell underneath, but they had no idea where the plant was going down. They were not in the right place to do exactly that. There goes the spray and spray by Dallows. They'll connect for 1, almost a second, but 04 is quicker on the draw. Unfortunately, though, there is a sight line gathered from that impact hole from VIP leading out from that DJ balcony, and that is going to be the end of this best of 3 series. One out 14-3/2-0 from Trinity Valley. What a series to behold upon ourselves. And hey, at least we saw a slight improvement there in map number 2 by the side of Three Rivers, but not enough to get the job done, unfortunately.
Well, I mean, we've said this multiple times throughout the stream. They are very, very obviously a new team, and they're still learning, the ropes of the game, not even the competitive side. They're just learning the mechanics, learning how the game works, that you need to plan, that you need to reinforce, barricade, use secondary utility, all of that, overwhelmed with it. And I think, considering all of that, they have been doing relatively well. My cam is kind of doing some funny there. Just ignore that. That happens quite often. But regardless, fella, I think, if we keep following them throughout the league, I do think we see them get better and better each week, each play day.
Yeah, I would think so too. We are going to be potentially getting an interview done here, but I think we have to wait for confirmation on that. So before we get someone in here for the interviews, we will go into a short little break, be back in a couple minutes. And, if we don't have an interview happen, then we will still come back to outro out completely. But all that being said and done, we will go onto that break and be back in just a little while. Don't go anywhere. At a standstill. A pre-fire might be attempted here by the Wolves. They have that active information, but they're just being way too slow about that, and they still lose the fight against ZXN. And we're gonna have a very odd first round win, so no longer favoring themselves, and it's only 20 seconds left in the hole.
He takes a little bit of damage. He's actually just one shot now, and ZXN knows that. He can just play the tight angle, and those are the pixels you were talking about earlier, so they can just chill. 11 seconds left on the clock, and you need 7 of those to probably get the second pick, and it's all coming apart from the defender so far. C4 coming out from the poles, but just a little short, just a little slow. Fox gets 1. Valkyrie also taken out, and it's all up to the Rook, who just got a phone call, and he has the P90 in hands.
Yeah, it must be getting time is given 1 here against Alpha. But ZXN, he's just waiting around the corner, able to get that instant refrag. Still, just utter domination here by Trinity, and I do not think that is a pattern that will be break anytime soon, unfortunately, Boxer.
ZXN is ready once again, and 4v5 of the bed, but Raider 004 actually evens it out and then gets a second one. That is more than we have seen from Trinity Reverse so far.
Alpha, so it's a true 1-for-1, and the cap can finished off ZXN off screen, trying to rotate around to actually get the trade. I mean, that's
Oakley is taken down now. Triple for the Legion though, or the Oryx, excuse me, and a quad. Flawless round as well. Not looking good, man. Not looking good.
Say, nicely done by Trinity Valley, but a pretty important thing that we didn't.
There we go. He gets his first kill. Is the refrag though, and it's a 4v3 once again.
From the top floor, so this could be my time to strike, perhaps. 20 seconds left. There really is only a matter of time before he ends up meeting his eventual doom, and that will be done by the hands of none other than the Vigilant ZXN. Map number 1 going pretty effectively to the way of they're not joining themselves, and they unfortunately get shot in the back because of that. The Ying on the game yet again. Best to just forget about it at this point, especially when you have there isn't much you can do here with such little time. It's Dallows to finally shut them down and give a flawless round here for Trinity. So yet again, just kind of throw out, gather that information to know where these defenders are, and still win 10 seconds on the board, as each canister will now live out 30 all in the exact same moment here. There goes Dallas finally to fall. Now it's only Cookie Killer left to stand here for the defense. This could actually be the first round on the board here for Three Rivers, and it's
absolutely devastating. But Dallas swings out, downs 1, gets another one. Anyways, Dallas is swinging out. He's trying to get the 5th. He actually lights him up. Will this be the first ace of today? He goes for the swing. He does so much damage, and he takes out Raider 005 for an ace. And he won polls play for the wallbangs earlier, so maybe that's what he's going for again. It was his only kill, if you remember correctly. The Blitz is Russian, actually gets taken out by Raider. Alpha got just
actually going to be 06 to do that instead, first and foremost. So it's 1 versus 2. Cookie Killer, who spots out the pulse, gets a pretty easy wallbang onto that player. So could be worse. They get caught in a reload almost against 04, but they're able to escape that. 4 versus 4 here. There was that small equalization, but Alpha spots out Raider, the last stim pistol, and they have to stand back up. Oh my god! Not in the right place to do exactly that. There goes the spray by Dallows. They'll connect for 1, almost a second, but 04 is quicker on the draw. Unfortunately, though, there is a sight line gathered from that impact pull from VIP, leading out from that DJ VAL.
forgot his name. I think it's
Buck.
Batch?
10 seconds
Buck.
left.
That's right.
Buck. Yeah.
Seems an interesting 6 pick
5 seconds remaining.
running
Yeah.
Buck here.
Buck overall has a good kit as a soft
Attackers
creature. The
objective is
main
to locate a
gripe
bomb
you'll
and
hear
defuse
from
it.
players about Buck is just the recoil his gun has. I mean, you are near pulling your mouse vertical to hold that thing in line.
Sounds like you just gotta rip it down.
Yeah, you gotta let it rip.
Just Beyblade it.
I was wondering if that reference would land.
Hey, just if it hits, kind of thing.
Yeah. Definitely can see this dirt push through Beast as Maverick, pushing there through Dirt Tunnel. We're
I'm
seeing
interested
this...
seeing that. Oh, is that? Nope, that is JM Beast. I was interested seeing as to why the projectile denier was right there at the door.
Yeah, that's most likely just to stop items coming through, but this is the exact play I was talking about here with Hell Beetle. He can sit right under those main stairs, kitchen and main stairs, and dirt with his little pulse sensor right here to see where people are.
Honestly, with his kit, I would figure that Pulse would get picked a lot more.
The only issue is the pulse sensor doesn't have that far of a range, so unless you're in tight areas like this church, like stairs there, it's not really that useful.
Sure, if they're up 2 floors versus right above your head, or right on the other side of the wall.
Exactly. And then you also have to have the ability to let your team respond to it. Most likely what we see on this map is we'll have one defensive player roaming through the top side and then giving call-outs from the pulse. Clearing up through that...
As you were saying?
Clearing up through that main kitchen there, that's the main strat you'll see on this map, is that teams will clear the kitchen, they'll open up that main hatch, that way they can just drop down with less than 10 seconds left, plant the diffuser, giving the defensive team no time to respond.
Indeed. Honestly, with the way these two teams play, I think we really should see Pulse Game run a lot more, whether it be either side. Because they're practically on the other side of each other every time I see these situations. And there goes Joshua, and the fuse is going down right now, but it gets held up.
Interrupted. Char's gonna get the defuse down really close to the wall, which is kind of dangerous, just because that wall can just be breakthrough.
But he pulled it off.
As we see him go down there.
I'm reloading.
Curl with a double kill.
That looks like it hit.
JMB's gonna be a 2v4 here.
No, it's just
looking at
Rapid
me gets his first kill of the night.
Position compromised.
Good for them. See, it just took a map difference.
Oh, gets the defuse down.
Defenders disable
No
the diffuser.
V3
Defender
as
mission successful.
UC Sumter gets the win.
That was very close. Rapid was going in, trying his best to stop that defuse.
Yep, puts us 1-1 overall. I don't know if it's the attacking or this map change, but this is just, I feel like it's a different St. Clair team.
Yeah, I feel like this is a lot more even with each other. They are... It's a different air about them, is what it is.
Yeah,
Now,
I would
Ace
100% agree.
Ace with the Maverick. I don't know enough about Ace.
Ace
See
is
how he
another
would
hard
fit in this
breacher.
equation.
Yeah,
Another
Ace
hard
is...
breacher, I see.
Yeah, another hard breach. Basically, his gadget is he throws a little device on the wall, and it clears the wall out vertically. I think you'll be able to see it more clear when he actually uses his device.
All right, and we are back, ladies and gents, for the post-game interview between Three Rivers versus Trinity Valley, where Trinity Valley ended up winning out that series 2-0. We've got Fox, one of the players from the side of Trinity Valley, up here in the booth with us to, answer some of our questions that we will be asking him in these future moments. So as we get him up here in the VMix call, I will go into ask him real quick if we can, all right, he is good to go. K-Ted ended up spoiling that reveal for me a few seconds early, but that's completely fine. At least now we know. Fox, how you feeling, man, after that win?
I was feeling really well, man. It was an awesome win to start the season.
I mean, fair enough, man. Boxy?
Yeah. So I guess my question kind of is about Coastline. Like we've seen you bring the Blitz. Was that something that you were gonna do regardless ahead of the game, or was it something that you guys kind of came up on the fly? You were like, "Hey, we're super far ahead. We can just kind of bring Blitz, play around with it."
Yeah, so the blitz rush, that's something we did just because we were far ahead. We have been practicing rushing, not so much with blitz, but just picking up game speed and trying to rush opponents. Because most of the time you can catch opponents off guard if you can rush well. The blitz was on the fly though, pretty much, just to see if we can do it.
Yeah, we were saying that we were really hoping for like a Ying rush into the side and just plant or something. We were
Now,
really hoping we'd see that.
that is something we have practiced, the Ying Rush. We've done that a few times before, but instead we kind of mixed it up a little bit. And Alpha actually is our one of our fraggers who is a shield main, so he mains everyone with shields, and Clash included. And so he like I said, he wanted to try out the Blitz Rush.
I respect that, fellow.
Yeah, I think another question I have here is you mentioned the on the fly pick of the Blitz. Was that
Mhm.
kind of the same approach for the castle pick you guys did in the first half of Coastline? Because there were a lot of issues with like the site execute overall by your opponent. So was that kind of
Mhm.
like to really dive into that problem that we saw a lot of on
No,
Coastline?
so for the castle pick, that's actually something we practice as well.
Okay.
We actually started trying to really utilize castles having the castle having an extra barricade, and so just trying to slow down opponents with castle. We think that it's just something you can do as far as like bunkering down and having two at least two operators on site or even three if they are trying to enter and let our roamers sweep up the trash.
Wow, you
Fair enough.
guys really practice for everything. It feels like I'd be super scared to go up against you. You guys are just have an answer for everything, man.
Oh no, no, we don't have an answer for everything, but we would like to say we have an answer for most things. We have, we're trying to practice more and really try to try different ops. Actually, if you saw a few rounds on Coastline, where like we were picking, you could see like a pattern where we were picking the same ops. Those are the operators that we actually practice, and then you would see like a different everyone would pick a different operator that they usually wouldn't play just to try a different comp.
Okay. Okay, I respect that. You guys were far ahead. You could afford to do that. I think that's it, fellow. Do you have any more questions?
Yeah, I mean, only one more thing. If there's anyone you want to give a shout out to before, I mean, we end up departing ways here, Fox, this would now be your time to do that. So, hey, the floor is
Okay,
all yours. Take it away, man.
I would love to give a shout out to my team here. Actually, the guys are in here with me. Uh, these guys, I'm extremely proud of them. I'm just can I if I could, I would love to give MVP to Zen for fragging out with Sledge. I played a
Oh yeah.
role that he usually doesn't even really play. He usually plays Ash and Zoth a lot, but played Sledge well, and it was awesome, man.
Fair enough, man.
Alrighty.
Well, it was a lot of fun interviewing you today, man. Again, congrats on your win, and hope to
Thank you,
hear from
thank
you
you.
again soon throughout the rest of the season of NJCAA. Have a great rest of
Awesome.
your night, man.
Thank you so
Yeah.
much.
Don't go anywhere though, because we may be done with R6, but ECAC Valorant is coming up next in just a few minutes. Actually, it's in 15 minutes, right, fellow? I think.
Yeah, we'll be starting up at 9 o'clock Eastern Standard, or if you use the military time, it is going to be at 2100, as you can see on the bottom right of the screen. But hey, before we end out the stream, for us at least, might as well give a couple shout outs to Max D, of course, at MaxDR6. You can go follow him on Twitter if you like his observation. Does a lot of interesting stuff for NACL and also NSG. Really love the guy a lot. You as well, Boxy, at This Is Boxy. You want to see more of his commentary as well, along myself at Feldy Caster. And I know I have Kyler added here on Twitter somewhere, but I don't think I'll be able to find it. But might as well give him a shout out as well. Always does a lot of prod here for NJCAAE and is a great guy to work with as well. So big hearts to him as well. And with all that being said, this will conclude it for us. If you are interested in VAL, please stick around. But other than that, hope you all have a great rest of your night and to see you all again for some more collegiate action further down the road. information, but they're just being way
Oh,
too slow
oh.
about that, and they still lose the fight against CXN. And we're gonna have a very odd first round win. They're no longer favoring themselves. They have 27 on the board.
He takes a little bit of damage. He's actually just one shot now, and CXN knows that he can just play the side angle and go to the pixels we were talking about earlier. So they can just kill. 11 seconds left on the clock, and you need 7 of those to get the second pick, and it's all coming apart for the defenders. Deeper coming out from the post, but just a little short, just a little slow. Fox gets 1. Valkyrie also taken out, and it's all up to the room. Just got a phone call. He has a P90 in hand.
Yeah, it must be behind us. Given 1 here against Alpha, but CXN he's just waiting around the corner, be able to get that instant refrag. Still, just utter domination here by Trinity, and I do not think that is a pattern that will be break anytime soon, unfortunately.
CXN is ready once again in 4v5 of the bed, but Raider 004 actually evens it out and then gets a second one. That is more than we have seen from Trinity so far.
Alpha, so it's a true 1-for-1, and the
Oh!
cap can finished off CXN off screen, trying to rotate around to actually get the trade. I mean, that's
Oakley is taken down now. Triple for the Legion though, or the Oryx, excuse me, and a quad. Flawless round as well. Not looking good, man. Not looking good.
Hey, nicely done by Trinity Valley, but pretty important thing that we didn't.
There we go. He gets his first kill. Instantly refrag though, and it's 4v3 once again.
Top floor, so this could be my time to strike the cap. 20 seconds left. There really is only a matter of time before he ends up meeting his eventual doom, and that will be done by the hands of none other than the Vigil CXN. Map number 1 going pretty effectively to the way they're not joining themselves, and they unfortunately get shot in the back because of that. They gain yet again. Best to just forget about it at this point, especially when you have your there isn't much you can do here with such little time. It's Dallows to finally shut them down and do a flawless round here for Trinity. So yet again, just kind of throw it out, gather that information to know where these defenders are, and still win 10 seconds on the board, as each canister will now live out 30. All in the exact same moment here. There goes Dallas finally to fall. Now it's only Cookie Killer left to stand here for the defense. This could actually be the first round on the board here for Three Rivers, and it's
Absolutely devastating. But Dallas swings out, downs 1, gets another one. Anyways, Dallas is swinging out. He's trying to get the 5th. He actually lights him up with this being the first game today. He goes for the swing. He does so much damage, and he takes out Raider 005 for an ace. And P1 Holmes play for the wallbangs earlier, so maybe that's what he's going for again. It was his only kill, if you remember correctly. The Blitz is Russian, actually gets taken out by Raider. Alpha got just
actually going to be 06 to do that instead, first and foremost. So it's 1 versus 2. Cookie Killer, who spots out the pulse, gets a pretty easy wallbang onto that player. So could be worse. They get caught in a reload almost against 04, but they're able to escape that. Oh, right. 4 versus 4 here. There was that small centralization, but Alpha spots out Raider, the last stim pistol, and they have to stand back up. Oh my God! Not in the right place to do exactly that. There goes the spray and trade by Gallo. No connect for 1, almost a second, but 04 is quicker on the draw.
Welcome back, everyone, to the ECAC regular season week 3 in conjunction here with Esports U. I am Cam. Alongside me here is Los to tackle today. It's going to be Pace going up against SUNY Polytech. I'm excited to see what this matchup entails.
Of course, what is going on, Camel? Happy to be here, and this should be a good matchup. I'm especially excited because it's two teams out from New York. I'm a New Yorker myself, so I want to see what the locals have in store for us in both of these squads right now, running it at 1-1. This is going to be an important match because there are 3 distinct packs right now, and they're trying to break out of one of them. It's 12 or 11 teams holding it up, tied for first place. Next group is here for 12th, including both these squads, and then the last place players out holding it down in the 32nd spot. So these teams are both trying to get out of that placement, get up, get that second win for themselves in, prove that they could have some strength and get a better stride throughout the season.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll see if they can end up doing that. We should be getting in to game 1 momentarily. We'll see what the map bans here have in store for us. But regardless, Los, a best of 3 series, a lot of adaptation can occur over time. Are there any sort of interesting picks you're expecting? The Chamber has risen into prominence. The Neon as well could be an option that some of these teams divert to.
I'm a big fan of the Chamber. I've been running him myself pretty frequently. However, Neon, it was very interesting for her to come into this scene. It was an interesting new character. We don't know what they're fully capable of. But now that there's been some time where we have had Neon in play, I don't think that this duelist has the great impact that we're looking for to replace that of a Jet or maybe a Reyna.
Yep, well, we will be getting into Agent Select here. First matchup is going to be on Haven, so definitely a lot of long extremities that Chamber can have a lot of value with, especially with that Force being such a almighty weapon. But here we go, game number 1 as we make it into Agent Select here, as already lock-ins are coming through. The Jet and Sova, pretty standard stuff, nothing too surprising.
Yeah, and we do have Gutshot over on the side of SUNY Poly. With the Astra, Comet Hover, it's exactly what we would expect. Astra is the core controller at this point. We're already seeing Alexara lock it in on the side of Pace. So these are, like you said, pretty core, pretty standard. But if Revengeance doesn't pick the Cypher, we shouldn't be walking into a mirror matchup. But at this point, that's exactly what it's looking to be.
Yeah, potentially see Revengeance, going for that Chamber potentially. It's a mouthful, really is. I mean, how do you say that? Can you help me? Los, help me, please.
I believe Revengeance.
Revengeance.
They want it to be, we're gamers here, Campbell, so you gotta spell it differently.
Revengeance, of course. Yeah, absolutely. Well, looks like we do have that Chamber locked in anyway, so it's going to be the battle of the operators here as we get into Haven. Definitely will be interesting to see, what team can really find that edge and really use that Chamber utility to its most efficient form, because that really is how you gain space through mid, how you gain space through these long extremities, like you mentioned, over towards A and C long. That'll really be huge for one of these sides.
Yeah, I'm always interested in seeing how Chamber is utilized on the offense, because it is a good way to use the rendezvous to keep all these different angles with pressure. If it is going to be Ray on the offense, maybe taking a peek down C long, jumps into the rendezvous, has that pressure onto Garage as well. It keeps Pace guessing, and if they can really throw them for a loop, they could have some solid rotations coming through, but it's looking like for the first round here on the Pistols, it's going to be an A hit.
I'm interested to see how Pace play this one out. If they do like to play a more aggressive pistol round, never seen either of these teams compete, so be able to see their tendencies and their strategies over the course of this series. But already, Andrew will lead the charge over towards Sewers and Long. And already, like we talked about, this A-long position so valuable to Poly as they kind of burst their way over towards the site. Poro in a bit of altercation there, but he will be safe for the time being. Andrew continuing to press forward, mounting an aggressive position. Keeping it used by the Chamber as well. Andrew trying to find the shots he can. Revengeance is going to be good for one. Poro sneaks his way inside, finds 2 kills, and Eclipse even brings out the protractor, and after the dust settles, a 2v2.
You can see that there was an instant rotation, but here comes Gunshot trying to tap down Kiwi. Can't get it done. Kiwi is the winner of that one, and Poro is stuck in this corner. It might be time for them to converge on that one. Poro might have a chance to get out of this one.
Does have the overkill available? 5 bullets left in the Chamber. Kiwi at a sliver of HP is still a winnable 1v2 here, and still plenty of time, but the spike is so far away from here. Potentially going to look to wrap around towards Long. It's just going to be a fake. And Poro slithering his way through the site with 40 seconds to go. It's going to be a tiny
One enemy
He'll
remaining.
spot the headpiece, find the 3K, and Poro will isolate himself now in a 1v1 situation. Still 30 seconds.
30 seconds left.
He'll loop around the corner.
Clutch.
Sit it from the front. He's not going to find the shots. And Poro from downtown finds 4. And the first round win for Poly.
I was not expecting Poor to walk out of that one with the dub, Camel. It seemed to be right in Revengeance's hand. They had the frenzy at the ready. So little health for Poro, but they just weren't able to land the shots they needed to. And Poro come in up huge with a 4K to kick things off, and a Sheriff to top it all off. I don't know, they will have that buy, but it's a great first start here for Poly.
Great idea there from Poro. Love the fake. Moving away through sewers, goes towards long, then wraps back around. He understands he has so much time to play with and uses the most of it now. He's in a very precarious situation. The Lear's going to be used, and Poro bulldozes his way inside and finds 2 kills now as Poly will really press forward and really look to hammer this home. Gunshot is going to get one there on top of Kiwi, and the jet is gone with Pace. Well, it's going to be Poly playing with the base right now. It's going to be a 5v2 with the spike is already planted.
Yeah, last 2 players making their way from C Link. We see Andrew already getting a nice dink.
One enemy remaining.
And that will be a nice little hit for them. It's all up to that last player. They're just running for their life, but Tamogi gets one before they are traded out by Eclipse. Another round win here for Poly, as we would expect here on the ECAC.
Decent frag there, but certainly not what Pace wanted. Could have done a bit more there, trying to find some more kills, but you know, Poly played with such incredible precision there, the swiftness to get onto that site and make the most of that gun advantage. Now they'll look to bonus here and potentially look to go towards B, as that is where these short-range weapons will have the most benefits. As it's going to be 2 over towards Garage and B. They will have the chamber there as well, so a lot of defensive options for Pace to look at.
Already starting it off for Vengeance. Getting some shots down mid. Wants to have that intimidation, but Kiwi starts things off with a nice pick down long. This will be a Garage hit. However, that star will make them think twice before they decide to advance here in Garage.
And we'll just settle for a bit of meandering around this B and Garage area. The spike is still behind them, and they're not really looking at any sort of rotation towards one of these sites. It seems Eclipse will be the one
spike.
to pick up the spike, and now Poly will lick their wounds there after that early frag from Pace and look to try and gain some space over towards one of these sites. It seems that B's the target, but this is what the chamber provides for you, Los. It allows this alarm bot to be the sort of 6th man for the team and really allow the defensive hold to be so easy, as it's going to be 3 over towards C and 2 at A.
Yeah, a complete non-defense here on B. That would be the first mark. They know someone's there. They will back it off, though. Playing for the retake on B, it's a common strategy, and it's one that's easy to employ, especially when you already secured one of the picks. But now with 35 seconds on the clock, Poly will be making their way toward A. However, some players are here waiting for them, and it's Alexar opening things up. Here comes the trade. There is one more player who backs off towards Molgogi. They're waiting for their teammates before finding another one.
Wow, and Poro actually pops the Empress here, so Poly fully committed. Gunshot's gonna be good for 1 on top of Siddiq, and Poly tearing through this Pace defense, but still a 3v2 situation. Poro
One enemy remaining.
Game with Tamolgi. He was good for 1, streaks his way to find 3. At the end of the day, he'll get the defuse as well, and the first round win will go the way of Pace off the back of Tamolgi.
Yeah, good maneuvers, playing for that retake scenario because you do have the superior weaponry in this case. You have the man advantage here, and it's just more pressure on the side of Poly. They have to scramble to get that plant in because they were running out of time, Camel. And once that scramble was in, once they were put pressure with that time bank, they had to make moves, and it was just a little bit less clean. It wasn't the perfect placement and the post plant setup that they were looking for, which made it a little more easy for Poly to have that win.
That was a much different round than we've seen previously. A very drawn out, sort of methodical push that Poly initiated there on top of Pace. Didn't work out, and now with guns here, we'll see if Andrew find any sort of luck now pushing through A long. Stars have already been placed down, and Poly looking to fully commit towards this A site, but Tamolgi, along with Alexander, gonna do the rest to hold down the line, but it's gonna be flank here from Tamolgi. It'd be good for 1 on top of Andrew. Goes straight back. In the meanwhile, Poly getting a plethora of kills and gaining control of this site, sanitizing A, and forcing Pace to come to them.
They found my trap.
Another plant, well done here
Deploying
by
drone.
Poly, but how long are they going to be able to hold it for? Siddiq sent in the drone. They should be able to land some information, but no one spotted out by Graffiti. There's a Eclipse
Defeated.
waiting for the flank, and they get it.
Out of charges.
That's a big point
Standing
as well.
ahead.
That has been a thorn in Paul's side, so to deal with it early is massive. Be a decent recon out from Siddiq.
Last player
Look
standing.
to linger around this site, but Gutshot is there, finds the skull and bludgeons the Sova there. Siddiq falls along with the rest of Pace. 3-1 for Poly. Starting off at a great start here on A.
Taking it back over to A, they had all their players in place. They didn't waste their time. They didn't take their time when making their assault onto that site, and it worked out well for them. There was a few trades, as we did see Gutshot try to push through, and they did find success toward the end. So now this is going to make Pace think twice about their moves, their idea of employing that retake strategy, and it's seeming to be another A hit in a row here.
They broke, not fix it. Molly certainly playing with that logic and playing with the confidence to back it up. Once again, Andrew, considering this A-long push, he's already made it right in front of the site and has the dash at the helm and ready to look for his move. But Siddiq, he's gonna have to deal with a slew of bullets momentarily. The intense altercation will erupt here as Siddiq will be good for one. Bring it back as Gunshot is there. Andrew will spot the gunshots, but doesn't know where they're coming from. So he'll just linger and stick around towards this orb, and for the time being, a crucial kill there going the way of Gutshot finds Revengeance. The lurking chamber's done, and a 4v3 situation. Once again, Pace are forced to go into Poly at a man disadvantage. It's so difficult to clear these angles.
You're trying to push through here, and you don't check your corners. That is going to be the bane. It is going to be a destructive attempt here from Pace. Colossal failure, and exactly what we expected, especially considering the Poly. The superior firepower is the only rocking with the Marshall, but they can make it work.
See if he finds one more. It looks like Poly are just gonna understand. Let's not push any further. We already have 25. And Kiwi, we'll just see if anyone's around, maybe some extra kills, but he will fall, or even takes them out, gets the kill there. It's for the stats. It's for the stats.
That's what it's all about. It's not about winning. It's about winning and having better stats.
Well, Boro's certainly doing that. 8-2 right now after 5. And clearly is the backbone for this Poly squad, and that is what you're looking for out of your Reyna. So many times we've seen Reynas who, lack that confidence to push forward. The Poro has used Gutshot smokes, has used Andrew's aggressiveness, and created that space along with the rest of the team. That's allowed A-site to be cleared pretty much every single time.
Get out of my
The issue
way!
that Pace is facing right now, they don't have any hard denials for entry. As Poly, they've made their way through to A without much harm, as the Sentinels are playing on opposite sites. They don't have the great Nebula and gravity pulls that they would need from Astra. It's going to be difficult, especially if Alexar can't provide those smokes and just stop something, stop the rush that we've had going on. And they expected that A push. Take a look. They haven't made a move. They're playing it out. They're playing it safe, waiting out the time bank. But we've seen this.
You want to play? Let's play.
Now we're going to see the Tour de Force pop. That's on the side of Poly. So it's the offensive chamber being used here by Ray, looking to gain some value over through C long, but the spike will be picked up by Poly, and once again, leading into a site around 50 seconds. That was the play last time around. They went for sort of this slow and steady push, and A will be the target, and Pace are going to have to deal with a whole lot of utility along with the bolts as well. Poro has a couple of layers to spare, and it will be the drone to start things off here. Eclipse will use that, the cloud burst, everything in the kitchen sink being used to get on top of A, and Andrew already clears out the door. Monkey, though, going to be here inside, sneaking away with the one. Gutshot is going to be taken down with Poro. Finally snuffs out the torch. Revengeance, going to go down as well. Poro,
Right
good for
here,
two.
light planted.
2 heads there for Poly. Now Pace, they're going to have to use this fight to get back on the site.
Siddiq, stuck up in heaven. Can't do anything about it. Have the smoke. They have that
player
force out
standing.
from Ray. The slow is not going to allow anyone to pass out from CT. And it's another easy win here for Poly.
It's just so clean from Poly, and Pace, all they can do is just watch, hoping for some sort of miracle there by Tamolgi. He does find 2, but in the end it's not enough. He gets taken down, and it will be now the Sheriffs being picked up here for Pace. We're just going to have to go for an
Right
unfortunate Walmart buy and just kind of understand that this is not going to be the round. They do have the tour de force here from Revengeance. We'll see if he does opt into that, but for the time being, it's just about, you know, going for frags and holding angles because Pauly clearly have the gun advantage. Hopping into this operator. He's going to make do with it. Take down Kiwi immediately and smash down the jet. And Poro going to use this space as well, and C is completely cleared and contained now by Pauly as Tamogi. Look for the shots on top of Ray. He misses every single one of them, and Ray TP's away to safety. And three things are inevitable, Los. Death, taxes.
Oh, well, Phil.
Not a whiff there, though, Camel, as Ray continues to clear out the backside. No one is here for fight. No one can get the shots they need, and you're right about only if we're talking pace here. Gut shot picking up 2 and closing out the round. It's gonna be a flawless here. 6-1, Pauly stealing the first match.
So far, 1-6. You have to start picking up some rounds for pace here. You don't want to get into a situation where it becomes 1-8 or 1-9 and you're hoping for a 9-3. That's really the most you can do if it does get to that point. We'll see. This is the round really for pace. They saved last time around. We know that. Now they have the guns. Now they have the utility. And Tamogi's going to have the Empress. If potentially another push from Pauly goes awry, that could be a tool that Pace looked to use along with Civic's ultimate. That Hunter's Fury, great for post-play scenarios and great for forcing teams off of site, and that is what Pace have been struggling with the whole game.
Andrew's waiting for that peek out from Civic. They will not give the satisfaction of that shot. Clips his drone. Don't spot. We have Revengeance sitting up top. They don't have the information yet. The kill is still good beforehand because Tomokogi is getting that frag early on. This is going to stop them. It's going to make them think twice about making this push onto A, and they will hesitate.
Tamogi, Pace, Boyle, all these plans, and Ray scurrying away with the spike, and they'll look to move towards B, towards C, but the extremities are already being cleared out here by Pace. We see Garage being pushed through the chamber. Alert bot is over towards B as well. It's just going to be a timing game. Let's see if Kiwi opts in to push out, but he's on defense. Will hold the angle. Will understand. Here's the noise as well. Gonna spot Ray. Spike down. 2 more. He'll dash away to safety. Dipping and tapping away. Trying to save 2 members. Now with a 1v2. Looking for 1. He'll try to find the kid on top of Andrew. He does. A 3K for Kiwi. And they will have it rewarded in the fruits of their labor. And Kiwi comes up there with 3.
That's the round they've been looking for, Camel. Finally, it all came together, and it really was cemented by Revengeance and Alexara, putting their utility down on A. They locked it down. They made it just so impossible, so costly for Pauly to even dream of making their way onto A. And once they realized that they had their defense on lock, it gave some space. It allowed Kiwi to move around, secure the rest of the site, push up, and have that forward angle on Garage, resulting in that tasty 3K for the win.
Oh, Corey's playing here, such an aggressive position. He will be spotted. Disengage out of that fight. Gut shot once more. Tamogi answers his prayers, and now the Astro's gone. No more smoke at the base. That's a huge blow for this offensive push here. Alexstrasza will be good for 1 as well. Eclipse works his way inside and finds the headshots there. You see Revengeance even for a flank. This is going to be absolutely major. The trigger discipline here. He'll be able to spot both members. Oh, he's good for 1. He's going to be good for 2. And the patience is a virtue there as Pace will spot 2. And now it's a lone Eclipse against the world.
Well,
and they can't deal with it against Revengeance picking up the 3K. Finally, it's Pace starting to come alive. Revengeance has been waiting and praying that their flank will finally come to fruition, and it does. They are coming alive here. It's Pace back on the rise. They have the dough. They're not out of the woods just yet. Pauly back. Still another gun buy. They aren't done yet.
That's a good spot.
You're going to deal with Poro. I'm assuming he's going to pop Empress here along with Eclipse having the Hunter's Fury. We've seen Pauly go for these sort of quick plants before, and the Hunter's Fury will definitely help in buying time. It's going to be difficult as well as Pace having the Empress and along with Hunters divided their own. So it's difficult for Revengeance to get out of here. He's going to barely escape danger. Now it's going to be Pauly pressing forward. Andrew on the top of the chamber. Hunter's Fury builds out the smoke, getting sprayed down. Tamogi, great push there. Find more frags. He's controlled the chaos. Quickly a Pauly for the time being. The Empress will be topped as well. Kiwi shuts things down with 3 HP. Eclipse will drop, and for the time being, everyone will settle things down. But Good Shot wants more time of game with the Astra. And Alex Zara gonna win that duel. And now Pace have control of the site. Will look to go for this defuse, but it's so difficult. Paulie having this Empress available. Poro looking to get some shots inside. Alex Rasa will go for this defuse. He gets taken down. They didn't get a half. So now he's
One enemy remaining. Last player
make his way
standing.
inside Poro in a 1v1 situation with the Empress available. Look for the spray. He's just gonna play for time though. Back away to safety. It's gonna be a tormenting round for Paulie. It goes their way as Poro finds 3, along with the 7th round win.
Poro looking like a ghost of battle, swinging around the battlefield right there, unable to be spotted out by Cytic. It's such a tough scenario where you're looking for that kill, you're looking for the frag to try and save it for your team, but you just can't get it done, especially with that Empress making you invisible after you use that dismiss. They had no idea, and all the different pressure that they brought to the table on the side of Poly made it impossible for Pace. Although they valiantly had that retake effort, it just couldn't come through.
Kiwi, this operator trying to find some success.
You want to play? Let's
Missed
play.
on that first shot. With the tour de force once again being popped here for Paulie. This now, Kiwi needs to be a little bit careful. Doesn't want to get into an altercation with that chamber. Now they know exactly where he is, but Kiwi's still content holding these corridors down. We'll find one on top of the clips. The layer will come out momentarily. He doesn't know it. But now Poro will reconsider his options. There's now a 4v5 here for Pace. Looking to continue this hold, and Kiwi can't find that shot there.
Such a brash, blind peek right there. They could have allowed that utility to keep him safe, but it was a gamble. A straight gamble out of Poro, and it paid off. A nice missed shot on the side of Kiwi. They will make their retake of the aggression over onto C-side, but they're not expecting total broke with an op themselves.
And Alex Zara, crucial kill over towards mid, going the way of Andrew.
One enemy remaining.
First here, but Kiwi shuts things down. Good for one more. This double operator so
30 seconds
difficult
left.
to deal with, but Ray takes down one, but he's got one more to deal with. And a 1v3 with 24 seconds. A flank is imminent. As now, slowly but surely work his way towards the site, but Kiwi has his number. It's going to be a wave of momentum now building for Pace.
Last round in the half.
And from where this was at, 1-6, it's been a great turnaround for Pace so far.
Yeah, definitely. They were lacking quite a bit, Camel, in terms of their defense. Now they have the capabilities, and now they have 2 ops on the table, keeping both long lines of sight covered completely. They aren't being bullied anymore. While we did see Poly get that clutch out from Poro using that Empress, they aren't having the consistent dominance that we saw in the earlier half of this half.
What's this?
Andrew popping the knives here, but 3 have played over towards B. This is the first time we've really seen any sort of priority on the defensive side of Pace. Looking towards B is now Revengeance. He's got a couple. He's right on top of Andrew. Parachuting down along with Tamolgi. Poro dropping as well. That's with the hot hand for the Molly squad. Is now Gutshot in a 1v1. Will take down the Astra. And the formidable Alex Zara will go down. And
I have
it'll be
this fight.
a 4v3 situation. Treasure trove of ults available on both sides as well, but all committed towards B.
Goodbye.
The corners, man, the corners. You have to check the corners. Revengeance has been utilizing and abusing these different corners in above angles. They have no response to it, or at least they have no preparation to get ready for these angles to be checked.
You want
now,
to
it
fight?
seems that they will be able to get the plant down. I don't know, because Revengeance is having even more damage, more effectiveness in this round. Kiwi swinging around after that distraction to block it, and it's going to be a 5-7 half.
Switching
Pace
sides.
coming back. They're feeling alive now.
Kiwi preventing that 4-8, preventing that Astra divide from becoming of any value. For Poly has now returned things around and reset here into the second half. 5-7 for Pace against Poly, and to back away as we have a bit of time to really reassess what just happened. It was really looking like Poly were just going to run away with this one. Los 1-6 was that scoreline until Pace decided to change things up. What in your mind was the difference maker there?
I think it's more effective use of their utility and the mindset to really hold down onto A, because that was the bread and butter that we saw out of Poly. They were hitting and destroying every time they moved on to A. It wasn't a problem for them. They were bad on the retake. The main issue was don't create a retake situation play for the full hold.
We'll see how Paulie like to play this defensive side as Revengeance in a bit of a joust there over towards Sewers, but we'll be fine and look to back away to safety. So both teams here perfectly content with playing things slow, but Tamulgi looking to advance his way over towards B, but that alert bot now still present as Andrew just has to watch the right corner here, doesn't know where these players are. He's slow and steady is the name of the game. Tamulgi will be taken down. Andrew elevates and finds Revengeance there, good for one more, and now Paulie looking to hold down a 5v3 Siddiq. Works his way inside, looking to detonate on top of A. Will try to find the right clip. That's not Andrew, good for one more. Alexara somehow finds 2 kills out of that. Out of the woodwork he goes. With 5v3, it's going to be difficult as the retake looking to come in for Paulie.
Spike
Left
planted.
back up, it's Ray. However, will not be able to hold it down. Kiwi gets the one tap on the Sheriff, and it's an even game.
One enemy remaining.
Oro swings out, gets that first one, has the heal, and now it should be an easy swing. A nice one tap to close it out. There was potential, there was hope for Pace to make this first round theirs, but dashed in a second, courtesy of Oro.
Precise Oro there on top of the world. He gets that overheal, he knows he can take any 1v1 he wants, and will be able to pick up that round win. So, after a 2-game stretch there towards the end of that last half for Pace, they lose that pistol round. Could have been a good opportunity there to work back into a tied contest, but already we see Paulie looking to buy up. Nothing too surprising there. Usually it's what you want to see, especially after that first win. Full shields are going to come around, and we'll see if Poro goes for aggressive push through mid, potentially over towards garages. He has, of course, the Leers to play with. He has the dismiss as well to get away to safety, but looks like they're just going to be content with holding these angles and letting Pace play into them.
We can expect it. Wins this one,
Spike
they
down
certainly
A.
won't, so let's just stop talking about that. Right now, Andrew with a great swing. Alexara with poor timing. They will advance on that one. Might be able to pick up another one, which they do. They gave it the slow, but they're still trying to tap it down. The slow is going to be good enough. Andrew gets the 4K.
Flawless there from Paulie, and Andrew runs out of bullets. And he's like, oh man, he tried even reloading, and he's like, nah, I just gotta take out the pistol. Go for broken, he does, and he finds the crucial kills and win them the round. A flawless victory there for Paulie, and a gut-wrenching defeat there on that second round of his second half of Paces. Now, this will be their prime opportunity, Los, to get these guns in their inventory and really work around this range advantage they do have.
Crucial round, but we can expect serious resistance. They have 3 players ready for the C-long push, and Ray starting it off with a nice one tap from the Headhunter.
My word. Terrific start there for Paulie.
Enemy.
Siddiq, though, able to spot one over towards C. It is the Astra. The stars will be replaced here. Now the smoke from Spain. Oro uses that opportunity to go for some shots. Can't find the kills. Now he sees a handful of Pace players and will gut shot. Probably not the best idea to go for that peek, as he is here from Ray, who squares away right between the eyes and finds the Astra. And now it's just so difficult for Pace. They're getting pincered on numerous sides, and they're basically forced to choose what they want to do.
Ray playing that guerrilla warfare style, finding one, going to a different angle, picking off another, and leaving them hopeless. Revengeance, another one falling to an angle they aren't expecting. And they are dropping like flies, one by one. Pace crumpling. The rifles mean nothing.
Really do not. Andrew using that dash, so gracefully escaping
Last
danger.
player
Now a
standing.
5-9
30 seconds
scoreline will
left.
potentially be a 5-10 as here comes the onslaught going towards Kiwi. As Eclipse, he's got the confidence oozing through his veins, and it will be Paulie picking up their 10th round win here. And it's just gone from bad to worse. These last 3 rounds all go the way of Paulie. Even after that buy round for Pace, they're right back to where they started on these Sheriffs, and it's really such a soul-crushing defeat, especially those considering how things were going towards the latter half of the first half.
Yeah, we were expecting a lot more power coming out of Pace, and it's tough. Paulie is just a strong team right now. They have control of the weapons. They have control of the entire map. Pace isn't able to watch their back, and they've been constantly flanked. They've been constantly picked apart by angles and kills that they just can't seem to trade out. Without that ability to trade, you will start to fall. You will start to diminish. That's exactly what we're seeing.
Oro gonna snake his way inside to find the Astra. sure he hears more shots raining in. Knows one of these bolts are coming from his Ray. Gonna get the no-scope there. Poro gonna go for one more as well. Olgi, Cynic trays things back and makes things a 2v4.
One enemy remaining.
Still in a great position.
Spike
Ray
down,
squares
mid.
off and rifles in a bullet right towards Cynic's gut. One now for Q to deal with another miracle in the works for Pacer with Pauly gonna work their way towards their 11th round win. It's so difficult for Kiwi to push inside, and once this smoke is gone, he will be spotted at the top. On this side, will be good for one, trying to make it two. The shots come flying in, and it's excruciating pain for Kiwi. They lose their 11th round, and Pace trying to find answers here.
They will find none. If there's anything that's going to represent how this match has been going, it is that no-scope blast to the face. A complete surprise for Pace. They aren't understanding what's going on. They're getting shot from angles they don't understand. And this is going from bad to worse every time they make a hit onto one of these sites. And it will definitely require a quick pause right here. So that's exactly what they need to think about their strategies, understand what they need to do. They've only got 2 more rounds before this map ends.
You know what's going good when you hit the no-scopes? You know, that really is where the confidence really starts to build, and especially considering how things have been going for this second half. Pauly must be feeling so confident here in themselves, and now in a 5-11 situation, it's got to be the ult play. It's got to be the utility factor here for Pace to try and work around some of this defensive, you know, hold that Pauly do have. So we'll see if they do end up using this divide over towards C, bridging the gap there between Garage and CT and blocking off some of these angles that have been so crucial, in Pauly holding down the line and making every site so difficult to work through.
The question is, what is Pace going to do? I think it all comes down to blocking those sight lines that we've seen completely controlled out here by Pauly. They do have C locked down. They need to use more of that trademark for Revengeance. I feel as though we have not seen a single ping out of that ability. The utility has not been found, and that's exactly what you need. If you're being picked apart, if you're getting hit from angles you can't understand, it's time to use that trademark. It's time to use that rendezvous. Keep Pauly guessing. You can't be on the back foot, especially when you're the ones attacking.
And maybe even taking a play out of Pauly's book. You know, we saw them when things were going bad. After that 3rd round, we saw them, you know, play a little bit more conservatively, play a little bit more back, and take their time with these pushes. So, you know, for Pace, maybe we'll see more rotations. Maybe we'll see more time to work out some of these aggressive angles that they have been losing in these 50. Now it's going to be a 5-stack over towards A. See if they can find any value out of this operator. We'll go for the shot. TP away to safety. That's a crucial frag, not going Pauly's way, as now that means Pace a little bit more safety here, going for this aggressive peek, as Revengeance will be good for one and take down the enemy jet. Now Pauly in a 4v5, and Pace looking for the rotation.
A good way to start things off. Get the pick, rotate. A lot of players have already made their way to try and defend A. So you can see there are still 2 players holding it down on that site. Now it's a complete map split. 2 on C, 2 on A. All down to these last 2 players. Hold it down. Maybe keep that defense up. No, gunshot. Doesn't get the first one. They are traded out. And they have the chance to get this spike planted.
Planted here in a 4v3 situation for Pace, but Poro will be the one lurker on this play. Looking at the timing there with Dre, and Poro gets taken down as well. It's gone from bad to worse now for Poro. A 4v3, now a 4v1 Eclipse. Will be good for one, preventing potentially around going Pace's way, but it's so difficult, especially with the HP value Eclipse had. Cynic will find the shots. Easy pickings there for Pace. Now it's just a timing game, and they get in the site. They use that rotation so well, and that's what we want to see more of. If you are a Pace fan, you want to see them get that one frag, then rotate off, and we saw it work phenomenally there.
Yeah, we haven't really seen too many split pushes, have we, Campbell? They always decide to go to one site regardless. If they could play some default action, maybe get a pick on Garage, wait around a little bit, keep Pauly guessing. That could be a great potential strategy, and using that attemptive, denying information, getting a pick, lowering the numbers, don't allow the trade. They're going to be able to win this one out, but that is not how you want to get off to starting this round.
A headshot too, Andrew. You drink a bang before this? Oh my word. Andrew with a ridiculous shot, looking for much, much more as he'll now be hawking over sewers, waiting and anticipating these pace players. For the time being, it will be a work through on top of long as well for Pauly to worry about. And still Pace are now in this situation where they're forced to back away, and it'll be a withered attack here for Pace as they lose one of their main duelists. Now we're forced to potentially use these ults at 6-11. You don't want to be in a position where you're on match point, so we'll see if they do try to invest some of this utility as they will now look for the owl drone once again, and this time it will be primed. And now Andrew will hear the noise cue, will be spotted as well, so this should force the rotation away from that angle. That will allow Pace to work through the site. Eclipse in a 1v2 situation here. He's got to worry about so many different angles, and now will pelt down some shots. He's finally taken down. Andrew spots more coming onto the A site, but just a rampaging Pace now with so much confidence now. Along with the knives being used. Andrew from downtown skies his way up top and finds Cynic. That's a great pick. Onto the Sova, burning that Hunter screen. I'm not a for the most
planted.
Great double up draft, but it was also good instincts by Revengeance, waiting for that shot to happen. Unfortunately, guns were too slow to stop the first frag, but jumping out and Ray with the no scope, making it easy, and now it's Kiwi all by themselves, gonna get shot through the nebula and won't be able to stop that defusal. It was a fake, all a bait. Now Pauly here on match point.
You can't do that. That is not allowed. Clearly Ray breaking the rules here. I mean, just the every Sin and Valorant just jumping off. He's just going for it. The WP is ready for Ray. He's got it hammered down. He finds the no scope, tore the force kill. I mean, hey, you know, if it's working, Los. And clearly for Pauly it is.
Yeah, I'm just checking the ECAC guidelines here, and that will be a fine here for Ray. So they might walk away with the first map, but it's not going to be all victory for them.
That's a good spot.
My word.
You want to play? Let's play.
Just awful. Just awful to see. But now for Pace, we'll see if Revengeance can find the same success with this tour de force, along with the knives being available here for Pace as they look to try and work their way through Garage. 6-12 here for Pauly, and still have that Empress as a safety net to worry about just in case things go south over towards C. For the time being, Pace have made a lot of ground through Garage, and they're waiting for this owl drone from Cynic. As this ghost signal, will they spot the Astra? They don't. One is onside. Gutshot is still unknown on this play. He knows it. He'll wait inside. He spots the jet. Dashing away to safety. Gutshot in a 1v1. He'll lose it out.
Spike planted.
Trying to find the space. He does. Getting it away to safety. 34 HP.
One enemy remaining.
There's no Ray. Works his way inside and finds 2 kills.
There they are.
Takes down both the Astra and the shield. Now a 4v1 here for Cynic. Will spray in to find 1. It's a daunting task. It's an erratic Cynic looking to make 2 here, trying for the 1v3, but Ray works his way forward.
Defenders
so
win.
it is. Protect this one away with extra pillows and blankets close. 3 remaining there for Pauly. Their last round, 13-6 was the end score there, and it was a decent try from Pace. We saw different ways they were trying to get onto site, but at the end of the day, the utility was better managed by Pauly, and they're able to pick up game 1 on Haven.
Yeah, without a doubt. We definitely saw a much stronger offensive side there for Pauly. I mean, only 1 round on the attack did Pace manage to pick up. They did have a little bit of strength on the defense as the first half came to a close. However, when they were forming their own strategies when it came to, I mean, we saw it with their retakes. They weren't strong with their retakes, so the initial take of an offensive site attack isn't going to be strong either.
Yeah, I mean, very, very unfortunate there for Pace, but it's going to be a reset here. Reset in the mental, get a break, go to the bathroom, do what you gotta do. Next map is going to be Ascent, so we'll see how things change. We'll see if the comps are going to be switched around. I'm expecting that Chamber and Astra to still be prominent picks, but we'll see if anything else does change. We are going to go to a quick break. When we come back, Game 2 on Ascent. Don't go anywhere. is imminent. As now, slowly but surely work his way towards the cycles.
They have no response to it, or at least they have no preparation to get ready for these angles to be checked.
You want
Now,
to play?
it seems that they will be able to get the plant down. I don't know, because Revengeance is having even more damage, more effectiveness in this round. Kiwi swinging. We can expect it. Wins this one.
Spike
They
down
certainly
A.
won't, so let's just stop talking about that. Right now, Andrew with a great swing. Alex Sara with poor timing. They will advance on that one. Might be able to pick up another one, which they do. They gave it the slow, but they're still trying to snap it down. The slow is going to be good enough. Andrew gets the...
Using that dash, so gracefully escaping
Last
danger.
player
Now a
standing.
5-9
30 seconds
scoreline will
left.
potentially be a 5-10 as here comes the onslaught going towards
Starting to fall, it will start to
15
finish.
seconds.
That's exactly what we're seeing.
Poro. Gonna snake his way inside, find the Astra. He hears more shots raining in. One of these bolts are coming from his ray. Gonna get the no scope there. Poro gonna go for one more as well. Top of Tamogi. Cynic trace things back. UE to push inside. And once the smoke is gone, he will be spotted at the other side. Really good for one. Trying to make it two. The shots come flying in on this play. Look at the timing there with Dre.
Snakes by Revengeance, waiting for that shot to happen. Unfortunately, guns were too slow. Stop the first frag, but jumping out and Dre with the no scope, making it easy. And now it's Kiwi all by themselves, gonna get shot through the net.
He knows it. He'll wait inside of the smoke. He spots the jet, dashing away to safety. Gut shot in a 1v1. He'll lose it out.
Spike planted.
Poro trying to fight the space. He does find it. Hitting it away to safety. 34 HP.
One enemy
As
remaining.
now Ray works his way inside and finds 2 kills.
There they are.
Takes down both the Astra and the Shield. Now a 4v1 here for Cynic. Will spray in to find one. It's a daunting task. It's an erratic Cynic looking to make 2 here. Trying for the 1v3, but Ray works his way forward. Welcome back, everyone, to the ECAC Week 3 here. I am Camel. Alongside me is Los, and we just saw Pauly take game 1 in, pretty convincing fashion. It was close to the end of the day, 13-6, but really Pace did not find much success on the offensive side. We'll see what they can do to change things around as we move towards the center.
Yeah, I'm excited to see if Pace can bring back that fire that we saw in the first half. It really seemed like they were flailing around, not sure what to do, what plans they could make, what executes would actually work out for them to try and take a site. And that's why they only ended up with a singular round on the offensive half. So I'm hoping that they could rally, figure out some new strategies and some better plays as we move into the second map. I mean, I'm expecting more from the squad because they've shown the potential to give us more.
Yeah, and, I think these two teams can definitely bring us to a game 3. We'll see if we do end up getting to split, but Pace have to get us there in game 2. All you Pace fans in chat, rep up here. Put some hype in the chat for these boys. They need it. So going up against a very formidable opponent. We should be going into Agent Select here momentarily, but definitely expecting that Astra, definitely expecting that Chamber, especially considering how those agents fare on Ascent. You have a lot of positions that Chamber can play towards mid, towards Cat. We'll see if that does become a factor, but as we head in to Agent Select, Poro already hovering that Reyna, and Tamogi actually going to swap over to the Astra from the Reyna, and I honestly thought he was, doing his best to work his way back in the game, and I think we have a new player as well. I think the super sub is coming in.
Yeah, that is going to be a substitution for, I believe, Alex Sara, who's now being swapped out for Zin, bringing in the Sky. Should be an interesting maneuver as they have that new flash in, no longer Reyna, Tomo Gogi. Excited to see what they could bring to the table utilizing that Astra. And Kiwi jumping off of the jet over into Chamber, swapping roles with Revengeance. So I'm excited. What can these players bring in these newfound roles? Have we not been given their mains? Have we not been given the full potential over on Haven? Should be interesting to see. But with Kiwi on that Chamber, it actually should speak to how well they can maneuver around. Chamber is actually big on maneuverability, similar to what we'd see with Jet on that Tailwind. So maybe that's someone who could abuse the utility, abuse that flanking power that Chamber provides.
Oh, we'll see if that is the case. Lockdown as well for that KJ, very good over towards A and B. So we'll see if that does become a factor as well. But should be getting into this one as soon as possible. Just waiting for the load up here. But yeah, regardless, definitely excited to see if Pace can bring things back here, force us to a game 3 as we head into Ascent for game number 2. Pauly versus Pace here. Back to see a pretty similar comp from Pauly. The only thing changing is that Chamber over to this KJ. But regardless, definitely excited to see the change here, because now we're seeing Kiwi and Tamolgi, both who were duelists last time around, now on, considered more, defensive agents in that Astra and Chamber. So I'm excited to see how they do play things out since they're starting on defense.
Nebula blocking out Catwalk, and now it will be full mid control here for Pauly. No response, no attack, no peeks from the side of Pace. They're not looking to lose anyone early off into this round, and rightfully so. Having that first pick and being toyed with essentially from Pauly has been their bread and butter. If they give up a frag here, it should be down from there. Ooh, nice dash from Revenge. They will hold on to their life for now, but maybe not.
Andrew discard Revengeance here, but it's all a bait and switches. He's the real target, and Poro will get blasted down by Kiwi. Gonna be good for one. Andrew and a 1v1 here with Revengeance. Finally,
Finished.
That concludes with the Pace side winning out here. It's gonna be a 4v3 and Ray now forced to barrel out of the site. They're gonna spot Kiwi, Tamolgi for one as well, and Pace doing a great job at defending this aggressive Pauly angle. Now it's gonna be
Spikes
Eclipse.
down.
Ray in a 2v3 situation. The right clicks are pure there for Ray, who's got a 3K. Now it's going to be him and Eclipse against the world here in a 2v2 situation. The onslaught continuing as Eclipse will shower in some shock darts from the side. Try to make Revengeance work for this one here. Recon dart up in 15 seconds. I don't think it's going to be any value here. Eclipse going to turn the blind eyes in.
Player
Has to worry about so many different angles. Away from the corner. It's a 4K, and Sid finds the flick and he finds the kill. And he's going to get the first round win. What a way to start things off with a sub for Pace.
A great use of this player, Zin, coming through with a great classic shot to hold it down. They healed their teammate. They had enough space to use that body to distract both these players. They did get that retake exactly how they needed it. Pace starting off nicely, and they will, of course, try and push that advantage and pick up the fourth round. Few Spectres on hand, and of course, Siddiq with the Ares. I'm expecting some horrible times on the A push, especially with these wall bangs.
See if Siddiq can find any value here with these shock darts along with that Ares, but Pauly will persist towards B, even through all of the gunfire. Gunshot taken extremely low. I don't even know how much HP he's at. It must be like 1 or 2. I mean, he is 9 HP, so yeah, I mean, Gunshot is, really out of this game. We'll see if he tries to bait any of his teammates here to go for the Revengeance. Forced to use the dash and opt into this trade now with Boris. Tamolgi. He'll sneak his way inside. Right on the headpiece there. Boro, it'll back away to safety. Easy pickings there for Pace, is continuing to press forward with this advantage with his gun. Range that you possess is now Andrew with the spar here with Kiwi, but it's going to be Kiwi clean that one out.
Standing ahead.
Safety, and now Pauly forced to lick their wounds here and just opt in for a set. They really have nothing left to lose. It's difficult with the slows and the tar that Eclipse has got to work through, and Revengeance will find gut shot as well. That's the 9 HP. Astra gone and dusted. Now Ray, a lone wolf. So many angles to watch over. Kiwi just bursts his way inside the fight.
Holding it down nicely. Pace much stronger on their defensive plays on Ascent, yet they really will be told now if they can keep their momentum, keep their strength, and stay stalwart as we have rifles here for Poly. They can keep it down and win this bonus round. It will spell a much different story, a much different tale on Ascent. I'm expecting pace. They have what it takes. They should be able to at least take a majority of Poly down. And watch out for these wall bangs because I'm not expecting Civic to have any mercy this time around either.
Revealing area.
Civic. Condart over towards B main, but Poly will now look to once again go towards mid and work through some of these extremities. We saw on the pistol round they tried this. We'll see if it works any better as Revengeance for a flanker. He's going to spot a plethora of members. Will be good for one and dip his way out as Eclipse will fall. And Poly are none the wiser. And pace now. Even things up here at a 4v4, but Poly's still locked and available and with a gun advantage. We'll see if they do opt in for a KJ ult play and try to force pace off one of these sites.
Revengeance is bringing the most cautious plays we have seen this series. They are not taking any chances, or they're taking risks, but they're not letting themselves get carried away. How many times have we seen a preemptive dash, the tailwind to save their lives? They got one frag, they backed off, they joined the rest of their team onto A, and this cripples their attack, or at least it hinders it. They don't have Silver for that information. They don't have a blitz to get the info. Now it's up to Andrew. Jump and try and get the frag in dice.
30
Zin
seconds
does
left.
go down.
It's a big frag here as now the door will open. Revengeance steps out of the
Spike
shadows
down
and takes
A.
down Gutshot Poro, though. Transfers it right back over. And still will be Poly maintaining control over the site. Now full autonomy with that lockdown being used as well. Without a shadow of a doubt, unless Sida can find a miracle here. He is spotted by Andrew. It finds the headshots, it finds the kills. Potentially will get away, and he does, just narrowly. Now a 2v2 here with Siddiq still. A decent amount of utility as well to use.
Revealing area.
Much needed. Recon dart spotted. Couple of tags here. Oro still lingering around towards hell. Which way over?
Last player
This way
standing.
continuing to take a massive
One
amount of
enemy
bullets.
remaining.
They're both low. Oro will be good for one. Can't find the spray, and Kiwi takes it home
No
and
one
gives
else
Pace their
could do
third
this.
round win. And that could have been big for Poly to swing things around. Crucial, imperative that Kiwi wins that.
Yeah, there's a lot of utility that was blocking them. Ray's placement of all that utility, the Nano Swarm, the turret, to stop them from making their way. It was good as a distraction. However, Siddiq's Ares was too strong. It was cutting up everything in sight. And they did well to work on that retake and actually had that final value of throwing their body off of heaven to get the information to know Poro was in the corner, and it allowed Kiwi to follow it up. Using their own body as a piece of utility to have that information and win out the round is a great play. And Pace, winning out the bonus round, they have new guns on the table.
It's going to get more and more difficult, especially if Revengeance can stay alive. Keep up this flow of economy. He's keeping up the flow of shots as well. Oro done and dusted instantaneously as Andrew, looking for a bit of intel there, will spot Revengeance towards mid. Wide. The Sheriff now coming into play. Siddiq, though, bulldozes down Gutshot, the Astra gone. And after everything, controlled chaos here for Pace as they have a flanker as well to worry about in Sin for Poly. Now a 2v4 situation. Shots will be sprayed in for Zin. He has two blinding lights as well. Could look for this trade, but
One enemy
seems
remaining.
Like they're perfectly content with
Spike
waiting things
down.
out.
Defender
The angles.
spawn.
Till Mulgogi gonna be able to take down the
Team
as well.
A.
Andrew with the timing can't find the shots, and Zin. It's gonna be Andrew falling asleep at the wheel, and Zin winning out the trade and their fourth round win. And so far, it's been a snowball here for Pace, who now have double operators considering the tour de force is available as well.
Exactly what we'd expect on that anti-eco. Forcing out at least one kill from Poly. Not what you're looking for. You're hoping for maybe 2 or 3 if it's possible. And of course, the spike plant, they have the rifles back on board. But this is a brand new Pace that we are seeing here today, Camel. And I'm excited. And I mentioned it before, but Revengeance is really turning it around and having those crucial things. Staying alive, having that extra body on point with the op. So much pressure, but here comes the first attack onto A.
In that scout will actually nullify this push, but Poro still content. Making his way inside this bogey. Gonna be taking a rain of bullets. Will be fine for the time being and actually find a kill and squeaks his way out of there. Andrew drops. And it will be Poly once again with a man disadvantage on Poro. gonna try to take matters into his own hands, but he has no leers to get onto site and no flash as well from the rest of the Poly team, and that's what they struggle with. When that jet is gone, they don't really have a way of getting onto the site as easily as they would have hoped. This Poro will look to work his way through traffic, but it's so difficult now with Pace holding these angles, waiting for the jump needs to be cleared, and someone goes will just back away.
Nano Swarm, making sure no one can make their way through door as it closes. Spike does go down. We have two players up on top of heaven, but this Cosmic Divide will make it that much more difficult for them to make their attack or their retake. They do have Sky with the Guiding Light. Should be what they need to get this party started. Set up the Guiding Light, get the information, get the line, and make their way through Zeke. Jumps down into hell, but no one's there waiting for him. Moro and Gunshot are waiting for the players to jump out, but Kiwi's picking up 3.
Stay down.
3. And it will be Revengeance who shuts things down. A huge turnaround there off of the back of Kiwi, finding 3 kills. And that Divide just allowed that blinding light to be used. That was the go signal for Pace, and they pick up their 5th round because of it. So Zin doing a great job here facilitating this defensive push, getting these retakes, and it's successful. And now, once again, it will just be this flow of economy working for Pace, and we'll see how Pauly can work their way out of this one. And it's going to be a very unfortunate buy. The Guardian, the Bulldog, not what you want to see. Just the money is not there for Pauly right now.
Let's go.
No, certainly not.
There.
Expecting big things with that Guardian, though. We'll be feeding the ultimate orb onto Andrew. Have a chance to get these daggers out. But no follow-up here. Just a simple leader. No one there to back him up.
Strike down A.
Right through the Nebula, but Andrew's out for blood. They won't find any but the taste of their own in their mouth.
Pauly once again in a situation of 2v4. And there's just no way you can even win this round, considering how good Pace has been playing and how much utility they still have. Revengeance hasn't used anything. He's just waiting now on top of A main as Ray with 32 HP, along with a flips. That blinding light will be used. Now they know where these players are. As if it couldn't get any worse here for Pauly. Now it's confirmed 5-0 here for Pace, and they have done a hell of a job starting on the defensive side. Have not given any wiggle room for Pauly to play with. As right now, it's just 40 seconds here of the inevitable. As there's really not much you can do besides maybe go for a rotate, but you still have that Sova anchored towards B. You have the stars as well to block off any sort of exits that
30
Pauly would end
seconds
up trying to
left.
take to go back over towards one of these sites, and it might just be a full save here. We'll see what they end up doing.
I don't know if there's anything they can do at this point. Here's the second Guiding Light. They know where they are, and it's just insults. At this point, we know where you are. Stay on A main. We don't even care if you want to save, because we are still winning this round.
10 seconds left.
They might be able to walk away with their rifles unless Base decides to send it. They've got the cash. They have the ability. They can afford to go through it. It will be Revengeance. Diving out, finds one. Will be traded out. Ray holds on to their life, but maybe not for longer.
Ooh, 11 HP. Got it once. Calculated for Ray as he's able to keep the Guardian. So we'll see what they end up doing with that extra gun. But Pauly back into the situation. I mean, Gutshot and Boro can't even buy. So, I mean, it's really just going to have to be another awkward buy here. Maybe the Marshals or Spectres become a factor. But it's still this ultimate range advantage for Pace, and they've been using it so effectively on defense, and I'm not giving any space for Pauly to go for any aggressive pushes, to go for aggressive angles, and Revengeance will actually spar there and lose out on that. Will be spotted by that scout. Tumulgogi works his way inside and finds another kill there, and that's been the hot hand for Pauly, doing most of the work as Ray drops, and already a 5v4 situation for Pace to play with.
That's how these rounds start out, Camel.
Yeah.
Pauly, they want to get that first pick. They want to have the first shot and get the advantage immediately, but they're not finding it. They are always losing out on these initial duels. And even if they manage to walk out with the first frag, it usually ends up being traded by Pace. So it's a lose-lose situation for this team. At the moment, I don't know what their strategy could be, but they might be able to find something here on Tree. But you got 3 players at the ready to gun down the first person who walks through, especially with Revengeance on the op.
A matter of time. They're gonna have to use some sort of smoke, some sort of flashes to Dealing with this operator, the way where it's coming from. He runs it out, the patience is there. Zin
Spike
finds one,
down
finds two,
A.
and the dominoes fall so efficiently here for Pace. Now they're got 5
Enemy down.
30
Well,
seconds
Clip
left.
Shuts that down, takes down Tumulgogi. And will now leave himself in a 4 situation. The bullets start raining in. Eclipse barely gets away to save it, but 36 HP. We're back into another situation. Enemy just the inevitable approaching here for Pauly. They'll be down 7-0. No time for Eclipse to work with. They'll go for some more shots.
10 seconds left.
Is approaching. Sin gonna make this a scary movie for Eclipse. He's gonna be jump scared here by Arena. Bullet 6 HP on Revengeance. There's now the Eclipse timing game here, not on his side. 7-0. Trying to save this Vandal with everything he's got. He should be okay. And he will be. And it's now 7-0 in favor of Pace. And this just does not look like any of the team we've seen in that first game on Haven. The aggression we're not seeing from Pauly is not there. And you have to credit that to Pace, who found that gun advantage and have held on to it ever since.
Oh yeah, and they have so much money in the bank at this moment, Camel. Even if they lose the next 2 rounds, maybe even a third, they still will have money in the bank. I mean, those ops are costly. We're not gonna deny that, but they still have it, even if they lose out. The tour de force is there. The ult economy is even working out for them. 4 at the ready if they decide to use it. Pauly only has the Hunter's Fury if they want to try and pull that one out and find some sort of angle, find a little bit of information. But things are certainly not working out how Pauly was expecting them to walking into the second map.
Not at all. 7-0. Completely unexpected for this Pace lineup. But the insert's in, and now things are just clicking on all cylinders. We'll see if that does transition over towards attack, where communication be more of a necessity. As Kiwi will continue to stay forward over towards mid, waiting for the sound cues. Will spot the drone, will spot the cloudburst. Now knows, has an inkling of suspicion that a couple of players are around this area, and once again leading to a mid push for Pauly. This has not been working out and has been thwarted time in and time out. And we'll see if Cynic, along with
Spike
Revengeance,
down mid.
can hold the line and hold down the Sin. Will work his way on top of Ray's skull. Puts the sledgehammer down and leads Pace into a 5-3 situation. Just arresting Pauly every chance they get, leading them down. And this might be the first time Pauly can get this plant down and try to go for some sort of 3v5 push.
Spike planted.
Only said, well, but the Seekers were available, the Divide is available, everything is available for Pace.
Yeah, let's just talk about how every single attempt out of Pauly has found nothing. They had a bit one pizza, but let's talk right now. It's Zeno pushing into the Nebula. They have the cabbages out. They know where Gutshot is. He's only going to take a swing along with some blinds and a shock dart from Cynic to hit that friendly fire, because why not? Why not add another kill to your name?
We defend this place, so we defend this reality.
Zin just erupting with so much aggression and the confidence here for the super sub, coming up in a big way. 8-0 in onslaught being put on here by Revengeance and the rest of Pace here. Zin 2 and 3, doing a great job here on the Sky. Definitely a pick that you need to have confidence with, you need to have that go button ready. And so far in defense, Pace have done that. They've used their gun advantage flawlessly. And Pauly will be once again forced to save here and have a pretty just sad bye. It's going to be Andrew with the Vandal available. We'll see if he does find any success here, but it's another 4 stack, over towards A. The drone enemy mine. See if they can get onto site quicker. That's been the problem for Pauly. Nation of Zin has one. Will be sprayed forward. 6 HP now on the Sky, ever so close to his demise in Gutshot. Will find one. It takes a while, but Eclipse actually is the one who gains the kill, with the protractor there being brought out to find the kill on top of Zin. Now a 4v4 situation, despite the flip as Kiwi looks to find one, look to find 2, but he's stuffed out by 4.
Finally, maybe this fight will be planted. Gutshot does get it done by the generator. However, Hunter's Fury is coming through, and it forces everyone who is hanging out by Jenny to back off. Poro now picking up a Vandal in tree, taking a little bit of a distraction by breaking the glass. Pace unsure where that attack could come from. Andrew hanging out in hell, finds one. Tumulgogi swings out, looking to heaven. Got a little back and forth. Cynic here leads up with a triple 3K here, and it's 9 rounds in a row for Pace. What can Pauly do?
It is over.
just doesn't seem like they can do much. Siddiq works his way forward. The powerhouse of this pace lineup with that Odin, the true gamer of this lineup, and really it has been all pace the whole time we've been watching this game. Pauly have not found an inkling of success at all on this attacking side, and you know, I think potentially the comp might have something to do with that. You know, we've seen how deadly these operators can be, and when your only flash is that Lear, it's very difficult to thwart off Revengeance and Kiwi from holding these angles. There's no reason they should ever peek off unless a star's there, but we haven't seen that come out, and it's really just been Pace holding the angles and just waiting for Pauly to walk in front of him.
You know, it was described the buy last round. It was a sad buy. But I think sad is a good description of the entire game here for Pauly. They are going to use that tack pause, rightfully so. They've been waiting. They need to come up with a new idea, a new strategy, like we've said. And we haven't really seen much of a hit onto B, have we, Camel? I feel like it's just been all A, maybe attempts to make their way up to mid, but they never actually get onto B site. This could be a good maneuver, a good play for them to utilize if they could just get past Siddiq, who has been a constant nuisance, a horror to deal with that Odin.
It'll be interesting to see what Pauly concoct here with their 4 ultimates. They have the Lockdown, along with the Hunter's Fury, the Divide, and the Empress available here. We'll see if any of those key ultimates come out and give a bit of boost here to Pauly as the round will start. This operator watching down over B main. Revengeance just prowling here, seething at the opportunity to go for these kills with the op. He's found so much success throughout the course of this game. There's the Odin spray, and Pauly are just forced to play back. They're waiting out the clock and waiting for the utility to be burned, and Revengeance doesn't even go for a shot.
You should run.
Another play by Revengeance that we'd expect, keeping their live, playing it safe. They didn't make this shot. Even if they did,
Concealment.
that would be an instant retreat. They have to play for their lives, as we've seen previously. This lockdown, they shouldn't be able to get onto site. Andrew hanging out by the hut. Might be able to get some shots in, but now it's time to take site.
Will. There's two Mulgogi fighting Poro, and that's the Reyna. Gone and dusted.
Spike
More
planted.
flashes here for this defensive hold. It's going to be a time again. Andrew spotting out that shot from that point. Now he's hurt. Now he's still. He's going to be Siddiq working his way forward, barreling down and finding Andrew. So now here's the monsoon of aggression coming out from Pace, looking for their 10th round in the 4th. They have all the time in the world to play with. Will work his way forward. Kiwi will drop down through the wall. Ray is gone. Everything in the kitchen sink being used in the back of Boathouse, and there was nothing Pauly can do. Unwavered aggression here from Pace. They pick up their 10th round win.
This is just impossible. I don't know what Pauly can do, but we can tell on that round they didn't fully have control of B. They all stacked into sight. We did have Andrew hanging out on top of the market platform, but that wasn't enough. They swung around, facing 3 enemies hanging out at market, unable to pick up a single frag there. And that's what they needed. They needed to whittle down the aggression. The retake scenario that Pace is finding themselves in is easy, Camel. I don't know what they need to do, but they just have to have a better sense of control, a better control of mid, perhaps splitting up the team, keeping them guessing. Like, that's what it's always been. They've always been ready for any push that Pauly has brought to the table, and keeping a new, fresh attempt might be what they need to do.
The problem with that last round was Poro died so early on. We'll see if he can maintain his status here as an alive member of the Pauly roster. That's been such a problem. Pace have found that early frag and have used that man advantage so efficiently. As it will be Ray and the rest of the team trying to work through mid along with Cap, but you know, like we've mentioned, the alert box Chamber is ready at the helm with the TP along with all of these stars to play with, so it's just so difficult for Pauly to work through these angles as Revengeance waiting for his opportunity once again through Cat. He's pretty much expects it at this point. They've done it every single time. We'll go for the shot. Kiwi is good for one on top of Ray, and he will be barraged here with ammo and knives and the like. And will be now a 4v3 as Revengeance still getting work done. And they're going to try to pick off Andrew out of the sky. It's going to be aggression for Pauly, trying to work away from the site.
30 seconds
Poro,
left.
but the Empress popped as well and finally got shot We'll take this fight
Spike
down to
planted.
man for Pauly in a remix.
Gogi
Standing.
spraying down from heaven. Sida going for the same, setting up the shock darts. They aren't finding anything, and finally, Pauly gets their first round of Ascent.
Last
It's
round
10 to
before
1.
the
This
switch.
will not be a shutout.
Winnable, baby. Let's put it in chat. Let's go. I'm ready. I'm hyped. Let's see the comeback. 10-1 here for Pauly. You gotta convert. You gotta win the second round. If you lose this next round, it's over 13-1. The confidence will be shredded. It'll be absolutely shattered, Los. We don't want to see that. So now Andrew has this operator. But again, it's just going to be difficult. As you mentioned, you know, Pace can be afforded to lose rounds. And they're just going to pick up where they left off. And Tumo Gogi is even going to go for the operator. I mean, will they expect the Astra op? I don't know. Let's see.
You want to fight it?
Aggressive guiding light, and now to follow up, it is going to be that cosmic divide, but this is out of Pauly. They're breaking off the site. Sitting is ready with the Odin, but they will not find the frag they were looking for. Poro now in position, the power position they need to keep this site under their control. It's now going to be utilizing that tour de force,
Spike
but
planted.
won't have any sight lines. You have to wait till the cosmic divide runs out. Here's the chance.
Much needed kill there on top of Gunshot. That's been one of the hot hands of the Pauly lineup. As Andrew seeks around the corner, will be good for one, will be good for two. And now a 2v1 here for Pace against Pauly. Ray against the world. The Clouders
One enemy remaining.
Got as well. Ray scores away on top of the stairs. Now a 1v1 situation. He finds the shot. He finds the kill. Clutch for Ray. And a shot so crispy the Colonel would be proud. A clutch victory for the
Switching
KJ. Keeping Pauly in this game 10-2. And you just wonder, you know, what happened in those first 10 rounds? Pauly finally getting that aggression we've been so used to seeing in that first map on Haven, but on Ascent, those first 10 rounds, Los, we did not see it, but finally, they use that utility, they get into the site a lot quicker, and it makes Pace have to work back towards the site.
Great use of that cosmic divide, because that's how their setup was when they previously planted over onto B. Multiple players on the side of Pace were hanging out. They were waiting in market, assuming there's going to be players who are showing their face by Speedway, showing their face by Stairs, which they did. But this time there wasn't any chance for them to get those picks before they even attack onto site. And especially coming through, as we saw Andrew got a few nice kills with that op while everyone had their back to him. And that is what allowed them to win and finally get the second round. But is Pauly going to be able to keep up the momentum, or at least have that strong defense as we go here onto the second half, starting their hold of the sites?
Well, defense was a strong suit for Pauly. Pace only won one round on attack over towards Haven. We'll see if that does continue, or if Pace have found their groove. Andrew with a solid dink, gonna be able to find one on top of Zin. Shots of precision there from Andrew. They won't be able to win out two as Revengeance. And now Poro in a 1v1 isolated there with Siddiq, who's got his number right between the eyes. The rain that drops now. Gunshot in a dangerous situation. And he'll cloak himself inside of the shadows here. Love this smoke waiting to reveal itself here. It's going to be a surprise. They're not going to expect they'll be able to find Revengeance. That's good for one. Gunshot still leading around through the site, trying to make it difficult to Mogi. Finally shuts things down. Leaves things at a 3v2 situation for Eclipse. Try and work his way forward. As the shock darts available, we'll see if they can go for a retake.
There is plenty of damage
player
over
standing.
on the Gunshot, but maybe they can get done. Eclipse misses the shock dart, but they aren't able to follow up. They will be traded out. Kiwi closes that one. Now it's 11-2. Only 2 more rounds, once again separating us from a map 3.
Oh man, see what happens. I mean, you know, if you're Pauly, do you just end up buying here? I mean, you're at 11-2. You know, you're already kind of licking your wounds at this point. There's not really much to hold on to. See what they end up doing. But for Pace, you know, the goal is simple. Buy up here and play how you have been playing Revengeance. 14-7-1. Clearly, the confidence is there. Once again, a great position. And we'll fold up Revengeance like a lawn chair on a Sunday afternoon, Los, and that's what Pauly's been needing.
You know, not the metaphor I was expecting, but the one I enjoyed, Camel. And if you're wondering, is it possible for Pauly to come back and bring it at least to 12 rounds? Think about it. Pace already won 10 rounds in a row. Why would Pauly be able to do the same? Zin First one to show their faces. Ray is lit up as they peek away from the stairs. And now they're all alone on the second floor. Wrapping around to get that first shot, and they will get it. Gut shot, however, trains them out.
There, Kiwi looking to trample down along with Zin, stampeding their way inside.
One
Here comes
enemy
Polly.
remaining.
Looking for the
Spike
retake.
down,
1v2 as Tumulgogi getting through, trying to safeguard this plant.
Spike planted.
For the plant down, Andrew wrapping around the corner to unravel this pace aggression, but Tumulgogi has his number, has the 3K. And it's a robust, aggressive
Match
push there from
point.
Pace. Polly had a great defensive hold for the time being. It was a good start from the Clips, but it was not finished off. And Pace takes their 12th round win, looking
I
to
got enough time to
eradicate
go into
Polly
the
here on
Astro
Haven.
Fall.
And if they win this 13-2, it just changes everything going into split. We'll see if they can do it. They have the better guns.
On my way.
The confidence, the aggression we're seeing out of Pace is just totally different now.
It truly is, Camel. And look at this defense. No one fully set up onto A, or at least they will be now. It's kind of late.
I need a
Kind of late for Gut Shot to hold it down over there. This might be the sign. Vengeance
Lock me sight.
pull up, setting out the smokes. The dash to build sight, but Andrew doesn't allow them to have any advantage with that one. The first one to fall will be Revengeance. Zin pushing into sight. Takes down another, and they will have full control. Players on Heaven. Dump from door will be right.
Spike down A. One enemy remaining.
Okay. Okay. There we go from Polly. I mean, you know, they finally sort of meddle that aggression that Pace has been playing with, and they're able to find their 3rd round wins. Got to start somewhere. And at this point, really, for Polly, you're just, you know, playing your hearts out here. You know, one more round is all it's going to take. We'll see if Pace try any sort of aggressive or unique strategies here on this save round. They're going to go for the Sheriffs, the Ghosts, the Clouds. We'll see what they end up running, but it will be a 5-stack over towards B. And last time around, Eclipse found a couple of kills here with the
I'm out of stuff.
Ares. We'll see if they wait out the push and then move forward. But there's a lot of KG utility left after for and Poro. Will work his way over through one, finding 2 on top of it all, and Poro. There's 2 quick kills there. Andrew with the right click takes out Revengeance. Polly turning things around, finding 3 quick kills instantly here. Now it's going to be Pace from the hills.
One enemy remaining.
A little bit, but a nice one tap from Gut Shot. Doesn't allow anyone to fight. Now here comes a peek from Kiwi. Picks up 2, maybe goes for some more. Ray shuts it down, and that's the 4th round
Calling
here
my
for
bot.
Polly.
Out of
Just
charges.
a quick 8 more, and we can go into overtime, Camel.
Oh yeah, quick 8 more. We'll be right back into this one. Go to OT. We'll see what happens. But for Polly, now is a chance to now use this defensive jet to their advantage. They will have
Placing
Andrew
swarm grenade.
using this operator, and if he can find the same success, you know, Revengeance had, he, you know, almost single-handedly made it difficult to go onto A, made it difficult to go onto mid, wherever the case may have been. But this time around, it's going to be Andrew looking to have that same sort of result. We'll see if he can do it. It will be a good guess here from Andrew. He's watching over A main. That's where majority of these members will be. And we'll see if Pace do it. Taking this peek here, it will be a chance for Andrew. With the first shot is there, it will be in for the shots. Can't find it. Gut Shot as well, trying just like with the pop shots, but not be successful. And that was the chance Polly had, but it will now be sitting to advance the cavalry forward. A naval fleet now looking to barrel towards this site. Siddiq will use the recon drone first. They'll spot Gut Shot here. Now Siddiq gonna work their way forward, but it's still 5v5. Nobody making too many aggressive maneuvers as Kiwi goes right in front of Ray and takes down the KJ.
And that's going to be the sign they could back off. They don't need to commit to A. The first pick down mid will be crucial. It gives them space, it gives them time, and it gives them mid. Now they can make it over to B. We see the rotation coming through from Andrew. I'm excited to see if they can have that up presence on mid. I don't know if Revengeance will be the first one to peek, but we also do have another one on Cat, who's going to win it out. With the tour de force misses.
Big miss there from Kiwi. I will know where decent amount of these players are.
30 seconds left.
Push towards mid, through market, trying to work towards B potentially, but we see how far that Sova has moved up through A main as well. That can become a factor as well. 20 seconds as Andrew will spot out Revengeance. Will be good for 1, trying to make it 2. Smells this aggression that Pace been playing with. Kiwi through the wall, great intuition there. Gut Shot trades it back. But 10 seconds left. Not a lot of time to play. They have to rush down the set of clips. Will get taken down. Zin along with Cynic will be good for 2. The plant will not have enough time, I don't believe. And it will be the clutch here for Boro. Barely Pace. Lose out on that one.
Woo! I can't believe it really came out to timing that time around. Another win here for Poly. They are staying strong, but they're weak on the money situation. Andrew doesn't have enough dough to buy that rifle. Might be able to have some help and get the Phantom from a teammate. It will be the case. They need to hold on. I mean, even if they lose the round, that's going to be it. They don't got to worry about saving to the next one because there will be no next time. If they lose out here, another step toward A. No one even considering going to mid. Let's see how the defenders, how Poly
You are divided.
be ready for this play. Well,
Get out
it's
of
all
my
going to start
way.
off here with the Cosmic Divide out of base.
Plant the spike.
Their Astronite now it's going to be Ace. Taking a play out of Pauly's book. Here's Revengeance. Looking to dip and dive his way up to the Andrew. Soul shrouded in mystery. Will find 1 kill there.
That
Trade
gets
things
go
back.
goes
It's going to be gut shot.
bye-bye.
Go for 1 on top of the Jet Zin. Look to play the aggressive angle. He does find the Astra. And with 3v3, all even footing. This will be a very uptight pace. Still trying to look for this plan as Ray has worked his way all the way behind. Trying to find this kill. He does find Chimogogi. Now to the Kiwi, knowing of this flank, knowing of Ray's position, but it does not matter. Ray
Down here.
works his way forward, takes down the chamber, imposing their will on Pace as Poly. Still, it's going to be an uphill battle. 4 rounds in a row is good, but when does Pace find out a way to just break Poly's spirits?
Well, we'll take some time. They aren't working
Placing
with that
sentry.
money. They do have enough to go in for another buy. They
Alarm
keep
bot
losing out,
out.
though. It's still giving Poly more and more space to work with, more and more confidence as the rounds go on, as we see another operator coming out here for Andrew. They won't be able to find anyone this time around. It's a commitment to B. However, if we do have a great spray out from Clips, this might be the signal, the key to get that round win. Get another first pick. Walk away with your life. Make them sweat. Make them wait. Make them make mistakes.
Oh, this is going to be big here. Chimogogi looks like he actually is going to push forward through Amian. We'll see if he does end up taking that engagement there with the Jet so close. He doesn't know it, but he's playing like it. As Andrew still watching over with that operator. Now Cynic. He's scanning ahead to get onto site, make it easier for the base to work through, but they're getting shredded and roasted by the Sova, by this facility. Now Zin makes his way on top of the site. Will be good for 1 on top of the Clips. Boro drops as well. And out will be Pace in a 4v3 situation. If Chimogogi can find these 2 kills, it's absolutely massive. And Gutshot turns things around here. Poly finally takes a kill, but right in front of Cynic. Whoa. The dash to be used as well. Poly trying to use everything here to make this happen. It is still 12-6. 1 round is all Pace need. They have the Hunter's Fury to play for a post-plant situation, and they have the Otis now set on Poly to defuse this spike. The divide is available. I'm sure it will go for what they do. They block off Boathouse.
Pulling
That's
them
going to be the
in.
no signal here. Level 4 Pace. That's going to be what they play out. Great position here for Andrew. He's good for 1.
Last
Can't
player
find
standing.
Will make his way inside. Ray, the timing is not there.
Attackers
And
win.
Sid takes down Gutshot on the other side. It's a hefty push. Cannot deal.
Squad.
Same scores before. 13-6. You know, it could have been a lot worse. I gotta say it. For what it was worth, it was a good fight that was put up there for Poly, but in the end, 10 rounds in a row. That's not how you want to start.
No, certainly not. And it wasn't the way that they could finish it to bring it into OT. And it's interesting enough, it's an actual flip of the score from what we saw in Haven. A total opposite. This time, it was Pace on the offensive. The great plays coming out from them. And there was just absolutely nothing that Poly could do. And now we have to find out what they can bring to the table this time as we head to split. So don't go anywhere, folks. The epic conclusion of Pace versus Poly will be here right when we get back.
Try to make Revengeance work for this one here. Recon dart up in 15 seconds. I don't think it's going to be any value here. Eclipse going to turn the blind eyes in. It's a 4K, and Sid finds the flick and he finds the kill. Well, that's the 9 HP. Astra gone and dusted. Now Ray, the lone wolf on top. So many angles to watch over. Kiwi just bursts his way inside the fight. Towards hell. Which way over?
Last player
As
standing.
Ray continuing to take a massive amount of bullets.
enemy
They're both low. Moore will be good for 1. Can't find the spray, and Kiwi takes it home.
No one
and gives
else
Pace their
could do
3rd
this.
round win. and that could have been big for Paulie to swing things around.
Decides to send it. They've got the cash. They have the ability. They can afford to go through it. It will be revenge. Timing out, finds one. Will be traded out. Ray holds on to their life, but maybe not for longer. Paulie has found nothing. They had a bit
remaining.
but let's talk right now. It's Zeno pushing into the nebula. They have the cabbages out. They know where Gutshot is. He's only gonna take a swing along with some blinds and a shock dart from Cynic to hit that friendly fire. Tomogogi swings out, looking to heaven. They got a little back and forth. Cynic here leads up with the triple 3K here, and it's 9 rounds in a row.
The kitchen sink being used in the back of Boathouse, and there was nothing Paulie can do. Unwavered aggression here from Pace. They pick up their 10th round win.
Yeah.
And man for Paulie in a remix.
Gogi praying down from heaven. Cynic going for the same, sending out the shock darts. They aren't finding anything, and finally, Paulie gets there.
Seats around the corner. Will be good for 1. Will be good for 2. And I want 2v1 here for Pace against Paulie. Ray against the world. The Clouders.
One enemy remaining.
Dropped as well. Ray scores away on top of the stand. Now a 1v1 situation. He finds the shot. He finds the kill. Clutch for Ray. Trying to safeguard this plant.
Spike planted.
For the plant down. Andrew wrapping around the corner. To unravel this pace aggression, but Tumogogi has here with the
out of stuff.
Aries. We'll see if they wait out the push and then move forward, but there's a lot of KG utility, a lot of actions for Oro. Will work his way over through 1, finding 2 on top of him in the Astra. And I want 3v3, all even footing.
I'm out of stuff.
Uptight pace. Still trying to look for this plan as Ray has worked his way all the way behind, trying to find this killing. Does find Tumogogi. Now it's Kiwi, knowing of the flank, knowing of Ray. They will go for it. They do. They block off Boathouse.
Pulling
That's
them
going to be
in.
the signal here. Level 4 pace. That's going to be what they play out. Great positioning for Andrew. He's good for 1.
Last player standing.
Will make his way inside. Ray, the timing is not. Try to make revengeance. Try to make revengeance. Work for this one here. 15 seconds. I don't think it's going to be any value here. Eclipse going to turn the blind eyes in.
Player
So we got so many different angles. Ray from the corner.
remaining.
It's a 4K. And Sid finds the flick and he finds the kill. Well, that's the 9 HP. Astra gone and dusted. Now Ray. Lone wolf. So many angles to watch over. Kiwi just bursts his way inside the fight. Towards hell. His way over.
Last player
As
standing.
Ray continuing to take a massive
One
amount of
enemy
bullets.
remaining.
They're both low. War will be good for 1. Can't find the spray. And Kiwi takes it home.
No
and
one
gives
else
Pace their
could do
3rd
this.
round win. And that could have been big for Paulie to swing things around.
Decides to send it. They've got the cash. They have the ability. They can afford to go through it. It will be revenge. Timing out, finds 1. Will be traded out. Ray holds on to their life, but maybe not for longer. Paulie has found nothing. They had a bit
enemy remaining.
but let's talk right now. It's Zeno pushing into the nebula. They have the cabbages out. They know where Gutshot is. He's only gonna take a swing along with some blinds and a shock dart from Cynic to hit that friendly fire. Tomogogi swings out, looking to heaven. They got a little back and forth. Cynic here leads up with the triple 3K here, and it's 9 rounds in a row.
The kitchen sink being used in the back of Boathouse, and there was nothing Paulie can do. Unwavered aggression here from Pace. They pick up their 10th round win.
Yeah.
And man for Paulie in a remix.
Gogi praying down from heaven. Cynic going for the same, sending out the shock darts. They aren't finding anything, and finally, Paulie gets there.
Seats around the corner. Will be good for 1. Will be good for 2. And I want 2v1 here for Pace against Paulie. Ray against the world. The Clouders.
One enemy remaining.
Dropped as well. Ray scores away on top of the stand. Now a 1v1 situation. He finds the shot. He finds the kill. Clutch for Ray. Trying to safeguard this plan.
Spike planted.
Plant down. Andrew wrapping around the corner to unravel this pace aggression, but Tumogogi has here with the
out of stuff.
Aries. We'll see if they wait out the push and then move forward, but there's a lot of KG utility, a lot of actions for Oro. Will work his way over through 1, finding 2 on top of him in the Astra. And I want 3v3, all even footing.
I'm out of stuff.
Uptight pace. Still trying to look for this plan as Ray has worked his way all the way behind, trying to find this killing. Does find Tumogogi. Now it's Kiwi, knowing of the flank, knowing of Ray. They will go for it. They do. They block off Boathouse.
Pulling
That's
them
going to be
in.
the signal here. Level 4 pace. That's going to be what they play out. Great positioning for Andrew. He's good for 1.
Last
here we are. Game number 3 here between Pace and Pauly. It all comes down to this, Los. It's going to be split here for us against really just a very interesting last game. 10 rounds in a row we saw there from Pace. Very different from how they played the first game on Haven. Now we move to, split. We'll see what side is more favorable for both of these sides. We've seen, one, benefit on attack, defense as well. I mean, really, it's just kind of whoever is feeling it. It really seems like now Zin, I'm assuming he's going to stay in. I don't think they're going to change up that substitution. He was a great addition, and it was interesting to see him on the Sky, a very, unique pick to him now, and obviously to the team, very needed as the flashes were massive.
Yeah, you got a Zin to win, and that's certainly what the new meta is here. But let's check out if they are going to keep on that same agent select, as we are ready for split right now. But I gotta say, that last map, 10 rounds in a row, it felt illegal. It felt illegal, Camel. We had some rule breaking with the no scope tour de force, and they came right back with 10 rounds in a row. So who knows what could happen here on split? But I'm a big fan of split. I'm a splitter. I don't know how you feel about the map personally, but I think it's going to be an absolute heater. It's the best map of the game, and it should be the best map of the series.
I'm hoping we get some intensity. I'm hoping we get some back and forth action. We will be heading into agency to see what these players will be piloting for this game number 3, game deciding. Both these teams mentioned even in the standings here, trying to work their way out of this sort of hole they put themselves in. I was going to mention the Rays, but Poro beat me to it. Definitely a pick that does provide a lot of initiation, a lot of stalling power, especially in the post-plant scenarios with that Astra. There's some strategies you can do. The pull in with the paint shells could be a factor over towards A main. We'll see if that does end up becoming anything of note, but Ray could go back to the chamber as well, and Eclipse hovering that KO, that could be an interesting choice. But so far, Pace haven't locked in anything, and they seem pretty free to just switch up their agent picks. I'm assuming they're all flex, because right now it really seems like anyone can play anywhere.
Yeah, no, that's definitely the case, but I want to highlight the double sentinel over on the side of Pauly, bringing out Andrew on the Sage. First time we've seen this agent here. I'm wondering if the resurrections are actually going to provide a fruitful element to the rounds. I mean, especially if you want to, maybe you want to toss out a bait, but it's always about losing that first man advantage, which we've seen so many rounds start off with one player on either side of the team, either side of the map, losing out an unfavorable trade. So maybe that res can bring back the negative effects on that one, but I guess no one's going to lock it in. They're just going to let the game do it for themselves. Siddiq on the Cypher, double sentinel, both teams. Interesting to see. It's going to be a great use of that raise to destroy all that utility. The double satchel trying to get into sight should be good enough to take out the trademark, take out the trap wires, good stuff to allow yourself to get into either B or A chokeholds.
I'm excited to see what these two teams do, because I don't even think we should make predictions, because really, I don't expect Pauly to lose the first 10 rounds in game 2. So, clearly we should just kind of sit back and see how the first couple rounds go, because these two teams are so just weird with how they want to play. Very streaky. We'll see who does find their shots, who does find their footing, who does find their momentum. Game number 3 here between Pace and Pauly, 1-1, all tied up here. We'll see how these two teams want to react. And one problem was the flash, that they didn't have in that last game on Haven, or Ascend, excuse me. Now we'll be running with that Chaos, so a lot more, ways to get onto site, and a lot more intel providing methods for Pauly to work with.
What do you think about Eclipse running on that KO? I personally like it. I think it could be a good way to have that initiation and, like you said, the info. But I always imagine that flash drive, it's tough to work with. And, well, let's not worry about that. Theory Craft Fragment putting some damage over, and allows Total Goki. They have to back up. They have to frenzy. And things are getting hectic quite often.
Rampage will be good for 1. Still looking for more shots over on the top of Heaven as Eclipse will find Revengeance as well.
Blocking vision.
As Dust Devils a 4v2 already. Pauly picking up right where they left off in game number 1 with the aggressive pushes, using his attacking front. So now Siddiq will slowly look the desolate A main area and try to work round.
Last player standing.
Kills happen. Will be spotted by Andrew. Now it's going to be all up to Zin here. With a Sheriff in his hand, 62 HP on the board here for Zin. Swapping over from the Sky. Which way much more mechanically gifted agent here in the Jet. We'll see if he does have what it takes to If any value here has been that 4v1, it's going to be so important. We'll potentially find some shots from Boro. Andrew, make quick work of Sin, make quick work of this first round. 1-0 for Pauly.
Yeah, a tough scenario and a great use of the Sage Wall from Andrew. You know, I was wondering how they were going to find effectiveness, but denial of even a retake was huge there. There was no chance for Zin to break through. The second that the knife broke the wall, it was going to be a firing squad out from Pauly, so good start for them. They're all running with the Spectres here, full armor, most likely full utility as well, expecting a good anti-eco from them as they make their way over to B.
We know how these two teams like to play these eco rounds, like to play these buy-up rounds. Very aggressive, but very much alive and well here as it will be.
Satchel out.
Seven supposed to be using your incredible satchel for vengeance. Shoot up the boombot as Andrew works his way and rifles some bullets over towards Sin. He's gonna be able to find the jet, and now B is gonna be thrown out as a shot. Loose around the floor. Trick Ray takes down Kiwi. Moving over one with the shorty, but it's gonna be a 2v4 situation. Andrew wrapping around the corner, looking to do some damage here.
One enemy remaining.
Will find the shots on top of Vengeance. Now with 5 bullets in the chamber, gonna look to reload and refresh here as he spots Tumogoki momentarily. Now knows exactly where he is, waiting for the beat to come through. Now Tumogoki just playing with the shoot. Good shot goes around the corner. It's a funny circumstance. But he's got nowhere else to go for 2-0 for Pauly. Hey, that's what we expect.
I enjoyed the bait potential out of that one. I really hope that Tomogogi was going to be able to bring Andrew close enough to get into shorty range, maybe get a chunk of damage off. Not enough to get a frag, but it was a well-intentioned play. There wasn't much they could do in that scenario. This is going to be a huge one. It's all up to, can they take this bonus round to the end? A lot of players hanging out around mid, though. It'll be interesting to see if they can hold it down. Chamber, the one who has that control, the one who will be playing it. Nebula, however, blocks them off. They back it off towards ropes.
They're going to wait this pull. Look to move through. Still, Andrew has this wall as well. So going for any aggressive play, and that's not the flash you want, but regardless, they will still push off of it. And Siddiq is a decent amount, always sees the slower as well. Will is spot down. Andrew, there's Vengeance. Backing up his teammate here, his ally, along with Zin, getting a kill on top of Gutshot. Only the plants have been thrown out the window. Out of the Wazoo here. It's a hectic push now, moving towards heaven with all 3 members of Pauly so incredibly low in pace, just waiting for the moment to strike.
Currently stuck in mid. No place for them to find a real angle at Revenge, waiting for the opportunity for someone to peek out. Raise the first one. Eclipse here for the trade out. They might be able to pick up a rifle or 2. No one has the first shot on them.
One enemy remaining.
Peek out, and there it is. Spike is
down. B.
It's all up to the last player here. It's Poro. We've seen them go crazy before, but I don't think they could do it into a 1v4 unless Kiwi.
30 seconds left.
Bad mistake, but no, they win it out.
Win it out, crucially there. The bonus does not go Pauly's way, and for the Pace fans in chat, a sigh of relief. Because we've seen what can happen if that bonus does go the opposite way, and then you start getting into a cascading effect of sorts in the economy department. So good on Pace, deny that route for Pauly, and it will be even footing here for what feels like the first time in forever, because, you know, both of these teams have been so prevalent in their approach, going for aggressive plays, getting those flawless rounds every single time. We saw on Ascent how difficult it was for Pauly to have that economy come around and even footing. Each round, especially in these circumstances, is so pivotal.
Morning shots will be an obvious indicator. There's some players on mid, but it's not like Kiwi didn't know that already, especially with this Nebula. This and the last 3 rounds. They can win this swing. Maybe the timing should be good, but they can't get the shot. The wall bang doesn't come through, and Andrew gets the first frag of the round. Hey, Kevin Zin, however, does have a kill of their own. Lasted too long as Revengeance looks to try and take control of heaven, but they don't get it.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, Poro through the wall finds Siddiq now.
Spike
in a
planted.
1v3 is Tumogogi trying to scrape together some kills here. The utility he's got, the Poro flanks in. Doesn't find the kill as Tumogogi now looking to use these satchels to reorient himself against 2 members of Pauly, hungry. Or Tumogogi skull as he'll
last player standing.
One just way on top of the site will be good for 1 on top of Gutshot, who falls asleep with the wheel, and now we're looking for the situation for Tumulgogi. The shots fall, and they're pure. Golden opportunity for Tumulgogi. He takes it all the way to the bank. It'll find the second round over pace. It couldn't come at a better time.
Clutch.
Great clutch out for Tumulgogi. A bit of aggression pushing into CT was the big mistake. And Poly had confidence. Hubris led to that downfall of 1v3, turning it over to pace. Now they have some more money in their pocket. Now they've evened it up 2-2. And Poly can quite broke as we head into round 5.
Oh man, and Zin, he's picked up this operator. And this is where things could get a bit dicey for pace. We'll see if they do end up, over the course of these next couple rounds, try to retrieve that up, or if they just running into the death ball that is in. But here comes Poro, looking to really make an aggressive entrance with that showstopper. Is spotted though with that tripwire. Frenzy now at his disposal. Rampage on top of the second floor. Vengeance will be good for 2. Here comes Cynic as well from the right side. Getting more done, the cage trip as well.
One enemy remaining.
Escape. As Tumulgogi drops down. Second on top of Ray, Sin does the rest. That's a quick one there for pace. They find every kill they need and acquire their 3rd round.
Yes, that up is going to be a crucial tool in their arsenal, especially if Zin decides to make their way into mid, which is exactly what we're going to find. But we won't have anyone daring to push up there, especially not without the Nebula from Gutshot. It's going to be crucial. Well, maybe if Zin gets a bit aggressive, wants to push out a little bit because it is just the edge that's peeking out into mid. If they want to peek out with the op, maybe dash away, something we've seen many a time in this series, it could be a gamble worth trying out, but they won't try it. Or maybe they will! Zin does get it!
So quick, and Gutshot has no idea, just doesn't expect it. And it's the quick peek from Pace, who are now going to try to use that man advantage to dissuade the Poly attack from pressing forward. Andrew meandering around over towards A, trying to harass and burn some of this utility. For the time being, Poro has slowly worked and waltzed his way through mid, leaving the spike behind still as Poly are trying to work through this utility and burn some of these tripwires. They're trying to find where these defenders are, but if they're so far back, they're not playing for heaven at all. They're leaving it exposed and allowing and come inside Kiwi. Will expect it, does he? He does. Right between the eyes, he spots Ray. Will be good for 1, will back away off of the KO net, but Tumulgogi still in a terrific position as well.
Vengeance waiting for this is a huge opportunity if they decide to jump over. Revengeance finds 1,
mid.
but they'll be done after that.
Who?
Zin waiting, no double satchel for Poro.
30 seconds
Keep
left.
themselves safe, lock it down on heaven. Andrew has to recover that spike. They will have some help moving up toward the ramps, but they only have 22 seconds to get the job done. Gutshot. Go Massive here needs to find 2. They get 1, then they get 2, and now it should be a free sight, but I'm not sure if they know that yet. The slow warp goes out. They should be able to get
10
this spike
seconds
in
left.
play.
Gutshot. Got the Astro Divide, he's got a couple stars.
You want to
Wall is
fight
still
it?
available for Andrew. He can wall off screens. So everything is going to be blocked off here, except for A main. So they should know where to watch over. It's going to be heaven. It's going to be A main. The stars are placed, and the bomb is ticking lower and lower as Tumulgogi looks to snap on top of Andrew's skull. And a 2v2 situation.
player
He'll go out
standing.
alone. Looking to do it all by himself, and Kiwi isn't even there to try to trade things out. Tumulgogi battles into his own hands, overzealous, overeager,
them in.
and tossing a big gut shot, good for 4, with 7 HP to spare.
Great round by Gutshot there to pick up the 2 frags on heaven, blocking off Andrew as they decided to make their way into ropes. It seemed that it was in the palm of Pace's hands. They downed the
should
spike.
probably place
They
some
had
stars in
the
the
push
astral plane.
locked in ropes.
Should-o.
It should have gone their way, but Gutshot caught them completely off guard with the double kill and a secondary one to finish it off in that post-plant setup.
Round of tie things back up to 3-3. No command is available for Poly. We'll see if they go for that again. We'll see if Zin goes for another aggressive op flank, or op frag, excuse me. That's how we got that first kill to start things off last time around. Out of the strokes this time. With the daggers instead, Tumulgogi will use some of this utility to force off some Poly attackers. A bit of chip damage as well, but that could be healed up later on once the Sage gets over to the KO. They're leaving the spike over towards A, and that might be where they posture as the sewers roam will persist as Poly look to all rotate over towards A.
There's only 1 player hanging out by A. It is Cynic. They do have those trap wires lined up. Once these stars are put into play, it should be the signal. Pace needs to run over. They need to rotate without having any frags to start it off. But this is going to slow him down. It buys time for the rotation from Pace.
Ray gonna be good for one from downtown. Will spot Cynic. Now Vengeance out in the open. Bit of fire to him. He's safe. Will withstand the onslaught. Paulie or Ray will try to find the shot. He does. Falls. Good for one is Andrew. Right in front of Tumogogi, right between the eyes he goes. Now a 5v2 situation. Face to play around. And it's so difficult to question. The confidence here is key.
One enemy remaining.
For one. Eclipse though. Trades it back. And a 4v1 situation for Zin to play with. A hefty task ahead of him. He's got the daggers available. Only 125 HP to spare. We'll go for the the exit frags here against 4 members of Paul. Waiting it out for the timing game, but Andrew is right there with him. Takes down Zin, takes down the Jet. 4-3 here. A lot of utility used to get on, and I thought that almost was a decent idea from City. He's out there. The pull-through from Revengeance actually stopped Poro's double satchel from actually going through. So that could have been an opportunity, but he didn't know, had no idea. So decent idea to stop the push from Paulie with Pace. Not there in time.
You can see they're buffing up their weak side. Normally it was Siddiq holding it down, the lone warrior defending A, but now they have some help, especially some assistance out from Andrew or Kiwi on mid. Still up. Cage is activated. Traps are coming through. The second they peek out of that one, they're gonna face hell. But that won't be enough. They've walked through hell and worse. Paulie fights on this side. Revengeance
down A.
Good check it. Revengeance good for 2. And now to trade things back. The Tour de Force is available here. Poro will initiate the plant. Tumogogi against the world here with this raise. Gonna go for an aggressive play along with Kiwi in a 2v3. A very winnable situation. And the time.
One enemy remaining.
It's a 1v1 duel, and Eclipse wins out. But Kiwi trades it back, and still with 4 bullets left, 2 defenders here guarding, putting a safe haven around this spike, and waiting for Kiwi's move. It's gonna be difficult to watch over everything. Kiwi waiting, anticipating these players, anticipating these angles, but time is not on his side. And if he walks out of heaven, he is walking right into the barrel of 2 Paulie attackers. This might just be a full-fledged retreat here for Kiwi, and it will be. They'll save things and look for some exits, trying to find someone over towards sewers. It is not meant to be in Paulie. Win their 5th round. Once again, the aggression los has just been instantaneous.
Once again, they're unable to hold it down toward A. You see even more players. It's 3. I think it might be even 4 this time. Actually, no, it's going to be swap over. Will be Tomogogi having some sort of input on this side of the map. A full swap. Kiwi, Siddiq, switching around. We can see Siddiq is having quite a rough go at it. Only 1 frag in the 8 rounds we've seen so far. Especially if you want to be that sentinel. You want to take advantage of those traps you got in play. Now we see Paulie jumping right over to the weaker side. All by the lonesome on B. There's Siddiq once again.
A good chunk of noise. Moving through heaven, and even finds a headshot there on Revengeance, and the things are going away. They just are. Poro good for 1 more, and B's site will be sanitized. And it will be Paul initiating the plant, getting this one down. Now playing for the Stars, playing for Eclipse's movement. Got him. He'll spot Zin, take down the kill there on the Jet. And now it's going to be clockwork here for Paul.
1 enemy remaining.
Wrapping around on top of Tumogogi. He's got nothing left to say on the matter. Kiwi down as well. And Andrew cleans that one up. Flawless for Paulie on their 9th round.
They are looking absolutely clean, and that was supposed to be a gun round. They're back onto pistols. They don't have any sort of advantage going forward. This is not a good situation to be in if you're Pace. I think their best bet at this point is another save round. Maybe stack it up. Do a gamble stack. Wait for them all on one site, and I think we're leaning a bit toward that. Once again, Siddiq back on B by themselves. We do have Zin chilling on mid, but 3 players at the ready on standby, waiting for this full-on rush. We're about to find here from Bob.
He gets pulled in, can't find the shot for the Eclipse. Goes way downtown, only give 1 gut shot as well, adding insult to injury for Pace. We're out to play in a 3v5 already. Paulie gaining advantages left and right, and are forcing these Pace members through heaven. Zin, along with the rest of the Pace, wrapping around the at. It's going to be Zin trying to work through the wall. Cynic will drop down. Gut shot. Good for one more. And the frustration building, overflowing here. Blood-curdling offense building, continuing for Pauly as they advance forward. A 5v2 situation for Pace. And with the gun disadvantage,
One
it's
enemy
so
remaining.
difficult to find these kills.
No, they don't even. Oh!
Okay.
Nice little response from Kiwi there. For another one. Don't get it in time. At this point, they have the money to play around to just say, screw it, let's go hunt them down. We have money to play with. We can buy next round. It isn't going to be an issue. Even if we lose a player or two in the meantime, it's all about denying the weapon, because that will be crucial. They're so down on their luck. They're so broke at this point on the side of Pace that they need to take anything they could get. Maybe they could take that and more as Zin returns to holding on to that up. Mid has been such a lackluster avenue on the side of Pace. Smoking off always. There's no reason to really post up there.
We saw Zin go with this aggressive flank with the operator. He spotted one. So all the intuition here. He'll back away to safety. Still concealed inside of the smoke. That shot as well over towards that area. They did see one get pulled through. Even so, going Pauly's way, will back away. Try to go for a bit of a play as Tumulgogi will be good for one that shuts down gut shot. That's the smoke's gone.
Pushing up onto ramp. They don't get the duel out. Tumulgogi retains control on A. Last three players of Pauly. Got back on mid. Double satchel out. Maybe not. Here's the swing. We're waiting. Oro is already there. Zin has the shot with the op. We'll stay safe there for now.
They shut down this heaven push, but Pauly have to play towards this side. They're worried about a flank as well.
One enemy remaining.
We'll look around the corner. Zin good for one more. Now it's up to a flip here, but Zin is stuck on automatic. 3 there with the operator. He finds the headshot onto Eclipse.
Last round
Nice
in the
that
half.
round to make it a 4-7. Pace to make this one 5-7 after all. We'll see if they can try to go for that. And for the time being, to see how the ultimates look here for vengeance, as that divides Cynic as the neutral theft. And for the opposite side there, Pauly have the null command and the divide of their own. We'll see if those do end up becoming any factors, but you see on the side of Pauly, everyone 1 away from their ult as well, so they're very close to gaining these sort of superb utility options. We'll see if they do end up going for the orbs and trying to find some of that value, but Zen's still teetering over with this operator mid.
Zin won't be baited out. Not going to waste a shot. They know exactly where he is. They know where the op is. Sending out this cosmic divide. It is what could it be? Pauly scattering a bit. Campbell here with Ray. They will lose out. The house wins. Zin gets the first pick.
And he's been mid pretty much the whole game with that operator, and they know it's coming, but they just cannot trade it back. And I wonder if Poro's going to go for this orb to gain that showstopper and look for the satchel play. That has been the go signal. It looks like it's just going to be Poro looking to get onto the side as quick as possible. Play towards heaven. Now the null command will be initiated here for Pauly. The force chase off the set. They have to get the spike down, and they will. Decent spot here with the divide and play along. They'll play for Garage. They'll get this one down. The revive is available as well for Pauly. So now it's going to be a guessing game. He fortunately has this spot available. It's really going to be a guessing game here. They know where one's coming from. Looks to get the one on top of Zin. Forward as well. And it gets off an injury. It's going to be a tidal wave here of pressure. Tumulgogi in a 1v2 situation. And he muffs the first sack. Downtown can't find the second play. Can't find the showstopper play as well. With the man in one hand, now swap.
One enemy remaining.
He can. Will find one. On top of Eclipse. Now in a 1v1 situation, he's got the flick and he's got the kill. Unrelenting there is Tumulgogi. We've seen him. He's getting some hype in the chat. Clearly there, he will as well. The clutch for the Rays as he lofts the grenade up in the air to celebrate. 5-7, end things off going into the
Switching
second half.
sides.
A great way to close it off as they had taken 5 rounds in a row losses. Closing it up with a nice 2, a clean finish, and it should be able to have them smiling going into the second half. Defense wasn't what they were looking for. Now on offense, the question is, what is Cynic going to be able to do? They were having a hard time holding it down, holding their own sights. They need to step it up, certainly. We had Tumulgogi come through massively with a 3K to close it off. Even after missing that ultimate, they still found success on their own. But we need more individual players to step up, and certainly Cynic has to be one of them.
Hey, I'm just happy. We're back to a close game. No 10-0s. 5-7. winnable for both sides. We've seen both sides have spurts and moments. See a 5-man push towards A. Committed here is Tumogogi.
Bomb buddy out.
He's immediately shut down by Poro, who stops him in his tracks. Much more on top of Heaven. He's good for one more. It's in. Kiwi, though, fortunately, is there to trade things back. The dagger will be used, and Revengeance in a 1v1 with Eclipse. And that'll really be the knife torn into the heart there of Pace. Now, a 4v2 situation on pistol round, it's going to be difficult to find these avenues to gain these kills.
No more charges left.
Slowed it down supremely. Siddiq does get the info. There is one player on elbow. That doesn't give them too much to work off of. Still 2 players here on A. And it is a safe maneuver. The stack up on mid as well as B. No one needs to fight. No one needs to peek. But there it is. They're still understanding. Players are hanging out on a lobby. It's all up to Siddiq. What are they going to do? What is the play?
30 seconds left.
30 seconds to go. They have to make up their mind. It seems like A will be the target, but they have to worry about ropes as well. They'll make their move. Over the flash, it will spot one. One being thrown over, hoisted inside as Eclipse, but he's taken down instantaneously. Siddiq will not get timing, but there's no time on the clock. Pace have to move forward.
One enemy remaining.
Making it difficult. A steadfast defense. There's no time for him to play with. He's getting flanked from numerous sides, and he's overloaded with pressure. Ray takes the last kill, and it will be 2 remaining alive for Pauly on that pistol round, making decent holds of Pace's aggression. And it was difficult. 2v4, they did decent, but not well enough.
Yeah, when they slowed it down, that was their downfall. They had no momentum. They were bottlenecked, essentially. They had all the information on the side of Pauly. They knew exactly where Siddiq and Kiwi were. There was no need for them to peek, but they did it anyway just to keep that info, just to put an extra layer of pressure on it. And that's how they came up on top. They can't fumble the bag, but Pace needs to start picking up the pace on their attacks.
This is very cheeky. Very, very cheesy play here. This could work. We'll see if they do end up checking this. The first time Andrew's gone for one of these wall plays, but looks like Pace are not even thinking about it, not even looking towards mid. The extremities are going to be worked on as well, and it will be a slow but steady push towards A, as that's where the bomb is over, majority over as well. Players for the Pace side over towards A, so that's going to be where they're playing towards, but the stars are set up. The chamber as well is planted on this site, waiting for his time to strike.
Nebula up. Gives him a chance to actually retrieval of the star. And they have some time. No one really has any information with Pauly, but that will be enough. Tomogogi shows face. And it does cause rotation. Here's some backup for Poro. And actually, Poro swapping out. Andrew will take control. Take the lead.
30 seconds left.
Move toward ropes. Might be able to catch off Siddiq. Might be able to catch off the spike, but they aren't quick enough. Or maybe they just got the last leg of it.
One enemy remaining.
Let's go for 1, for 2. Andrew
down, B.
works his way forward, finds 3. And they trample over Pace. They just
10
step
seconds left.
on them and smush them into the ground. That was it. In a 1v4. He'll play in a 1v1 with Ray. Not in a good state. He will drop down. And Ray finalizes that round, leads it into a 5-9 at Pace. Just once again running out the clock, Los, but it's just not working out. They're not having enough time to get onto one of these sites, and they're forced into a sort of panic state. And Pauly are just taking full advantage.
They're going slow, but for no reason at all, Camel. They normally would slow down the clock.
That's not ready.
Once they're in control of the round, once they have the information they need to win. Once they have the pieces in place, but they're just losing members, losing lives, and losing time, and ultimately losing their round.
Especially in this scenario, game number 3, the stakes could not be higher for both of these squads looking to win out here. Decent camera. Tag 1. Vengeance will be dissuaded by that paint shell throw. For the time being, still Pace trying to gain control through mid. It hasn't worked with these stars, with this wall available for Pauly. It's so much to break through for Pace. And finally, they're working forward, but it's all 5 members. They're worried about a flank as well being a potential possibility for Poly. Now, finally, Sin wins out that trade, and that could be an avenue to push towards B or the rotate. We'll see what they end up doing.
They're stuck again, Camel, even though they started off with a frag of their own, they are stuck around with Tomogoki finally creating another avenue of pressure. The flash hurts both of them. Eclipse doesn't realize they moved around the pillar. Now here comes the swing with the Spectre. They are picking up another flash, but it's not allowed to be used. Tomogoki gets a nice spray.
30 seconds left.
Ray has been spotted. They know exactly
Spike
where
planted.
they are. It's all up to them to win a 1v5 with the Spectre. Highly unlikely, and it will be impossible. Revengeance locks it down with a flawless.
That's what Pace needed to get themselves right back into this game. That was the round they needed to win. That's the round they bought. They do succeed in their endeavor.
I got
So,
enough time
fourth
to go
round
into the
here
Astro 4.
for Pace and Poly in the second half of play. Game 3 are over towards split. Now we see all even footing. You see Pace, the economy definitely in their wheelhouse. So for the side, or excuse me, for Pace. Yeah, I was right. It's a lot of P's. It's a lot of P's. It's too much to deal with. But regardless, so we head in. Once again, the smokes will be used. Right, will dip his way out. Not really worried about the altercation.
No chances to take there, and why do it anyway? You just have the headhunter out. The most you would do is potentially grab one of the headshots, but it's too risky, too dangerous. Hold on to the lives, hold on to the lanes. Now it's a Roomba to spot out some information, but they already knew there was quite an opposition here on mid. Ray might be able to get a peek, a jiggle peek, maybe tap a head out, but this is such an impressive play here. 4 players waiting down for you to show your face. Lose it. Eventually, as Kiwi opens it up there with a pick of their own. Revengeance follows it up. Ropes is now cleared, and it's time for them to check out the mail room.
And I don't even think they knew Andrew was there. Because he was behind the sage wall, remember, so it was a bit of a timing game for Andrew. He does lose out. A little bit of 1. Not enough, though. Let's see how this take does pan out. Good shot will be good for 1 on top of Kiwi.
Spike planted.
Pace. But the onus now put on top of Poly. Well, gut shot. These narrow corners. He's got some stars to play with as well. That's really we have to Pace here
Obscuring vision.
with a sort of methodical approach to this round. They did spot. They know he's there. Oh my word! Gut shot. This man's sponsored by Lenscrafters. Insane precision.
One enemy
shot.
remaining.
Now with a 2v2 sitting. Looking for 1. Gut shot in the 1v2. It is not anything. That will help him there. Zin finds the kill and finds the 7th round for Pace, looking to crawl their way back into this one.
Finding success, and it's working out so nicely. They have that perfect cohesion, mid-control especially. It allows them to take any avenue that they would like, while Ray wants to hold it down, and Andrew giving that wall for support. It isn't enough to keep that defense perfect, and just look. 3 players in B heaven. We do have a clip backing off a little bit to have some health support, but just the fact that they have a stack like this shows how worried they are about the mid presence coming from Pace.
Can't use that.
For Pace. Now Poly has a great idea. Let's see how close that frenzy is. Could be a value to Toro. Can't find any meaningful damage as Tubalgogi works his way inside, clearing out the site, giving Pace once again a 5vx situation. Now it's going to be 5v3. As Kiwi goes to the plant, Tubalgogi takes 1 more, and now Poly really out of the map.
1 enemy remaining.
Could go gut shots away, but Tubalgogi better gun, better frame there. 3K for the Rays as Andrew. Not a lot to worry about here with the short hand. He's just going to go for the kills, but Zin finds the headshot through the wall. The intuition is there, the flawless is there as well, and Pace through the 3rd round.
Pace is creeping up. With 1 more round from the equalizer, there's money in the bank for Poly again. They can't afford to buy. Actually, I think Ray will opt for, oh no, instead They're gonna have the Vandal. Next round, we could expect a tour de force from that player, but they want to hold it down. They don't want to allow Pace to continue and surpass them. Usurp the throne, usurp the momentum and control of this map, but that's exactly what we're about to find. It's huge plays out of Tomogogi and Revengeance. It's very tough for them to try and push through. I'm not sure what they can do for this one. They're struggling. They have to figure it out, and now this isn't going to make it any easier as another A hit is in place.
The divide will be used to split off. That Heaven area. Acidic still sees one over towards mid. He'll try to stall out with his camera, along with his cages that he does possess, but this is all a bait and switch here for Pace. With this divide, they're leading them over towards A, but in reality, it's going to be a B push, but Eclipse shuts things down. A very crucial pick to deny that rotation and now force Pace back through mid.
The noise has been made. There's no way that information isn't being relayed to the rest of Poly. While there has been rotations to B Heaven, they should know. That's why Poro looking down toward mid, looking down from Heaven, expecting someone to swing. They're hoping to pick up the first head that they see and maybe get away with their life. So slow. Here comes the swing from Tomogogi. It's not good for Poro. Got shot now, trapped by the box with the flashes here to help him out. Find one before falling, and now it's time for Tomogogi to start it up.
30 seconds
but
left.
The show has been stopped before it can even start.
Last player
Well, the
standing.
timing! Andrew wins it! Takes out Revengeance. Ray is there! And so many minute things happening in that round. The flash play towards Heaven, the timing out of the smoke. But it was really that showstopper, like you said, that just got snuffed out. Tomogogi went for the all-in play.
That's a good
and Eclipse shuts things down, and that was crucial.
That works.
If Tomogogi gets on the site, who knows what kind of damage he can inflict. So a great play there at Apolly to shut things down and keep up the steadfast defense on split.
Perfect.
Tough. I believe it was the telegraph that they had. All those footsteps on mid. It was a crucial factor. Even losing out on that round. Maybe if they played a little more sneaky, a little more. Could have been a better one, but oh, the tour de force is not felt there. And Zin closes out the Frenchman.
And that was a great play. They break through the wall and Zin's just watching it. That's great communication by Pace to find that kill and take down the tour de force. And now leaves Poly in a 4v5 situation. Eclipse spotted a good chunk of members. Now it's going to be Eclipse in a 1v1 and Tomogogi snaps over and takes down the robot. Poro League of One takes down Acidic, and the spike finally retrieved here by Pace. As the move over towards this B side, a crucial kill now going towards Gunshot that stops Tomogogi, that stops the hot hand from getting it will be now. Revavridis going down early. Andrew.
Last player standing.
Vengeance will be spotted, taking one on top of Andrew, good for two on top of Gunshot, make it 3, and making the 9th round for Pace, as slowly but surely dealing with these flankers, dealing with these engage options. Pace hold it down with that operator that Zin has had for a good while and making the most of it.
Seriously turning it around, although Poly was able to stay and bypass it, or at least stall that overtake. Pace is still hungry for it. They're right back at it with another round in response, and looking at the econ of Poly here. They're going for shotties, they're going for cheese plays, they're going for corners, and that isn't going to be the weaponry or the stats or the strats. They're gonna need to hold on to this one, so expecting another anti-eco win here for Pace.
Can't use that.
Things up here at 10 to 10.
Satchel out.
Great shells being used. Tomogogi inserts himself onto the site, waiting, biding his time. Spot out when he check the corner. He does. Narrowly escapes death as Eclipse will drop early on into the save round for Poly. That was a 5v4. Spike is already planted, and Pace have admitted themselves into this ride here. Will look to set up a roller coaster wave of momentum now for Poly to deal with as Pace will be taken down. Zin has been so confident.
Hostile removed.
With that operator, good trade back there from Gunshot. It's going to be good for one. Still decent.
One enemy remaining.
A Poro and the rest of Poly, but in the end, it's going to be Poro wrapped around the corner. We'll get some decent damage in, but it's not enough. And the 10th round win will inevitably go towards Pace. Decent showing there for Poly to get some frags, but in the end, Pace holds strong.
Zin is just a superior threat with the operator. They're shooting, skyrocketing up the scoreboard right now, and they've held it down. Anyone who even dared peek Zin would face the wrath of that sniper. Now we're finally seeing them run and rotate over onto A side. I'm wondering how this take will be different from what we've seen on B. I mean, rifles back in hand should be a more formidable defense on this side. Clips get a good flash as they make their way and turn around ramp. Might be able to remove it from Zin's hand.
Enemy
It's going to
kill.
be a hard task when you're
On my
coming
way.
up against the Op King.
I mean, the rest is available, but he died in a pretty difficult spot. We'll see if that does come in. We'll see if Pace end up watching over that, but it looks like the Sage is moving over. Rez come in potentially later on into the round when more intel is given to where these players are. Time being still a 5v4, and I make it a 5v3 as Siddiq takes down Poro. Pelts him down with a couple of bullets to his name, as now it'll be Tomogogi once again with the double satchels available. Will push forward, find Ray, but can't find the kill. And a good trade there by the Chamber, making it difficult for Pace. Make their way on top of the Santumi, guessing game for Tomogogi. Ray tries to go behind him, Tomogogi's got it. And now Kiwi in a 1v2 there with the Reds being issued. There will be Andrew. Once again, it's a good bait and switch, and now Pace. Spot here with a 3v3. Health bars there on that sniper. It's gonna be Poro inserting himself on top of Tomogogi. Good trade there.
One
Shot.
enemy
Now with a
remaining.
2v2, Andrew slides over, finds Siddiq. Now it's gonna be Zin against the world here in a 1v2 situation with the Sheriff through his name. Can't find the shots as Andrew squares down, fires the bullets inside, takes down Zin. It will be the way of Polytech. Still with the divide available, still with the no command available. Avenues for Poly to shut down pushes, shut down some of these key ultimates. And we'll see if Tomogogi, now with the showstopper available once again, can get more value
Going to
than the
Astro
last
to do them
go-around.
Astro Guardian things I
It's
do.
definitely one of those times where being spread out too thin has bit them in the back. Zin too far away from the play to make that effectiveness out of the op. Well, I did remove clips early on A ramp. They were so far away once the retake started out, and especially with them losing Goldie over on mid, and that is going to be another crucial pick. Ray now in control of the sniper. Ray now having the oppression, the undeniable defense of B site.
They
Now
found
the
my
sniper
trap.
cage there to provide some cover. Will they be able to have a bit more of success? Going around here, it's going to be a no from Battle Ray.
Ray gets free, and Poro finishes things off. Ray, unstoppable, improbable defense.
Match point.
In a 1v3 gets another no-scope play for us. They're just farming them. I mean, what is this, the third one? It's illegal. It's not allowed. We already 10. It wasn't allowed. What are they doing to us, Los?
They are throwing us for a loop and throwing Pace as well. Pace thought they were on track to bring it to match point, but it was actually Polly who was going to take it all to the end. Only one more round for them to win it all. Siddiq doesn't even have enough for a full buy. Walking in with the pistol, they have the up again. Ray, complete control on B site, and this is where they want to take their attack. Might be Kiwi the first one to show their face. They also have Spike there. So close.
Ray holds his nerve. We'll wait on the pull now from the Astra. Vengeance. Waiting for his moment. A good amount of the stars have been placed over towards B and Pace. Back to another slow and steady push through mid. And the KO flash will be used, but Kiwi is expecting it. Takes down Eclipse. The double satchel play will be used over towards A this time around as Rose.
Get out of my way.
Will be the option for Pace. A new strategy here, moving towards A as a collective unit.
You want to
A lot
find
of
it.
noise though in Poro. They'll step away from the showstopper. Tomogogi just using this as an option to back away. Now lead in towards Polly's waiting arms. As now Tomogogi back away. He spots down Gutshot, but it's going to be Gutshot who wins the timing, wins the battle. And wins that duel. 4v4 situation. A good amount of ults on both sides. This Gutshot still in a very precarious situation. Siddiq wrapping around as well. Really good flank to work off of. He's going to spot 2 over to 7. Will be good for 1, not quite there in time. Now he finally takes down Ray. We'll use Nick with that Gutshot. We'll find Kiwi on the back half. Now he's getting the showstopper.
Last player standing.
Really used to initiate
One enemy remaining.
This will be good for 1 on top of Gutshot. 1v1 situation here for Poro. Oh, who
Paint
throws in
shells.
that paint shells? That might just go for the kill. It's a good chunk of damage. He moves over though. Now with the pistol in hand, looking for the right clicks. He's got everything he wants. The classic duel is there for Poro. The 3K. Does he have enough time? It looks like he should nearly repeat. No, he's not. 0.21. 0.21 pace. Sneak away from it. And they buy enough time. Sitting with the flank, they did enough damage. And Pace are one win away from forcing this one into an OT.
Oh my god, Camel, I can't believe this is how close map 3 is going to be. It is insane. The money is still kind of broke. It's a little janky on the side of Pace, but even look at Polly. Ray does have that tour de force. And we'll bring a Spectre into play as well.
You want to
but
play?
this is gonna
Let's
be
play.
crazy.
This is it. For the force battle. See which chamber can find more value. We talked about how crucial this pick was in the pregame. Now, in the most difficult of circumstances, both of these teams will pop their tour de force to use that range advantage to get onto one of these sites. Or in Pauly's case, to dissuade Pace's approach. This is being 5-stack towards A. That dagger will be destroyed, thankfully. Pace will not be spotted out. A bit of chip damage though onto Tomogogi, and the null command will be used. That's a great option for Pauly to force Pace off of A for the time being.
Backing off, but we do have one player lurking, waiting for aggression, but we haven't seen any of that from Pauly, as they don't want to throw themselves into the fire. Throw frag away. One player hanging out on mid. I mean, who's out on this one? It's Revengeance losing their life first. Now it's going to be the sign they gotta push out because there is more pressure on mid. But here comes the paint shells. Might have some effectiveness for Poro, but they back off to play their life.
30 seconds left.
This is it. 30 seconds here. They gotta get the spike down. It's now or never for Pace. And Ray still lurking around mid, nimble as ever.
Spike
They don't
planted.
know about. It's gonna be Poro looking to find some shots. Good trade back there, but Andrew moving his way forward. Tomogogi and a 1v1 there with Ray will win out. Crucial as Andrew looking for the views.
Last
Cynic wraps
player
around the corner.
standing.
1v1 kid by
One
two.
enemy
Poro
remaining.
in a 1v1 there with Cynic. As Tomogogi with 21 HP against the almighty Andrew. In a 1v1 situation, Andrew sweeps around the corner, the cerebral assassin. He finds the 3K and finds the rest of the defuse. And the 13th round win will go
Defenders
Pauly's way.
win.
Do not
Tuck
fight
this
us
one away
again.
once again. Looking like it's read that one in their story. Pauly wins out this series. Polytech, congrats to them. 2-1 at the end of the day, Los. And I mean, both teams showed up, but it was really Ray with that tour de force finding those crucial kills in mid that really allowed that retake to be possible.
Yeah, it was very necessary. It was the play by Revengeance losing that life so early on, not checking the vents. When you have those smokes ready, you have the nebulas at hand, you have to be careful, especially when this series is on the line. But it was really Pauly who played their cards right, who played it more carefully and came out on top. You got to throw it out to Ray with the snipes, but you got to throw it up. You got to give it up for Pace as well, for coming through and getting that 10-round win streak on Ascent. And they brought it all the way almost to OT with 11-round wins. Two formidable squads. But really, it was Pauly at the end of the day who came out on top. Rightfully so.
And with a sub as well, I think also to note, Zin played a hell of a game for coming in just randomly out of the blue after game one. So good job of him stepping up and looking to try to find some success with that Jet, with that Sky. But it looks like we're going to go to a break. We do have an interview ready, and we should get to that momentarily. We're going to go to a quick break. Before then, though, stay tuned. Potentially find some shots at Poro. Slides over, finds Cynic. Now it's going to be Zin against the world here in a 1v2 situation with the Sheriff through his name. Can't find the shots as Andrew squares down, fires the bolts inside, takes down Zin. It will
Cage there to provide some cover. Only be able to have a bit more success. Swing around here. It's going to be a no from Battle Ray.
The notion that Poro gets free. And Poro finished things. Throws in that bait shells, that might just go for the kill. It's a good circuit damage. He moves over though. Now with the pistol in hand, with the right clicks. He's got everything he wants. The classic tool is there for Poro. The 3K. Does he have enough time? It looks like he should barely win. No, he's not. 0.21 pace. Sneak away from it. And they buy enough time. He's gonna get the flank and get enough damage. And Pace are one win away from this one to win.
Oh my god, Camel, I can't believe it. This is how close map 3 is going to be. It is insane. The money is still kind of broke. It's a little janky on the side of Pace, or even look at Polly. Pay does have that tour de force. We'll bring a Spectre into play as
You
well,
want to
but
play? Let's play.
Force battle, Secret Chamber can find more value. We talked about how crucial this pick was in the pregame. Now, the most difficult of circumstances. Both of these teams will pop their total forces to use that range advantage to get onto one of these sites. Or in Pauly's case, to dissuade Ace's approach. This will be a 5-stack towards A. That attacker will be destroyed, thankfully. Face will not be spotted out. A bit of chip damage though on the Tomo Gogi. No command will be used. That's a great option for Pauly to force Pace off of A for the time being.
You haven't seen any of that, Polly. They want to throw themselves into the fire. Throw frag away. Clair hanging out on mid. I mean, who's out on this one? It's for vengeance. Who's in their life first? Now it's going to be the sign they gotta push out because there is more pressure on mid. But here comes the paint shells. Might have some effectiveness for Poro. They back off to play their left.
30 seconds left.
30 seconds here. They gotta get the spikes down. It's now or never for Pace. Ray working around mid, nimble as ever. They don't know about. It's gonna be Poro looking to find some shots. Good straight back there, but Andrew moving his way forward. Tumo Gogi and a 1v1 there with Ray will win out. Crucial as Andrew looking for the views.
Last
Cynic wraps
player
on the corner. We'll
standing.
find one, can't find two.
One
Poro
enemy
gonna 1v1
remaining.
there with Cynic. It's Tumo Gogi. 21 HP against the almighty Andrew. In a 1v1 situation, Andrew sweeps around the corner. Cerebral assassin. He finds the 3K and finds the rest of the field. And the 13th round will go
Defenders win.
Welcome back, everyone. After that insane series between Polytech and Pace, we do have an interview prepped and ready. Ray, welcome to the broadcast. Thank you so much for taking some time out of your day and doing this interview for us. First of all, just how did you feel about that win?
It was close for sure. Maybe a little too close, but we pulled it through, and overall felt solid. Had some good comms going. Good picks overall on the last map there.
Well, yeah, came back on that last map, but let's talk about the second map. Walk me through what is going on in the comms after losing 10 rounds in a row on Ascent. What's going on through your mental?
So on Ascent, we honestly were just it was kind of over first half. When they had that first pistol round, they just kind of snowballed the econ, and we kind of really couldn't get a solid buy together that whole half. And when as the match went on, we were just fucking losing rounds. Sorry, excuse my language. We kind of just stopped calming. We couldn't get a communication going through, and that's it just fell apart from there.
So then talk to me about bringing it back on Split. You were in the lead for a majority of the map and ended up winning it, but they were hot on your tails. How did you stop Pace from continuing to gain more rounds and stay strong throughout the rest of the map?
Yeah, So we knew we had to start out with a strong T side for sure, because obviously with Split being a pretty CT sided map, getting a lot of rounds early means a lot there. But certainly at the end, when they started gaining momentum and their Jet started getting like crazy op kills and these Cypher flanks and stuff, we were kind of stressing, but we knew we just had to fight for mid control. We had to play the retakes, and it just came down to winning our 1v1 duels at the end of the day.
Absolutely. Well, congrats to you guys. One more question. How long have you guys been playing together, and how do you guys feel in comparison to the rest of the competition you played so far?
So we've been playing together with this roster just for this semester so far. So I think 3 or 4 weeks, and I think we've got a solid chance. We've definitely got a lot of strats to put together. We got to do some more scrimming, get more solid overall. But our individual skill is definitely there, and we just need to work on our coordination.
Absolutely, man. Definitely saw some good communication throughout that game, so you guys definitely have some upside there. Anything you want to say? Anyone you want to shout out before we head off here?
I'm just gonna say, I trick shotted that one kid on Ascent or on a Haven.
Oh, we did see that.
Yeah, that was gnarly.
Nice.
That was
Some
gnarly.
illegal gameplay.
That was gnarly. Yeah, that was good. Yeah, awesome. Well, Ray, thank you so much for showing your skills tonight, and thank you so much for doing this interview.
Yeah, thanks so much.
Well, that's the interview there, and now that is the end of our time here with Valorant, but still more to come here, as it's going to be a bit of Rainbow Six, as USC Sumter go up against St. Clair, some R6 student cast action coming your way next. Don't go anywhere. finds a shot for Toro.
One enemy remaining.
Speed. Wow, I mean that's that utility on display, able to get out of there real quick. I guess Matthew kind of understood that, hey, this one's kind of a lost cause. Hopefully I can get them to repeat me and have them die to bomb. Unfortunately, even that plan not going to go as they might have hoped. And now all of a sudden, at the very least, LC has a foothold that they might be able to leverage here.
Indeed they do. Now, I think it looks like they're going to do it again. If it works the first time, do it again. Because it seems they position themselves the exact same way. The only downside this time around is that there was an ult going in.
Ooh, Dylan, good use of that flash. U1 Athlete's going to pick up the trade, and Nova is going to find another one now as this LC roster is looking to gain some ramps control. However, Rancher's here as well. Now they're starting to close in. Mr. Mayne is going to free up some space from them. Just 2-2s. Matthew's going to fall to D1 Athlete. And D1 Athlete's also going to fall now. A bunch of 1v1s. Both of these folks are kind of far away from each other. Sova doesn't really have a whole bunch of intel. He needs to try and get some here. As of right now, he does not know where his opponent lies. He might right now look to rotate through ropes, and he will. That's what he's going to do. He's going to take it, likely to B. And what he might do here, this could possibly be a secured round. It'll depend on how well.
30 seconds left.
That means.
Yeah. Oh, it looks like he's double guessing himself. Heading back to A site.
This is kind of crazy. He's heading back to A site. He got picked up by the tripwire, but Cypher knows, like, hey. Oh, Cypher hears him. Oh, this is Galaxy Brain from B-Man. What a massive play on that move. He looked. Sova looked to rotate mid. He got caught up by the tripwire, and he figured, hey, I'm gonna brain on him here. I got caught by the tripwire. I'm gonna run it back. He did that. However, Cypher was like, dude, you can go. I've got a cam on B site. I'm going to be watching to see if you show up there. If you don't show up there within like the next 10 seconds, I know you're not there anymore. And of course, doesn't happen. Then he waits. He hears those footsteps, and it's effectively a free kill for him. Absolutely massive play there to give LIU a 4-round lead here in game number 3.
Indeed. Now, it looks like they're taking their time here. Ooh, they sent a Neon
moving out here right now.
Flank. Uh-oh, Neon's in trouble now. Neon's been spotted.
That Cypher stuff.
Yeah, if you can't get rid of that is very much a nuisance. Oh, the little droid bot got him.
Everybody else is out here playing Valorant. She's playing like Quake Arena right now with that kind of game speed and move speed. Absolutely lacing those guys up. However, Cypher being a really good counter to that style of gameplay. Whoa. Result coming through onto Matthew. However, the rest of the roster looking to push through Garage. Has lots going on here. Ults are going to fall. Reyna is still up, though. Granted, that ult is going to trap her. She will go down. LIU going to be able to get the defuse off here. That's going to extend their lead to 5 now in game number 3 as of right now. LC has a mountain to climb. They're not able to deal with this Cypher on B site. As of right now, I do think A site is their best bet, or potentially playing as a team through mid, but they're just kind of brute forcing it, and I'm not sure it's working out for them.
Yes, with this 6-1 lead here, the LC is really just struggling trying to make a dent in this defense. It worked the one time because they caught LIU by surprise and were able to force a hold down point long enough to force a sloppy rotate actually. Otherwise, I would say if they become more not situational, but rather
Matthew, nice pick.
Commutative, that they can hold it.
will say, Dylan with a nice pick there. LC, if you are watching, I did see you forget the bomb there on that round. Just want you to know I did not. That didn't pass me. So as of right now, I think they're feeling a little bit scattered right now. They're not really able to find their way in this game as TDV Mini Drones is going to get a pick mid. And Dylan's going to find another one. This could be huge for them, though. Maybe they needed to forget that spike. Maybe that's what they needed. However, B-Man is playing through the back of A site. They fall back into screens here. We'll have to see as Dylan now looking for the rotate.
30 seconds left.
Maybe not. Neon is cycling this. However, Mini Drones is coming through ropes. They don't know yet.
Remaining.
Could be a massive drop on the opponent's health. It is 4-1. Solid trigger discipline thus far. Bomb's going to go down.
Spike planted.
I'll hold an angle here. Ooh, a little bit dicey.
Indeed. That arrow gave away a crucial position, saying that this person is up here in heaven, and they can't really move. And if they do, you just play the angles and stay in the blind spots, so that way you can take advantage of the play.
Yeah, I mean, I'm all about hero plays here, but I really do think the call there, I mean, you're up a bunch of rounds. Just save the rifle in that scenario. I think that might have been the better call. However, I mean, they got some great econ after coming off of those big wins. But wait, what am I saying? Their econ isn't that fantastic. What am I saying? I just took a look at the numbers. In reality, I really think the better call there was to save that rifle, because as of right now, you got two players that are effectively going to have to be saving now. That was a little bit bold, especially after being spotted out. You have to wonder if maybe that was a little bit too aggressive. Those kind of mistakes can end up giving the enemy team a lot of momentum, especially when they're facing you and you only have Spectres effectively to deal with them. We'll have to see if they can really recover from that. A little bit of economic mistake.
Indeed. Now with this here, I would say I would wager a bit. Try to whip out a bit of some shotguns. Try to get some close-up plays, because apparently this ranged game style seems to be going a little rough for either side. So maybe they try to switch things up. Maybe play it very close if they really have to play that.
Dylan with a nice pick there, moving that bomb on to B site. I'm going to tuck that away. Bomb's not going down though yet. It's kind of odd why it's not just yet, but Nene's going to pick up the rotate through ropes. That's going to give them heaven control as of right now. However, Sky is lurking up those stairs. Sova now has his back turned. Nobody's exactly watching through heaven as I say that. Sky's going to move through. He's likely going to pick up the... Yep, absolutely will pick up the kill onto the Sova. Looking to spray. However, Dylan will close that out. B-Man playing into the corner. Going to get picked up by Matthew. And like I said before, all of a sudden, LC is starting to gain some momentum. I don't think that that eco decision was the right one that 2 rounds ago. And I think they might agree with me. As of right now, LIU, Long Island University, is going to be taking a timeout. For those of you who are still tuned in right now, we are in game number 3 of this best of 3 series. Both these games have gone to the wire, basically almost overtime. The first one did go to overtime, second one being very close, basically 13-11 between LIU Sharks and Lycoming College. Tell you right now, these rosters are showing a lot of potential, and we've seen some great comebacks. So I have no doubt that LC can dig deep here and find what they need to. The question is, can LIU, they've taken this timeout, they want to get that mental fortitude back, and I hope they can find it. We'll have to see as the clock ticks down here. I'm excited for what we got in store ahead.
As am I. You know what? You mentioned it. These teams are so evenly matched. They both have outstanding players just carrying this team on each individual backs. And it's just a clash of talent right now with the variation of skills and abilities. So we just got to see how that's going to reflect in the next couple of rounds, because that may be the defining points needed for the rest of the match.
Oh, absolutely. And a big part, and sometimes when you're feeling that confident, that's when you have to reflect on making those kind of bold decisions to take a 1v4 when you have a rifle in your hands. Nova looking for that knife pick, will find it. Only pixel showing on that box, will peek. Oh, if it picked a little bit farther, maybe could have caught that Astra in that star form. However, trades going out on either sides of the field as Mr. Nene is going to find the pick on ramps. Now EQ playing under hell here. Hey man, on screens with the Guardian. We'll find EQQ with some great spray control, finding the 2 there, and that is going to put another on the board for LC. That timeout clearly not having too much promise for them, because right now LC's looking very strong. They've effectively taken now 3 straight rounds from LIU, and they're looking to take more. Now 6-4 in this game, Dylan being a big part of it. But as of right now, if you take a look at the scoreboard, the whole roster really of LC coming out to play for this one.
Yeah, most of them, yeah.
Hey, hey, at the end of the day, you know what? There's some big utility that comes out even on those bottom frags. At the end of the day, there's always going to be somebody at the bottom of the leaderboard. And at the end of the day, the biggest thing isn't always those kills. It's just setting those teams up, even if it's getting traded out. And you know what? As of right now, can't fault them for what they've been able to do. Great play by Matthew, securing that mid. Going to take ropes control with that smoke. And now going to play into heaven. Sky is there waiting, though. Mr. Nene for that shock dart. That's going to hit. It's going to do at least a little bit. Oh, I thought it would. Did not actually
just missed.
Matthew with a great swing. Going to find another for their third. Now B is all under control except for that B-man that is sitting there under ropes. Dylan is going to trade out. Now it is just Astra. Now the question is, again, we saw it before. It's a 1v4. In my opinion, probably be saving these kinds of rounds for your team. Good trade here. You don't really need to extend it. They know where you are. They're gonna double swing you, and there it is. D1 athlete's gonna fall to Dylan. I appreciate the confidence, but in reality, it's a little bit of a tricky play there.
Well, now is the time to use ults. It is the last round before the switch. Both sides have ults ready to go. In fact, just 1 to 2 slots away from having the ult use.
So we got ourselves a game here. There definitely is a weapon disadvantage on the side of LIU, and I'd say a momentum disadvantage that have been swinging the way of LC this game. For those of you who are just joining us, LIU has effectively dropped a 5-round lead right now. And I'll tell you what, LC is looking to close out even more. LIU, again, like I said, does have a weapons disadvantage. However, like you mentioned, they do have the ults up, so that could play a key part here. Neon looking to rotate. Granted, they do know that Cypher has set up a lot of utility on this B site. That is utility that will not go away. Altarb is going to get picked up. I'm not quite sure if that's in hearing range for Raze. She's just going to dash away. She's going to run around, get enough for that ult to hopefully even things up. And we'll see. Looks like they're going to play through mid here. Sky is below the ropes here, looking for something, maybe a little bit of a peek. LIU roster playing very cautious. They don't want to give up anything. Sabrina swings this. Will find the kill onto DJ Man. Now playing through ropes, looking for more. 2 players stacked, one of which is on heaven. East side. I will come up looking to clear more boxes. Is there? Dylan will look for more. Matthew also picking up a kill on that exchange. That means A site is basically free except for the back of site. Neon's gonna play that. We'll find it. EQ is gonna equalize this game. We are going into the second half completely equal at what was already looking like a one-sided game at the first part of this series. And now we have LC back in the driver's seat with all the momentum. Granted, that might find its way to shift a little bit. We know we are switching sides, so we'll have to see how this pistol round plays out for them.
Indeed, we will. So with this pistol round, it's very interesting. Almost all of them have bought a ghost. Typically, that's a lot of money to use early on. And I found that I would like to instead just use a classic. You get enough damage done in as well. The biggest thing is that don't show your head against these people. That's really all it is. Just don't show your head, and you'll be fine.
Just stay away from it. I mean, when you like, see, I actually used to be a believer in the classic light shields. I was a big believer in it, and then I just missed one too many shots with the like bloom the classic had that I eventually just converted to a ghost user. But hey, different situations calls for different guns. As of right now, both of these rosters feeling that the ghost is the call, at least for now. Ooh, Dylan with a pickup, going to be able to eat out of there. Unfortunately, going to get traded out by DJ. Now both sides with 3 apiece as LC looks to ascertain this heaven control. Frenzy's dueling it out long distance. Not exactly going to do a lot of damage. He's playing from screens. Flick will come through onto DJ. Now they're looking to play for more. Utility will come through. That's a shock dart. 30 seconds up for great utility usage. Now they just need to swing it. The Zuck comes through. That's going to be a massive shot on Matthew, lining up the headshot. Phenomenal utility usage on that take, and all of a sudden LC are still schmoving out here to take the lead 7-6.
You know what? It goes back to what I said before. The momentum, the pulling ahead, it shows here in these next couple of rounds. And right now, as we can see on the on our tab here, LC has just been winning these rounds back to back to back to back to back.
Yeah, they've been absolutely crushing it. They haven't dropped the round, I think, in 6 rounds. They've earned 6 consecutive rounds here, a lot of which have come on that mid play. So we'll have to see if they can find an answer here. I really do think that for LIU, this B site is the take for them. They don't really ready to hold it down with that that LC had, or not LC, that LIU had with that Cypher when it was there. The only thing they really have is that Astra and that Sova. If they can play a little bit patiently, maybe play for a little bit of mid control, they can find their way onto this B site effectively, because as of right now, they're not really able to generate too much out of A. Granted, it is pistol round, so we'll have to see how it plays out.
Indeed it is. So we see that Sage Wall has been used mid. If I were LIU, I'd be looking for a Sage nearby, definitely.
Oh,
look at that!
Great flick.
Found him. Let's say that our best option here would be to just get the spike down on B, and then hold the angles once again.
There it is, LIU, kind of like I hinted at before. They ascertained that mid control. They gained enough space to go for that B push. Gonna work out well for them as DJ is gonna pick up a kill. So will D1 Athlete. However, Dylan is not out of the fight yet, and they have a Spectre. 3-on-1 here. Granted, gun advantage is kind of in the hands of Dylan. Odd choice to jump there, because it's gonna deal a little bit of extra damage. Tap's gonna come through. Oh, swing is going to come from the left, though. Does not have the E to get away from it, and Mini Drones, despite Dylan's best efforts, is going to come away and clutch it out for that 7-7 tie. It is equalized right now, and it seems like, at least for now, LIU have stopped the bleeding. And that's something they definitely needed to do here, because they've been suffering.
Indeed they have. Well, with the current Incon, both sides are looking pretty even, but that's only after LIU buys full rifles and armor.
This is a big go-ahead round potentially for LIU. I mean, I can't really imagine LC is able to clutch this out with the given weapons they have. However, if they can, it will be absolutely astronomically bad for the LIU roster. We'll have to see if LC can stick it out in this round. I find it very unlikely given their kits, but who knows? Maybe EQ can find something a little bit cheeky here up in ramps. Despite the fact that they have the gun advantage, they are playing very slow through this A. Oh, Dog will come through. They have spotted the Reyna. Reyna's going to play back into elbow, presumably, because Neon looks for something. Won't find it. Drone's going to get the frag. B-Man's going to follow that up with the frag onto Dylan. And now it looks like LIU has a commanding site control of it. Oh boy. Ooh,
One enemy remaining.
Unfortunate. Saw you around the corner and just wallbanged you.
A little bit dicey here. There's a classic on the ground. Oh, that one step up the walkway. She had it at crosshair height. Unfortunately, that extra step just putting her just above the head, not quite able to land that headshot. Unfortunate go ahead. However, these teams are now at the very least at even strength in terms of guns they can bring to the fight. Raze does have ult here, which can be huge, especially when taking sight. And Sky has Seekers. In combination, that could be pretty lethal when they're attacking either A or B site, or possibly just through mid, ascertaining that heaven control. We'll have to see how it plays out, but right now, anybody's game.
Indeed it is. No arguing against you there. See, with this, LIU just needs to continue what they're doing of pushing the point in order to get what they need. The win, that is. But here's that LC has other plans in mind for him, having already taken down one of their players.
Megan is going to lurk in this heaven pocket. LC has been able, like you said, to pick up 2. And now they're just lurking here. They're just kind of playing it by ear. And that's all right. At the end of the day, they're on defense. They can take their time as this bomb rotates through sewer. Haven't really seen much of a change of pace in terms of where that LC roster is playing. They're taking their time. They're playing slow. They're doing what they need to do. And I imagine as these Astra Stars come down, the rest of the roster is likely going to rotate onto A. They know 23 seconds left here on the clock. The whole roster has to be coming. 5 converging on this site. However, D1 Athlete's going to pick up one that's going to make it 4-on-4. Sorry. Well, was 4-on-4 now. 3-on-4 as B-Man takes the angle. Will find the flick onto EQ. We'll find another one onto Megan. Great shot placement there. Looking to find more. We'll check the camera on that. Thankfully, this guy's going to be there for the heal. He was very low after that exchange. However, he's going to find the pick. Another fire. Matthew and Mr. Nene securing the round for this LC team. It was looking a little bit dicey there towards the end, but playing very well to secure that round win for them. And already we're at 8-8. This game is flying by, despite the fact that these games are going the distances. These rounds have been so tight. Every match has really been down to the wire. And I'll tell you what, I can't complain because it's been excellent to watch.
Oh yeah, definitely. Now, looking at this, it seems like they're going to try to rush A again. It would be unusual, but it is a strategy to see if instead they use some utility to distract here, and then run it down mid to either catch them from behind or hold point B.
Yeah, the biggest thing here is they're going to try and feel out the defense. Jet is going to take that heaven control. We haven't seen a whole bunch of stuff he used to hold that heaven, and right now LIU is going to try and take advantage of it. Great frag there, playing into the corner though. That's a little bit risky. Might have wanted to play back into the screen there. Mini drones and B-Man gonna find big frags on that entry. Nova gonna find the pick heaven, and now 2-on-4 on their way to site. This is gonna be a tricky retake. Nova is stowed away on the back of ramps. Nene and Megan playing through. Megan will need to clear ramps if she takes a shot here. No doubt Jet is likely going to peek her here. Ooh, that's a dink, but unfortunately, Nova's going to be there for the shot.
Shot down.
Ooh, that's a great follow-up.
So very close right now.
He has ult, but if he uses it, he won't have enough time to defuse. He's likely, if it were me, I would just play for exit frags here.
One enemy remaining.
Nice, and that is likely going to drop them, I imagine. Astra likely won't have enough time to escape. At the very least, the round is going to go to LIU. LC will come away with a rifle. However, definitely not to be understated. That is a big save to make for their econ here because they are running out of money. And LIU is, can't say running away with the game because it's been so close, but every little step counts. And at 9-8, things are getting close to that finish line. So they really have to try not to give up as many rounds as they can. And currently, LIU are in a position to take another one with their current econ and setup.
Revealing area.
That they are. Now, De Silva has got a really good arrow set up here through Garage. He's got seen not just one, but 2 out of the 5 members. So he more than likely knows that they're hovering around there, and he's waiting for their pixel perfect head to show up to pick.
I am interested. The fact that he picked up 3 with that dart, I am surprised I didn't. Oh, B-Man laces up EQQ from sewers. Kind of just got that spider sense that they were roaming from sewers. That's going to be a massive pickup for them, especially on that agent. Now the trade's going to come through. They don't know if there's another heaven, but now they do. Reina's going to find 2 before she gets traded out. Now 3-2. Matthew going to find both. That's a massive frag. They know Jet is heaven. Smokes are going to come down. Bomb is down in that corner of heaven. And now Nova's in a very tricky situation. She's going to ult out. Doesn't have a great amount of visibility as she plays back now. Oh, Matthew with a 3K. That round itself was on the brink of defeat for LC. Matthew with some really crazy heroics getting the 3K to secure that round. Well played there.
Indeed, indeed, indeed. You honestly do not see these kind of clutches on the common. They're very rare to come by, and when you do find them, unless you're not, I find that I am personally most grateful for it.
I'll tell you what, as of right now, man, this game has gone back and forth. I keep saying like, oh, the econ, man. These teams have been starting from the bottom and now they're here. That was like such a bad joke. But basically, these teams have been rock bottom and then back to great econ so many times throughout this game that they're used to it at this point. They're used to having like buy rounds into pistol rounds, into eco rounds, into buy rounds. It's just second nature for them at this point. And right now, 9-9, every eco is going to matter. Oh my god, EQQ walking into about 4 different types of utilities they're going to get traded out. Hate to see it, but Dylan's going to make the peak. They're going to find the kill. Again, they do have the weapon advantage. There's only 3 left on the roster of LIU. They're looking to potentially rotate it through sewers, I should say. Sage has not left that heaven spot. Feels like it's possible the rotate might still come through, but DJ is still holding it out on this ramps play, but it does look like the bomb is going to rotate towards mid. It's possible Megan is going to stay there in that heaven play, listening to see. Oh, she might just. Oh, she sees them. Oh, Megan absolutely laces up B-Man and D1 athlete. They definitely were not expecting her there. And I'll tell you what, I definitely was not expecting her to absolutely eviscerate them like that on those stairs. What a play. She's standing still right now, probably firing up the clipping software. That was absolutely grotesque. Huge play there to give LC the lead. And I'll tell you what, yeah, LIU is going to take the tactical timeout. I don't blame them because right now they just lost a save round, so they do have rifles up for this one, but they need to find something new here because this game, I keep saying this game is starting to escape them. I feel like I've said it so many times, but in reality, momentum has shifted back and forth. It's been an absolute tennis match this whole game. Round after round, it'll go 2 rounds one way, then it'll go 3 rounds the next, and then right back the other way. These teams have not given each other room to breathe. What a series.
Yes, indeed. And I'm not sure as much tennis match as ping pong now because it's moving so fast. Tennis match, it takes time for the ball to get from one spot to the other. Ping pong, you just smack it back and forth.
I'll tell you what, these teams have been smashing it at each other all night long. And right now, we are heading into the final rounds. We have Lycoming College up 10-9. This is game number 3 for those of you who just tuned in. Great time to tune in. Game number 3, both of these teams, it is a best of 3. Nova with a massive headshot onto the Sova. That's going to be a big play to open up the site. The only one still there is that Sage. She's watching mid, but she's watching for no one right now. The whole squad deciding, in fact, to stack up on that B site. They don't really have the utility to hold it down as well as maybe they had hoped. And now, a great setup from LIU. Nova's going to pick up that roam coming in from heaven. Going to find a third, possibly looking for a fourth.
One
As they
enemy
extend
remaining.
back. Ooh, mini drones.
This is
Real
quite
fun pickup.
this is quite the play here. A silly thing to do, but possibly effective, would be to have everyone rush the enemy right here, right now. But the downside is that you can have tons of collateral.
True. And instead, they're just going to opt to hold those angles. Wait for them to peak. Going to take the trade absolutely all day. Now, again, we're at a 10-10 game. My goodness. My goodness, these folks are playing to win out here. And I know that's probably obvious, but this I've played a lot of Valorant. I've watched a lot of Valorant. I've casted a lot of Valorant. And I'll tell you what, I've never really seen a game like this that's gone so back and forth. These guys are absolutely slinging kills left, right, and center. And we'll have to see who comes out on top right now, because eco-wise they're relatively even, but no doubt the loser of this next one be a little bit financially destitute here.
Indeed, they will. And in fact, they're playing this like this is the championship practically. They are so neck and neck that it's hard to believe that this is only the 3rd week of ECAC. And these teams both have 1 win and 1 loss on their record.
Ooh. B-man. Huge ult utility there used. That's going to clear up the site big time for them. As Nene plays around this corner, he's looking for something. All of these characters are stowed away though. And as that flash comes through, they know where he's hiding. Question is, do they peek him? Doesn't seem like they will. If they frag this out, this will be absolutely massive. A flawless could be monstrous for their economy heading into potentially the last 2 rounds of this game. Nene doesn't really seem like he's too convinced as what he's going to do here. Looks like he's probably going to play it out for exit frags. Will find the one, won't find the second though, as B-Man is able to clean it up. And right now, LIU are 2 games away from taking this series, and it has been an absolute slugfest the whole way. Now, LC in a situation we've seen them in 100 times before tonight, where they are in an eco situation. We have the Guardian that you love so much. We have those Spectres. We even have a Stinger in the roster. We'll see if they can pick up a few kills here. I find it unlikely they take the round, but at the end of the day, who knows? Swapped off. Oh, the judge! All right, interesting.
Alrighty, I am ready for this. I'm getting the shotgun. I've got my Guardian. I gotta see it all. We gotta see it all.
Mr. Nene. That's the shock dart. I'm not quite sure if they're in there. However,
he's taking this look, but he learned from last time not to be so close.
Yeah, he absolutely got carved up last time. He was holding that angle so tightly.
Here.
On Garage now. Nova getting a little bit peeky, looking for those jumps, looking to get a little bit of information if they can. Matthew does hear them jumping mid. They know they're there. However, they don't really have the weaponry to deal with this kind of setup right now.
Here.
It's merely a waiting game right now.
It is neither of these teams. Oh man, they're just waiting. Oh, the baited. And there goes the call. Call comes in to go. The whole team swings. Trades come out. 2 on either side though. That's pretty huge. Shock there will come through. The judge being very effective, going to be able to E back into
30
safety.
seconds left.
No way. LC now in a situation, 30 seconds left. Bomb needs to go down, but they're holding that heaven. Reyna is making the decision to play out. Ooh, no. Unfortunately, that might end up being a little bit costly, though.
They really gotta...
They didn't check.
Oh, they don't know?
They didn't check.
10 seconds left.
But you only saw the one?
Last player standing.
Yep,
Oh,
he got
my
caught
goodness.
from above. He didn't look properly.
Oh, that could have been so huge. Dylan, unfortunately, still a little bit off site here. That could have been massive for LC. However, the thing to note here, Dylan, obviously in a very disadvantageous situation, possibly could pick up a gun from heaven here. Able to clutch this up would be absolutely massive. I do find it a little bit unlikely, but even if that is the case, thing that should be noted is they took a lot of guns off their opponents. Oh! No way. Oh, it's going to force him to stick it. Oh! Tapped it just a little too early. Unfortunate. You hate to see it, but big thing is that those are a lot of kills at the very least. That is a big takeaway for them, because you have to assume if you are LC, you're like, hey, okay, regardless, we have to win the next round. We have the full buy. But getting those kills means that those weapons don't stay in the hands of their opponents. They have to buy this round. If we win the next round, they're going to be in a little bit of economic trouble in the following round if we can take this. So those kills might, if LC can come up with a win here, might have a long-lasting impact on the rest of this game that we see here tonight. But as of right now, Astra's going to look to ult here. Possibly was considering it, decides opts out of it.
Indeed. Well, right. Yeah, right now you have these ult economy going right now, right? Heading through mid, maybe. Looks like they're being very indecisive. You question. It goes back to, do we pour everything into this round, or do we trust our skills and see if things go south? We have ults for next round.
And man, it's difficult to make those calls. It's match point. These guys have been playing effectively for almost 3 hours now. I'll tell you what, these decisions are weighing heavy on their minds as mini drones will boombot heaven. Ooh, big ult coming through, looking to play, but
oh, will we get him?
Oh, won't quite. Great blast pack from the Rays, able to avoid that Sova damage, but Spike's going to come down. Big damage off of the side of LC. That is only going to leave 3 on site. However, those 3 are pretty dug in, and when I say dug in, I do mean that 2 are on site, and Rays is coming with a pretty sneaky flank here, likely going to pick one up on Sage, unaware of the position. Well, that'll be an easy pick. Nade's going to come through on elbow. That's B-Man's going to be able to pick it up. Now it is 3 on 2. If they can hold, they're going to win this game.
One enemy
Raze does not know that Sova's there. Sova's going to flick. Sova's going to make the flick. Now it's just him, though. He is in a do-or-die situation. Can he find the plays? Shock Dart's going to whiff. He's a little bit flustered, playing through elbow. She knows. He finds the flick. This is it. One-on-one situation. He's looking for the frags. He's going to tap.
He's got it the second.
Cypher's there. It is all over. B-Man closes it out for LIU. Wow.
Wow. Just, oh. Well then. It looks like my prediction was correct in the end. However, even I didn't think that I would get that prediction going just because of how close these matches were. I mean, goodness gracious. It's... Oh my, it is such... It was quite a fight.
Yeah, I
experience.
Really, that's a pretty solid way to put it. I mean, these teams have been playing for so long. They've gone back and forth. Every single game very easily could have gone to overtime. Very easily could have seen a different victor come out on top. At the end of the day, that last round, one-on-one situation, so close, just running out of time on that diffuse, had to stick it. Cypher peaked. What are you going to do? And at the end of the day, both of these teams played so well. I'm really excited to see what these teams have in store for us in the coming weeks, because at the end of the day, these guys played amazing. And I'm looking forward to the kind of Valorant they're going to bring forward in the future.
Oh yes, and you know what? I think we're going to be seeing a lot more of them. They have a tendency to show up time and time again. So I don't think we're getting rid of them anytime soon.
Yeah, I certainly hope not. And as we kind of draw near the end of this epic battle here, it's certainly been a blast. We thank you folks for watching. We're going to be cutting to a break for now. If I'm not mistaken, I believe I heard production correctly there. We're going to be cutting to a break. We thank you very much for joining us. What a crazy match of Valorant that we just witnessed. But I'll tell you what, I'm happy having witnessed it. And Somi, it's been great casting with you.
Likewise. But we'll see you guys very soon.
Yeah, and I'll tell you what, I will say we are heading to a break shortly, but before we do, we will have an interview for you from that last match, so be sure to stick around. We'll talk to you shortly before the end of the night. So, talk to you in a little bit, folks. We'll see you shortly. He's got a Vandal. He makes the trade. Now a one-on-one. Can he find it? Doesn't have the intel. If he does have it, he might understand that he's hell. First shot dart will come out. He knows he's there now. First shots. Still doesn't have all the intel. He looks to peek.
He gets the kill.
Third kill, Mr. Nene. Gonna close out that round for LC, and that's the momentum they needed.
Push into this east side. Oh, like they have to go through a bit. They can't go through the mid just because they didn't push properly in time.
Oh,
and as
man.
such,
Divide the site here as they push on to B, presumably. Hard push coming. Killjoy setup is there. Will get swung. Oh, Dylan with an absolutely monster flick. Great spray transfer from the sky onto the Sopa. That's a massive pick. Killjoy's lurking, though. Will find the roaming defender through market. As Killjoy finds another now, though. Sage left to retake the site alone up against this Astra. As I say that, Les is coming through. I imagine the trade might follow up. It will not, though. Oh, unfortunate spray pad on a side, but there's 3 left alive as D1 from the athlete is able to pick up one. Mini Drone's able to pick up another. All of a sudden, Mini Drone's there were no eyes at main lane, so that was definitely a risky fallback into market on that play. Oh, E-Man with a nice flick, a second flick, gonna pick up another, maybe looking for great utility usage. E-Man absolutely graining on their opponents right now.
as Viper in this 2v1 situation, you have the visual advantage practically. So now you just have to hide your time, bait them in, and eliminate them.
Swing's gonna come through! Dylan with a 4K clutch! Absolutely monstrous, utilizing that Viper ult really well. Viper, she's got visibility. The turret. She's gonna come through. Oh, B-Man finds it with the Sheriff! Absolutely massive, that Killjoy turret being able to build it. A lot of tight quarters combat here with the Judge. This could be deadly. Judge will kill one. Looking for more. Snakebite pops out. Judge gonna pick up. He did save this. Look like he's gonna set it for that though. Now pushing on the site. They could be main. They could be heaven. They have no idea. Gonna stick the defuse right now. I have a feeling they're coming from generator. And there's the peak. Dylan, huge for LC, but now Mini Drones is playing aggressively into the Viper ult. Will fall to Matthew. And now it is a 3-on-2. Matthew picking up a third. Last one is just Killjoy playing around the exterior of this Viper pit. It's going to be difficult for her now. Molly's coming through. She's just going to sneak through. ECAC is going to pick up the frag. It's clever. He wasn't willing for it to happen twice. Good on him. Well, B-Man's going to come in for the trade. Only is there. Granted, this is effectively a 1v1. So as soon as they plan, he is going to drop on to them. Assassin's Creed style here. First pick. Going to pick up the second. DJ Mandu picking up both. Blankets here though. Oh, big shot. Flank comes. Oh, absolutely massive heroics to take this point.
One enemy remaining.
He is down though. Oh, D1 athlete shot. What a monstrous play.
Heck, oh, did he miss there?
Good blind there. We'll find both. Mr. Nene with the got 5 shots with it. If they hit, it also creates a slowing zone. He basically gets to keep it as a weapon for the rest. Be a tricky situation as that bomb is down there. Field. And as of right now, he had 5 shots. He's looking for more. D1 athlete. What a monstrous play. There. It's way off his sight.
Right now, they're looking pretty even to one another. It's just a 3v4 in this situation.
Matthew!
Make that...
Shortly here, taking the angles, gonna dash as he sees him. Angle, will get the tap, looking for 4. Will find it. Matthew on an absolute tear. Matthew and D1 athlete going back with those shots. That operator home to the dome of EQ at the breach will pick up a kill. Now Matthew's gonna fall. B-Man with a 3K as a Viper now behind boxes. Raid's coming in. Exchange close here. Ooh, breach is gonna lock it up. That was a funky exchange there. As now Mr. Will flash yellow looking to peek it. He's got an angle. Oh! DJ Mandu, D1 athlete.
Reed. And right now, LC, they're hurting. They're really, really hurting.
Oh, that Spectre is gonna... That's what's... Unfortunately, the Spectre is not... He's gonna move through. He's likely gonna pick up the... Yep, absolutely. Will pick up the kill onto the Sova. Looking to spray. However, Dylan will close that out. B-Man playing into the corner. Going to get picked up by Matthew. Cautiously. Give up. Serena swings this. Will find the kill onto DJ Man. Now playing through ropes, looking for more. 2 players stacked, one of which is on Heaven. East side. I will come up looking to clear more boxes. Is there? Dylan will look for more. Matthew also picking up a kill on that exchange. That means Hello, everybody. Welcome back. We are at the end of our night, and we're not just done quite yet. We do have an interview with one of the LIU superstars, you might call them, big carries in that game. We have Mini Drones, who's going to be coming in for an interview. I got to say, I love the background, Mini Drones. Very flashy. I'll tell you what, I respect the putting out the team name in that background. I like to see it. Well, Mini Drones, I gotta say, massive dub, back and forth game. Definitely went down to the wire. You yourself played phenomenally. Was there a point in that game where really you felt like your team came together the most? Or maybe I should say, what was your favorite game or point in that entire series?
To me, what I enjoyed the most about that whole series was when we played Icebox. We've never as a team played Icebox yet. That was our first time as a full lineup playing Icebox.
Wow.
We Nova, who was playing Jet, he normally has gone Breach. So he's been playing Duelist more recently. We were like, let's try that out. You've been doing better with your frags. And we threw him on Jet, which was a very, very nice thing to help us out with him on Jet. And then we've also had A-Man, who was doing a lot of also aim support recently, where he was getting multiple frags with that chamber util. The Icebox to me was definitely my favorite map.
Yeah,
love to see it.
You there were a lot of highlight reel plays.
Oh, for sure, yeah.
I'll ask you my question then.
Yeah.
See, from Ascent, I'm trying to figure out the workings of your brain right now. What was going on when you went on the pure flank? I mean, you went downtown, back to Chinatown, and you were just there in their back line trying to, like, what was your mindset there?
That I assume you're talking about one of the multiple rounds on defense where I was unnecessarily slow flanking them. That I don't know what was going on. For some reason I was like, oh yeah, I'll be sneaky. They'll never know I'm coming. And by the time I got to side, it was just me. And it was just me trying to do 1v3. And I was like, that's why in previous games we've never utilized timeouts, which that was a big mental thing for us that helped us out. Because anytime we started getting in a funk of any amount, we were like, timeout, take a break, step away from your computer, like have a sip of water, stretch, and get back and completely wipe your mind. And after doing that 2 or 3 times, I'm pretty sure we called a timeout immediately so I could do that.
Honestly, it showed. Like, we saw the results after each timeout, and we were like, yep, here's the mental block right here. They're going to try to reset. They're going to try to work that momentum chain and make sure they feel comfortable.
Yeah,
And
that definitely helped us out this game whenever we just got to like clear the mind and then get back into it.
man, if only every other esports game out there could do that.
Yeah, no,
Just saying.
We've never utilized timeouts before. Other games, like, we've been like, oh, we need to take a second, and we just don't move all of the pre-round. And then the second the match starts, we just go in and we're not set up for anything and end up just getting run down. So actually having that full minute of just breathing was a very nice thing this game that we took well advantage of.
Well, and you know what? I'm going to have one more question for you.
Sure.
Out of all the agents, which one do you think you'll be seeing a lot more get played in the future?
Are you asking for personally what I will be playing or what in general throughout the whole game will be played more?
Let's go with both.
For me personally, I was a very big CS player before this, and the first agent I picked up when I was able to was Reyna. So I've always been very Reyna heavy because I was like, oh, it's like CS, but I can just immediately heal my health back and be back to full, which I loved. But for team, I realized that Ray's Boombot was much more as a team play helpful than me being Reyna and just trying to kill on my own. So for me, I feel like you can see more Rays out of me, but as an overall player, I hope to see a lot more Chamber plays because to me, Chamber is a perfect like half Sentinel, half Duelist that when utilized well is just a beautiful character.
Sounds like it. Well, do you have any more questions for him, Chaotic?
Got anything? Sorry.
Oh, Chaotic Thunder. What that is. Oh, good. I was like, where did that come from? Oh, good. One shot Ocelot. By the way, for those, that's actually really funny. But no, I actually don't have anything else to add. Mini Drones, thank you so much for joining us. You guys played phenomenally. I can understand why you love Chamber so much with some of those highlight reel plays. I have no doubt those are going to turn into probably YouTube clips or maybe some TikTok videos. Some of those fat plays that were made here tonight. But again, Mini Drones, thank you and LIU for coming out and showing us some great Valorant here tonight. I'm really appreciative of that. I'm sure everyone here at Esports U is very appreciative. Thanks for joining us tonight.
Thank you so much for having me. You all have a good night.
Of course. You have a good night as well, Mini Drones. And as we wind down for tonight at Esports U, we've thanked Mini Drones, we've thanked LIU. We should certainly thank LC. Biggest person and people we want to thank here is you folks, the viewers at home. Thank you so much for tuning in. If you are still around here, Esports U, we're out here showing the best esports content out there. We got the collegiate esports, we got Rocket League, we've got Siege that Somi had the opportunity to cast before, we've got Valorant, we've got League of Legends, we've got it all, folks. So if you're looking for some esports content, be sure to follow, check out the channel. And as of right now, that's going to be all for tonight, but be sure to tune in tomorrow and every other day for some more great esports content. For now, that's all for me. One Shot Ocelot on all platforms, and I'll send it off to Somi to lead us out for tonight.
Alrighty, well, my little send-off message to you all is to tanks, healers, and damage dealers. Be sure to tune in tomorrow. We are looking at having Rocket League and Overwatch. Be sure, again, tune into those. Other than that, take care of yourselves, get some sleep, get food, get something to drink, and have a good night, everyone. Hello there, everyone. My name's Sami Nami,
I'm Chaotic Thunder.
and we're here for Rainbow Six Siege. Tonight we have the USC Sumter versus St. Clair Community College. Chaotic, any background on them?
I've definitely heard of St. Clair College. I've heard about them, especially here in the NJCAAE circuit. I know St. Clair went pretty deep last year in the playoffs. I think they went 2 or 3 rounds deep. USC Sumter, haven't heard much about them, but definitely looking forward to see how they play this game.
That's great to hear. Hopefully they will be getting ready soon enough. This is the first time for me. I'm going to be honest with all of you. So I'm hoping to see something new, something that I haven't seen before. I'm getting word that we are going in here. So let's take a look at how it's going.
I got a bit more Rainbow experience, so we'll see if I can still remember how this game is played. Right.
That's good to hear. Starting on the banning.
St. Clair is going to be banning out the attacker first. Locked in that pretty quick. Let's see what they take out. Flores. Okay. So with Chalet being the first pick, that's going to be nice. With Flores being out, it reduces the attacker's ability to open up the garage site down there in the basement. So that's going to be really nice for St. Clair going in as the defense.
Interesting. And our next pick, I don't believe Ying. Interesting.
Again, another great with USCS going in for the attack. That's a great pick. You know, Ying, especially on that second floor bedroom, master bedroom, or even first floor kitchen. Taking out Ying is gonna be really easy to help reduce that hard push.
Valkyrie. I've seen this name show up a lot of times, so I'm not surprised to see Valkyrie's gone.
Yeah, Valk is definitely a really good defensive pick. She allows us to get more intel just from all over the map. So taking her out that was USCS taking out Valk. That's just going to make their first opening initial 6 rounds of attack a lot easier.
I'm predicting Montaigne here. No, it's not.
Wow, the Mira. Interesting. You don't really see a Mira ban on Chalet that much just because there's not many. Well, there's only one site. That's the basement I can think of that's really useful for the Mira. So I'm really interested about that.
So maybe we'll see a lot of basement push here versus any of the other floors.
I'm definitely thinking based on the Mira and then the Valk and the Ying and especially the Flores coming out first pick, I'm definitely thinking that St. Clair's going to open up with basement, but based on that right there, they're going upstairs to the master bedroom.
Interesting. Interesting indeed.
6 picking looks like JMB's going to 6 pick. 6 picks that Wamai.
So what is that little extra symbol showing for them? So, you mentioned a 6 pick.
Yes, so 6 pick is one of the competitive advantages that each of the different teams has. Basically, when you lock in your operators in the first initial lock-in, both teams can see every operator. Then each team gets what we call 1/6 pick, where they get to change out an operator without the other teams noticing it or seeing it.
Interesting.
So we saw St. Clair, they 6-picked into the Wamai. USC Sumter didn't know that they 6-picked into the Wamai at all.
So they may be at their own disadvantage here. I'm getting word that we are possibly on the wrong server.
Yeah, so looks like that was just a little mistake there, but
unfortunate. Oh, hey, we got a little taste on what we're looking forward to, maybe.
Yeah, I don't expect the teams to really change up their strategies going in. So second floor master bedroom office is very an interesting pick there for USC for St. Clair. I was really expecting them to go basement, especially with that Flores ban.
As am I, based on what you were saying there. Since they were just clearing out all
all these initial bans for who would either defend it well or not. For now, I think we should go to a break. We'll hopefully hear back from these teams and get ourselves on the right server.
Yeah, I've just got to get that all sorted out.
Yeah. I'll see you guys in a bit. Don't go anywhere. It's a
JMB
4v4
taking out
situation.
Yasua.
Oh.
I think Rapid went down to a frag grenade as well. Ooh, and Hellbeetle going down to the Kingler.
Seems they're trying to find their angles right now, but no one's really trying to push anything quite yet. And as I see it, someone starts.
Yeah, Rainbow is definitely a slow-paced game, especially in this early phase of it. I mean, early is relative for some games, but 3 minutes in, only a 3-minute round, 1:30 in, this is still considered early in the round. When we start hitting 30 seconds, that's when you're going to see people start just straight rushing the site.
Which is understandable. Once the time crunch comes around,
Mm-hmm.
all strategies almost go out the window. It's point and shoot and hope you hit the guy.
Yeah, at that point you're just spraying corners, hoping to hit somebody.
Spray and pray.
Oh, they just saw him. Looks like JMB just got discovered there hiding behind the Goyo shield.
Like you said, they're all just taking their time right now, but it's 45 seconds left. Someone's gonna start doing something.
Yeah, I'm expecting this UC St. Clair team to start slow pushing in now. They're starting to be pressed for time. Less than 30 seconds left in the round. Ooh, and JMB gets the kill there on Hellbeetle.
Wonderful.
3v3 with Stop Looking At Me, still carrying the diffuser running in as the Thermite. And there
looks
goes
like
the
he's
plant.
Working it, but he couldn't get it off.
Diffuse was off. Salty Jesus getting the C4 kill there on the planter.
Fuse is working. They got a couple seconds.
Ooh, and a shotgun right to the head. Ooh, that just stopped that plant in its entirety. That's gotta hurt.
Honestly, they were so close to just getting it down, but just did not.
Yeah. I think the main thing that the UC Santa Clara team did, they were fine up until about the 1 minute mark where they were slow pushing, 1:32 minutes, pushing just fine. But as soon as that 1 minute mark hit, I think they were still too slow on their push. They needed to start hitting it a bit harder. I think they were just out of position there overall.
Yeah, I think you're right there. Now, I'm not seeing any change-ups from either side.
Interesting that the St. Clair team is bringing the Frost. Usually with Frost, who's considered a trap operator, usually like to 6-pick those just because it throws the other team off. Like, oh, it's a trap operator. They won't expect it. Traps are people such as Frost, Capcan, operators like that.
Sure.
Let's see. It looks like they're going to be on first floor.
Almost located instantly. Wow.
Oh yeah, that's the first floor site. It's where the main entrance is going to be. So that's lounge and pool.
Intriguing.
Yeah, looks like they're getting the rotate set up. For right now, this just looks genuinely like the steady kind of normal play style that a lot of the defensive teams take. Look at that first floor rotate. Interestingly enough, you won't see a lot of players actually holding site. You will most likely only see one player hold the site right now, and all the others will be on the second and even first floor to rotate.
And tactically, that makes a lot of sense, honestly, because you do not want to be on the point of attack when trying to defend it. Rather, you want to try to take angles that attackers cannot see you from, so that way you have the visual advantage.
Absolutely. Or you even want to take off those attacking routes that the attackers are coming from.
Exactly. And from a game perspective, that's that, but that's also I see that just in a general sense. You can take that as you will.
No, it's 100% true. You're definitely going to see this attacking team. They're droning out really well. They're clearing the second, even third floors. There's no reason to put any drones on the site. They just want to be attacking as well. Oh,
yes.
There's going to be another frag kill here.
Are we about to see something? It doesn't look like it.
I thought that would be a frag.
Very hopeful.
kill.
Very
So
hopeful for it. You gotta wonder sometimes how you feel as that, or I wonder sometimes how you feel being that guy just sitting there and you realize there was a little ball that rolled behind you that got you.
Yeah, it's like, oh, if I was two steps to the left, I think I'd be eating crap. Looks like we got a 3-man stack about to push some Rinswood. We do see the sledge who's going to be taking out that soft breach. Getting boosted there by the Finka. Looks like they're just going to go for a straight. Wow, this you see Santa Clair team going in for the Finka boost rush.
The fuse has been planted. Now they just have to defend it long enough.
Yeah, now they're just going to need to hold it. The Finka is definitely what you want to. The Finka rush is a very, very common tactic when you see teams. They'll take either a soft edge or a hard breach like Thermite, and then they'll just Finka rush, or they'll just get the Finka boost, just straight rush the site.
Here's their opportunity to defuse, and it is smited.
Oh, and the attacker is getting a near 3K there at the end. Wow, that was a great play there by the attackers. They did the Finka rush right in through the window, got the diffuser down, and then just held angles.
Indeed, they did. Now, I wonder why that isn't done more with the smoking plants. Because it seems like a dead set strategy. Is it just a thing of courage or guts to go in there and try to pull that off?
I think can play into it sometimes, but I think it just depends on the site. So it looks like we're going back to first floor bar and gaming, but I think it just depends on the site. So the last site we were on was second story, master bedroom and office. There aren't really many windows right next to the objective where you can go in there and just immediately hit it with the diffuser and a smoke. I think it really depends on what your site is.
Bomb located by attackers.
Yep.
And already the bomb's located once again.
Yeah, they knew where they were going to be. Interesting.
I get the feeling we might see a repeat.
It might be. Definitely placing that frost trap over the window to stop that initial jump. Interesting though that the a castle or another operator like that, they can hard reinforce and stop that initial push.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, I was wondering about that myself. In fact, they're leaving that window, the same one that was jumped through to deploy the diffuser the first time around. They're leaving it be. They're not really barricading it as heavily.
Well, with windows and stuff, you can't put a iron ring. The thing we did see is there is a agger down there to stop any incoming projectiles, and we do see a frost trap cover windows. So I think that's legitimately the most this UC team can do.
Attackers drop the diffuser.
With the agents they selected, I'd have to agree.
We did see the fuse there. Jaeger Magpie not 100% clear if they were able to just based on that. We'll definitely have to see how this UC Santa Clair team goes forward.
Honestly, I think I'd like to see them try to access from the roof or the second floor this time around, rather than from the exact same way. Because if you're defending, you expect them to come the same way, honestly.
Yeah, I think that's what we're seeing this UC Sumter team doing. They're doing what's in the Rainbow community commonly called as a vertical push, where they'll start the down vertically.
Intriguing. Again, it's just the same old waiting game to me. I'm a little too hot-blooded for this kind of stuff sometimes, I think.
Oriented, it sounds like.
Yes, that would be probably a better accurate statement.
I think it looks like based on where that thermite and the rush here coming in through the second story.
Yeah, I'm excited for this.
Clears through one. They definitely have good intel. That's the thing.
They're doing very well in the intel. I don't see their drones going down at all, which is very important. Oh, there they go.
They're at that exactly that 1 minute mark, and they just started rushing forward. Diffuser is down. Diffuser is down. Oh, there goes 3, 4. You see.
Attackers recovered the diffuser.
You see. Yeah, that's not what you want to see. Honestly, this is very bad. If you're the attacking side right now.
I think St. Clair might be able to bring this out. A triple kill there from J&B. It's end the round.
Good plays on the defense.
Yeah, looks like JB Beast is definitely carrying the beast for this St. Clair team.
Oh, now we get to see if we get a switch up here. If something changes. And it already has.
Yeah, the Malusi coming in.
Thorn?
Both coming in. Oh.
Well, this will be interesting to watch. Now, based on the name, I don't know well enough, but I'm guessing, as Thorn implies, she's a trapper. Is that right? No, she's not.
Operator that got dropped, and I'm not 100% sure on her kid. I think I'll be able to tell pretty quickly once we get a look at her, but I don't actually think so. No, so it's a stun if I'm thinking about this correctly, based on that little device she just dropped.
She has a 2 health, 2 speed stat. And gadgets include. Indeed. She has Razor Bloom Shell, which I believe is their grenade, basic barbed wire, and a deployable shield, from what I'm just looking at on the side here. Yeah. So I guess anything special.
5 seconds to go.
A quick shows that she is somewhat of a strap up. It's a little device you throw down and attach to any walled surface. Once a barrage of shrapnel at the opposing operators.
Interesting.
So it can give intel and damage. So we'll definitely have to see. I'm interested to see if this UC Sumter, if this
Repulsion device planted.
or intel or damage.
It might be a bit of both. I feel like you're going to get more intel out of it, but the damage is definitely going to be felt. It's going to be one of those intimidating factors because you know they're going to see you if it hits. But you also got to be aware that it hurts you if you get hit. So it's not just a little prick.
Right. I think the intel is going to be the primary use for. I think that use. We're seeing this.
The same.
Really interesting. We're really seeing Kingler there sitting on site with the assistance there from Salty Boy.
Ooh, what a name.
Not mix anything up. Salty Boy Jesus.
There we go.
Don't want to cut anybody off.
Well, it seems people are already having a firefight there. I see Kuro's been injured.
He's already got it in with that Finka boost. Definitely going to be nice to have that. And Thermite's main weapon is ACAAE. Definitely one of the hardest hitting weapons. Is be a nice hard push here for this Sumter team.
Let's see. Oh. Other side is just so close to one another. It's just a matter of when they see each other that this will all go down.
That happened to Amai's kid. Beforehand, her devices actually
salty.
Gunfire that had to be taken out by a soft or hard breach, which is just you.
I'm not sure if you saw that real quick, but Salty got hit by a grenade.
Yeah.
did a great deal of damage just through the floor there.
I think that was Yoshus.
Attackers dropped the diffuser.
Yo needs some help with that one there.
Yoshawat? Like Oshawat?
Seconds to go.
Yeah, like Oshawat.
Yeah.
Have recovered their diffuser.
There we go. We got Pokemon in the game now. Flawless.
10 seconds
Wow.
there. Kegler getting the flawless. Team didn't take a single death.
That's impressive because you usually don't come across flawless.
Yeah, we're definitely seeing this Sinclair team really cleaning up here on the defensive. That second story master, I think both of their wins both of their clean have been from that second story. The Ella, interesting.
Ella, that's an interesting. I didn't think I would actually see Ella in this. I'm gonna be honest.
Thrown down. Technical name is when the goo mine goes down. It's basically essentially when they get a operator gets near them.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
That was I think they're going to be using a lot of audio.
From the sound of it, I can imagine that pairing the two together, you would want to do a flash and rush, like a breach and clear kind of strategy.
Yeah, that's definitely what I'm thinking they're going to be doing, but
Bomb located by attackers.
it's just going to be to cover some of those hard angles that we're going to be seeing put.
10 seconds left
Indeed.
before insertion.
They seem to be heavily fortifying one of the bomb sites
5
right
seconds
now.
to go.
Might just be for the initial prep.
Window.
Attacker's objective is to defuse
I
a
think that's
bomb.
just the exterior window that they grew, just to stop that immediate push.
Let's see. Now, what's out of curiosity, what was the tactical advantage of taking out that flower pot?
That so, as most people might not think it actually has a decent reason that it allows for a pixel peeking.
I see.
Yeah, so you can crawl back a little bit farther.
Because otherwise, it just seems a little silly to take out a little flower pot.
Can be.
It didn't do anything to them. It was just sitting there.
Yeah.
Someone's against plants, I see. Checking their floors, trying to prepare for this engagement here. Still scouting for their positions.
Much intel there on the site.
My device is
Indeed.
We'll definitely that how.
Oh, someone's already been downed.
Wow, that's
and
gonna be
eliminated.
rapid.
Yashawat.
Taking
But
rapid
Rapid
being
gets
traded
traded.
back. Yeah.
Wow. Sometimes I'm reminded time and again that sometimes these fights just take a turn of the dime.
Yeah, I think that decky is supposed to be a My Hero reference. Could be. Could be.
Might be wrong. We'd have to ask the players.
Yeah.
But looks like they're starting to try to make their way in through the building.
Yeah, definitely. I've noticed this usage some being a lot faster with the amount of time it takes them to push. Really liking how they're learning round by round that, oh, we need to push a bit quicker than we have.
Yep, and sometimes that's all it really takes is that you gotta learn that something's not working first before you actually adapt. Ooh,
Oh.
and there goes the sledge.
Firefight going down. Oh, and there goes the diffuser down by. Don't look at me.
Oh, nope, he did not see the frag. That's
Oh, the C4 kill. That is just.
Operators, you have run out of time.
time.
Oh man, you just see a flying little object go into that smoke screen, and you're already thinking, I don't think he's gonna live there.
No, I don't.
Yeah,
For that world.
it's not gonna work out for him, buddy. So, out of all these operators I've been seeing consistently, Goyo sticks out to me. I'm trying to figure out Goyo's kit here still. It doesn't.
Goyo's kit is he places down those shields and then sets a pyro charge essentially on the back of them. So whenever you would hop over the shield, it explodes with a massive fiery charge. Or
Interesting.
you can shoot those explosive charges, setting off what is essentially like a airfare on the floor.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being
And
defused by
I
attackers.
think we saw a 6-pick from both sides actually. One for Wamai off of Malusi, and then there was yep, and then there was the other one who I'm currently losing the name of. Zofia, I think it was.
Oh, the Zoff. I personally, the Zoff is one of my favorite attackers to play with. Basically, a smoke screen or a concussive. So it's really, really versatile.
5 seconds left.
That's actually really good to have
Attackers are heading
when
out.
facing off against these kind of defenders, honestly. Because they just seem hard sets on their positions.
Yeah. Yeah, so yeah, this second we'll be on the basement down here. No, we're back in game room again. Wow.
Yeah, we are. We're on the first floor once again.
St. Clair team doesn't like the basement at all. Half the basement.
Neither team seems to be dealing with the basement, which again surprises me. I would think that of course I don't know as much knowledge, but you would think you try to take different angles, go from above, go from below, surprise the enemy.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Usually you see the basement as the and haven't. They've only been that second story master office.
Army.
Yeah.
Got two scouts droning around, looking to see who's where.
Yeah, we'll see where they're going to be hitting it from.
Oh, and there goes Yashalot.
Oh, Rapid taking him out. Rapid, just as to his name, getting them rapid kills here early in the round.
He seems to have been doing that all match so far. Be it getting the picks or, unfortunately, being on the receiving end.
Yeah, I mean, either way, you're in the middle of that firefight.
But, never know.
Hard angle there, kind of sweeping around. I think he might catch a here.
Oh, he's got a couple bullets, and Rapid gets punished for a little peeking.
Set him around. But gets the Jaeger Magpie, takes it out.
It's very close to one another.
This Sumter team is just really... It's very interesting what their pacing is overall throughout the map. You know, 45 seconds in, vertical push. You know, 45, and all right, we're on the first floor at least. Site kind of edging that around, but interesting.
Indeed. Oh, they're just right on the other side of each other. He doesn't know he's behind.
They're on
in a crossfire.
Putting us 4-3. Absolutely.
That's a rough one because as the attacker, I honestly think I should have gotten that kill. But unfortunately, it wasn't him shooting back.
Yeah, that's what everybody likes to refer to as siege timing right there. It's just the perfect instance of,
oh, so close.
Look away for 5 minutes. And that St. Clair team is going to bring that in as we go into the round swap. So both teams are going to switch attack and defend.
The score here, as it shows, it's at 5-1. Give me a little reminder. What does it take for one of these teams to win?
So I believe that'll be difference after 5 rounds. So if this St. Clair team can stay 7-1 will be match.
I see.
Yeah. So
interesting picks with Rapid right now.
This Sumter team really playing on the objective, playing strong to bring this game back.
Agreed. Otherwise, if they don't make their stand here, it might be a slippery slope to a snowball effect. I like to call it.
Yeah, I just don't know. I think this UC Sumter team, they just have to step on the gas. They cannot afford to give up a single round if they want to stay alive in this first match.
Now, given that if they do that, yes, they try to move in quick, but they have to move in smart. Because off of just any other game experience, you even know if you just go down an alleyway and expect to win with no complications, it's not going to go as planned.
Absolutely not. You can't walk into any game thinking, oh, it's going to be an easy game. We've got this in the bag. It's never, ever has worked out in any game, especially Siege.
Yes. It's just so tactical that you got to watch your angles, watch your timing. And sometimes, unless you really can survive on your own, you got to push with the team. Always. And have your people at your back.
You run and gun arcade shooter like Call of Duty. This is a tactical 5-man game where you have to be 100% on point with the rest of your. Granted that this
and there goes one of SCC right now.
Wow, Yashwat getting the kill there on JMBs, which we know JMB well up until now. They've been parrying a lot of these rounds.
Yeah. Well, sometimes that's just how it goes, where it's like you said, that siege timing. You look at one angle versus another, and they just get you for it.
An angle you're holding for 5 minutes, you won't get it. You'll never get it back.
Exactly. But that's honestly just comes with the tactical shooters, because it happens in pretty much every FPS game where you're camping an angle. Oh, and there goes Yashua.
Nope, and there goes trading kill for kill.
And there goes another one. They are staying even the entire time here.
Wow, just can't accept a trade for trade.
I mean, it's very appeasing to see, but you want to be able to push and secure. As I say that, another one goes down for SCC.
Kill. We still have the Vigil, Cade, Smoke still up, going against.
The fuse is going out. Just a second left. It's planted. Now they just have to survive it.
Double kill there by Shards. Shards gets the kill there on Helby. First win of this second round, as they're able to get the defuse.
And they do, in fact, get it off. I'm gonna be honest. I was a little worried for USC Sumter. The way that trade was going, I wasn't sure if they would get it off right away.
Yeah, I thought they were just gonna sweep.
Ooh, the Jackal pick. Haven't seen him yet. Seems quite interesting. I guess by the image or logo implies, he has great scouting capabilities.
Yeah, you'll see a lot with
Attackers need to
that
locate and defuse
Jackal. You'll
bombs.
see them just track people down over and over and over again.
Would you put Jackal on the same level as Caveira, though?
Attackers have discovered the location of a bomb.
See, I think it's an interesting level with specifically the Caveira. You'll see them track down for the specific goal of interrogating, which reveals more intel, while the Jackal you track down just to track down because you can see their footsteps. So I think they're both very intelligence-based tracking operators, but I wouldn't put them on the same level necessarily.
5 seconds to go.
Interesting. Because as you said, it's one follows the shadows while the other follows the live person.
Yeah, exactly.
Here we go. Preparation is done.
Diffuser has been dropped.
And the diffuser's been dropped already?
Yeah, so
I'm guessing that that
yeah,
was on purpose.
Yeah, they just dropped the diffuser just because usually, unless you specifically want to grab the diffuser, sometimes you want to leave it outside. That way you can do a push or even a clear just to make it easier.
Because that is the one and only diffuser, and if that gets lost in the open, that's
yeah, or even
that's really different.
Lost in what is considered enemy territory, it's hard to win the round.
Yes.
Definitely running out.
And JM Beast is down again. And this seems to be currently consistent.
Looks like they came out really
SCC's
strong.
defense.
Yeah, looks like they came out really strong, but just couldn't stay alive here as we're seeing a lot of this UMC Sumter team just not really picking it up.
Well, but they got a good trade on Kane, who I actually believe would have been a big rock for USCS defense.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, as they have those electro claws down already, so I mean, his defensive abilities are in place. It's just having that heavy LMG there to back it up always helps.
Always. And another one goes down for USCS.
Kingler taking out Kumo. Hellbeetle taking out Kingler, just trading it 3v3 right now.
I think we're seeing another pattern again.
Yeah, Char's nearly getting taken out there. I believe it was by Yashwat too. Less than a minute to go left here in the round. This UC Sumter team is definitely holding these angles really well, but they're going to force this St. Clair team to have to be the aggressor here at the end.
Well, I think SCC is starting to push just a little, but they're biding their time the best they can.
Trading it out, Yashwat tried to go for the C4 kill there right
Salty
after they went
almost
for the brace.
down.
Magpie just saved his life there. Cleared the flashes.
Right, great to have, honestly.
So you see all those footprints on the floor. Those are footprints that Jackal can track, but he didn't even need them as he takes out Stars there.
Oh!
Oh!
Defenders won.
Decky gets the final kill. That was a bang play there at the end.
Everything happened so fast. You almost need an instant replay to figure out what just happened there.
Yeah, I wish we had one. I know. Wow, I think that was USC taking out 2 on the first push, and then St. Clair finishing it up from a rear push. Wow. That does bring our score 5-3.
Oh, here comes Jackal again. And Warden this time.
Interesting.
Ooh, I'm excited.
Yeah, you don't really see the Warden that much.
To any other casual player, you could say that Warden doesn't have the greatest kit.
Ah, there it is. The Thorn. The Warden was just a 6-pick for the Thorn. Yeah, see,
but you never know. That Warden is so useful when it comes to those smokes.
I don't know. that's more towards the point I was making earlier, where Warden isn't really as viable as he might seem, because yes, he can feast through smokes, but he can't move while he's using his ability to see through things.
Well, and supposedly he can move, but then you can't get the see-through. Like,
Yeah.
pretty much what you're saying.
Yeah. So I think that's more leaning towards the point I made earlier, that the Warden was basically just like a front. It never was actually going to be played. It was just a front to 6-pick the Thorn.
5 seconds to go.
Which, to anyone on the outside, I think they could have seen that coming, honestly.
Yeah. And it's like, oh, the Warden? Ah, it's obviously a fake. It's a fake out.
Yeah. Just so, but imagine if they actually ran that.
Oh my gosh, it'd be so weird. If I was that attacking team, I'm like, alright, who did they 6-pick? Who did they 6-pick? Oh, it's actually a Warden? What are you doing?
Yeah. I mean, because at that point, you'd really want your team to be smoke heavy, so that way you could abuse the fact of his kit.
Absolutely. You'd be running smokes, you'd be running either a actual smoke, running yings as well for those flashes, things like that.
Yeah.
100%.
I think in that effect, it does, some of these agents really force your team to not have as much freedom to make their picks.
Mm-hmm. I think, depending on the operator you're running, I think it can definitely affect what your strategy looks like. And I think the smart thing isn't to let your operator affect your strategy, but to change your strategy based around the operators you feel most comfortable with.
Indeed.
So if you're most
I do
comfortable...
like this. It seems that, sorry to interrupt you, but it seems that Rapid has been using the basement the most out of anyone.
Yeah, I think they've been doing that mostly around that Jackal play style of going around looking for those footprints, seeing if they can get a back flank.
But with that, he's essentially securing the basement and letting his team know, hey, you don't have to worry about the guys down here. I've already checked time and time again. There's no one here.
Yeah,
Which,
basement's clear. It's one less floor we have to sweep as a team.
and that's imperative. Just like that, there goes Sir Decky.
Sir Decky, 7-7 overall tonight. I think Rapid has really been carrying that St. Clair team, looking 11-7, while the rest of the Sumter team is pretty even overall.
I'd agree with you there. Although, I do have to say, stop look at me.
He's what I've always called a bullet bag. Taking a lot of
there
bullets.
you go. Not to poke at the man.
No. All in jest, all in jest.
Yes, it's just how the stats are currently looking. It is the first map after all, so time will only tell.
Yeah, that could absolutely turn around. Here comes second map. There you see the Zoff kit being used really well. Rapid getting the double kill there on Helbio.
I'm gonna be honest, Rapid here, I think he might pull it off here.
Doris going for the defuse. Oh, and S and St. Clair getting the flawless round again.
That's a tough one. I'm wondering if Kane had someone in front of him. That's the reason why he had his back turned. Otherwise, if you saw that someone was coming, you might want to just keep your eye on the ball there.
Yeah, don't really want to spin it there, but it is true that St. Clair has forced UC Sumter into match point, so this could be the last match of the round if St. Clair can stay alive here.
Indeed.
Bringing that same Finka, Jackal, and Sledge. Ooh! 6-picking the Finka into the Thatcher. I know we've seen that Finka be vital to their strategy overall this entire game. So very interesting that they changed it out to the Thatcher.
Yeah, indeed. And I'm gonna take a look down there. Bandit to Wami?
Wamai.
Wamai, my bad.
Yeah, to the Wamai. Again, Wamai and Bandit both play a similar role, with Bandit electrifying any walls, while Wamai basically stops any projectiles coming through. So I think it was smart to not bring the Cade and the Bandit, swapping it out. You don't want to put too many eggs in one basket when you're defending.
Yeah.
You kind of want to spread out your overall abilities more instead of 2 electros rather than no projectiles.
Indeed. Now I'm wondering if they're. I get the feeling Rapid's going to take the lead again through the basement. I don't see them initially taking any care for there.
I would
but then
definitely.
again, it is the prep phase.
Yeah, I would definitely agree. I think we're going to see Rapid go down there to the basement, clear it just like they did earlier. I think it's a great idea because it allows your team the flexibility to realize, okay, we don't have to clear basement. We can just
Now,
clear
Decky,
this first floor.
We have something different. Someone actually is in the basement.
It's the Vigil whose ability actually doesn't allow them to be tracked by Jackal, nor can they be seen on cams. So this is the perfect counter pick into this Jackal.
Oh, but Jackal's found someone already.
Found the Malusi.
And Rapid's eliminated by Sir Decky himself.
Ooh.
That was, just as you mentioned, a huge counterplay there.
Yeah.
He was tracking someone and right around the corner just gets eliminated.
I think with Rapid being down, that's definitely going to take the wind out of this St. Clair team's sails, as they just need this one more win to stay alive.
Indeed. They're going to need a lot more intel now that they do not have Rapid.
Clearing up that basement, which now the basement could be a viable counterplay for that UC Santa Clara team.
Seems there's a good firefight going on the second floor there.
Yeah, it looks like Kingler's trying to shoot out into Kuro, trying to take him out through the floor, it looks like. Maybe through the window here.
Yep, they're very close to each other. It's just... Oh, there goes one.
Kuro gets the kill there on Salty Boy Jesus.
This is just what Sumter needs right now.
Absolutely, Yashua getting the kill there on Charas. Beast changes it back to Yashua, putting us 2-4 with only a minute left in the round.
As defenders, I would honestly try to take my time here. I get the feeling that they're playing a bit more aggressive than typically would be seen in this game.
Kingler gets the kill there on Yashua, or as it's Kuro, excuse me. Refiring those angles, great plays, great smart plays.
Oh.
It's the MP down, trying to clear out some of those attacker gadgets.
They're just hoping to hit something through those walls.
30 seconds left, and here goes the defuse.
The fuse is a fail.
Ooh, as Helpies gets the floor headshot onto JMB. Succeeds shot him right through the floor on that. 1v3 situation.
Oh.
Right now, Kingler just needs to go for kills. He gets the triple. 1v1.
Now they have to get that defuse going right now, otherwise...
He's not dead! Oh, and he got the kill, though! If you either get the kill or the defuse, you win. Huh. I think he was really waiting there for...
You know what, I honestly thought Vigil might have had an advantage there, but I was pleasantly surprised.
Yeah, same. I don't think anybody expected that last in round there with Kingler getting the triple, just straight clutching it for his team. Less than half health, and still takes out a full health Vigil and the Wamai. Wow.
Took the whole clip and the pistol just to get him down.
I don't think even the way he kind of fired and looked away, I don't think he realized that a full clip to the back of the head wouldn't take somebody down.
Do the kitchen sink at him and no less.
Yeah. It's just one of those things that you think you're going to take somebody out like, oh yeah, half a clip. Next map. Oh, perfect.
There we go.
And again,
we're getting word that, yep, our next match is ready to go. Let's take a look and see what they're about to do with their bans.
Yeah, we're going to be heading into Clubhouse this next map. So looking at bans, I definitely think we're going to be looking for that Mira ban to stop that hookah push. Looking for a Frost ban, Valk ban, 100%. Valk and Mira are always going to be those two bans we're looking at here on Clubhouse. Maybe even a Calais ban could be something you see a lot. Callie likes to sit there long range with her sniper, cover through ruins, things like that. Yeah.
Yeah, that's possible. But I do get the feeling we may see a Jackal ban this time around.
Just to take out that comfort pick for Rapid.
Exactly. Thatcher's already off the board.
Yeah.
We see from the get-go.
Thatcher is one of those common bans we like to see here on these kinds of maps just because it removes the ability for big walls to be opened up, especially there on master bedroom and first floor kitchen. Bana be taking out as well.
Yeah. Although not a new agent. Cade! Interesting.
That Cade is, again, not one of those really surprising operators. I'm surprised I haven't seen the Mirror or the Valkyrie, which only one defensive op left is going to be one of them.
It's gotta be.
Yeah.
And it's Valkyrie.
Yeah, there's the Valk, which leaves the Mirror open, so I'm expecting this UC Sumter team to pick that Mirror going into this first round.
Well, you never know. It's a different map. Again, I don't have all the ins and outs here, but I'm hoping to see some going to see that Monty, hopefully. Just getting word that we are apparently on the wrong sides.
Yeah.
We're gonna be resetting real quick.
Ooh, that's oof. Little mistake there, little hiccup. Not too bad, not too bad.
Hey, what can you do? Honestly, there's a lot that goes on with this production as well as just the game itself. Things happen all the time.
Yeah, it's just 1,001 things going on. You're gonna forget just the little thing that's like, oh, well, didn't mean to be on this side, didn't mean to be on that side. It's one of those things.
Indeed. And then looks like we're heading right back into it. Seems whatever little hiccup has fixed itself.
Heading back in. UMC is going to be taking on, looks like bomb site is going to be, oh, looks like we're going to be in a basement down there. No.
Ooh, finally, a basement?
No, that's CCTV cache room. It looked like basement there for a minute.
So would that be on our first floor or second floor?
That'll be second floor. CCTV cache is usually one of the first sites picked. It's one of the most comfortable sites to play on, just because it actually got a rework recently too. So it's very comfortable. Interesting that they did bring a castle. I know personally, every time I played on this map, castle is just a insta-lock because he can lock up different windows, he can lock up different areas to play through. It just makes life so much easier.
Well, despite what you said earlier, we're not seeing a mirror in any of this.
Yeah, I am so surprised we don't see this mirror coming through.
Yeah.
I'm definitely seeing the Maverick. Maverick is going to be the most key player here right now to open up this bottom wall.
Indeed. This little flamethrower gives you just big enough sight needed to see through. And Kuro is eliminated.
Taken out there by Salty Boy. So the main reason you see the Maverick play here is because they have that wall electrified, but the only other operator who can clear electrified walls like that, Thatcher, was banned. What you'll see is the Maverick will blowtorch off the electrified gadgets, and then they'll use a hard breacher such as the thermite they have to open up the actual wall itself.
Indeed. Now, what would the difference be if they just shot through the wall?
Well, it's reinforced so the bullets wouldn't go through it all.
Oh, and there goes the ball.
Yeah, so that's exactly the play we saw there. The Maverick took out the electrified gadgets, and then the Finka used her impact grenade to clear out the wall, allowing the team to enter through it.
Yashawat's the only one left and gets eliminated.
Wow, it's CTCV Cache is one of these sites where as soon as that wall is opened up, it is just a all rush, all go kind of play.
Interesting. Sounds like the kind of place I'd like to see.
I don't know. I'm trying to think what the lore behind Clubhouse is. I think it's a biker group's hangout, like their club.
Interesting.
You could say it's their clubhouse.
Ooh, would you look at this? We are seeing a pulse. I haven't seen this agent up yet.
So Pulse is okay. So the reason we're going to Pulse is because we're going to basement. We're finally going to the basements.
Must be. Church
We're going
Arsenal
to the
room?
yeah, Church Arsenal is in the bottom. So the reason you see Pulse is because Pulse's gadget allows him to see heartbeats through walls.
Interesting.
So what the Pulse
Just a
will
little
do,
sonar.
yeah, the Pulse will do is he'll sit right under these main stairs, kind of right where the bomb site B is. He'll sit right there, and then he can see through the walls to cover the entrance through the dirt tunnel and through the main entrance stairs, so he can cover 2 angles at once.
Now I do see Kinger's pick down there. Forgot his name. I think it's
Buck.
Batch?
10 seconds
Buck.
left.
That's right.
Buck. Yeah.
Seems an interesting 6 pick.
5 seconds
Running
remaining.
Buck here.
Buck overall has a good kit as a soft creature. The main gripe you'll hear from players about Buck is just the recoil his gun has. I mean, you are near pulling your mouse vertical to hold that thing in line.
Sounds like you just gotta rip it down.
Yeah, you gotta let it rip.
Just Beyblade it.
I was wondering if that reference would land.
Hey. Just, if it hits kind of thing.
Yeah. Definitely can see this dirt push through Beast as Maverick, pushing there through dirt tunnel.
I'm interested seeing that. Oh, is that? Nope, that is JM Beast. I was interested seeing as to why the projectile denier was right there at the door.
Yeah, that's most likely just to stop items coming through, but this is the exact play I was talking about here with Hell Beetle. He can sit right under those main stairs, kitchen and main stairs, and dirt with his little pulse sensor right here to see where people are.
Honestly, with his kit, I would figure that Pulse would get picked a lot more.
The only issue is the pulse sensor doesn't have that far of a range, so unless you're in tight areas like this church, like stairs there, it's not really that useful.
Sure, if they're up 2 floors versus right above your head, or right on the other side of the wall.
Exactly. And then you also have to have the ability to let your team respond to it. Most likely what we see on this map is we'll have one defensive player roaming through the top side and then giving call-outs from the pulse. Clearing up through that.
As you were saying?
Clearing up through that main kitchen there. That's the main strat you'll see on this map, is that teams will clear the kitchen, they'll open up that main hatch, that way they can just drop down with less than 10 seconds left, grant the diffuser, giving the defensive team no time to respond.
Indeed. Honestly, with the way these two teams play, I think we really should see Pulse Game run a lot more, whether it be either side, because they're practically on the other side of each other every time I see these situations. And there goes Yashawat, and the fuse is going down right now, but it gets held up.
Interrupted. Char's gonna get the defuse down really close to the wall, which is kind of dangerous, just because that wall can just be breakthrough.
But he pulled it off.
As we see him go down there.
I'm reloading.
Curl with the double kill.
JMB is gonna be a 2v4 here.
No, it's just
looking at
Rapid
me
at
gets
this
his
point.
first kill of the night.
Good for them. See, it just took a map difference.
Oh, gets the defuse down. No v3 as UC Sumter gets the win.
That was very close. Rapid was going in, trying his best to stop that defuse.
Yep, puts us 1-1 overall. I don't know if it's the attacking or this map change, but this is just, I feel like it's a different St. Clair team.
Yeah, I feel like this is a lot more even with each other. They are. It's a different air about them, is what it is.
Yeah,
now,
I would 100% agree.
Ace with the Maverick. I don't know enough about Ace.
Ace
see
is
how he
another
would
hard
fit in this
breacher.
equation.
Yeah,
Another
Ace
hard
is,
breacher, I see.
Yeah, another hard breach. Basically, his gadget is he throws a little device on the wall, and it clears the wall out vertically. I think you'll be able to see it more clear when he actually uses his device.
Interesting.
That's most likely just because the St. Clair team knew that Sumter is going to be heading back to that second-story CCTV cast room. They're going to use the Maverick and the Ace to open up this balcony wall again.
You never know. Current fortifies are going up on the exterior walls. That would give them quick access to the bomb site there.
Yep, we're seeing the balcony boarded up. We're seeing the standard peek throughs opened up there in Garage. Basically, what we're seeing right now is what I would call the standard operator plays. The normal rotates, the normal reinforces, everything like that.
5 seconds to go.
It's good. Now, as the attacking side, I think their best bet here is to go through that door there with the axe. I don't have the direct name right now, but it has access to one of those bomb sites.
Yeah, small balcony barricade there. Interestingly enough, I can see your point with when to breach through there, but I think what we're seeing the Maverick do right now, which is breaching open main balcony, is actually their best bet.
Agreed. Because once they get that full area open, that's a lot of area to see through. Once that's broken.
Yeah, it's a lot of real estate to do some damage with.
Maverick's taking some damage from the electricity here.
And he's getting shot. Looks like the Finka's gonna heal him right back up.
Yes.
As Ace is most likely gonna breach open that wall there.
They seem to be. That's just their adrenaline. For a moment, I believe they were taking on some fire.
Yeah, I think it was a little bit of the electricity plus some fire there. Decky trying to peek out, trying to counter peek Salty Jesus.
That's what we like to call an ego peek.
See who can peek the strongest.
Exactly. Who can get away with a peek and not get punished.
I think the reason we see the smoke play so much on this map, especially on defense, is to stop that ego peeking. Because yeah, you can try and counter peek me or ego peek me, you can't see or shoot me through this smoke.
Exactly. And if you try to go through that smoke, it's gonna hurt you.
Yep, you can't breathe. As Smoke's catchphrase when he throws it out is always breathing.
Interesting. Sounds like a line from Apex.
And looks like JB Rapid's gonna get another kill, as JB Beast is gonna get the diffuser down. Double kill there by Kingler.
Sumter right now, they were hurting, and SCC they're sitting pretty right now. They're getting their picks, they're staying alive, healthy, and they have the angles right now.
Yeah,
so,
5v1 excuse me right now.
Decky would have to get an ace here, but that's not very likely to happen.
Not very likely when you still have Kingler and Rapid there on the board still.
Indeed.
That's one thing I will say, as bad as it sounds, this St. Clair team, I think they rely heavily on Rapid and Kingler to clean up a lot of their shots. Not that Salty Boy, Chars, or JMB Beast are any bad. I think they're just more assist heavy players rather than kill heavy.
And I have to agree with you there. It shows up as that pattern currently, and you see it across other games as well. It's not just Rainbow that this happens in.
No.
Perfect. Here we go with the Claire, I believe it was.
Here's my Mira.
My bad. There is your Mira. I bet you are so happy to see Mira on the board.
Oh yes, finally I get my Mira. You'll see exactly what I'm looking like, especially over there in Gym Bedroom. That's gonna be one of the map sites we haven't seen yet. Is Gym Bedroom. I know exactly what they're gonna do. They're gonna put that Mira up there in the bathroom as soon as they get the wall cleared.
Yeah. So explain to me. Go ahead and explain to me how this Mira is going to fully play out this situation for success. What is her recipe for success?
First of all, this Mira is going to use her shotgun secondary to clear out the bottom of that wall, as it allows a rotate between the two sites. Then the Mira is going to place her actual wall right there in the bathroom where we see the Blitz setting up his bandit charges, just so they have a clear line of sight into the main push, which is that main balcony there. So most likely we'll see the Mira sitting in bathroom covering the main balcony and that back sight into CCTV cache.
Oh, looks like this Mira is following everything you've said so far, so...
Oh, shot for shot. I still got it.
Let's see if your recipe for success plays through true. And
I think
Vigil's
it-
taking the basement.
Yeah, I think it will. I think playing that mirror down there is going to be the best thing, just because it allows the most flexibility. It allows one operator to hold multiple angles. It's just overall a recipe for success.
Now, out of pure curiosity, I know this may not sound strange, but would you be able to use, I'm going to get his name wrong off the hand, Sledge's ability on an enemy agent?
Yes, absolutely. It's usually called a bonk kill. Funny enough, there is an entire Halloween game mode centered around getting kills with nothing but Sledge's a gadget. It's called Sledge Myers.
I love that. That is wonderful to hear.
I think it was all based on the Michael Myers movie franchise.
Interesting. Oh,
Yep.
and there goes that one. Little drone.
Mira was just like, you've seen your last days. Oh, this
Oh,
mirror is
looks like
playing
they-
exactly what I thought they would. Yep.
I bet you are so happy. Oh, and that was Yashawat out in the open.
Yeah,
take
trying to
some
get some
shots.
kills.
Yep, but I think he got punished for it.
Yep, JMB. Well, the thing about when you run out, if you're a defender, you run outside of the building, the enemy team gets a outline and a tracker on where you are at all times, so it's the easiest thing to kill you.
Sure, it's also one of the riskiest plays that I know in Siege.
Yeah, 100%, 100%.
And now it's just up to Vigil.
That roamer. And as you
Yeah.
see, Char is getting the defuse down there on site.
And he's already taken some damage, so they know he's around and they're setting up for him.
Yeah, I think right here, can't tell who that's going to be around the corner there in CCTV, but I think that's exactly who's going to fall to.
That's Salty Boy Jesus.
In another flawless round for this St. Clair team. I think that's overall 4 flawless rounds for St. Clair.
Yes. Now I think if you're going to continue playing the Vigil, you need to start rotating or migrating back towards your team, regardless of how it's going, just because of time.
Yeah, 100%. I absolutely agree. If you were going to be a roamer, which is a amazing, perfect strat, you always want to have a roamer going around. Yes, you want to have a roamer off-site for the majority of the map, but after about 30 seconds left in the round, you want to put that roamer back on site to help cover.
Indeed. And we're actually seeing Twitch right now.
Ooh.
I'm actually excited to see this.
Yeah, so that Twitch is going to be a
'Cause,
really nice drone to help. I think they're going to try and use the Twitch more to clear up those electros we'll see down here in Church Basement.
Sure. Now, out of curiosity, it seems that would Twitch interfere with Pulse at all?
No. So what Twitch does is she sends a drone that has the ability to shoot an electro dart. So most likely what we're going to see the Twitch do is actually go and try and shoot out Wamai's Gadget and Bandit's battery charges.
Let's see.
Those are the two we're most likely going to see. Twitch won't really interfere with the Pulse, nor will she interfere with the Vigil at all.
Yeah.
Mostly just going in to clear out.
Yeah, since you mentioned that Vigil is that operator that does not... he's a ghost operator, is what I like to coin the term as right now. Where you don't know he's there. You can't see him kind of thing. He's a ghost.
Yeah.
He doesn't exist.
Yeah, absolutely.
So... it's hard to shut something down that doesn't exist.
It's hard to shoot a ghost.
Exactly.
Nope.
Oh, looks like Pulse has already saw someone at first.
Yep,
Oh,
because
there you are on the scan.
see them coming in through main kitchen there. And that's why this Pulse is such an amazing operator on this map, is because he can see kitchen, he can see dirt, he can see main stairs. It's just an overall amazing operator to play.
Yep, well, there he goes.
An amazing operator who is now dead.
Yes, that is unfortunate to lose Pulse right there. But otherwise, what I've also noticed of this basement compared to others, it's much smaller than, well, at least we'll go with the last map.
Yeah.
In comparison.
Yeah, Church Arsenal is definitely smaller. I think it's more tunnel play. You have the dirt tunnel, you have blue tunnel, you have that main entry
Yes.
tunnel. I think it's a lot more funneling rather than open.
Yep. And
Ooh,
right
and
now we got a trade between A's.
Char is going down there. That's going to be, looks like this St. Clair team won't be having another flawless round as they'd like.
No, but they did get the defuse off. JMB does get knocked down, and they also lose Maverick.
Ooh, that's going to hurt with Kingler, with JMB's being down. Kingler and Raptor had to push that site hard if they want to pick them up.
Apologies, I said someone get down and defeated Maverick at the same time.
Ooh, and Kingler going down there.
They got about 20 seconds left. And they hold out.
Yeah, I think Rapid just needs to hold this angle that they're currently playing it as.
And they're doing it successfully.
The drop kill there on Yashua. Oh!
Amazing! Even with the knife kill at the very end.
Wow, Rapid, the double spray down plus the knife. That was a triple kill to win the round. Rapid is just clutching it up.
It's as we've mentioned before. Rapid, Kinger, these guys are the kill squad. If you have to send someone in, it's these two.
Oh yeah, the Rapid is the kind of person you want in a foxhole every time.
Always.
4-1, heading in one round off the switch. Keeping... Ooh.
Oh, are we about to see a switch up to Osa?
Yeah, Osa. We're going to see that. Okay. So Osa is one of the newer operators. Basically, she has a portable see-through shield she can bring in.
Interesting.
So she can place the shield. It's a glass ballistic shield where she can see through, shoot around it, and then she can pick it up and move it around as needed. She can even walk with it and still be bulletproof like a Montaigne shield.
I was going to say, that sounds a lot like Montaigne.
Definitely. I'm expecting her to be used, most likely pushing through main or even dirt. We do see this Sumter team. Looks like they're trying to play dirt a bit more safe this time, sending over the smoke and the Jaeger to try and fortify it. Not really covering kitchen as much, only having one rotate with that vigil still. I'd love to see 2 rotates on this map.
10 seconds left before insertion.
As would I. Now, they did give up Pulse this time around.
5 seconds to go.
I think that's, that might be for the better.
Attackers are moving out
But
to locate a
in
bomb.
terms of recon ability, I think they gave up a strong ability there.
Yeah, it's definitely going to lose them a lot of intel overall, but I guess they get the advantage of maybe if we have the smoke, we can slow down the push more.
That's possible, but honestly, I don't think it's the speed of the push that's been going on right now, but rather how it's pushing. It needs to be focused. And there goes Yashua.
Ooh, an early kill, not even 10 seconds in the round.
That was very quick. I was not ready for that one.
I don't think Yashua was ready for that.
Oh, almost got Vigil there. Great deal of damage, and there goes Kinger. Eliminated by Vigil himself.
Rapid going down as well. This is interesting. I know we've been talking a lot about how this St. Clair team relies on Rapid and Kingler. Let's see how they can play this with both of them down.
Well, as we mentioned, these are the heavy support types, so maybe if they take their angles properly, use their utilities to slowly push in, because they have the time, they may be able to clutch this. It is a 3v3 situation, so anything can go here.
Yeah, I'm definitely going to see. The only difference here in this 3v3 is that this Vigil is slightly less health as Kuro goes down there.
Kuro, and stop! Decky's right there. Just need to take out Decky, and... Well, there we go. They took their time. They used their utility as needed. Probably not, actually. But, yeah, they just took their time like they needed to and got the picks.
IOI?
I think that was, LOL.
Oh. Now that makes me feel old. Oh, no.
Oh, boy. It's
Well,
okay. We'll take it one step at a time. Oh, boy. Tell you, Siege is its own little environment, I am learning.
Yeah, oh, that hurts. Lol, lol, lol. Wow. With St. Clair coming in 5-1 overall.
Attackers need to
Get a
locate and
6
defuse
with
as many bombs
Zofia.
as they can.
Yeah, we're gonna go for the switch up. So we just switched sides with UC Sumter now on the attack with St. Clair on the defense. St. Clair just needs to win 2 more rounds, and they've got this entire match in the bag.
Indeed. No, I do. We're seeing Ace again. Oh, but this time it's with Sumter.
Yeah, it's over with the Sumter team. Looks like the Sumter team is running somewhat the same comp we saw with the St. Clair team, the Maverick, with the Zofia, and the Ace.
But I am curious about Salty here. As we are seeing here, a lot of the SMGs, even tactical shotguns are being used. It looks like Salty's coming out here with just a typical shotgun. Pump.
Yeah, the pump. So that's twofold. One, that is the limitation of Smoke's kit. Smoke only has the shotgun and then a SMG. The thing about his SMG is that a lot of players don't like it because it has such a high recoil. I know personally I will usually run the shotgun when I play Smoke just because his recoil on that SMG is insane.
That's so. But on the trade-up for accuracy there, that must mean his shotgun does a great deal of damage, doesn't it?
Oh, absolutely. A shotgun is maybe a 2 shot to the body, 1 shot to the head.
So, you must have your aim be true, Archer.
Let your aim be true and not be foul.
Indeed.
Yeah, looks like we're going to see this Sumter team going into this standard clear that we're seeing over here on balcony.
Attackers have located a bomb.
It's been done over and over again. It's just the very it's the meta, is what it appears.
Yep. It's the Ace, it's the Maverick clearing out the Electros, Zoff clearing out the actual wall, and then Ace cleaning up either the rest of it or going to a backside. That is just a amazing combo.
Activating Selma.
Oh, and just as I'm seeing it now, Salty now has that's a small SMG.
Yeah, that's going to be his SMG secondary. Salty gets the kill there on Decky. Decky trading into Kingler.
Indeed. And now it's not looking in the favor of SCC at the moment.
Wow, as Yasuo just pops off with Zoff's LMG there, getting a double kill, putting us down 2-4.
Rapid gets down too. We're left with Chars, and there goes Chars.
Chars just wasn't long for this world.
No, not at all.
Sumter's
oh,
trying.
hey! Hello there.
Just let me pop in through here and up.
Yeah, looks like we're gonna go with the exact same room again.
Yeah, I mean, if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Yep. Even a clock is Mozzie. Oh, I am now very excited to see Mozzie used here. I may not know a lot, but I know Mozzie.
Oh, the Mozzie, the crazy Australian from down south. And the Sledge getting 6 picks in that Finca. That'll definitely help with those pushes.
Yeah, both of them could be used well. Well, Sledge for the initial, but Finca I think will be better for the long run.
Yeah, I definitely agree that Finca will be better for that long, sustained push.
But I am a little curious here how Mozzie is going to be used for the defense.
Mozzie's entire kit is based around stopping intel. He's going to be there to reduce this Sumter intel overall, reducing drones, reducing eyes on the site, and try and obscure what the Sumter team can do.
Sure. But looking at the Sumter team, their kit's not really looking much intel heavy as it is breach heavy.
Yeah, I agree. I think the Sumter team is just going to be a full frontal attack. Just ram it down and don't let them breathe.
So I think the most the Mozzie can get here is, again, to be that wild Aussie that throws explosives at people.
Absolutely.
I think that's the best he's going to do.
Yeah, even then, Mozzie's kit overall, his weapon and his secondary and his primary aren't the strongest. So unless you're facing an intel-heavy team, Mozzie really isn't the best pick at all.
Agreed. Which is unfortunate, given just the character that he is. Oh, Rapid took a good deal of damage there from Hell Beetle.
Yeah, he's gonna try and stay alive. Looks like Rapid's gonna have to hold that tighter peek there. Might even go for the grenade kill.
You see a Claymore get laid down. Oh, I wonder who's the unfortunate soul to walk into that.
Oh, that's always one of those funny kills. That and C4 getting a Claymore kill, oh, it just makes you chuckle.
Because that's one of those, like, you should have seen it coming. Oh, and there goes Rapid.
I think he got a little too gutsy there, trying to push it open through the main entrance.
Yeah, well, Rapid has been more the aggressive player I've seen on this team. Kuro
As they just type in chat. As they just type in chat, bruh.
I missed that part.
Yeah.
Also seem to have lost JM Beast.
Try and push
Ooh,
that.
flashbang goes off.
A concussion from the Zoff. Kingler trying to hold his own there, pushing over to the backside.
Oh, we got an angle. We got angle wars again. Got to see who's gonna peek first. Who's gonna ego peek?
With a minute left, I think both teams are very comfortable in just doing this slow push around.
Which, in this case, is gonna be the smart thing for Sumter here, and it's performing.
Decky and Stop Looking at Me getting the kill as their charge, trading it back to Stop Looking at Me.
The fuse is down on the ground there.
Hell Beetle gonna plant. Gonna try to get the floor
right
kill.
There.
Oh, and Charge
stopped
with
the
an
defuse.
amazing vertical kill there. Perfectly utilizing that impact grenade to get eyes on the site and then gets the kill.
Oh, we're hoping for you, Charles, but you're gonna have to play this very smart here. You want to take this win.
Oh, gets the kill there.
Oh! It's now a 1v1, but Charles is definitely down and hurt.
Absolutely, absolutely. Getting those pre-fires around. Impacts it. No eyes, no eyes.
Very close. You got to get these shots here.
Oh,
no way!
Oh, the quadra kill there from Chars. With the defuse is going to end this as a perfect round there for them.
What a clutch
Wow.
right there. I mean, all the odds were stacked against him, and he pulled through for his team.
Wow, less than a quarter HP gets the quadra kill there to win the round. Incredible.
I wonder if he could have pulled off an ace. I really do, with the way that momentum was going.
Ooh, that would have been an amazing play to see, as Char's amazing quadra kill takes St. Clair into match point against Sumter.
We're going back to the basement.
Back to the church.
Yep. And Maestro. I didn't think I'd see Maestro here.
Interesting. No, the Maestro down there. Oh, the Montaigne.
Oh, Montaigne. Yes, I've been waiting for this as well. I got my Mozzie. I got my Montaigne. I'm happy.
That Montang is definitely 100% coming through dirt. No doubt in my mind. Oh,
You
that
think he's
Maestro.
gonna? You think Montaigne's gonna push aggressive through there?
With the Finca and the Zoff with them, absolutely. This is my exact prediction for this round. They're going to send the Maverick and or the Ace down there with the Finca and the Montang through dirt, and then the Zoff will come down through what is most likely going to be main stairs.
Now, they're going to have to make sure that succeeds in order to, well, stop this match point.
Yeah, this is going to be an interesting match point here. This... oof.
Yeah. Now, out of curiosity, what is Maestro's kit going to do here for the defending team?
So Maestro's kit, Maestro has a total of two or three cameras, I believe it's 2, where he can set them down. They are invulnerable to gunfire, can only be destroyed by hard or soft breach. Once the camera is down, he can look through it and can fire electro projectiles through it, doing damage or even destroying other objects with it.
Interesting. It's just near this, Maestro is trying to find a spot to place his utilities, as you were mentioning it.
Yeah, he's placing down his Evil Eye, I believe the utility is called. Oh.
Interesting. There's Montaigne. Montaigne is down! That is not what you want to have happen. Went right over his head.
Salty Jesus spraying it back down.
Right now it seems like they're just rushing this.
Oh yeah, this is the exact strat I thought I'd see from this Sumter team.
Oh, Decky.
Decky? But it's gonna go down to the smoke.
He's very. Decky's very hurt. Decky needs to.
Breathe it in.
Oh, Decky.
Rapid.
That is unfortunate.
Yep, that'll do
Good
us.
plays by Rapid.
As the St. Clair team wins this second round, winning it overall. Great plays there by Rapid and Kingler. I know we saw them really clutching it up. Even Char is getting the quadra kill to send him to match point.
I was really happy with that quad kill, honestly. I think that was the highlight of the whole match.
Yeah, overall, I absolutely agree. Regardless of what happened in the first match, we had a lot of great plays there. But that second round there, quadra kill into a match point, couldn't have gone better.
By any means. A great game, honestly.
Yeah, I think that UC Sumter team, that last round when they went with the Montang and the Finca and the Zoff, just going for that last round push, I think it was kind of just like a last-ditch effort. Just kind of, all right, we've got nothing else. Let's just rush it down and see what you can get. And I think they just tried to throw everything, and it just really didn't connect for that that Sumter team at all tonight.
Yeah, it seems like they were just trying to throw anything at the wall and see what stuck.
Mm-hmm. We didn't really see much work.
Yep. In any case, we're going to take a break here real quick. We'll see you guys in just a moment. Don't go anywhere.
Be right back. They're at exactly that 1 minute mark, and they just started rushing forward. Diffuser is down. Diffuser is down. Oh, there goes 3, 4.
Oh, someone's already been down.
Wow, that's
and eliminated.
Rapid.
Yashawat. Ooh, and there goes Sledge.
Going down. Oh, there goes the diffuser down by Lycoming.
Oh, nope, he did not see the frag. 2 scouts droning around, looking to see who's where. Oh, and there goes Yashawat.
Oh, Rapid.
I think should have gotten that kill, but unfortunately, it wasn't him shooting back.
Yeah, that's what everybody likes to refer to as siege time right there. It's just the perfect instance of,
oh, so close. Where you're camping in England. Oh, and there goes Yashawat.
Nope, and there goes going against.
Fuse is going out. Just a second left. It's planted. Now they just have to survive it.
Double kill there by Charles. Charles gets killed there on Helby. That heavy LMG there to back it up always helps.
Always. And another one goes down for USC. Great to have, honestly.
You see all those footprints on the floor. Those are footprints that Jackal can track, but he didn't even need them as he takes out Charles there.
Oh!
Oh!
Defenders.
Basement's clear. It's one less floor we have to sweep as a team.
And that's imperative. Just like that. There goes Sir. See, it just took a map difference.
Oh, gets the defuse down. No V3 as UC Sin. Yeah, I think right here. Can't tell who that's going to be around the corner there in CCTV. But I think that's exactly who's going to fall to.
That's Salty Boy Jesus.
Oh,
Doing
it gets
it
the
successfully.
drop kill there on Yashua. Oh!
Amazing! Even with the knife kill at the very end.
The only difference here in this 3v3 is that this Vigil is slightly less health as Kuro goes down there.
Kuro, and stop! Decky's right there. Just need to take out Decky. And now it's, it's not looking in the favor of SCC at the moment.
Wow, as Yasuo just lands. Gonna try to get the floor kill.
There.
Oh, and Charge
stopped
with
the
an
defuse.
amazing refires around. Impacts it. No eyes, no eyes.
Very close. You gotta get these shots here.
Oh,
No way!
Oh, the quadra kill there.
Sure.
Hello again, everyone. How are you doing?
Welcome back.
We are here after the 2-0 victory.
Yeah,
Or,
that the St. Clair team just walking in and cleaning up, eating it piecemeal against the Sumter team.
Indeed. Overall, I believe we have an interview here.
Yeah, welcoming in JM Beast from the St. Clair team. How you doing
How
there,
you doing,
Beast?
JMBs?
Not bad yourselves.
Oh,
Doing just fine.
yeah.
So, would you like to begin, Chaotic, or for me to?
Sure, I'll take the leads on that. So Beast, walking into that first map, we saw you guys playing a lot there in Chalet, playing a lot going into that second story. What was your strategy walking in, playing that such a defense heavy map?
Basically, our thing is, my philosophy when we play that game is to make them come to us. We like to start off early, get some drones, make them clear us, waste some time, and then we'll just fall back to site and let them push in for our guns.
Yeah, we saw a lot of great plays there. Didn't really touch garage that much. I know I was expecting the garage plays a lot more. Any reason you guys chose to stay out of the garage, focusing there in bar gaming and second story master?
Because of the Thatcher.
Mm.
I'm not a huge fan of that site when Thatcher's up. The walls are just too easy to grab, and then it makes for lines of sight.
Yeah, we were commentating on that. I know we saw the Flores ban to kind of stop
Yeah.
that, but definitely with the Thatcher play is very understandable going into that.
I'm going to keep it real simple for myself. And for new players, what kind of advice would you give them going into this game?
Basically is play for trades. That's a big philosophy of mine is to always be with someone in trade positions. Don't get caught out in a one and give up a free pick. Or at least if you're gonna be caught out and giving a one, at least try to take someone with you.
Yeah, I know in
Words of wisdom.
Siege, that is such a pivotal role of if you have to go down, take someone with you. That way you can either down somebody and have a teammate come pick it up, or take somebody out with you if that's going to be a one-on-one trade.
Yeah.
So let's look into that second map we were playing there on Clubhouse. I know attacking first, we saw just incredible balcony pushes every single time with that. Can you talk about what your thought process was going to that balcony setup?
It's basically very simple. What we do is we open the wall, we get Raptors control. We either send one downstairs if they're going for C4s, which they look like they were trying to make a pick off of, and then we just flood site.
Yeah, we saw a lot of those vertical plays there from the Sumter team, trying to get C4 into the wall play. I think we saw actually St. Clair, one of you guys, get that vertical floor kill.
Yeah, we had an impact on Charz's 1v4.
Yes.
That was
great.
something else.
Can we just talk about that play
Yeah.
in its entirety? That 1v4 clutch there. That was an amazing play there by Charz.
It was a very nice play. It was probably one of his best I've seen him actually do. We basically gave him basic calls, but he did a lot of that all himself. He went underneath, got that planner, he threw right onto default, and then it was a smart play to rotate up through garage, and then he got the nice 2 picks afterwards.
Yeah. You were talking about comms there for a second. What does your team's comms look like in high situations like that where Chargers having to 1v4 versus low situations where I think your team got a total of 3 or 4 flawless rounds throughout that entire match?
Did we?
Yes.
Yeah, I think it was.
Yes.
I didn't pay attention to that. So basically in those ones, my big philosophy is one person call. So whoever is the caller on that, so it'd either probably most likely be me or Rapid. And then we let them play a lot of the things. So we just call it little bit of like minor adjustments, like you have impacts, you have we hear someone this way or whatever like that. I kind of just let them play.
Yeah, I think that is a great philosophy to have, letting players play how they like to and just kind of be that support and that crutch when they need that additional help. I don't think there's any better way to go forward.
Oh.
Yeah.
The eye in
Oh.
the sky helps from time to time, I would like to think. Maybe. But I'm
Just a
probably
few
wrong.
kills here and there. Just a few.
Just a couple. I just like going down dirt. That's all.
Interesting.
Well, I think I've got all of my questions out. Sami, anything left for you?
Honestly, no. I'm too naive at the game to ask anything additional. So I think this is where we're gonna send you off, JMBs. Thank you again
Right.
for coming by for the interview.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
By all means.
Absolutely. And I think this is also where I'm going to be heading off tonight. I know we're going to be switching into Valorant. Sami, I think you're staying in for that.
Yes, I am. I believe I'm going to be joining up with another caster real soon. I don't have his name off the top of my head, but I'm being told it's Ocelot.
Sounds like a great pairing going for that Valorant match, but I'm going to be calling it there. I know you joked about how Rainbow isn't your forte. Valorant is even less of my forte. So I'm going to be leaving you there for the night. It has been such a pleasure to be casting alongside you, and hopefully we can continue to work more in the future.
As well with you, Chaotic. I had a great time learning from you, and I think the viewers did too. I hope to see you again in the future. Alrighty.
Absolutely. Thank you
Well,
so much.
everyone, that's going to be with us here for now. Don't go anywhere. We're having Valorant just up next. Coming out of Rainbow Six and now here with Valorant. I am Saminami once again, and with me,
I'm One Shot Ocelot. I'm very happy to be here as well. Excited for this upcoming matchup between LIU and Lycoming College. Definitely two teams that hopefully are going to be able to go the distance here tonight. I mean, this is in fact my first time with Esports U casting Valorant. I did get a chance to watch some Smash Bros last night, but definitely a change of pace for me, and I am very excited for it.
well, I'm very glad to have you here with us. All of us are, in fact. Out of these two teams, they're both pretty strong. I've seen them. I've been watching them in the background actually, and been in contact with them, and they both seem pretty confident. So let's take a look as we go right into the picks.
Yeah, 100%. If you had to say maybe a favorite you had going into this match, could you really lean one way or the other here, Asami?
Honestly, and this probably is a little bit biased
Hey, fair
from
enough.
seeing other games. I think LIU, honestly.
Mm.
They've had hard comings from other games, but they've shown to have the grit to come back and make a stand for themselves.
Hmm. Well, hey, hope we see that tonight. And already we're getting these first picks down right now. Looks like we got the Sage and the KJ locked in on Lycoming, followed by Arena.
It's interesting, honestly, because Sage didn't used to be such a meta pick kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
Even with early game, you didn't really see as much Sage, but I feel nowadays you are. Even Breach, I dare say, will show up from time to time.
And I mean, there we go. We got the smokes locked in. Viper coming out. Sova's going to follow it up, looking to gain that intel. Now, I am a little bit surprised we didn't see an Astra on the side of Lycoming College, because personally, in my opinion, I feel like that is typically a smokes that you want to see on that map for that control. And of course, Long Island is going to end up picking up the Astra. We'll see how that Viper plays out. Hopefully it's in their favor, because in my opinion, that's a little bit of an interesting call. But what do you think, Sony?
Honestly, with these picks, Viper's very viable, honestly, but I can argue that having an Astra or even an Omen would be a lot better. Rather, the Viper's going to be there to it's just to wither them down, make them a lot hurt as they try to push through chokes, and that's where you really got to capitalize off that damage.
Yeah, big thing definitely is that deterrent, obviously, from traditional smokes, but Astra also brings that as well with that Zuck she brings in. Provides a lot of additional utility, but definitely, like you said, not to be neglected is that damage output from those Viper smokes. Makes it a lot less endearing if you're on that offensive push, pushing through those smokes into a duel that you might be effectively at half health for. So as we get into our first match here, we are going to be on Ascent. And I'll tell you what, I'd like to see how this Viper plays out on this map.
Well, looking at the way they are set up currently, Viper's not even towards where most of these most of the attackers are coming from. Rather,
It's gonna
they
be an A
are
push here.
B, and they seem to all be rotating now.
Making a little bit of noise there. Not quite sure if maybe they got sussed out by some utility, but like to take control of mid. Definitely going to be a key part of this game. We know on Ascent having that mid control can dictate the pace of the game on both sides of this field here. Right now, nobody really making the first move, but Mr. Nene maybe looking to get a cheeky peek off here with that ghost. Won't commit for it though.
Yeah, I'd say use his utility right there because he's going to be crucial on figuring out where they are right now.
Ooh, first peek.
Versus, Matthew gets a little damaged.
Reyna's peeking out, but Sova's going to push out. Going to look to pick up the frag. Will pick up the first of this match. That's a big pick early. Now he gets caught out, traded out. But now they know that likely they're going B, but they might not know that they're heading directly into some KJ setups. First pick will come down from Matthew. Great headshot onto the Killjoy. Big trades coming out now, 3-on-3, as this bomb will likely be going on site soon. As oh man, sweeping clears. Now just one alive as Astra is going to get that bomb down. 2-on-1. Sage now needs to retake with just a classic.
Honestly, the classic here I feel is very underrated. If used properly, it is a powerful weapon for this 2v1 situation.
Ooh, insta one dome though. Not quite getting to use it perfectly. I mean, pretty solid spacing there. Almost getting mistimed around those crates, but at the end of the day, big headshot coming out there from D1 Athlete on that Astra. We mentioned it was probably going to be a big thing, and of course we're going to see the buyout. Got 3 Spectres on the side of LIU. I have a feeling they're going to put them to good use here in round number 2.
I'm curious. We saw it in the first round. We're seeing it again. Sage is buying the ghost, but it seems the rest of her team is trying to save. So
that's an interesting pick. Yeah.
Is that to show that Sage is the sharpshooter of this team, or is there just the damage output that they need when they hit those heads that they don't get from the classic?
Yeah, 100%. It is possible. I think a big thing is, it is an odd thing to point out, though. I am surprised we didn't at least see another ghost come through. But as this whole team marches on, granted, big classic pickup, trade's going to come through onto site, but, ooh, Dylan almost taking another with that classic. But now, obviously, LIU taking a dominant stance on this B site take here. And both Sage and Sova in a little bit of a difficult position to retake. However, nice shot from the Ghost coming in by Megan, able to scope out that Reyna on the approach. Mr. Nene gonna find another 2-on-1. Risky position on stairs here, looking for the push, won't quite get it. That buy round coming up big, but definitely not to be undersold here is the fact that LC were able to take quite a few lives in that round. That's going to help out their econ just a little bit.
Just a little, but now here's the big buy phase. You gotta hopefully get your picks with the guns you pick, for lack of words.
Yeah. And as we head into this third round, we take a look. We got a stinger on Nene. Unfortunately, not quite able to convert with that Spectre last round. We'll have to see what his plays are here now. A little bit of a different approach. Looking to go A. Orbs going to get picked up. They know they're there. Astro Orbs are going to fall around Heaven. The Sage Wall is already up, though. That's going to get burned very quickly as Sage is sitting there by Generator. Will peek. Flick won't quite come out by Nova. Knows they're there now. No real way to escape for the Sage. Teammate definitely has to come to the rescue here if this is going to work out, but peeks are going to come through shortly. Peek comes through mid-jump. Nova not quite landing the shot, but D1 Athlete will follow up and get the pick. Nice play there.
Oh, their best bet here, honestly, is just to try to keep their distance, but also take their tactical positioning. Positioning is going to be their best friend here. If they hold their angles properly, bomb will go off without a hitch.
Nice, pretty interesting crossfire here out of hell here. They're going to look for the pick, and they will. Matthew getting the headshot. Great defense of that planted spike, playing out from under hell. Definitely an unexpected position that those defenders, when they were looking for that retake, did not anticipate them being under there in that crossfire position. And that's going to be huge for them, taking round number 3. And all of a sudden, we got ourselves a game here. And the econ on LC not looking great right now.
Agreed. In fact, if you took a quick look, I think we saw an LMG bot. That's not something you often see. It's great for laying down cover fire and damage if you get the aim right, but that's a pretty pricey save buy. So
LIU here looking for a little something, looking for a bit of intel. They know that likely Killjoy setup is on B. They understand the team's econ is pretty poor right now. They need to be looking for something. If they can spot out this Sage under generator, that will likely come as a relatively free pick. But as I say that, Reyna is going to rotate in to give some cover from door here. And there's the shot. Shots will fall. Reyna's going to peek though. Will get flicked. Mini drones. Will follow up, and Nova will as well. Great trades onto site. That's going to give them big site control 4-on-3 now.
I think we're seeing a repeat of what happened just last match. Will the defenders learn from their mistakes, though?
Important thing to note here, playing from door, Sova is coming along, though. As he's the last alive, granted. He's got a Vandal. He makes the trade. Now a one-on-one. Can he find it? Doesn't have the intel. If he does heaven, he might understand that he's hell. First shock dart will come out. He knows he's there now. First shot's coming out. He still doesn't have all the intel. He looks to peek.
He gets the kill.
Third kill, Mr. Nene. Gonna close out that round for LC. And that's the momentum they needed to take this game back into their hands. It's a huge clutch for him.
Good for them. You know, they learned from their mistakes. They did what they needed to do. And that's just what we were looking for here.
Yeah, some early trades coming out there. I will say, I mean, some great heroics from Nene coming in on that flank, picked up the Vandal, and that was definitely a key part on that effectively save round for LC, able to take that back, and now all of a sudden their econ is looking a lot fresher. Here comes LIU. They said, you know what, all right, they might be onto us on this A site push. Let's head B. They do know that Killjoy is likely set up here. Sova Dart's going to come through. Let's see how they play around it.
Yes. Oh, B site, it seems they're defenders. They've been putting all the utility on B every single time, regardless of which site they go. So, unless you get past this choke here, you might find yourself stuck. Thanks to that utility.
Yeah, we'll have to see. We know the Killjoy setup is long. Now, the thing to note here is Viper is lurking in Boathouse right now. Opposition might not be familiar unless Viper peeks. Killjoy will go down. Viper's holding. Will peek as predicted. Will make the kills. Viper now, unfortunately, will drop. But Reyna is the only one alive after trading her out. This is rough. She's got bombs she could plant. She's got 2 to deal with, though. She has no idea where they are right now. They could peek at any moment and doesn't quite have the confidence yet to pick the bomb out. And the defenders, they know they can just play time.
No.
Great shot. There's the trade, though, as Matthew is going to clutch it up for the defending side. LC now closing that lead to just 1.
Yeah, on those, when you're in that 2v1 situation, as soon as you get the 1 pick, you should try to look for the opposite angle. Because as a defender, you're trying to make sure that you get the trade if one of you goes down. So for the attackers, they need that quick response time and to position themselves in a way, if they can't turn fast enough, that they have a little bit of cover.
Yeah, that double swing definitely being huge there, and a great amount of mind games coming in on the LC side, understanding that, hey, you haven't planted the bomb yet, there's just one of you. If you go down for that plant, we're going to double swing it, and you're going down either way. So, at the end of the day, LIU still ended up with a pick there, but not enough to take the round, and LC is finding themselves into a little bit better rhythm here, going into the 5th, I should say, this is the 6th round of this match, and right now neither team is willing to give each other an inch.
You should run.
Yeah.
Oh, and the Killjoy's ult comes out right away, as well as Sova's.
Along with Vipers as well. A lot of util being committed into this round. Dylan will pick up Nova, but B-Man's going to pick up Dylan. Great trade coming out there on Generator. Spike is still long, though. No flankers, however. That's not exactly at risk just yet, but this LIU squad playing a little bit passively, not quite wanting to commit that spike just yet. Oh, B-Man with a heavy lurk. They thought they were still main on that push. Being able to pick up a kill there, that was huge. Now the Killjoy ult is down. That mini drone's looking to sweep. Doesn't quite know the Killjoy's door yet. Door's going to close. Killjoy's going to pick up the frag.
Oh, they are not ready for the crossfire. That is quite unfortunate.
Definitely not. Swinging from heaven, and again, great timing there on the Killjoy, playing very patiently, waiting for the Sova to peek out in front of door, getting the pick, and then having that Reyna swing from heaven. Definitely some great synergy on that play, and all of a sudden, we got ourselves a tie game here.
We do. Now, I do want to point out here that they've been going both A, B, straight to the sites, but they have not gone mid yet. They did initially on the, excuse me. Oh, excuse me, I had to sneeze. They did initially on the pistols, but they have not touched mid since the very beginning. So I'm wondering, should they try that going forward? Because otherwise, it's cut and dry every time, and it's a recipe of, do you take these angle fights, or do you just try to wait it out?
That's actually a really good point. And as LC kind of starts to get comfortable here on defense, Haven is really, in my opinion, I am really surprised we haven't seen more mid play. And as I say that, we do see Sova kind of lurking towards that mid. Will maybe
must
get
have
picked
hurt
out.
us.
Yeah, it might have hurt us. But mid control is so crucial on this map. And as attackers, you want to try and utilize it to switch up the defenders. And again, in turn, the defenders can do the same. So we haven't seen too many lurks coming in on offense. And that might be what LIU needs to do here to switch up this defense that seems to have been able to lock down the past 3 rounds.
Yes, but it seems that the attackers here, they put themselves in a position where they've kind of been pushed into this B site hold. Like, they have to go through with it. They can't go through the mid just because they didn't push properly in time.
Oh,
and as such, the defenders hold strong.
Yeah, LC, and I mean, unfortunately, LIU in that situation just taking a little bit too much time, a little bit of indecisiveness, whether to hard push A there or not, leaves them in a situation where they got 20 seconds left to push onto site. All the utils down, they just have to pop it. I think effectively 2 kills there came down to just utility usage alone. We had the Viper snake bite, and those mollies from Killjoy were able to do a massive chunk of damage on that Astra. So as of right there, they just kind of played themselves into a corner. And like you said, I would like to see a little bit more mid usage. But as we get into this game right now, I imagine soon we're going to have a situation where the econ is going to end up with an op in the hands of the defenders, which makes that mid play a little bit more difficult for this LIU roster.
Indeed. In fact, that's Sova now. Since we've mentioned it, the Sova's heavily watching mid at this point. Even Matthew, the I believe it's Razor. Yep. They're keeping their eyes on mid to such a degree because they trust their Viper and their Sage to hold down the A site, while their tech guy, they lose their name again, holds on B site.
Yeah, no, Killjoy doing a pretty good job of anchoring on that site. Huge frags from the roster of LC. Only one left. It's the Killjoy. Easy swing here, I imagine, for Matthew. Absolutely will pick it up. And that's going to be a 5th unanswered round going into the hands of LC. They are on an absolute roll right now. And like you said, that Killjoy having great anchoring capacity on B. You have that Sova watching mid. And then they effectively stacked 3 on A that side. They had 1 Heaven, 1 Generator, and Reyna for that mid look onto that B mid push that can easily rotate back onto A when it needs to through tree. And we, as you got to see here, we're going to see a timeout from LIU. They want to regain their composure here, which is understandable. If I were them, I imagine we see hopefully a little bit more mid play. But like I said before, we've had 5 unanswered rounds from LC. That op is likely going to be going into the hands of Sova here. That's going to be that overwatch for that mid control. We'll have to see how they play around it here after losing 5 straight rounds.
Agreed. But right now, I don't see the op coming out. I think they're just holding on to their guns until it doesn't work out because they know that LIU does not have the funds to counter them at the moment or even purchase an op themselves. So there's no need to waste the money to get themselves an op.
That's actually a very good point. I did not see the econ before. It does look like this is going to be a save/eco round for this roster, and you're absolutely right. A Vandal will do the trick. But yeah, you look at those numbers. They've been got that passive income coming in by Dylan and I think that's Killjoy on the side of LC, and they don't really have to worry too much about their economic situation. They're pulling ahead right now, but Astro Wall is going to go down, going to look to divide the site here as they push on to B, presumably. Hard push coming. Killjoy setup is there. Will get swung. Oh, Dylan with an absolutely monster flick. Great spray transfer from the sky onto the Sova. That's a massive pick. Killjoy's lurking though. Will find the roaming defender through market. As Killjoy finds another now, though. Sage left to retake the site alone up against this Astra. As I say that, Rez is coming through. I imagine the trade might follow up. It will not, though. Oh, unfortunate spray patterns there as LIU putting that timeout to good use as B-Man is able to pick up a few that round.
Agreed. And you know what? There it is. There's the ops. So much. Oh, and it's gone.
He's thinking about it. He's weighing his options. I mean, at the end of the day, Matthew will likely need a buy here. It depends where the money will come from. Looks like it'll come from Dylan. They have a solid amount of confidence in their players, I think, with these Vandal picks. I am a little bit surprised we don't see that op play mid for the control. But with that said, they haven't really pushed it mid. So as of right now, maybe they don't feel they need it until they push it. But as I say that, this LIU roster is starting to peek up mid. Nobody's really watching it right now as I say that.
Yeah, they're weighing their options right now, it seems, but it looks like they're going to go with mid.
Oh, Sova's dug himself into a corner here. Shots are going to come through. That's going to kill Sova now. Ooh, there we go. Now we're seeing the mid push from this LIU roster. Shock darts not quite gonna land, but they have ascertained mid control here. They're in a relatively safer position. DJ Man is gonna use that ult, try and clear some backside space for them. Not backside space, I should say defender side spawn space. Hopefully they can now, using that space, find their way onto B. No defenders on site right now. They don't really know that. However, there are some long. Dylan able to find one, won't quite convert to 2 as he gets traded out. But the Killjoy will find one onto DJ Man, and now we got ourselves a 3-on-3. Bomb is down. Let's see how this one plays out.
Agreed. I mean, right now, we're looking at a 2v3 situation. You got 2 people on site and 3 trying to push the site. Best thing you can do is probably sit back, get the crossfire angles, and hope for the best.
Yeah, absolutely. And now 2-on-2. We've got the Reyna watching this long angle, peeking from Boathouse. Will find the kill. That's her 3rd. Nova now understands that the Sage is long long B side here. Playing from stairs, just has to bait her out. They understand this is a time game. All she has to do is wait. Decides not to do that though. Will pick up that nice headshot up against the Spectre. Strictly outgunned there. And now we got ourselves a tied game with LIU able to regain the composure after this timeout. And we got a game on our hands here.
Indeed we do. You know, I did say earlier I was leaning more towards LIU, but right now both sides could take this, honestly. I don't know how else to say it other than that. They both are showing their stuff and they're trying to keep their hold on positions. I will say LC is a little bit at the disadvantage just because they don't have the same armor
as
Yeah,
LIU
they got the light
right now.
shields and full push coming here from LIU. They're going to absolutely sweep the site. They understand the econ is not there for the enemy, and that could have been a pretty risky buy from them, considering they did buy full Vandals, light armors. That could definitely end up hurting their econ if they're not able to clutch this roundup. We'll have to see if they can find it, but right now, 5 still stand on LIU to the 2 on LC as B-Man picks up another. And now Mr. Nene in a little bit of a difficult situation. Looks for the shock dart on that main, but D1 Athlete will pick it up, and so will TTV Mindless as LIU will come through with a flawless round.
Honestly, that was textbook. LIU just went straight textbook on LC. They got their angles, they kept the smokes up, they made themselves unpredictable to LC, and LC just couldn't take that pressure.
No, 100%. I mean, at the end of the day, a big part of that, like you mentioned, comes from that light shields buy. They just didn't have the wherewithal to withstand that huge, quick A push that LIU just dished out. We'll have to see how they respond to this. Presumably, maybe another fast B push here, but they do have a 3 stack as the Viper ult will go down to hopefully deter some of that pressure. Looks like it will, as LIU is going to look to convert their push to mid here.
Yes, that was a little tricky. I don't think that LC was expecting that. I think they were expecting some presence, but not a heavy presence.
As you say that, TTV Mindless going to be able to pick up a big frag there into mid, but 2 lurking. 1 is in pizza right now. They're not quite aware of that situation. Unfortunately, they get blinded, but
oh no!
Oh, trade will come, but that's definitely a rough play. They knew she was there, but weren't able to swing it in time. Oh, Sage dug herself into a corner here. Might be able to find one. Will not though, as mini drones gonna come in big on that swing, fast and hard. Now, looking to go glass. Will play through tree, looking to pick up the Sova. Will indeed.
Tactical reload.
The trade does come, and the Killjoy ult will go down. That's going to buy them some time. Right now, Dylan has their work cut out for them. There is 1 lurking hell. There is 1 back of main here. This is difficult. You got to assume that Killjoy has utility on bomb as well. This is going to be challenging.
They couldn't get the swing.
A little bit too challenging, as D1 Athlete is going to be able to pick up that kill, and all of a sudden it's 7-5. LIU is back in the driver's seat of this game.
Indeed they are. You know, there it is. They just finally said, here we are, and they're taking it to run.
Absolutely. It's been a big part of their game, I think, locking down those fast pushes. They've understand, hey, you know what? A big thing, too, is they won that round, and Viper ulted B main, which was an interesting idea to relieve the pressure, but at the end of the day, it forced their team onto a site where they had significantly less util. And it's not like they just left Viper to stand their sentinel. Sova also played through that on that market hold. So we'll have to see how that kind of alt economy goes to play out this game, because as of right now, LIU is really starting to pull ahead, not just in in-game econ, but also in that ultimate econ that they're going to be building up here as this game progresses.
Indeed. In fact, I think they distracted the Sova in mid, and there he goes down to the headshot thanks to Mr. Nene. But as I was saying, I think they distracted that LIU Sova by just throwing the dart there and made him draw his attention away, and that was enough to get him.
And now we have an interesting situation here, and just to remind you here, folks, we did have a side swap. Killjoy's gonna plant. Oh, thankfully Matthew did have the wherewithal and the smarts to clear the site before that bomb went down. That could have been devastating, but as of right now, we'll see, feeling a little bit more comfortable. Nene with a really good shock dart into heaven. Dylan presumably here has the lineups. Actually, I wasn't quite sure. I'm not sure if I actually saw the bot utility. This is pistol round. We'll have to see how it plays out for us. Sage wall is up into back sight. of right now. Matthews back. Ooh, B-Man's gonna find the frag. Looking to defuse here. Sage wall is up. First molly will come down. And it looks like this round is gonna go. Yep, there's the lineups.
There's no way to defuse it.
Yeah, those are gonna be clutch. And mini drones comes through, looking for the flank, won't quite find it. And just through sheer utility usage and great early take there. LC now 6-7. This game just got a little bit closer. We'll have to see how they utilize this Viper on offense. I think there's definitely something to be said. It definitely doesn't have, in my opinion, that same amount of utility on defense, but there's definitely something to be said about the utility that it can offer on offense for deterring those rotating defenders. So how we see it implemented here will definitely play a part in whether or not LC can come back in this game.
Agreed. And honestly, for Viper here, your best bet, I think, is to try to use it like a smoke screen, not to use it for damage. Really just cut the visuals where possible, because against their Killjoy, their Alistar, their Huntress, I believe it is. I forget that name.
The Reyna, I believe.
Reyna.
Reyna, all good.
In any case, I can't come back since they released that one that controls the animals. Anyway, you gotta really work trying to stay together, move quick, and keep hitting.
Oh, Sky. All right, I get where I wasn't quite sure who you referred to. Yeah, the Sky on that LIU roster. Reyna's gonna be able to pick up a kill there on her. As they look for this control through B, presumably the whole squad is gonna rotate now off of that pick. They feel that maybe LIU thinks they're feeling confident, gonna push. Reyna still is on A site though. That eye will show up on their map. That means they're gonna have at least the knowledge that they are, at least one of them is mid. Now they have spotted them tree. Whole team is likely gonna rotate off of this. Mini drones will hopefully look to pick up one, decides, you know what, I only got a classic. Better to wait for the team here. Play through door. Door has gone down now as Dylan and Killjoy look for the same thing we saw before. They now understand though that they know what they're up to. And Reyna here coming in for the flank. Let's see if they can find him.
You know, I'm really rooting for B-Man here. He's shown time and time again that he can make the plays where it counts. But looks like
Mini Drone's able to pick up the play. Dylan is tucking here. Only one left is Mini Drone's. Very nice spray there by Dylan. Gonna find that headshot. And now LC has tied this game up. And as of right now, the utility on those mollies has been huge when they play on A site. Having those lineups to lock down those site wins has been massive. And I have a feeling if they keep that up and LIU can't find a way to respond to that style of gameplay, they're going to be in big trouble.
Agreed. I mean, at first it was then that I think you keep the smoke screens, but they've come up with their own. I think the formula for their defense: use it as a damage mechanism, and just keep hurting the enemy. Make it a deterrent rather than a cloud.
Man, Beam. Both these teams really have been pretty. Really like that boathouse tuck spot. I traditionally don't see too much play out of there, but I guess a lot of people liking to kind of switch it up, catch their opponents lacking, hiding out in boathouse, maybe hoping to bait out a plant kill. But I think honestly, I think we might even see the same play again, where they try and bait the opponents into rushing them here. Reyna is peeking mid. If Mini Drones can peek this. Granted, she does not know Reyna has snuck mid. Reyna's going to come through mid here, likely going to pick up a kill on the Sova, and he's going to go down. That means a Vandal is now in her hands, playing through sight, has control. Now they know stairs is clear. This Mini Drones, though, has the kind of counter flank you might not expect here, coming in through mid. I was going to go up. Big shot there.
I'm gonna be honest. I don't think this flank's gonna work. I'm flat out gonna say it. They've done it first time. They've done it second time. They've done it numerous times, and each time they keep getting countered for it.
Yeah, it's an interesting situation because at the end of the day, yeah, we haven't seen it work out for them. I think they are very afraid of that Killjoy and Viper long distance molly that can basically secure the round if the bomb is down and they're both up and there's 30 seconds left on the clock. It is over. Those mollies last for around 5 or 15, I think it's 10 seconds each, 20 seconds combined total. And then with the two of them, if they time it correctly, they can stall for a monumental amount of time. So they need to try. At the end of the day, I do think that flank is necessary, but the problem is it's causing the team that is holding site there to get steamrolled. So maybe the play is to play lightly back off site, try and play for those retakes. But as of right now, LIU does not seem to have an answer.
No, you're right, and maybe that is the right way to look at it. Usually, I've seen it a lot more as if it's not working, shut it down, rework the strat, or play it back, kind of thing. Not play it slow.
Yeah.
So it's a different take. I'll agree to that.
I think a big part here is, and it might even be to dive even further, like you said, maybe the flank doesn't come out here. Maybe it's actually a harder push into those deep sites. Granted, with that Sage, they can sometimes cover that main push. Hopefully we'll see a little bit more use of that Astra, but main ult is going to come down. Nova has the classic. Trade is going to come out on A site, but just 3 left alive as D1A Athlete is able to pick up one. Mini Drone's able to pick up another. All of a sudden, Mini Drones is on an absolute rampage, gonna pick up the Vandal. Killjoy is down. They know where he is as Mr. Nene playing for the frag here. Won't quite find it. Looking for the push. And now he's in a difficult situation. Bomb is already down on site. It is a 4v1. This is an absolute mountain of a task here. He's playing slow. He's got 31 seconds here. Maybe they're going to get complacent and look for a peek. I don't think they will here. They probably know they don't have to.
Honestly, I don't think the way to play here is the push. I think you just sit back and save this. Get a pick where possible, but get the heck out of dodge.
Yeah, 12 seconds left. He's, I imagine, going to save this here. He's going to come through. This is really bold.
I'm not sure he actually wants to save. I think he wants to get the picks.
Yeah, he wants them. But as of right now, round is over. They could push him here because he's stuck in a corner.
Oh, here's their chance. Oh.
And that is a massive win, though. That is a thrifty round. And we are, all of a sudden, we are tied back up. LC has, got a game on their hands here because LIU has found what they needed to pull this game back up, and that thrifty is going to be massive for their econ going forward. This game, no doubt, this whole match in its entirety is already shaping up like it could go the distance here.
Agreed. In fact, I think based off just a couple of those kills, Nene got his ult for that, so I wonder if he's going to use it here as soon as he marks anyone on the sonar. But it looks like that won't be the case. Look at the slow game right now. They're pushing up through mid.
Oh, watching that hard. I guess the Killjoy to it. There were no eyes A main, so that was definitely a risky fallback into market on that play.
Oh,
B-Man with a nice, like a second flick, gonna pick up another, maybe looking for, oh man, great utility usage. B-Man absolutely braining on their opponents right now. Oh, he sees the push, gonna find a third, maybe a fourth here for him. Won't quite find it. Now Viper alone on site. The ult will go down. This could be anyone's game here. That Viper ult can be so deadly.
Yes, honestly, this is one of those where you really got to play it smart as Viper in this 2v1 situation. You have the visual advantage practically. So now you just have to bide your time, bait them in, and eliminate them.
Swing's gonna come through! Dylan with a 4K clutch! Absolutely monstrous, utilizing that Viper ult really well. B-Man played that round fantastically on defense, but Dylan is gonna put on some even better heroics for their team, and now we got ourselves a 9-8 game. What a round there.
Indeed. And you know what? Just to take a moment, I do want to point out this KDA on both sides for the top two. Matthew, Dylan, B-Man, Mini Drones. I'm quite surprised. B-Man, not so much. Mini drones with the constant flanking that I kept mentioning, I didn't expect him to have those stats. So he's showing up where I just have not been looking.
Yeah, he's been able to find picks on those kind of those players that are lurking around or maybe a little bit too slow onto site with those rotates, being able to find those unexpected picks on the opposition. Now, as the clock kind of ticks down here, right now, you look at the offensive setup, they are all over the place. Viper's pushing A. The wall just went down. The rotates are coming through from LIU. They don't know that Killjoy and Sage are stacked up here. And if they can get onto site quietly, it's possible, but Killjoy is still anchored on this site.
Ooh.
If they peek this angle, the turret will no doubt alert them of the presence. And now all of a sudden they are pushing up mid.
Reed.
Killjoy does know they are there. Matthew not fully aware of Killjoy's there, but it's gonna flash. Trade will come out. Oh, full squad being able to save Matthew. The triple peak gonna be huge for him. He definitely would have fallen if it weren't for those team plays there that were just on display. As of right now, 5-on-2, now 5-on-1 as Mr. Nene picks up another on D1 athlete. And we've got ourselves a flawless 10-8 here. That's a massive win for LC.
Indeed. In fact, I think they are starting to just pull away with this game right now. LIU, they really need to rein it in and try to stop this momentum. And it looks like we have a timeout to try to hopefully do just that.
Yeah, LIU has been pretty big on those timeout calls. They've been able to use them to swing their leads and find the momentum they've needed in these games. And certainly hope they'll be able to do that here if we're going to see a potentially an overtime game. Who knows? But as of right now, they'll have to find a way to deal with the offense that LC has been able to put out. They've been staggering that. That was a really interesting round. They sent everybody neutral. Viper went A-long, committed to the wall. I think that pulled a lot of the players from LIU, that convinced a lot of them that, hey, the A push is coming. Killjoy didn't quite leave, but it allowed their team not only to gain that B main control, but also that mid control that in a lot of ways ended up in their victory there, controlling that market and picking up frags from there.
Agreed. Now, with this timeout running out, I wonder how they're going to... I wonder what their game plan is here. Are they going to try to do what they did again? Or are they going to try to heavy stack as defensively as possible on one side and rotate together?
Yeah, I think the biggest thing for them, I was going to say play lightly off site, but they did that last round, and unfortunately it didn't work out for them. I think the rounds they have found, they've been able to pick up those first few frags on the entering attackers. We'll have to see if they can do that here. The utility of that Astra maybe not quite finding its way to be as effective as it probably should be. Mini drone's only here with a Marshall, and the attackers know it now after that first shot comes through. They know they might have free range on mid, and they absolutely do. Reyna's going to come through tree here. They are not aware she's there.
At this point, I think we might need someone to get in that tree, honestly, and just start to sit there versus being in market in near pizza.
Yeah, I think that might be the play. As of right now, Reyna has been able to find her way into all of these sneaky attack positions that have netted them big kills. And as of right now, ooh, Trade's coming down through that door. Bomb is down as well. This guy's gonna ult. Seekers will come down. Oh, commits to the spray. She believes she was there, but she didn't fully commit to it. Unfortunately, not landing a kill, but just enough damage to light her up. And now it is just Sova Heaven up against Mr. Nene. Getting lit up a little bit.
That was a little too close.
Waiting it out. Playing a little bit slow. That's going to give Viper enough time to sneak hell. As of right now, they are just biding their time. Arrow's going to come out. Try and ascertain the position of that Viper so they know where to play. He drops. He's not familiar where the Viper is, and Dylan is going to come in from behind. And that is going to put them at 11-8. They are just 2 rounds away from taking this match.
Indeed. In fact, the biggest crutch there, I don't think might have been as much of the Sova arrow, but rather just keeping awareness that Dylan was alive and in a position that he did not check before he went for bomb. I believe he just got a little too flustered and just tunnel visioned towards the site.
It's possible maybe he assumed that the Viper was sitting back for the lineups and maybe felt it was a little bit safer to try and make a push on that site. But that's the mental damage you can inflict when you know your lineups as Viper or Killjoy. You never know, and when the opponents know, you can play all sorts of mind games as to where you decide to play when that bomb has been planted.
Indeed. And here we go again. Reyna is taking tree. They tried the double stack on Market and Pizza, but it was not enough to hold the pressure. Now we have
Killjoy ult will go down. They're looking to sweep these two defenders on site. Reyna's gonna swing. Knows there's one generator. Also knows there's one's boxes. Gonna collat them. They know the sky's there. Ult's coming down and ooh. Just nothing you can do in that point. Nova just running out of space and time as the offense executes perfectly on that take, being able to take both defenders, and that defending Killjoy now gonna come out trying to deter those attackers off of sight. Reyna's gonna peek, will fall to the Bulldog. DJ Man picking up a big kill there.
Oh,
Megan. A nice headshot there. Will get detained, but Dylan's gonna be there for the team.
Oh, Sheriff coming in.
Dylan finding the frag. Bomb is down. No Viper. She's got the visibility. Oh, B-Man got the turret. He's gonna come through. Oh, B-Man finds it with the Sheriff. Absolutely massive. That Killjoy turret being able to put the killing blow onto the Viper as they peek. That's a massive clutch for B-Man on, I can't say it's fully a save round, but we did see a Bulldog and we did see a Marshall. So that's definitely a round they love to take now. 11-9. LIU's got to be happy about that, but they can't rest on their laurels here. They need to keep up that defensive pressure because as of right now, they're 2 rounds away from losing.
Indeed. In fact, what they really need to do here, their econ is not looking great compared to LC, so they need to win this. They actually also need to get some kills, each individually, if it's going to happen that way, in order to try to match them if they lose this round.
Oh, utility comes out. Nova's gonna find a second on Matthew as they peek. B-Man still hiding out in Boathouse, but Nova still holding down that main angle, and it looks like LC are going to head back, tail between their legs, but will pick up a mid pick. That's going to be huge. They might opt to rotate off of that. It looks like they are going to, but they're going to take it long. Sova holding back here, watching that angle. He does have bombs, so they can't be too tricky there. In fact, they're going to fake the rotate. They're going to run it back. They're going to fake it. Looks like they're going to head back B here. They're holding angles. They're playing slow. They're playing for information. LIU does have that Sova stashed away mid, though. Will have intel if they come, they're able to come rafters, but as of right now, or catwalk, I should say, they're able to come catwalk. Sova will be there for the frag, and the fact that nobody's seen anything, they might start getting wise to the fact that they are creeping up on this B site. As of right now, wall's going up. Now is the time to push. Looks like Sova's going to arrow. Push is coming in. Killjoy utility is there. I imagine there's the mollies. Sova's going to fall to the mollies. I figured he didn't have enough health to sustain it. That Killjoy setup being absolutely monstrous for them. Now understanding Viper's peeking. Killjoy is there. Will find the pick. Looking for a second. Knows where she is. Bomb is down. This round is over. LIU is going to pick up a big round there. 11-10. Massive plays from B-Man using that utility. And that's the thing. If you're going to push a site with 30 seconds left, you really have to pray that Killjoy and her utility are not on it, because in that instance you have nowhere to go but forward, but forward is right into some mollies.
Indeed. In fact, I think they really did not do well with that push there. The Sova was way too separated from the rest of his team, and in fact, although tactically he did not use his Sonic to avoid his position, I feel like he should have earlier, just to get maybe a little more information on the site versus just throwing it right down the middle of Boathouse where he already ran right past.
It's true. It's true. There's definitely some possible utility to be gained earlier. I think maybe they were playing a little bit tactfully, hopefully maybe assuming they didn't want to give away their position just yet onto B side. But as I say that, the first kill is already coming out on the side of LIU with a big pick through mid there. Now, Nene does have a Vandal trying to control mid. Nobody's peeked him yet, but he does understand that's a dangerous position. One market, not quite sure if he caught him there. He's holding that angle. DJ Man's gonna throw up the Sova dart. Oh, interesting arrow. Just, I think, making sure that the opposition is not coming tree. There's the Sova ult. Gonna play towards generator. D1 Athlete's gonna get caught. Will get hit by one. Won't kill, but left at 19 damage, especially into a Viper ult. This is very dangerous. Sova's gonna help play in too, though. A lot of tight quarters combat here with a Judge. This could be deadly. Judge will kill one. Looking for more. Snakebite pops out. Judge gonna pick up another on those low health enemies. This is huge for Viper. But Defender Killjoy will come out. That's gonna force those players out of that Viper ult. And all of a sudden, get ourselves a really tight game here. 2-on-2. This is gonna be even fighting for this bomb. But LC is running. Or not LC, LIU is running out of time. As the defuse comes out, that is halved. Viper has been stopped. And that defuse is going to come out. Defenders have won it. Kills presumably going to come out on the side of Dylan. Can he find another?
Oh, so close.
Won't go either way. But LIU coming up massive. It is 11-11. That is a massive play. Brilliant decision to ult with that Killjoy up top to force those players out of the Viper ult. And it looks like LC is going to take a timeout here.
Honestly, I was not expecting that Killjoy ult to last that long. I figured it would have run out in order to have enough time to stop the defuse.
Little bit of missed timers there. And I think Viper had faith in the fact that they wouldn't push as hard as they did through that Killjoy. I think a big part of that was you know what? The LIU figured, hey, if we just get in there, we pray, we clear our sights, we get in those angles. At the very least, they probably won't be expecting us to push a Viper pit immediately. They did that. They were able to lock down that bomb, even though Viper was right behind them, couldn't do anything because she'd been locked down. That's a tough one to face, and you deal a lot of mental damage on a play like that. And as of right now, you need every edge you can get because it is 11-11. Match number 1. Either team could take it here, and we'll see if LC can recover from that big defeat by recuperating with this timeout.
Indeed. Now, let me ask you this. What do you think is the game plan for either side here to take the win here, to take the match for this part? What do you think they need to do these 2 rounds?
Yeah, that's a really good question. I really do think there is a massive importance around this mid control. I think as the offense, we haven't seen a single op bot all game. They kind of know they haven't been playing it, and in my opinion, they should be playing around the fact as the offense, they should be playing around that mid. Right now, they're doing it effectively, and the only person I think getting spot out there is the Sage. The mid play is going to come through. Trade's going to happen. It's going to be a big part of starting up this offense. Dylan's going to find 2 frags through market. Reyna is looking to peek mid now as Megan and the rest of the roster head back on. Ooh, Reyna's going to find the pick mid. Just a Spectre here. Peek it. Wall's going to come up to block that sight line as Megan is able to pick up a Vandal. Oh, I thought she was going to pick up a Vandal. I guess she opted. Spectre, that might be a little bit of misplay. Dylan going to find their 3rd, though, in this round. Ooh.
Well, the good use out of the Spectre is that it has a high fire rate compared to the other 2. So you really got to hope that when you shoot, that you have the aim.
Yeah, Mini Drone's picking up a nice frag there. Has ulted. This is at least a little bit winnable for them, but time is ticking down. They're going to have to play fast here. doesn't have really a lot of information on where the opposition might be hiding here. The call might possibly be to save. Doesn't look like Mini Drones is going to settle for that, though. Now pushing onto site. They could be main. They could be heaven. They have no idea. Going to stick the defuse right now. I have a feeling they're coming from Generator, and there's the peak. Dylan with the 4K. That is big for them. All they need is one more to close out this game. And like we said before, like I was kind of saying, I think it's imperative to take that mid control on offense. They did it there. They were able to find the frags. Now the question is, defenders, how do you play around that mid control? In my opinion, you can't forfeit it, and you need to try and use that Sova utility for the spots to ascertain, hey, these guys are coming mid. We need to play around it, because as of right now, they've gotten peeked out several times from mid without any knowledge that they were coming there. So we'll have to see if they can play around that. As of right now, we have 5 Astra Stars being laid down, 3 of which are A main. And I think, yeah, LC sees that and says, hey, you know what? Let's not push this site, at least not for now, as they're going to look to rotate it back. But Sova here is going to hold down this mid control with the op. This is big for them. We talked about potential mid control dominance. The op's going to come out, and that's going to allow you to do that, especially on Ascent. And right now, if Sova peeks, this could be deadly for him. Ooh, both Sovas did see each other, but the one on LC not quite pulling the trigger fast enough. Orb's going to come in favor of LC. If Killjoy's there, she does know that at least one is A main by picking up that orb. But as of right now, the whole roster of LC is scattered, playing very slowly here. But I mean, if we look at the past games here, when you play slowly, especially into this team comp, especially on B site, it almost always goes poorly with the Killjoy utility that she has there. So fingers crossed as the last few seconds come down here. Viper utility comes down and they're pushing out of sight.
Indeed. Right now, there's both frags and the bot goes in. I think at this point, you got to get your Viper on point, get that out off, and just plant it. It's going to be the same thing that they did last time, where once the Viper is up, Viper's down. Now it's just Killjoy. Killjoy's in this 1v4 situation, and honestly, odds are against him completely.
Oh, absolutely. Oh, finds one though, despite getting pulled into that portal. Unfortunately, not gonna work out for it yet. Like I said, it's just so tough. You play slow. In my opinion, if you're playing slow, especially if you're playing on the B site, that take has to be from mid. You know that Killjoy utility is going to be up on that far side of Boathouse. You know it's gonna be there. They pushed up into it twice. They got chunked for about half their health apiece. And at the end of the day, those kind of big chunks of damage are going to end up costing you games. So now 12-12. We're effectively going to be heading into OT here.
Indeed, we are. Now, I think their best bet here is going to do something they did each time now that's been successful more than anything else. Push through market. It's going to be difficult with the Sova there, but if they rush this right and proper, I think they got the win.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, the big thing is Sova getting that utility. Now they do, at the very least, have knowledge that they're thinking about going mid. And this is what I was going to talk about in that terms of counterplaying that mid push that has been so effective for these teams. Now, as we can see, a lot of the Sova looking to bait out, looking to ascertain that information on where they might be coming from. Nobody on LIU really committing to anything too hard yet. You got, two folks looking at those long sight lines on Catwalk, not really willing to give up much mid pressure, as though looks like we got a load of a push from Reyna into that mid area. Nobody is tree to watch that though as they start to creep forward. But again, great recon dart. Now they know that 2 are there. This is great information gathering from Sova. It's okay to stall these kinds of games out if you're on defense, and Matthew is going to be able to pick up one on the defensive side as he looks for more here.
Oh, looks like we're going to try to push this A site here. It's a complete firefight right now, honestly. You gotta get your picks. You gotta try to get your foothold. You got the spike planted.
2 on 3. Mr. Nene is at the back on heaven. Both players are generator, or I should say both players are generator. B-Man is hell. Looking for more. Gonna get swung by the Reyna. Won't quite be able to track it. Matthew's gonna pick up the 3K. And right now that's gonna give them the advantage in this overtime. What a game thus far.
Indeed. Now, you love to see these games, honestly. Sometimes I feel like we just do not have games as close as these.
Yeah. You love to see it. I mean, these are two evenly matched teams, and as of right now, Dylan and Mini Drones are absolutely slugging it out. Dylan with almost a 40 bomb for the side of LC. That's definitely nothing to scoff at. But right now, the biggest thing is gaining that information for your team to play off effectively. If LC can lock this down on attack, they are walking away the victors of this match number 1.
Indeed, they are. Now, looks like we actually have a good concentration going towards A, with a few going down towards mid. I'm a little curious how they're going to work this.
We're seeing the tree push again coming in for Reyna. We've seen it time and time again. Nobody's there. She's sneaking in. They have no information. Thankfully, Astra was watching that angle. They do know she's there now. Ooh, looks like they're sneaking in from tree. Reyna's going to push through before that becomes too deadly, though. Is going to pick up the kill on the sky. Now they have generator control, but there are 2 coming on the defense from door. If it's gone down, that is going to give them a lot of information, at least to where the offense, or the defense, I should say, is coming from. Viper ult will go down. This is huge for LC, but now Mini Drones is playing aggressively into the Viper ult. Will fall to Matthew, and now it is a 3-on-2. Matthew picking up a third. Last one is just Killjoy playing around the exterior of this Viper pit. And it's going to be difficult for her now. Molly's coming through. She's just going to sneak through. ECAC is going to pick up the frag. And that means LC is going to be the victor of game number 1 in this one. Wow. That game went the distance. And I mean, I think the story in this one is the mid control on Ascent. It was time and time again. We saw that Reyna creep through on tree, basically undetected, and that when eventually Astra started playing boxes, got the spot off on her, but unfortunately that gives a lot of time and space to those players who are coming through main, and those attacks come in heavy and hard, and that at the end of the day is a big part of what secured them this victory in match number 1.
Yeah, there's no way to scoff at that. That mid control is just something you need to have if you play that map, since it's a game changer, honestly. You take mid, you can go any which way. And you control the tempo of the match, practically, despite being the attacker.
Yeah, absolutely. Both sides, definitely mid control is something you want to have. And when you're on defense, you can play a little bit more passively. I did like to see that Sova dart gaining that intel. We saw it a few times where they peeked mid, got a little bit of intel, understood that there was at least one person there, hit the vision dart, and then that gave them the information they needed to be like, hey, their whole team's coming this way. We can play around this a little bit, play for picks when they come through here. And that was definitely a big part of what won them this game. And now the question is, where are we headed? Will we see a roster changes depending on the map pick? Because right now, that Viper has been absolutely huge. The Mollies, the Killjoy has been absolutely huge with the Mollies as well. And as of right now, that's a combo that I can't ignore in these next few games to come. And I imagine we'll see him again.
As do I. Well, I will have to see if I believe we will be playing in the Icebox next. Any
Icebox,
idea?
all right. Yes. So Icebox, it'll be interesting. I do think Viper can have a solid amount of utility on attack, especially on Icebox. Maybe less so on defense. Certainly not a Viper main here. Feel free to, if there are any Viper mains out there, feel free to call me out. But in this situation, I do think Viper can be great. The only problem is I don't know how well her lineups work on A site on Icebox. So whether we'll see a switch come on the character pick there, we'll have to see, but it does seem like we are going to be very quickly getting into this next game for the agent select here. It looks like the players are just booting up, and I'll tell you what, I'm looking forward to it, because if it's anything like that last game, we got a real series on our hands.
Indeed, we do. You know, I'm
I'm actually hoping for a lot of Asian picks. I got have my own personal little set that I like to have. That being the breach and a new agent that I'm being told I should take a look into. He looks very clean cut, very much like me, you could say.
The Chamber. I already know. Yeah, you look like a Chamber, man. I can tell in the style. No, he's a really cool Sentinel. It'll be interesting to see if he does come out. I mean, not as big sightlines or long sightlines as I should say as Breeze, but Icebox definitely has those long engagement sightlines that Chamber could be pretty effective for from a Sentinel standpoint. It's very possible we do see a Sentinel pick there. However, whether it will come at the expense of maybe swapping out that KJ, I'm not quite sure just with how well it got played last time, but it's definitely a possibility that we could see a Chamber pick here, or who knows, maybe we even see a Neon coming up. That I would be very surprised to see. Not too much. I imagine these players don't have too much time and playing experience on that character with the confidence to bust it out this early, but we'll have to see, as hopefully we're going to be loading in to Champ Select here shortly.
Yes, very well indeed. In fact, Neon's new to me. I have not heard of Neon before.
Yeah, let me tell you, she's something special. She's basically an agent that revolves around mobility, which is really cool. So she has the ability to kind of speed herself up and weirdly enough, like kind of slide past corners. And as I say that, definitely worth an agent worth checking out, no doubt. I have a
and there we go.
Her. But there is the Chamber, as we kind of talked about before. Happy to see it. Maybe they were tuning in. They heard we wanted to play it, and I appreciate that. But Matthew's going to be playing the Jet. Dylan is going to be back on the Viper for Lycoming College. EKQ is going to be on the Sage.
I'm very happy with these picks.
This is some great team composition here. Sage is not, although classified as a Sentinel, not someone I would traditionally say fulfills all the needs of a traditional Sentinel. However, on Icebox, she does come with a lot of additional utility with the way she can place her wall up tube. So I imagine we'll probably see some of that coming out here. The Breach is going to come down, like you said.
I'm very happy for Breach.
Be interesting to see how he's played out here. And now it's just left on B-Man to decide what is going to get locked in. And it's going to be Sky. As of right now, seems like for the most part, we got some new, some staying the same. I imagine we did see that Viper come through again. We saw some great usage there. I am surprised to see the Sage swapped out for the Killjoy. I imagine the Killjoy would have had a little bit more utility on this map, but hey, maybe there's a little bit more Icebox comfort with that Sage, but only one way to find out, really. And that's to get into this game, and I'm hyped for it.
As am I. I believe we're going to be heading into this game very soon, but I do want to mention, I do find that Sage has been universally used on Icebox more than Killjoy. I've seen it on several ECAC matches. I think it might just be kind of meta pick.
Yeah, it's very possible. And like I said, it could be from that added utility of getting that verticality on certain picks, or getting that stuff through the tube. Because effectively, when you place that wall down tube, it cuts it off for a very long time if that is the push. And I'd even argue it kind of cuts it off completely as an option for attackers.
Indeed it does. Now, looks like we're having most of the team from LC pushing towards A from the start for this pistol round.
However, we do see most of them heading A. However, if you take a look at the map, Viper is doing a little sneaky move here. Heading back B. Will it be caught out? She's going to peek mid. Will pick up the Omen, and that's going to be huge. That means Bomb is going down. The rest of the team from LIU know that is disaster. Bomb's going to go down. The rest of the team on both sides is going to rotate for that plant, but that is a super sneaky move from LC. Very cheeky to start this game out, getting that kind of swift plant onto B site. Now that's going to put LIU on the defensive here, trying to retake site right now. Pretty solid setups from LC. 4-on-4 each side, but this is a difficult place to play from. He's gonna come through. Ooh, second follow-up from mini drones, and the stick is gonna come through. Unfortunately,
one enemy remaining.
Despite such a cheeky play, it just did not pay off in the end. The LIU respond to that almost perfectly. They did lose the one, but
they moved
they had
so
everyone
quickly.
there.
They moved so quickly, like you were saying. Sorry about that. I'm
No,
so
you're fine.
excited
I
about
was
that
doing it
play
too.
there.
We're
No,
both
all
excited
good.
to see what happened.
No, LIU, I mean, executed so quickly, and so quickly, in fact, that by the time that bomb got defused, there were still 2 players up on the side of LC. Which means maybe there's a little bit of a missed rotate there when that Sage Wall went up to block off that defuse. But that was absolutely huge for them being to execute so quickly, not even giving LC the time to potentially even try and play back into that game. And I'll tell you what, I thought that was going to be a little bit of early mental damage dealt by LIU, but in fact, it's going to be LC that's able to, sorry, not LC, LIU that's going to be able to walk away the first round of this game and boost in defense.
Indeed. I mean, I'm looking at LIU right now, and oh, there goes one of LIU. Just as I was talking about him. But if you see Omen over there, they are holding that angle hard until that bomb was planted. They were not ready to be picked off again.
Yeah, that's funny. That's clever. He wasn't willing for it to happen twice. Good on him. Oh, B-Man's going to come in for the trade. Omen is there. Granted, this is effectively a 1v1, but B-Man does not care about that. He's going to take that trade, understanding, hey, I got a Spectre, you got a Classic, I win these. And he absolutely does. He swings that hard, will pick up the headshot. Omen likely going to pick up a gun as well. And this is going to be likely a bonus round for them with these Spectres.
That Omen, poor guy. He was so focused on making sure he didn't get humiliated again, and just could not get to the site in time before the defuse. And by the time he was spotted, I think there was a little hesitation on finishing him, so they just ran away and took what they took their winnings and they went home.
Well, as of right now, looks like we're going to see a hard B-long stack. Sorry, not Viper. Jet is going to play up onto those boxes, looking to ascertain control. Ooh. Oh, you hate to see it. DJ, man, just a slight mistime. He was just checking that upper angle for a split second. Unfortunately, that's all it'll take when the Viper comes around the corner with the headshot already pre-lined up. All of a sudden, it's already 5 on 4, but Chamber's gonna find one.
That's what you called that siege timing.
Siege timing, yeah. That's what it's all about. Unfortunately, you just get peaked sometimes at the wrong time. Dylan now playing within the Snake Bite. Or Viper Pet, I should say. Snake Bite gonna come out to a little bit of position. Dylan finding a third. TV Mini Drones. It's now a one-on-one, but Mini Drones has to go into this Viper Pit. He's gonna use the utility. Catches her reloading, but Dylan is gonna get the fourth. I don't know how she was able to get the shots off in time, but the 4K for her is gonna be huge inside that Viper ult. Great utility usage there to secure the round.
Honestly, that was quite unlucky for Mini Drones. I feel like they should have gotten that kill, and that this should be a 3-0 currently. But the facts are facts. What happened happened, and they succeeded. They were able to
And
hold.
now, not a full buyout on the side of LIU. They're gonna stack up with rifles for the most part, except for one Classic. Meanwhile, LC is gonna have the full gun stack here now. The question is, can they make it worth it if they can take this? Ooh, Dylan, big frag there on LIU. Now, there's that Chamber ult. He does have an op here. He's looking to use it. That's a big frag for them. And now LC is on the back foot despite buying up this round. B-Man still holding that mid control. If they're looking to rotate, they're going to get spotted out here. They will, in fact, won't quite get picked off, but will get dinked up a little bit. And right now, Dylan on the back foot. Omen. Ooh, Omen is going to take that top of the boxes. Look, he's going to be watching through yellow. I imagine as soon as they peek this or as soon as they plant, he is going to drop onto them. Assassin's Creed style here. He's going to pick up the first pick. Going to pick up the second. DJ Mandu picking up both with a little bit of an unexpected angle up top there. And that means that LIU is going up 3-1 in this game.
I think this is honestly why Omen's such a great agent to have, is because he gets to play these angles that traditional agents cannot achieve or cannot reach. And if, as the opponent, if you're not actively thinking about it, you're going to get caught off guard each time.
Absolutely. It's definitely something you have to factor in. Also the mind games. They can hear that teleport, and at the end of the day, you can make them think you teleported when in reality you really didn't. You could just teleport onto yourself. That's an additional layer of fear you can kind of strike into your opponent. But the whole roster, except for one, really pushing into tube here for LC. They're looking to make a push into kitchen. And, except for Megan, who does have a little bit of mid control, will get picked off by Chamber. Matthew's going to get the trade in kitchen now. Looking to find a Vandal, but knows there's likely an enemy roaming here. Going to peek that shortly. Trades coming out on both sides. It's a 3v3. Matthew still has a ghost, though. We'll get
that's
one enemy remaining.
That is one impressive looking ghost skin. I've actually never seen that before.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, if you haven't played in a while, the gun skins in this game are certainly a lot flashier than they used to be back in the early days of this game.
Yeah, back in the beta that I remember.
Yeah, my goodness, yeah, let me tell you, you definitely have some catching up on some skins to do in that case. But who else has some catching up to do is LC right now, because they are down 3 games in this match, and they certainly took the last one, but they're not looking as confident right now. And I will say, traditionally, Icebox is what I would call a little bit of a attacker-sided map. So since they're not really able to take control, it's not looking fantastic for them right now. But who knows? Depending on the character matchups, it might not always be so attacker-sided. We'll have to see how it plays out for them here in these minute 20 left in this round number 6 here.
Indeed. And we actually see that Chamber goes down first out of both sides. And it seems like, looks like LC is going to rotate through mid here. Maybe go towards B, maybe not. They're kind of just hovering, looking for picks right now, rather than trying to push anything.
Those Seekers will come out. Nova is playing through mid. Doesn't quite know if there's somebody tube or not, though. Shots are going to come through. Won't land, though. That's information gained for the side of LC. Oh, that Jet is tube. Might potentially find a pick. Does rotate back. Doesn't quite know where she is. If somebody peeks mid here, they're going to catch the Jet lacking. Oh, Sky's going to do it. Flash will come out. And yes, Matthew will get picked up mid. Spike left. Is going down now. So he's just going to plant that. Will go down, but Mini Drones will fire it up. And might even stick the plant here. They will. Teammates are collapsing onto site as Breeze pushes. Half almost being ascertained there. Actually, half was ascertained. They might just stick it. In fact, they will. LIU going to come out with a huge round. Four defenders, I should say, still left standing. That is massive for their team for the round, but also for their econ going forward right now. 6K on almost 6K. Quite a few of these players, and that's likely going to lend itself to an op possibly next round. We'll have to see.
Indeed. You know, last map compared to this map, it seems like LIU has gotten a comfort pick. They are just going to town with this defense here. And as you mentioned before, this is more of an attacker-sided map, so for them to do this well,
Get out of my way.
Really shows how adaptive they are with this map, and that they're ready, they're prepared, versus LC, who's trying to break this momentum but struggling to do so.
100%. As they maybe look here to take this B long, they do still have 2A though, maybe looking for something cheeky. Omen is playing back through Snowman, slowly rotating back. Looks like he is going to come check up. Ooh, Matthew will find some. Looking for another. Will have the darts, though. Nova's going to pick that up, but not after. Matthew was able to pick up a bunch mid, and now a Viper ult is going to go down. Or sorry, not Viper ult. Spooked me there. That's just the Viper smoke. I was like, oh my goodness, how did she get ult already? She did not. She's
very
just
close.
1 tick away. Yeah, very close. 1 tick away. But as the attackers have got this bomb down, they're set up in a pretty advantageous position. Granted, 2 ults are up on the side of LAU. If they're looking to clutch this up, Nova shots won't quite connect.
Player standing.
Ooh.
You got a
EKQ is
1v3.
going to fire it up. And Dylan is also going to peek that smoke. Nice play there.
Yes, indeed. Yeah. It was close to see that it was possibly winnable for LIU. They were at quite the disadvantage, but they just got outpicked there with the utilities. And I think that's what really got them. So now the momentum has been stopped. It is now 5-2, and both sides are looking at rifles and heavy armor.
Right there. DJ, man, I am surprised we did not see an op pick here. I guess maybe not just feeling too confident in that pickup just yet, is till they figure, hey, we're doing pretty all right with the rifles. But that is a big pickup on that round for LC, and that's definitely something they need to keep doing if they're going to stand a chance in this match, because as of right now, they're still 3 matches behind, and those matches can get away for you. Matthew, though, gonna pick up a big kill heading onto site, and that means bomb is going to go down as Dylan gets that plant. He's likely going to retreat back into site. Not quite sure if there are lineups for this site with Viper. I imagine they are, but seeing as it's indoors, it could be a little bit tricky.
Indeed. Nice pick with drones. And looking to get possibly more. IU is holding strong with their defense.
Unit is defusing. They need to hustle now. That half bomb is going to be up. Reach only has 20. Flank is here though. Oh, big shot. Flank comes. Oh, absolutely massive heroics from Mr. Nene and EKQ with some big plays there. Flank was coming. I thought that was going to wipe them both, but instead, great breach utility, landing it, getting the stun, getting the secondary peek on that, and walking away with this round. And all of a sudden, they're within 2 of coming back into this game.
Yeah, and in fact, the greatest part of that utility was using the middle of it all to stop the fuse. Despite it being halfway, that he uses utility that does damage to scare him off the point or off the bomb, and then
Standing ahead.
just cover himself and get the picks as needed.
Yeah, that was very, very intelligent level breach play. D1 athlete not quite able to get the picks there. Mr. Nene looking to fish out maybe a headshot here. Sky Flash will come through. That's going to give her a little bit of information that they are at least there. Second Flash will come. They can't quite push off it just yet. They'll at least deter the offense a little bit. Breach Flash will come through. He's going to push off that. That's going to be a free kill, presumably. Shots will come through. They do know they are back site. However, that Viper ult is down, which means hopefully this is going to be a free plant for her. And likely will, as Matthew continues to push deeper into sight. They now know that Reyna is flank. However, they do have that Sova that could go belt here. He's likely just going to bide his time as he waits for this play. But Mini Drones knows the Sova is around here somewhere. Probably heard her there. He's looking for the he did fall. She likely heard that, but regardless, Megan is going to pick up a monster headshot onto Mini Drones. They're falling. I thought that was a little bit of a misplay, but able to pick up the kill there, falling down from belt, and that's going to be huge. Now just 1 game away, and I'll tell you what, LIU, after giving up effectively 3 straight rounds, they're saying, hey, you know what, guys, let's settle it down. We're going to take a timeout.
Yeah, right now they only have 3 more additional rounds in this first half before they switch sides. So you really got to get what you can out of these next 3 rounds, because momentum's going to change up regardless once we go into pistols again.
That's a very good point. We'll have to see how, I imagine we're going to see a change up in strategy from LIU here. As of right now, they've been holding pretty strong, but the A site prowess that LC have shown on a lot of these pushes has been something that's worked out for them. So maybe right now LIU is looking to make a change on the A site, if not in the agents, at the very least how they play on that site. We'll have to see if they can, at the very least, they're still in the lead, but if they can alter the course of this game right now, because right now it's looking like it's swinging back in the direction of LC.
Indeed it is. Got about 13 seconds left here in the prep phase. You want to see how I think they're just going to tackle A again. Going to be the same bread and butter. Unless they do something a little different this time around and go B.
This is interesting. I mean, ooh, Matthew with a massive frag mid. That's going to open up a lot of space for them, or at least you'd think so. But the Jet is lurking there. That's going to pull a lot of space away from B. Omen's going to peek this mid. He might get caught out. He will. He did. It looked like he landed the headshot, but it must have been a wall bang because it did not kill. Dylan, unfortunately, just read the kill feed. That's kind of odd. I think she falling to her own molly. That's a little bit unfortunate there. Hate to see it, but again, still 5-on-3 here for this LC roster. Now 5-on-2, looking to, I mean, on paper, make it a flawless.
Indeed, I'm looking to see that they do that as well. And it seems to be on track to do it. How can they catch them off? Looks like we're not going to have a flawless round this time.
Unfortunately, but right now, ooh, nice. Nene is going to swing that from kitchen. That's going to be a big pickup. And despite the timeout, LC says, you know what, doesn't matter. We're going to pick up another win. And now, even with that timeout, we got a huge win from LC. And not only that, they're set up to win another one. They've got the Econ. The Econ on the other side is very shoddy. And on top of that, they're sitting on 3 ultimates. So LC absolutely in the driver's seat of this one.
Indeed they are. And you know what, with all of this, I see that LC possibly just went ahead and maybe going a little into overkill, I would say, using ults here, in fact.
Yeah, it's possible. That's a good question, actually. I think that's something a lot of players always struggle with, and a lot of teams struggle with. It's like, hey, you know what? Like, we have the gun advantage. Like, how much faith do we put in just our ability to win straight gunfights when they're at a gun disadvantage? Or how much do we want to invest in this round to try and take it? Do we just lay it all out, get a basically, hopefully, like a guaranteed win? Or do we kind of have faith in our gunplay and then use the ults next round to try and gain an advantage there? It's a good question. We'll have to see how they play it here. Oh, Nova gonna find a headshot with the knives, gonna get those back. And the breach is playing those flashes.
Those are some annoying blinds.
Gun here. Here.
LIU has the ability, the opportunity, more like it, to take this point.
One enemy remaining.
Is down though. Oh, D1 athlete with the collateral headshot. What a monstrous play. He picks up his 3rd. That was absolutely grotesque. A shame we couldn't see it from his angle, but just to clarify, that was a collateral Deagle headshot. A monster play from him to secure that round for the team. LIU now feeling a little bit more comfortable on what many would call an eco/cave round, and now he's got his ultimate, which means he's got an operator to potentially choke at any more pushes that can be coming A. It looks like they will be.
Indeed they will. Now, out of curiosity, how long does this op of his last?
It's a good question. He's got 5 shots with it. If they hit, it also creates a slowing zone. He's already going to find one of them. So he's got 5 shots, but it lasts as long as he wants. He basically gets to keep it as a weapon for the rest of the game. He's going to find another one onto Dylan, looking to find more. I imagine nobody else is going to peek, though. As I say that, though, of course, they have to. The bomb is down. They have to try and secure that bomb. It's going to be a tricky situation as that bomb is on the ground there. Oh,
that's
Dylan going to find his
one.
3rd. Looking for more. Oh, man, it's not looking great right now. Ooh, Nene's going to find one.
He has enough where he just has to keep holding that angle and getting the pick. Oh, did he miss there?
Good blind there. We'll find both! Mr. Nene with the collat! But now it is a 2-on-1. D1 athlete has a 4K, looking for a potential ace here. He knows he has to go and try and get the bomb. He's going to ult for the sky, but D1 athlete, I don't think, caught the end of that. Will with the ult. And as of right now, he had 5 shots. He's looking for more. He picks up these. D1 athlete, what a monstrous play. Following the previous collat headshot, he is on an absolute tear right now, and he's winning this game almost single-handedly for LAU in those past 2 rounds.
Hey, It's as you mentioned, Chamber. He is the guy to pick if you can hit your shots. It's one of those where you know you're good with the gun, so you get the ult that uses a gun.
It's true. Hey, he's utilizing that utility to its maximum, and I'll tell you what, it's coming up big for LIU here. And man, the fashion in which they are doing this has been crazy. Really back and forth. Definitely could see this game switching up, but as of right now, we do get a switch here. D1 Athlete and his roster at LIU are going to be on attack now. We'll have to see if LC can dig deep and find the site defense that they need to in order to stay in this game. But like I said before, I find Icebox tends to be an attacker-sider's map, just with the amount of space that the defenders need to rotate from, giving the attackers lots of time to set up. But Matthew will find a fadeaway kill there. He's way off of sight.
They will.
Right now, they're looking pretty even to one another. It's just a 3v4 in this situation.
Matthew, a third.
Make that 4v2. The bomb is down there. Just needs to have a simple defuse, cover him, and they have this round.
They have to push up through this.
One enemy remaining.
Nice. Matthew, absolutely huge. Dylan will come in with a frag there. Matthew honestly might have even found his own ace in that round. Absolutely crucial picks. Only 24 health, but absolutely slinging headshots in that last round. Definitely the plays we need to see if LC is going to come back into this round, but already making a case that, hey, I don't care if this map is a little bit attacker-sided. We're going to find the picks onto those attackers when they get onto site. We're going to take those rounds. Absolutely massive for Matthew.
Indeed it is. Now, if you're LC here, in comparison... wait, no, this is Matthew with LC. I'm sorry. I was a little confused with the coloration in numbers.
All good.
As the attackers, this is interesting. They're going right up the middle, and I think they're going to make their way to B, but I think Reyna got a little too aggressive.
Did get cut. Ooh, Nova gonna find that headshot onto EQ, or EQQ, I should say. With the classic, that was actually pretty nasty through tube. Nobody knows that this Omen is on top of tube right now. He could look for something cheeky. Granted, he only has a check classic. They now know he's up there. So, a little bit back. He will get traded out. Matthew's going to find a kill off of the Spectre. Now just two on the side of LAU. LC looking to collapse on this potentially, but they don't have to. They're on defense. They can play time. They likely know that they're headed to A site, but nobody's really there right now. It looks like LIU at the very least is going to get a relatively free bomb plant. They're not going to take it though, as Jet and Matthew is going to be on site shortly here, taking the angle. Is going to dash as he sees him. Now playing the bomb angle. Will get the tap. Looking for 4. Will find it. Matthew on an absolute tear. Matthew and D1 Athlete going back and forth in this game with outstanding plays, carrying their teams to victory, and we got ourselves a 7-7 game here.
Good old lucky number 7s, but it's only lucky for one side in the very end.
True.
So we're getting a bit of the full buys here on either side, but it looks like LC is saving more, just a bit more than
Yeah, interesting here. I guess they're econ. They're putting their faith in those buys that they got through the last round. They're going to save up for that next rifle round, make sure they could afford to buy. I mean, at the end of the day, they did come up big in that last round with those gun advantages, so they're looking to hopefully extend that here. However, LIU knows that they're going to be out buying their opponents right now. They're going to take those long angles that B-Long can afford to them. Now, as LC lurks around these corners on site, we'll have to see. Is he going to wait for the bomb? He don't know. He don't know. Oh, Dylan playing super cheeky around the smoke on the boxes here. What a play. Absolutely Galaxy Brain. Snakebite's going to go down, and that frag is absolutely massive because it gives them control of this bomb and it gives them a lot of positioning advantage as Breach comes around the flank. Now B-Man is on the back foot. Flash is going to come through. Mr. Nene coming in to clutch up Matthew with a huge play. The whole roster of LC really showing up for that last round, closing it out for their team, and it looks like LIU is going to be taking another timeout, and frankly, I don't blame them.
Honestly, LIU, they've really let this game get away from them right now. I don't mean that just because of the round switch and a couple of like matches come back. I mean, since the previous round, before the switch, LC has been on a tear, just ripping up all their formations, situationals, and frankly outplaying them currently.
Yes, true. Well, you never know what the future holds in store, but yeah, that is a really good point. I mean, we did see some huge plays from D1 Athlete that came out big for LIU, but apart from that, we haven't seen too much individual effort on the side of LIU to really shine through here. Not saying that's what we need to say. What we need to see in order for LIU to take this game at the end of the day, it is a team game, and the better team with the better synergy often comes through. But as of right now, the LIU squad can't just rely on D1 Athlete to make these plays, whereas as we saw in that last round, LC, that was a fully team collaborative effort there, the whole crew playing around that bomb, and that absolutely brilliant play from Dylan around that bomb with the stinger, finding the kill and getting the bomb down for the roster.
You want to play?
Agreed.
Let's play.
And you know what? I wonder if, see, this comes back up where the mention of Killjoy, where instead of having B-Man play Sky, have B-Man play Killjoy, and what an amazing headshot on Mr. Nene.
Yeah, it's true. It really does depend how you want to play. Oh, Matthew sliding in weight. Will swap out, will dash out. Granted, not really enough cover for him to get away from that gunfight. Ooh, solid Viper snake bite there is going to find DJ Man Dude with the frag and do a relatively significant amount of damage to the opponent. However, Op is up in the hands of D1 Athlete with that ultimate. The tap is coming through. He doesn't have an angle on it, but B-Man certainly does. Megan is going to find mini drones, and now it's a 2-on-1 situation. This is definitely not advantageous for them. Both these players playing back. Weirdly enough, though, traditionally the call would probably be to save. However, Sova doesn't know it, but they're kind of not really in a position to play this.
Last player standing.
Oh! Does he make it out? Does he make it out?
Looks like he will. Unfortunately, only with a ghost, though. Not a huge takeaway from that round in terms of a save. The big thing here, I think, is, man, you gotta wish that, you know, maybe Megan pushed a little bit earlier, because took D1 Athlete pretty by surprise with that peak, wasn't ready for it, and if only maybe that play came a little bit sooner, would have maybe seen LC take it. But as of right now, D1 Athlete coming in big with that op, and frankly the rest of their team there, they're getting that chemistry down, they're locking in that synergy, and all of a sudden we got an 8-8 game. We could see this match going to game 3. Can't get ahead of myself, but right now it's looking real close.
Oh yes, it is getting there, but man, I'm gonna be honest, this is a slow crawl to getting there. It just goes to show that they are really trying to work hard to secure the wins.
Ooh, Nova, funky spray. However, that bullet will find the noggin of Megan. Only 1 health on him, but Matthew has secured the op. He says, "You tell you what, D1 Athlete, you're not the only one who can hit those shots with that operator." Granted, the Nova chrome to the dome of EQ, but the breach will come through. B-Man's gonna swing, pick up a kill. Now Matthew's gonna fall. B-Man with a 3K as attackers take that round. LIU feeling good. They're likely gonna pick up an op here. Ooh, won't quite get it in time. Unfortunate. Not quick enough. It's tough to see. However, the thing that can't be understated is the impact of that round to LC's economy. Now LIU can feel a little bit confident in their abilities here, because now, you know, LC is sitting there with a Stinger, a Spectre, I mean, they got 3 rifles, but at the end of the day, that's going to be a little bit of a desynced economy. I'll have to see how it plays out for him here as we get into some of the last rounds of this match. Potentially, if LC can close it out, but they got a long road ahead of them.
Indeed. In fact, I think they're going to rely heavily on their teammates getting the picks first, so that way they can switch out the guns they have.
Mr. Nene being able to pick up a big frag there with the Stinger. We'll have to see. Looks to pick up that gun that was dropped by the Jet. Seekers will come out from the sky. It's going to give them intel. They now know. Oh, Viper's lurking. Viper's lurking.
You know, I'm surprised that Mr. Nene really is having a good time with that Stinger. Don't get me wrong, it has an extremely high fire rate, so if you hit your shots, arguably better than the rifles. But it has such a spread and low damage output that you really need to hit all your shots.
One down.
Fair enough. Some might definitely argue with you there, but Matthew, however, won't argue with the fact that they're going to be able to throw for mid there, and despite that, will find a kill on that mid push. However, EQ is going to pick up 2 with a great flick mid. Omen, with a dirty shot onto Dylan at the back of B site. Now lurking in kitchen. They know he's there. Where did he go? He used his ult already. Mr. Nene gonna Nene all over him on that one. Peeking that angle, taking the fight, understanding he is in kitchen, and really great plays on the side of LC. That was effectively an eco round for half of their roster, still able to pick up that win. That's huge for them, huge for the mentality going forward. Jet does not have enough to buy a rifle here. However, she does have ult, and with the shots we've been seeing Matthew put on their opponents, I have no doubt that ult will be put to good use.
I finally get to see my favorite gun, B-Man, whipping out the Guardian.
I was like looking at the guns. I was like, oh no, like is it like an Odin or something? I was like, what's going? The Guardian. Hey, you know what? I actually have to. I certainly won't say it's my favorite, but I will say it is kind of sometimes can be underutilized. At the end of the day, it is a Vandal if you're tapping with it. So.
Oh, honestly, I think it's even better than the Vandal.
Knives. Nene will follow up with a very nice headshot onto Nova. That's a big pickup for them as the rest of this LRU roster looks to push on to A site. But Nene will fall to that Guardian that you love so much. So that
I do.
Pickup working well for them. Ooh, EQ gonna peek. Pick up 2. Might look for 3 here. But Chambers gonna teleport away from that bomb site. Looks to hold it.
Oh no.
EQ key with another one. They now know the location of that Reyna, at least approximately. That bomb is ticking down. Snakebite's gonna fall. A wall will likely fall shortly as well. Oh, dicey Snakebite.
No charges left.
They're gonna have to get looking. It's right there.
Ooh, nice. Megan is able to sweep up that kill to the Sage. They're kind of on top of each other there. They were making me really nervous for when that Viper wall fall. Thankfully, the squad is there to secure that kill. Rifles are going to end up back in the hands, presumably, of this LC roster. And this has been an absolute tennis match of a game.
It's just back and forth, like you said, tennis match. Oh, it's just a matter of repeating what you say at this point, because you point out all these good things they do. You have to say,
I try my best.
If you do take a look here, I think they're going to try to go for B. And right now, everyone's on the LCs. They're a little spread out, but I think they get the idea they might be going B. They all seem to be hovering towards that site.
We'll have to see how much utility is really used here. They're going to pick up the orb, so that is intel gained on the side of LC. They know that there is at the very least a few agents here, but they're very quickly entering onto site here. Viper utility is going to go up for them. Bomb has not been planted yet. They're very nervous. Bomb starting to go down. Viper's going to fall. She knows they're there. Mr. Nene is on the rotate, but Nova is going to pick up Dylan on that flank. However, EQ will trade out the Jet. Ooh, mini drones with a nice pickup onto EQ as the rest of this LC roster try and battle out from boxes, but 2 big frags. D1 Athlete now 3-2, but Breach is on the flank with a big ult. Can't quite land the shots though. Oh, but
Oh
thankfully,
my goodness.
Mr. Nene, that was a little bit... Does no D1 Athlete, he does! Mr. Nene with an absolute massive frag there. Good ult. Little bit scary there. Needed to recompose himself. Thankfully found the kill, and that means 11-9 on the side of LC. This is a tight one right now, but LC with some big plays, and they still right now are sitting on 3 ultimates for them and full rifles with some banked econ. As of right now, LIU has their work cut out for them, and they are running out of money and running out of time right now.
Yes, they are. In fact, right now with this kind of number setup, you're 11-9. It is pressure right now. You're feeling it. You definitely are as LIU, because you're pressured to try to match them or get close enough to do it. Because all it is it's now 2 matches away.
Oh, Mr. Nene, that is absolutely monstrous for them. We have seen D1 Athlete be an absolute demon with that operator. The fact that Mr. Nene was not only able to duel him solo with that operator with the Vandal 1-tap, eliminating him from that round this early in the game from that util could be the thing that solidifies this round for them. However, the round isn't over yet, as LIU will take one. Now 3-2 situation. DJ Man is rotating back. Both of these players on the LC squad are playing kind of default, looking to play together. Reina Utility will come through. She will not peek it though. Afford them a little bit of information on their side. Oh, great Viper ult here. Maybe looking to tap the bomb. They're looking to tap it. They're just spraying it down. Oh, Bush will
you're
come
very
in,
close. That was very close to sticking it.
Interesting play call there. I think they stacked each other. I wonder if they were trying to maybe absorb some bullets or like try and get a kill to get them to stop spraying. I guess it was a little bit dicey to not be checking the flank for that rain and roam, but at the end of the day, it's easy to say in hindsight. I suppose it is 2020, but
it's 2022.
True. Hindsight, I suppose, now is 2022, and now with effectively a two-year-old joke, but now we got Mr. Nene feeling confident on this A site despite the fact that they lost the last round, and he's going to do it to him again. I really like that angle. That is a really difficult angle to peak against on offense. And I'll tell you what, Nene's going to do a great job finding that kill there. Omen is going to look for something cheeky at ultimate. Well, I guess we'll ascertain a little bit of information about the opponents, but note the LC roster is still sitting on B site here. There hasn't been a full commit on the side of LIU, sorry, just yet. But playing for time. Nene is looking for some more. Find a pop-up's gonna come. Will find one, but will also get traded. Because now the rest of the team is going to collapse onto site. EQQ is gonna get the res off. It's 3-on-3. This is a big round for the B-Man. Only has 4 health, but will find a kill. Will get traded out by EQQ. 30 health on them. Now, as they rotate into rafters, DJ Man is playing. Sova ult coming through. Ult's not going to be used, though. That ult needs to be used pretty early. Oh, that's definitely not the utility you want to see there.
That's really not good. He's just stalled himself out with that utility usage. Oh!
Ooh, Spectre usage.
He's gonna have to either get this kill here or stick it.
Ooh, he's gonna have to get half baby peek.
No, he's sticking.
Oh, yeah, tough one.
That was a tough one, yeah.
D1 Athlete gonna be there to clutch it up. However, bomb will fall. It's 11, or sorry, he will fall. It's 11-11 now. This is an interesting situation. I said before that, you know, hey, LC's got the stats banked, but in reality, they're now out of money. They've lost a few too many rounds in a row, and now they're going to head to a timeout to reevaluate what maybe they need to do on defense here. They've actually done a really good job of halting those attackers when they came to press those sites. The biggest thing I think for them is they did delay a little bit with those folks who were holding down B. I think if they rotated at least one more a little bit earlier, at the end of the day, you had 3 defenders trying to hold out against an onslaught of the LIU roster, breathing down their neck there. Unfortunately, they are just going to fall. And then when you don't have those agents there to back them up, to trade them out, unfortunately, they're going to ascertain that site control that you really don't want them to have on A site. So we'll have to see if maybe we don't have that 2-stack lockdown on B, and maybe we get a faster rotate over to A. Because in my opinion, I imagine that LIU here probably goes back to A site with the current success they've had, because LC hasn't quite had an answer for it, but we'll have to see how it plays out.
Indeed,
As
we
I say
will.
that, they're probably going to prove me wrong. We'll see. They might look mid here. Looks like they
Oh,
might.
I'm ready again. I'm seeing my favorite setup: heavy armor and a guardian. Gun in a dream.
Hey, I love it too. I mean, hey, it's a skill-based weapon. You know, none of this spraying nonsense. One taps only. Oh, mini drones lurking. We'll find the pick. Several stacked mid here. It's gonna be huge to open up the map for them. They will lurk mid. Gonna find another kill on boxes. DJ Man will, as Dylan now looks to rotate with the Guardian in through tubes. Will they find another? Possibly. But will come out. Flash hits.
There you go.
That was a little bit dicey, but thankfully the kill will land.
Oh, come on. You might want to switch out your Guardian here now, because you need to get those shots. If you're not hitting those shots as soon as the head shows, Guardian's not the gun for you.
Ooh, many drones, big kill there, and now we are essentially in a match, or not a match point. Well, it is match point. I should say total match point in terms of, it's not match point in terms of games. If the LIU is able to take this match, we're going to be going to a game 3 in this series. And as of right now, both of these teams showing pretty dominant ability to play both attack and defense on this map. Really not, in a lot of ways, giving each other a lot of room to breathe. And LIU, if they can close this round out,
Get out of my way. I've got your
they're going to be heading to a game number 3.
Yep. And in fact, this is the time to use ults for both sides. Regardless of what happens, either you use your ult to win the round to go to overtime, or you use your ult to win the entire match. Or next.
Dylan with a big frag though. Mini Drones is going to find another one for their side of the roster. Megan's going to get popped by Mini Drones, rotating through, heading to Snowman. Will peek the person kitchen, looks for a shot. That Sage is going to duck in, or sorry, not Sage, that Jet is going to duck into kitchen. Now, Viper now behind boxes. Raid's coming in, a lot of people exchanging blows here. Ooh, Breach is going to lock it down. That was a funky exchange there, as now Mr. Nene will flash yellow, looking to peek it. He's got an angle. Reaching to, oh!
In the
DJ Mandu, D1 athlete, ladies and gentlemen, we are headed to game number 3. My goodness, what a night it has been. As of right now, these guys are giving it all they've got, and frankly, I don't blame them, because this entire series has gone the distance. We've gone almost to overtime in both these games, and right now, I have a feeling that game 3 is no doubt going to live up to the hype that these past 2 games has brought.
Indeed. You know what? I'm hearing that for a third map, we are possibly looking at watching Split.
Ooh, that could be interesting. I mean, with Split, we have seen some of that mid dominance not really be utilized as much in the first game. And frankly, really the second game, we didn't see those mid lanes opened up. I have a feeling, especially on Split, we're going to definitely be seeing a lot more mid play. Maybe we'll see a little bit more op usage. We'll see if maybe they stick on that chamber with that op utility that was so clutch for D1 in bringing LIU this victory on Icebox. Whether that'll come through, we'll have to see, but it sounds like we might already be getting things moving into Champ Select into Agent Select here. That's League of Legends.
Yes, it
Right,
is.
same developers, but a little bit of a different game. It looks like we will be getting into that very shortly here, and I'll tell you what, I'm excited for it.
So I think one of the biggest things for either side is Killjoy. You need to have a Killjoy, honestly. The Sage is the healing's nice, but they weren't able to utilize her kit as well, given at least Icebox, and Icebox is really heavy Sage usage. So to see it not be that great that time around, that's not the greatest thing to see.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, it's true. We'll have to see. And I don't really think the Sage utility is going to be. I really think that Sage effectiveness on Icebox is probably one of the peak things for the Sage kit. Now, whether we'll see it here on Split, I find it unlikely. It's possible we see a Killjoy. One thing we could see on this Split is a Cypher pickup. I think there's a lot of utility for holding Garage with Cypher on this map. As I say that, B-Man is already hovering it, so we'll have to see. Nova feeling very confident. We've seen them lock in the Jet several times in this series. Whether we'll see it again, yeah, there it is. DJ Man now on the Sky. Possible KO. Is that EQQ hovering the Neon? Maybe we'll see it. Maybe we won't. I don't know.
I would be curious to see KO. I have not seen that agent in action.
Very
I've seen a little
interesting.
bit of EQ. I've seen a little bit of Neon. Now that I've seen her face again, but yeah, I'm curious what Lycoming's gonna go through with.
Yeah, the whole roster now being selected on the side of Long Island University. B-Man, like I kind of said, that Cypher being a big pickup for Split. EQQ gonna have faith in the Neon pick, gonna be played. We've got the Reyna, and that's gonna be huge for them as we head on to Split. I imagine we got an interesting game on our hands here because right now these teams have shown, both Long Island U and Lycoming have done a great job of going the distance and bringing us some pretty entertaining games of Valorant, and I have a lot of faith they can do the same thing in game number 3.
Oh yes, and you know what? I think one of the biggest things for LC here is not going to be taking their time. Rather, use their utility, their smokes, anything visual, and move quick. Because the way that LIU seems to be playing themselves is first get intel, identify where the enemy is, from there react with spam and abilities to slow them down. Damage wise.
And I mean, yeah. No, 100%. And with this Neon pickup, playing fast could be the way. EQQ, and already this Cypher is being incredibly oppressive on site here, really giving them a lot of space to work with. However, they are going to be able to get on the B site somewhat handily as the Sage Wall will come up, but Mini Drone's going to pick up 2 with the Classic, does have the nade reset on that play, still has a blast pack. Bomb is still down though. He's going to continue to peek. He knows that this LC roster has to peek this angle if they want to get the bomb.
Dude, it played out just as I said. They didn't get to move fast enough because they got slowed down, and as such, they got out damaged and just annihilated. So now they're trying to play a bit of a waiting game here and see if they can get picks where possible, because they cannot get the bomb right. They can't get the spike right now. It's just positionally against them.
Ooh, Matthew being very conscious that, hey, you know, they probably know I'm going to rotate for this bomb. Sees that D1 Athlete is getting a little bit cheeky, and now playing off of that, doing a great job of rotating back to the bomb, supporting Sage on this push. A flick right, will find a kill. I mean, definitely props to them, but as of right now, Megan is running out of time to get this round. She's going to need 2 kills here. She's also spotted out, but Nova is going to find the frag, and again, pushing B on on split with a Cypher setup there can be risky. I might have assumed that they thought, hey, you know what? It's first round. He probably doesn't buy utility. He probably buys like Light Shield or a Ghost. Cypher says, no, man, I'm going to invest in the site defense, and he absolutely will. And now he's going to do the same. Tripwire is up. Cams are up, and he's going to put that one-way lineup. Looked like he was going to put the one-way lineup.
Oh, looks like he's not
A
able to get it.
little bit of fumbles here coming through on B, man. A little bit unlucky, but I mean, with that said, you might not have to worry about it just too much yet, seeing as didn't quite go their way last time. They might not push again, but right now, you jockeying for position.
Yeah, Cypher is one of those characters that he can hold a site down on his own. He really doesn't need the team there right on him to help. Rather, they're better just to play around the mid and other sides, so that way he can communicate to rotate to them.
No, absolutely. He's a great anchor agent, and that was a little bit of an interesting play on the Sova there. Kind of ran it up mid, right into the barrel of that awaiting Astra. Is absolutely going to eat him up. Oh, big Sky Flash. Going to understand that they are right there. DJ going to pick up the kill. Spike is down ramp now. That's going to leave Matthew with a difficult push, but catches DJ in the animation. And Nova pick up a frag there. Now Megan looking to play around mid.
No dice.
And shooting won't quite yield the results they were looking for with that Ghost, and now LIU are up by 2.
They are. Split is one of those maps where you really do want to try to push together if you're struggling to do anything alone. I found it from playing myself that even back in beta, regardless of beta, new, Split hasn't really changed much at all. The way it plays out is still the same, so you gotta play it smart and tactically, and be super aware of any intel seekers and how they position themselves.
They're gonna very early on get the cages here. Ooh, great stall out from the side of LIU. Gonna prevent that push from coming through. The Sage Wall is there. Might siphon these attackers in this way. This is going to give them a little bit of cover for their team. But as of right now, we'll have to see if they advance any further. They're very, very cautious as they're heading onto site. No doubt Cypher is relaying the fact that, hey, there's like 3 of them here right now. He's going to hightail it over here as B-Man continues to anchor on site. Won't get too aggressive. Mini Drones does have a blast pack though if they want to get over that Sage Wall. Gonna check the corner. Will peek with the Spectre. We'll find another one. Last one is Heaven. They know they're there. Sova with the run-in gun stinger action, and now, however, B-Man and Nova are going to be able to secure that defuse. Unfortunately, Nene not going to be able to get there in time, and right now up 3-0. We've seen it before, this lead, and as it tends to be in these pistol rounds. A commanding start from LIU. We'll see if they can hold on to it.
LC seems to be having half-heavy buys here. I'm not sure, because that's going to mess with their econ quite a bit. Seems they've realized that and downgraded themselves, but they still have quite heavy armor on, and yeah, it's nice to have, but I wonder if that is the right choice.
I have to agree with you. It does seem a little bit odd. The econ has been decent for a while. I am surprised they didn't opt to just save the last round. I guess they wanted to maybe hopefully force a little bit of momentum their way, but even if they won that round, unless they were flawlessing them, they still would have been in a situation where they had a bonus round up. Now, the question comes here, can they find some kills? I mean, at the end of the day, who knows? Maybe they're looking to take a cheeky round away from this LIU roster, but right now, they're already down 2. The bomb's not even down yet.
Agreed. And right now, LC, they're hurting. They're really, really hurting.
Oh, that Spectre is gonna... That's what's... Unfortunately, the Spectre is not hurting. I think about 4 or 5 of those shots landed. I think 2 of them were probably to the toes, and 3 of them might have been to the torso. Unfortunately, not enough to kill. And like you said, that's the That's what happens when you can't afford to buy rifles. You're not making the picks. And thankfully now they have econned correctly, so they're going to be up this round being able to purchase. And it's interesting, if TV mini drones will stay on that Spectre, they have 6K. It's not like they can't spend it, but I guess they have a high degree of confidence in that Spectre play that they're willing to sit on it a little bit and try and pick up some kills.
Indeed, they are. Remind me again, is the limit at 10K?
The limit is, yes. It's
yeah, so
9.99 effectively.
Yeah, so they don't really need to buy, especially if they're just going to take a gun off a dead body.
Yeah, it's true. Ooh, Dylan, big opening frag there.
Yes, indeed. They got one out on each side, and right now, if they can get the proper intel, I think we could find a rocket flying in onto that point.
Sneaking on the side here onto the Astra, will be in motion, but Mr. Nene is going to get the trade now as LSU looks to retake the site. Trades are going to come out. Only one left. Neon going to find the kill. Astra's the only one left. Now it's going to be ring around the Rosie through elbow. Can Neon find it? She's backing out into sight. Oh, that was bold. Nice big peek from the Neon.
Does she get caught in bomb?
Oh, she just makes it with that speed. Wow, I mean, that's that utility on display, able to get out of there real quick. I guess Matthew kind of understood that, hey, this one's kind of a lost cause. Hopefully, I can get them to re-peek me and have them die to bomb. Unfortunately, even that plan not going to go as they might have hoped. And now, all of a sudden, at the very least, LC has a foothold that they might be able to leverage here.
Indeed, they do. Now, I think it looks like they're going to do it again. If it works the first time, do it again. Because it seems they position themselves the exact same way. The only downside this time around is that there was an ult going in.
Ooh, Dylan, good use of that flash. D1 Athlete's going to pick up the trade, and Nova is going to find another one now as this LC roster is looking to gain some ramps control. However, Asher's as well. Now they're starting to close in. Mr. Nene is going to free up some space from them. Just 2-2s. Matthew's going to fall to D1 Athlete. D1 Athlete's also going to fall now. It was a bunch of 1v1s. Both of these folks are kind of far away from each other. Sova doesn't really have a whole bunch of intel. He needs to try and get some here. But as of right now, he does not know where his opponent lies. He might right now look to rotate through ropes, and he will. That's what he's going to do. He's going to take it, likely to be. And what he might do here, this could possibly be a secured round. It will depend on how well.
30 seconds left.
That means.
Yeah. Oh, it looks like he's double guessing himself, heading back to A site.
This is kind of crazy. He's heading back to A site. He got picked up by the tripwire, but Cypher knows, like, hey. Oh, Cypher hears him. Oh, this is Galaxy Brain from B-Man. What a massive play on that move. He looked. Sova looked to rotate mid. He got caught up by the tripwire, and he figured, hey, I'm gonna brain on him here. I got caught by the tripwire. I'm gonna run it back. He did that. However, Cypher was like, dude, you can go. I've got a cam on B site. I'm going to be watching to see if you show up there. If you don't show up there within like the next 10 seconds, I know you're not there anymore. And of course, doesn't happen. Then he waits. He hears those footsteps, and it's effectively a free kill for him. Absolutely massive play there to give LIU a 4-round lead here in game number 3.
Indeed. Now, it looks like they're taking their time here. Ooh, they get sent a Neon
moving out here right now.
Flank. Uh-oh, Neon's in trouble now. Neon's been spotted.
That Cypher stuff.
Yeah, if you can't get rid of that is very much a nuisance. Oh, the little droid bot got him.
Everybody else is out here playing Valorant. She's playing like Quake Arena right now with that kind of game speed and move speed. Absolutely lacing those guys up. However, Cypher being a really good counter to that style of gameplay. Whoa. Result coming through onto Matthew. However, the rest of the roster looking to push through Garage. Has lots going on here. Ults are going to fall. Reyna is still up, though. Granted, that ult is going to trap her. She will go down. LIU going to be able to get the defuse off here. That's going to extend their lead to 5 now in game number 3 as of right now. LC has a mountain to climb. They're not able to deal with this Cypher on B site. As of right now, I do think A site is their best bet, or potentially playing as a team through mid, but they're just kind of brute forcing it, and I'm not sure it's working out for them.
Yes, with this 6-1 lead here, the LC is really just struggling, trying to make a dent in this defense. It worked the one time because they caught LIU by surprise, and were able to force and hold down point long enough to force a sloppy rotate, actually. Otherwise, I would say if they become more not situational, but rather
Matthew, nice pick.
Commutative, that they can hold it.
And one thing I will say, Dylan with a nice pick there. LC, if you are watching, I did see you forget the bomb there on that round. Just want you to know I did not. That didn't pass me. So as of right now, I think they're feeling a little bit scattered right now. They're not really able to find their way in this game, as TDV Mini Drones is going to get a pick mid. And Dylan's going to find another one. This could be huge for them, though. Maybe they needed to forget that spike. Maybe that's what they needed. However, B-Man is playing through the back of A site. They fall back into screens here. We'll have to see, as Dylan now looking for the rotate.
30 seconds left.
Maybe not. Neon is cycling this. However, Mini Drones is coming through ropes. They don't know yet.
Remaining.
Could be a massive drop on the opponent's health. It is 4-1. Solid trigger discipline thus far. Bomb's going to go down.
Spike planted.
I'll hold an angle here. Ooh, a little bit dicey.
Indeed. That arrow gave away a crucial position, saying that this person is up here in heaven, and they can't really move. And if they do, you just play the angles and stay in the blind spots, so that way you can take advantage of the play.
Yeah, I mean, I'm all about hero plays here, but I really do think the call there, I mean, you're up a bunch of rounds. Just save the rifle in that scenario. I think that might have been the better call. However, I mean, they got some great econ after coming off of those big wins. But wait, what am I saying? Their econ isn't that fantastic. What am I saying? I just took a look at the numbers. In reality, I really think the better call there was to save that rifle, because as of right now, you got 2 players that are effectively going to have to be saving now. That was a little bit bold, especially after being spotted out. You have to wonder if maybe that was a little bit too aggressive. Those kind of mistakes can end up giving the enemy team a lot of momentum, especially when they're facing you and you only have Spectres effectively to deal with them. We'll have to see if they can recover from that. A little bit of economic mistake.
Indeed. Now with this here, I would say I would wager a bit, try to whip out a bit of some shotguns, try to get some close-up plays, because apparently this range game style seems to be going a little rough for either side. So maybe they try to switch things up, maybe play it very close if they really have to play that.
Dylan with a nice pick there, moving that bomb on to B site. I'm going to tuck that away. Bomb's not going down, though, yet. It's kind of odd why it's not just yet, but Nene's going to pick up the rotate through ropes. That's going to give them heaven control as of right now. However, Sky is lurking up those stairs. Sova now has his back turned. Nobody's exactly watching through heaven, as I say that. Sky's going to move through. He's likely going to pick up the... Yep, absolutely will pick up the kill onto the Sova. Looking to spray. However, Dylan will close that out. B-Man playing into the corner. Going to get picked up by Matthew. And like I said before, all of a sudden, LC is starting to gain some momentum. I don't think that eco decision was the right one that 2 rounds ago. And I think they might agree with me. As of right now, LIU, Long Island University, is going to be taking a timeout. For those of you who are still tuned in right now, we are in game number 3 of this best of 3 series. Both these games have gone to the wire, basically almost overtime. The first one did go to overtime, second one being very close, basically 13-11 between LIU Sharks and Lycoming College. I'll tell you right now, these rosters are showing a lot of potential, and we've seen some great comebacks. So I have no doubt that LC can dig deep here and find what they need to. The question is, can LIU, they've taken this time out, they want to get that mental fortitude back, and I hope they can find it. We'll have to see as the clock ticks down here. I'm excited for what we got in store ahead.
As am I. You know what? You mentioned it. These teams are so evenly matched. They both have outstanding players just carrying this team on each individual backs. And it's just a clash of talent right now with the variation of skills and abilities. So we just got to see how that's going to reflect in the next couple of rounds, because that may be the defining points needed for the rest of the match.
Oh, absolutely. And a big part, and sometimes when you're feeling that confident, that's when you have to reflect on making those kind of bold decisions to take a 1v4 when you have a rifle in your hands. Nova looking for that knife pick, will find it. Only Pixel showing on that box, will peek. Oh, if it picked a little bit farther, maybe could have caught that Astra in that star form. However, trades going out on either sides of the field as Mr. Nene is going to find the pick on ramps. Now EQ playing under hell here. Hey man, from screens with the Guardian, will find EQ with some great spray control, finding the 2 there, and that is going to put another on the board for LC. That timeout clearly not having too much promise for them, because right now LC's looking very strong. They've effectively taken now 3 straight rounds from LIU, and they're looking to take more. Now 6-4 in this game, Dylan being a big part of it. But as of right now, if you take a look at the scoreboard, the whole roster really of LC coming out to play for this one.
Yeah, most of them, yeah.
Hey, hey, at the end of the day, you know what? There's some big utility that comes out even on those bottom frags. At the end of the day, there's always going to be somebody at the bottom of the leaderboard. And at the end of the day, the biggest thing isn't always those kills. It's just setting those teams up, even if it's getting traded out. And you know what? As of right now, can't fault them for what they've been able to do. Great play by Matthew, securing that mid. Going to take ropes control with that smoke. Now going to play into heaven. Sky is there waiting, though. Mr. Nene looking for that shock dart. That's going to hit. It's going to do at least a little bit. Oh, I thought it would. Did not actually
just missed.
Matthew with a great swing. Going to find another for their third. Now B is all under control except for that B-man that is sitting there under ropes. Dylan is going to trade out. Now it is just Astra. Now the question is, again, we saw it before. It's a 1v4. In my opinion, probably be saving these kinds of rounds for your team. Good trade here. You don't really need to extend it. They know where you are. They're going to double swing you, and there it is. D1 athlete's going to fall to Dylan. I appreciate the confidence, but in reality, it's a little bit of a tricky play there.
Well, now is the time to use ults. It is the last round before the switch. Both sides have ults ready to go. In fact, just 1 to 2 slots away from having the ult use.
So we got ourselves a game here. There definitely is a weapon disadvantage on the side of LIU, and I'd say a momentum disadvantage that have been swinging the way of LC this game. For those of you who are just joining us, LIU has effectively dropped a 5-round lead right now, and I'll tell you what, LC is looking to close out even more. LIU, again, like I said, does have a weapons disadvantage. However, like you mentioned, they do have the ults up, so that could play a key part here. Neon looking to rotate. Granted, they do know that Cypher has set up a lot of utility on this B site. That is utility that will not go away. Altarb is going to get picked up. Not quite sure if that's in hearing range for Raze. She's just going to dash away. She's going to run around, get enough for that ult to hopefully even things up. And we'll see. Looks like they're going to play through mid here. Sky is below the ropes here, looking for something, maybe a little bit of a peek. LIU roster playing very cautious. They don't want to give up anything. Serena swings this. Will find the kill onto DJ Man. Now playing through ropes, looking for more. 2 players stacked, one of which is on Heaven. East side. I will come up looking to clear more boxes. Is there? Dylan will look for more. Matthew also picking up a kill on that exchange. That means A site is basically free except for the back of site. Neon's gonna play that. We'll find it. EQ is gonna equalize this game. We are going into the second half completely equal at what was already looking like a one-sided game at the first part of this series. And now we have LC back in the driver's seat with all the momentum. Granted, that might find its way to shift a little bit. We know we are switching sides, so we'll have to see how this pistol round plays out for them.
Indeed, we will. So with this pistol round, it's very interesting. Almost all of them have bought a ghost. Typically, that's a lot of money to use early on. And I found that I would like to instead just use a classic. You get enough damage done in as well. The biggest thing is that don't show your head against these people. That's really all it is. Just don't show your head, and you'll be fine.
Just stay away from it. I mean, when you see, I actually used to be a believer in the classic light shields. I was a big believer in it, and then I just missed one too many shots with the bloom the classic had that I eventually just converted to a ghost user. But hey, different situations calls for different guns. As of right now, both of these rosters feeling that the ghost is the call, at least for now. Ooh, Dylan with a pickup, going to be able to eat out of there. Unfortunately, going to get traded out by DJ. Now both sides with 3 apiece as LC looks to ascertain this Heaven control. Frenzy's dueling it out long distance. Not exactly going to do a lot of damage. He's playing from screens. Flick will come through onto DJ. Now they're looking to play for more. Utility will come through. That's a shock dart. 30 seconds up for great utility usage. Now they just need to swing it. The Zuck comes through. That's going to be a massive shot on Matthew, lining up the headshot. Phenomenal utility usage on that take, and all of a sudden LC are still moving out here to take the lead 7-6.
You know what? It goes back to what I said before. The momentum, the pulling ahead, it shows here in these next couple rounds. And right now, as we can see on the on our tab here, LC has just been winning these rounds back to back to back to back to back.
Yeah, they've been absolutely crushing it. They haven't dropped the round, I think, in 6 rounds. They've run 6 consecutive rounds here, a lot of which have come on that mid play. So we'll have to see if they can find an answer here. I really do think that for LIU, this B site is the take for them. They don't really have the same type of utility to hold it down with that that LC had, or not LC, that LIU had with that Cypher when it was there. The only thing they really have is that Astra and that Sova. If they can play a little bit patiently, maybe play for a little bit of mid control, they can find their way onto this B site effectively, because as of right now, they're not really able to generate too much out of A. Granted, it is pistol round, so we'll have to see how it plays out.
Indeed, it is. So we see that Sage Wall has been used mid. If I were LIU, I'd be looking for a Sage nearby, definitely.
Oh,
look at that!
Great flick.
Found him. Let's say that our best option here would be to just get the spike down on B, and then hold the angles once again.
There it is, LIU, kind of like I hinted at before. They ascertained that mid control. They gained enough space to go for that B push. Gonna work out well for them as DJ is gonna pick up a kill. So will D1 Athlete. However, Dylan is not out of the fight yet, and they have a Spectre. 3-on-1 here. Granted, gun advantage is kind of in the hands of Dylan. Odd choice to jump there. It's going to deal a little bit of extra damage. Tap's going to come through. Swing is going to come from the left, though. Does not have the E to get away from it, and Mini Drones, despite Dylan's best efforts, is going to come away and clutch it out for that 7-7 tie. It is equalized right now. It seems like, at least for now, LIU have stopped the bleeding. That's something they definitely needed to do here, because they've been suffering.
Indeed, they have. But with the current Incon, both sides are looking pretty even, but that's only after LIU buys full rifles and armor.
Yeah, this is a big go-ahead round potentially for LIU. I mean, I can't really imagine LC is able to clutch this out with the given weapons they have. However, if they can, it will be absolutely astronomically bad for the LIU roster. We'll have to see if LC can stick it out in this round. I find it very unlikely given their kits, but who knows? Maybe EQ can find something a little bit cheeky here up in ramps. Despite the fact that they have the gun advantage, they are playing very slow through this A. Oh, Dog will come through. They have spotted the Reyna. Reyna's going to play back into elbow, presumably, because Neon looks for something. Won't find it. Needron's going to get the frag. B-Man's going to follow that up with the frag onto Dylan. And now it looks like LIU has a commanding site control of A. Oh, boy. Ooh.
One enemy remaining.
Unfortunate. Saw you around the corner and just wallbanged you.
A little bit dicey here. There's a classic on the ground. Oh, that one step up the walkway. She had it at crosshair height. Unfortunately, that extra step just putting her just above the head. Not quite able to land that headshot. Unfortunate go ahead. However, these teams are now at the very least at even strength in terms of guns they can bring to the fight. Raze does have ult here, which can be huge, especially when taking sight. And Sky has Seekers. In combination, that could be pretty lethal when they're attacking either A or B site, or possibly just through mid, ascertaining that heaven control. We'll have to see how it plays out, but right now, anybody's game.
Indeed it is. No arguing against you there. See, with this, LIU just needs to continue what they're doing of pushing the point in order to get what they need. The win, that is. But here's that LC has other plans in mind for him, having already taken down one of their players.
Again, is going to lurk in this heaven pocket. LC has been able, like you said, to pick up 2. And now, they're just lurking here. They're just kind of playing it by ear. And that's all right. At the end of the day, they're on defense. They can take their time as this bomb rotates through sewer. Haven't really seen much of a change of pace in terms of where that LC roster is playing. They're taking their time. They're playing slow. They're doing what they need to do. And I imagine as these Astrostars come down, the rest of the roster is likely going to rotate onto A. They know 23 seconds left here on the clock. The whole roster has to be coming. 5 converging on this site. However, D1 Athlete's going to pick up 1. That's going to make it 4-on-4. Sorry. Well, was 4-on-4. Now 3-on-4 as B-Man takes the angle. Will find the flick onto EQ. We'll find another one onto Megan. Great shot placement there. Looking to find more. We'll check the camera on that. Thankfully, this guy's going to be there for the heal. He was very low after that exchange. However, he's going to find another fire. Matthew and Mr. Nene securing the round for this LC team. It was looking a little bit dicey there towards the end, but playing very well to secure that round win for them. And already we're at 8-8. This game is flying by, despite the fact that these games are going the distances. These rounds have been so tight. Every match has really been down to the wire. And I'll tell you what, I can't complain because it's been excellent to watch.
Oh yeah, definitely. Now, looking at this, it seems like they're going to try to rush A again. It would be unusual, but it is a strategy to see if instead they use some utility to distract here, and then run it down mid to either catch them from behind or hold point B.
Yeah, the biggest thing here is they're going to try and feel out the defense. Jet is going to take that heaven control. We haven't seen a whole bunch of stuff he used to hold that heaven. And right now, LIU is going to try and take advantage of it. Great frag there, playing into the corner, though. That's a little bit risky. Might have wanted to play back into the screen there. Mini drones and B-Man going to find big frags on that entry. Nova going to find the pick heaven. And now 2 on 4 on their way to site. This is going to be a tricky retake. Nova is stowed away on the back of ramps. Nene and Megan playing through. Megan will need to clear ramps if she takes a shot here. No doubt Jet is likely going to peek her here. Ooh, that's a dink. But unfortunately, Nova's going to be there for the shot.
Shot down.
Ooh, that's a great follow-up.
So very close right now.
He has ult, but if he uses it, he won't have enough time to defuse. He's likely, if it were me, I would just play for exit frags here.
One enemy remaining.
Nice, and that is likely going to drop them, I imagine. So Astra likely won't have enough time to escape. At the very least, the round is going to go to LIU. LC will come away with a rifle. However, definitely not to be understated. That is a big save to make for their econ here because they are running out of money. And LIU is... Can't say running away with the game because it's been so close, but every little step counts. And at 9-8, things are getting close to that finish line. So they really have to try not to give up as many rounds as they can. And currently, LIU are in a position to take another one with their current econ and setup.
Revealing area.
That they are. Now, De Silva has got a really good arrow set up here through Garage. He's got seen not just 1, but 2 out of the 5 members. So he more than likely knows that they're hovering around there, and he's waiting for their pixel perfect head to show up to pick.
I am interested. The fact that he picked up 3 with that dart, I am surprised I didn't. Oh, B-Man laces up EQQ from sewers. Kind of just got that spider sense that they were roaming from sewers. That's going to be a massive pickup for them, especially on that agent. Now the trade's going to come through. They don't know if there's another heaven, but now they do. Reina's going to find 2 before she gets traded out. Now for 3-2. Matthew going to find both. That's a massive frag. They know Jet is heaven. Smokes are going to come down. Bomb is down in that corner of heaven. And now Nova's in a very tricky situation. She's going to ult out. Doesn't have a great amount of visibility as she plays back now. Oh, Matthew with a 3K. That round itself was on the brink of defeat for LC. Matthew with some really crazy heroics, getting the 3K to secure that round. Well played there.
Indeed, indeed, indeed. You honestly do not see these kind of clutches on the common. They're very rare to come by, and when you do find them, unless you're not, I find that I am personally most grateful for it.
I'll tell you what, as of right now, man, this game has gone back and forth. I keep saying like, oh, the econ, man. These teams have been starting from the bottom and now they're here. That was like such a bad joke. But basically, these teams have been rock bottom and then back to great econ so many times throughout this game that they're used to it at this point. They're used to having like buy rounds into pistol rounds, into eco rounds, into buy rounds. It's a second nature for them at this point. And right now, 9-9, every eco is going to matter. Whoa, my God, EQQ walking into about 4 different types of utilities that are going to get traded out. Hate to see it, but Dylan is going to make the peak. They're going to find the kill. Again, they do have the weapon advantage. There's only 3 left on the roster of LIU. They're looking to potentially rotate it through sewers, I should say. Sage has not left that heaven spot. Feels like it's possible the rotate might still come through, but DJ is still holding it out on this ramps play, but it does look like the bomb is going to rotate towards mid. It's possible Megan is going to stay there in that heaven play,
30
listening
seconds left.
to see. Oh, she might just.
One
Oh,
enemy
she sees them.
remaining.
Oh, Megan
wow.
absolutely laces up B-Man and D1 athlete. They definitely were not expecting her there. And I'll tell you what, I definitely was not expecting her to absolutely eviscerate them like that on those stairs. What a play. She's standing still right now, probably firing up the clipping software. That was absolutely grotesque. Huge play there to give LC the lead. And I'll tell you what, yeah, LIU is going to take the tactical timeout. I don't blame them because right now they just lost a save round, so they do have rifles up for this one, but they need to find something new here because this game, I keep saying this game is starting to escape them. I feel like I've said it so many times, but in reality, momentum has shifted back and forth. It's been an absolute tennis match this whole
Yes.
game. Round after round, it'll go 2 rounds one way, then it'll go 3 rounds the next, and then right back the other way. These teams have not given each other room to breathe. What a series.
Yes, indeed. And I'm not sure as much tennis match as ping pong now because it's
True.
moving so fast. Tennis match, it takes time for the ball to get from one spot to the other. Ping pong, you just smack it back and forth.
Mm-hmm. I'll tell you what, these teams have been smashing it at each other all night long. And right now, we are heading into the final rounds. We have Lycoming College up 10-9. This is game number 3 for those of you who just tuned in. Great time to tune in. Game number 3, both of these teams, it is a best of 3. Nova with a massive headshot onto the Sova. That's going to be a big play to open up the site. The only one still there is that Sage. She's watching mid, but she's watching for no one right now. The whole squad deciding, in fact, to stack up on that B site. They don't really have the utility to hold it down as well as maybe they had hoped. And now, great setup from LIU. Nova's going to pick up that roam coming in from heaven, going to find a third, possibly looking for a fourth.
One
As they
enemy
extend
remaining.
back. Ooh, mini drones.
This is
Will
quite
find the pickup.
this is quite the play here. It's a silly thing to do, but possibly effective would be to have everyone rush the enemy right here, right now. But the downside is that you can have tons of collateral.
True. And instead, they're just going to opt to hold those angles. Wait for them to peak. Going to take the trade absolutely all day. Now, again, we're at a 10-10 game. My goodness. My goodness, these folks are playing to win out here. And I know that's probably obvious, but this, I've played a lot of Valorant. I've watched a lot of Valorant. I've casted a lot of Valorant. And I'll tell you what, I've never really seen a game like this that's gone so back and forth. These guys are absolutely slinging kills left, right, and center. And we'll have to see who comes out on top right now because eco-wise, they're relatively even. But no doubt the loser of this next one will be a little bit financially destitute here.
Indeed, they will. And in fact, they're playing this like this is the championship practically. They are so neck and neck that it's hard to believe that this is only the 3rd week of ECAC. And these teams both have 1 win and 1 loss on their record.
Ooh. D-man. Huge alt utility there used. That's going to clear up the site big time for them. As Nene plays around this corner, he's looking for something. All of these characters are stowed away though. And as that flash comes through, they know where he's hiding. Question is, do they peek him? Doesn't seem like they will. If they frag this out, this will be absolutely massive. A flawless could be monstrous for their economy heading into potentially the last 2 rounds of this game. Nene doesn't really seem like he's too convinced as what he's going to do here. Looks like he's probably going to play it out for exit frags. Will find the one, won't find the second though, as B-Man is able to clean it up. And right now, LIU are 2 games away from taking this series, and it has been an absolute slugfest the whole way. Now, LC in a situation we've seen them in 100 times before tonight, where they are in an eco situation. We have the Guardian that you love so much. We have those Spectres. We even have a Stinger in the roster. We'll see if they can pick up a few kills here. I find it unlikely they take the round, but at the end of the day, who knows? Swapped off. Oh, the judge! All right, interesting.
Alrighty, I am ready for this. I'm getting the shotgun. I've got my Guardian. I gotta see it all. We gotta see it all.
Mr. Nene. That's the shock dart. I'm not quite sure if they're in there. However,
he's taking this look, but he learned from last time not to be so close.
Yeah, he absolutely got carved up last time. He was holding that angle so tightly.
Here.
On Garage now. Nova getting a little bit peeky, looking for those jumps, looking to get a little bit of information if they can. Matthew does hear them jumping mid. They know they're there. However, they don't really have the weaponry to deal with this kind of setup right now.
Here.
It's merely a waiting game right now.
It is neither of these teams. Oh man, they're just waiting. Oh, the baited. And there goes the call. Call comes in to go. The whole team swings. Trades come out. 2 on either side, though. That's pretty huge. Shock dart will come through. The judge being very effective. Going to be able to E back into safety.
30 seconds left.
No way. LC now in a situation. 30 seconds left. Bomb needs to go down, but they're holding that heaven. Reyna is making the decision to play out. Oh, no. Unfortunately, that might end up being a little bit costly, though.
They really gotta...
They didn't check.
Oh, they don't know?
They didn't check.
10 seconds left.
But you only saw the one?
Last player standing.
Yep,
Oh,
he got
my
caught
goodness.
from above. He didn't look properly.
Oh, that could have been so huge. Dylan, unfortunately, still a little bit off site here. That could have been massive for LC. However, the thing to note here, Dylan, obviously in a very disadvantageous situation, possibly could pick up a gun from heaven here. Able to clutch this up would be absolutely massive. I do find it a little bit unlikely, but even if that is the case, thing that should be noted is they took a lot of guns off their opponents. Oh! No way. Oh, it's going to force him to stick it. Oh! Tapped it just a little too early. Unfortunate. You hate to see it, but big thing is that those are a lot of kills at the very least. That is a big takeaway for them, because you have to assume if you are LC, you're like, hey, okay, regardless, we have to win the next round. We have the full buy. But getting those kills means that those weapons don't stay in the hands of their opponents. They have to buy this round. If we win the next round, they're going to be in a little bit of economic trouble in the following round if we can take this. So those kills might, if LC can come up with a win here, might have a long-lasting impact on the rest of this game that we see here tonight. But as of right now, Astra's going to look to ult here. Possibly was considering it, decides opts out of it.
Indeed. Well, right. Yeah, right now you have these ult economy going right now, right? Heading through mid, maybe. Looks like they're being very indecisive. You question. It goes back to, do we pour everything into this round, or do we trust our skills and see if things go south? We have ults for next round.
And man, it's difficult to make those calls. It's match point. These guys have been playing effectively for almost 3 hours now. I'll tell you what, these decisions are weighing heavy on their minds as mini drones will boombot heaven. Ooh, big ult coming through, looking to play, but
oh, will we get him?
Oh, won't quite. Great blast pack from the Rays, able to avoid that Sova damage, but Spike's going to come down. Big damage off of the side of LC. That is only going to leave 3 on site. However, those 3 are pretty dug in, and when I say dug in, I do mean that 2 are on site, and Rays is coming with a pretty sneaky flank here, likely going to pick one up on Sage. unaware of the position. Well, that'll be an easy pick. Nade's going to come through on elbow. That's B-Man's going to be able to pick it up. Now it is 3-on-2. If they can hold, they're going to win this game.
One enemy
Raze
remaining.
does not know that Sova's there. Sova's going to flick. Sova's going to make the flick. Now it's just him, though. He is in a do-or-die situation. Can he find the plays? Shock Dart's going to whiff. He's a little bit flustered, playing through elbow. She knows. He finds the flick. This is it. One-on-one situation. He's looking for the frags. He's going to tap.
He's got it at the second.
Cypher's there. It is all over. B-Man closes it out for LIU. Wow.
Wow. Just, oh. Well then. It looks like my prediction was correct in the end. However, even I didn't think that I would get that prediction going just because of how close these matches were. I mean, goodness gracious. It's... Oh my, it is such... It was quite a fight.
Yeah,
experience.
Really, that's a pretty solid way to put it. I mean, these teams have been playing for so long. They've gone back and forth. Every single game very easily could have gone to overtime. Very easily could have seen a different victor come out on top. At the end of the day, that last round, one-on-one situation, so close, just running out of time on that diffuse, had to stick it. Cypher peaked. What are you going to do? And at the end of the day, both of these teams played so well. I'm really excited to see what these teams have in store for us in the coming weeks, because at the end of the day, these guys played amazing. And I'm looking forward to the kind of Valorant they're going to bring forward in the future.
Oh, yes. And you know what? I think we're going to be seeing a lot more of them. They have a tendency to show up time and time again. So I don't think we're getting rid of them anytime soon.
Yeah, I certainly hope not. And as we kind of draw near the end of this epic battle here, it's certainly been a blast. We thank you folks for watching. We're going to be cutting to a break for now. If I'm not mistaken, I believe I heard production correctly there. We're going to be cutting to a break. We thank you very much for joining us. What a crazy match of Valorant that we just witnessed. But I'll tell you what, I'm happy having witnessed it. And Somi, it's been great casting with you.
Likewise. But we'll see you guys very soon.
Yeah, and I'll tell you what, I will say we are heading to a break shortly, but before we do, we will have an interview for you from that last match, so be sure to stick around. We'll talk to you shortly before the end of the night. So, talk to you in a little bit, folks. We'll see you shortly. He's got a Vandal. He makes the trade. Now a one-on-one. Can he find it? Doesn't have the intel. If he does have it, he might understand that he's hell. First shot dart will come out. He knows he's there now. First shots. Still doesn't have all the intel. He looks to peek.
He gets the kill.
Third kill, Mr. Nene. Gonna close out that round for LC, and that's the momentum they needed.
Pushed into this east side. Oh, like they have to go through a bit. They can't go through the mid just because they didn't push properly in time.
Oh, and as such, divide the site here as they push on to B, presumably. Hard push coming. Killjoy setup is there. Will get swung. Oh, Dylan with an absolutely monster flick. Great spray transfer from the sky onto the Sopa. That's a massive pick. Killjoy's lurking though. Will find the roaming defender through market. As Killjoy finds another now though. Sage left to retake the site alone up against this Astra. As I say that, Rez is coming through. I imagine the trade might follow up. It will not though. Oh, unfortunate spray pad on a side, but there's three left alive as D1 athlete is able to pick up one. Mini Drone's able to pick up another. All of a sudden, Mini Drone's there were no eyes being made, so that was definitely a risky fallback into market on play. Oh, E-Man with a nice flick, a second flick, gonna pick up another, maybe looking for great utility usage. E-Man absolutely graining on their opponents right now.
Viper in this 2v1 situation, you have the visual advantage practically. So now you just have to hide your time, bait them in, and eliminate them.
Swing's gonna come through! Dylan with a 4K clutch. Absolutely monstrous, utilizing that Viper ult really well. Viper, she's got good visibility. And got the turret. He's gonna come through. Oh, B-Man finds it with the Sheriff. Absolutely massive. That Killjoy turret being able to put a lot of tight quarters combat here with a Judge. This could be deadly. Judge will kill one. Looking for more. Snakebite pops out. Judge gonna pick up something to save this. Look like he's gonna settle for that though. Now pushing on the site. They could be main. They could be heaven. They have no idea. Gonna stick the defuse right now. I have a feeling they're coming from Generator, and there's the peak. Dylan, huge for LC, but now Mini Jones is playing aggressively into the Viper ult. Will fall to Matthew, and now it is a 3-on-2. Matthew picking up a third. Last one is just Killjoy playing around the exterior of this Viper pit. It's going to be difficult for her now. Molly's coming through. She's just going to sneak through. ECAC is going to pick up the frag. It's clever. He wasn't willing for it to happen twice. Good on him. Oh, B-Man's going to come in for the trade. Only is there. Granted, this is effectively a 1v1. So as soon as they land, he is going to drop onto them. Assassin's Creed style here. Pick up the second. DJ Mandu picking up both. Blankets here though. Oh, big shot. Flank comes. Oh, absolutely massive heroics to take this point. He is down though. Oh, D1 athlete with the collateral headshot. What a monstrous play.
Oh, did he miss there?
Good blind there. We'll find both! Mr. Nene with the 5 shots with it. If they hit, it also creates a slowing zone. He basically gets to keep it as a weapon for the rest. Be a tricky situation as that bomb is down there. Built. And as of right now, he had 5 shots. He's looking for more. D1 athlete. What a monstrous play. There. It's way off the side.
Right now, they're looking pretty even to one another. It's just a 3v4 in this situation.
Matthew!
Make that...
Shortly here, taking the angles, gonna dash as he sees him. Angle, will get the tap, looking for 4. Will find it. Matthew on an absolute tear. Matthew and D1 athlete going back with those shots. That operator home to the dome of EQ. Got the breach. Will swing the kill. Now Matthew's gonna fall. B-Man with a 3K as a Viper now behind boxes. Trades coming in. Exchange blows here. Ooh, breach is gonna lock them. That was a funky exchange there. As now Mr. Will flash yellow looking to peek it. He's got an angle. Oh! DJ Mandu, D1 athlete.
Agreed. And right now, LC, they're hurting. They're really, really hurting.
Oh, that Spectre is gonna... That's what's... Unfortunately, the Spectre is not hurting. He's gonna move through. He's likely gonna pick up the... Yep, absolutely. Will pick up the kill onto the Sova. Looking to spray. However, Dylan will close that out. B-Man playing into the corner. Going to get picked up by Matthew. Cautiously. Give up any swings this. Will find the kill onto DJ Man. Now playing through ropes, looking for more. 2 players stacked, one of which is on Heaven. East side. I will come up looking to clear more boxes. Is there? Dylan will look for more. Matthew also picking up a kill on that exchange. That means Hello, everybody. Welcome back. We are at the end of our night, and we're not just done quite yet. We do have an interview with one of the LIU superstars, you might call them, big carries in that game. We have Mini Drones, who's going to be coming in for an interview. I got to say, I love the background, Mini Drones. Very flashy. I'll tell you what, I respect the putting out the team name
Thank
in
you.
that background. I like to see it. Well, mini drones, I gotta say, massive dub, back and forth game. Definitely went down to the wire.
Oh,
You
yeah.
yourself played phenomenally.
Thank you
Was
so
there a
much.
point in that game where really you felt like your team came together the most? Or maybe I should say, what was your favorite game or point in that entire series?
To me, what I enjoyed the most about that whole series was when we played Icebox. We've never as a team played Icebox yet. That was our first time as a full lineup playing Icebox.
Wow.
We Nova, who was playing Jet, he normally has gone Breach. So he's been playing Duelist more recently. We were like, let's try that out. You've been doing better with your frags. And we threw him on Jet, which was a very, very nice thing to help us out with him on
That
Jet. And
was.
then we've also had A-Man, who was doing a lot of also aim support recently,
Right.
where he was getting multiple frags with that chamber util. The Icebox to me was definitely my favorite map.
Yeah,
Love
100%. Hey,
to
can't
see
blame
it.
you there. There were a lot of highlight reel plays.
Oh, for sure. Yeah.
I'll ask you my question then.
Yeah.
See, from Ascent, I'm trying to figure out the workings of your brain right now. What was going on when you went on the pure flank? I mean, you went downtown, back to Chinatown,
Backdoor, yeah.
and you were just there in their back line trying to, like, what was your mindset there?
That I assume you're talking about one of the multiple rounds on defense where I was unnecessarily slow flanking them. That I don't know what was going on. For some reason I was like, oh yeah, I'll be sneaky. They'll never know I'm coming. And by the time I got to side, it was just me. And it was just me trying to do 1v3. And I was like, that's why in previous games we've never utilized timeouts, which that was a big mental thing for us that helped us out. Because anytime we started getting in a funk of any amount, we were like, timeout, take a break, step away from your computer, like have a sip of water, stretch, and get back and completely wipe your mind. And after doing that 2 or 3 times, I'm pretty sure we called a timeout immediately so I could do that.
Honestly, it showed. Like, we saw the results after each timeout, and we were like, yep, here's the mental block right here. They're going to try to reset. They're going to try to work that momentum chain and make sure they feel comfortable.
Yeah,
And
that definitely helped us out this game whenever we just got to like clear the mind and then get back into it.
man, if only every other esports game out there could do that.
Yeah, no,
Just saying.
We've never utilized timeouts before. Other games, like, we've been like, oh, we need to take a second, and we just don't move all of the pre-round. And then the second the match starts, we just go in and we're not set up for anything and end up just getting run down. So
pseudo
actually
timeout.
actually having that full minute of just breathing was a very nice thing this game that we took well advantage of.
Well, and you know what? I'm going to have one more question for you.
Sure.
Out of all the agents, which one do you think you'll be seeing a lot more get played in the future?
Are you asking for personally what I will be playing or what in general throughout the whole game will be played more?
Let's go with both.
For me personally, I was a very big CS player before this, and the first agent I picked up when I was able to was Reyna. So I've always been very Reyna heavy because I was like, oh, it's like CS, but I can just immediately heal my health back and be back to full, which I loved. But for team, I realized that Ray's Boombot was much more as a team play helpful than me being Reyna and just trying to kill on my own. So for me, I feel like you can see more Rays out of me, but as an overall player, I hope to see a lot more Chamber plays because to me, Chamber is a perfect like half Sentinel, half Duelist that when utilized well is just a beautiful character.
Sounds like it. Well, do you have any more questions for him, Chaotic?
Got anything? Sorry.
Go Chaotic Thunder. What that is. Oh, good. I was like, where did that come from? Oh, good. One shot Oslet. By the way, for those, that's actually really funny. But no, I actually don't have anything else to add. Mini drones, thank you so much for joining us. You guys played phenomenally. I can understand why you love Chamber so much with some of those highlight reel plays. I have no doubt those are going to turn into probably YouTube clips or maybe some TikTok videos with some of those fat plays that were made here tonight. But again, Mini Drones, thank you and LIU for coming out and showing us some great Valorant here tonight. I'm really appreciative of that. And I'm sure everyone here at Esports U is very appreciative. Thanks for joining us tonight.
Thank you so much for having me. You all have a good night.
Of course,
Thanks,
you have a
you
good
as
night
well.
as well, Mini Drones. And as we wind down for tonight at Esports U, we've thanked Mini Drones, we've thanked LIU. We should certainly thank LC. Biggest person and people we want to thank here is you folks, the viewers at home. Thank you so much for tuning in. If you are still around here, Esports U, we're out here showing the best esports content out there. We got the collegiate esports, we got Rocket League, we've got Siege that Somi had the opportunity to cast before, we've got Valorant, we've got League of Legends, we've got it all, folks. So if you're looking for some esports content, be sure to follow, check out the channel. And as of right now, that's going to be all for tonight. But be sure to tune in tomorrow and every other day for some more great esports content. For now, that's all for me. One Shot Ocelot on all platforms, and I'll send it off to Somi to lead us out for tonight.
Alrighty, well, my little send-off message to you all is to tanks, healers, and damage dealers. Be sure to tune in tomorrow. We are looking at having Rocket League and Overwatch. Be sure, again, tune into those. Other than that, take care of yourselves, get some sleep, get food, get something to drink, and have a good night, everyone.